Okay, we are streaming. I'm gonna try and establish some phone calls. Ooh, shit. I forgot. Gotta get the studio up. Oh, let's do the studio. Get the studio up. And, okay, go to the dashboard. Go here. Let's see how we are. Streaming. We are streaming. Okay, everybody let me know about my audio, and we'll take it from there. Also, we'll go to YouTube, see if my channel's up. Oh gosh, I did that way too quickly. Okay, excellent. Okay, let's do that again. Then we'll make some phone calls any moment now. Okay. Haha. Your channel. There we go. That way too quickly. Yes, I can hear myself. Okay. Excellent. Okay, let me mute that. Cosmonautian Troop says, boo! Audio fine! Oh, that's so cute! Are you male or female? Okay, so, let me make some phone calls. Oh my god. Exhausted just as I start. Oh, it did too much too quickly. I waited too long before I started production. Now, let me see if I can, make these phone calls. You're gonna hear some odd noises from me. And everybody put an upvote. Okay, let's get those calls going. Okay, we're gonna start with Our Lady. Okay, Brooke. Okay, give a call. Hey honey, we're live. So thank you so much. Couldn't do this without you. I'm going to add Sammy now and whoever else, but Sammy is pretty much a sure bet, I think. In the meantime, you can start talking.
Hello. How are you?
Oh God, so much the better for your being here. Believe me. Let's just add Sammy immediately and see if that works. And then the two of you can banter, and I'll see if I can add anyone else. But just pretty much starting off exhausted, getting myself together. Still have to complete setting up my throne of pillows, which I will be sitting on for the next 12 hours thereafter, if I make it through the night. But aside from that, just starting off a bit too addled because I just waited till the last minute. I shouldn't have. I should have started off much earlier, but I was like, of all things, looking around trying to find some details about what exactly happened in Germany. And I'll get into that, soon enough. I mean, we'll talk about it maybe a bit in the opening hour, but certainly after Peter Moon leaves, I'll certainly cover it in summarization at the very least during the the period after he leaves, and let people understand what was going on there. It was a QAnon movement. Oh my God, Sammy didn't answer. Shit. Let's see who else we can add.
I must have missed the fucking QAnon movement. Was that like while I was out of town? Because I didn't hear about this. I heard about the bombing in Ukraine. I mean, in Russia from Ukraine.
Okay. Oh, so tell us what you know about that, honey.
No, I just heard about them, basically hitting their power plants that they didn't think they had the technology to hit that far out, and they did. And, I mean, that's all I've heard.
Okay. And no doubt the Russians responded with all kinds of hostility. And
oh, I'm sure. I haven't even heard about that. I just saw that one part. So did they already respond?
I'm sure they did with missile attacks on civilian centers. I mean,
they'd already been doing that, so it's not like that would be something new.
Yes. Excellent response, honey.
Killing innocent people that are sitting in the dark just because they made some of our people now sit in the dark. Okay.
Yes. And actually, of course, what they were attacking were legitimate military targets. The Ukrainians, when they were using their drones, they were attacking legitimate military targets. These were like
attacked military targets that also were power stations. But that's because they've taken so much of the Ukrainian. I mean, so much of Ukraine is sitting in the cold and dark.
Yes.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it's a legitimate thing to do
Yes.
in defense of yourself. I'm not for war, but I do believe in self-defense.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm calling everybody right now. We'll see who responds. I don't know how my voice sounds because basically I'm lying down right now and recovering myself after rushing all over the place, setting things up, and you know,
Oh, hello.
oh, thank God. Okay, so this is Sammy
Hi,
that's
Doug.
speaking, right?
That's Sammy's twin brother. What are you talking about? You can tell the difference.
Señor Douglas, no le entiendo.
Oh my
How you
God.
doing?
Oh, much
Brooke.
better for
How you
your
doing?
being here. Go on.
Hi, Sammy. Hi, Sammy. How are you?
Oh, I'm dealing with, work crap. You know how it is.
Are you at work?
Yeah, but I'm going to take my break right now. Give me about 5 minutes so I can just walk away.
Okay, and then so Brooke and I will hold it till then. When you get back
Yes.
with her, then I'll take my break to try and set my throne of pillows up. Okay? Bless you. Okay, so Brooke, it's you and I for now. I don't know if anyone else has joined us, but if anyone has joined us, let us know. Because otherwise, I'll just talk because I'm not even looking at the screen right now.
No one's for
No one seems to be with us other than Sammy.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Oh my God. So, honey, yes, I do hope that. Well, I mean, for how long did you sleep after I tried to wake you? As far as you
Oh my
know.
fucking God, that was it. Yeah, like I slept from, I don't know, whatever time I got off, like 30 minutes after that till what? I slept through your phone call and then I texted you like 9 because I missed them all.
I'll
So I
take.
like
Yeah.
2 hours sleep, two and a half.
Oh wow. Okay.
Then went to the casino, got ready, had to do everything to get ready. Went to North Carolina, went to the Harrah's, and had about 2 hours sleep that night.
Oh my God.
So that was it. So yesterday, yeah, I slept late yesterday when I got home.
Good.
I got here actually early, and then I slept. I think I went to bed by like 7, and I didn't even really get moving. Like I was awake, but didn't start functioning until like 10 or 11. So yeah, I called up, but it was a bad night. You know, I didn't feel great yesterday.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I feel so bad. I mean, from now on, I'm just gonna force you to shut down after like around.
I don't know why I don't know why I had that much energy that then, but it was fine. I thought I wasn't gonna be able to really handle it and go, and but I got enough energy going back and got a second wind, and we had fun, so that was a good time.
Oh my God, I'm so glad that you made it at all. So you rendezvoused with a friend over there.
Well, yeah, I had a friend that was actually already going up that way, Maggie Valley, and there's Cherokee, which is where Harris is. So they were already going there and just invited me to tag along. And I was like, why not, you know? So I did.
So
Fun.
you were saying that you didn't trust your daughter with that one particular dog. How was that handled?
No, I just was worried about leaving him. So I handled it by making sure she only had him and took care of him.
Okay.
And my son could help with the other 3.
Okay.
So it worked out fine. To be honest, she said the problem was my hound dog, the beagle-looking one. He was the problem because the little one I was worried about laid with her. But the beagle, he's my other little one, he just cried and screams when I'm not here. Like when I come in the door when they're all howling, he's a howler. Okay. And he howled basically when he couldn't find me. He was trying to break into my room. She said she finally got him to calm down at like 3 a.m. He was disturbing the entire house. The dogs, he just wouldn't stop crying. And then at 7 a.m. he started howling again. Yeah. So I was like, luckily I was up by 7 because I couldn't sleep. And I said, well, we're leaving soon, so I'll be there by 12.
Okay. Oh my God.
But yeah, when I got here, let me tell you, that's how bad this dog is. When I got here, because I had been gone less than 24 hours, he howled. Like when I leave to go to the gas station, he goes good 5-minute crazy when I come in. He like ran around howling, like he just couldn't stop himself running up. Like it's for an hour, like 45 minutes, just like like you're never coming home ever again. The rest of the dogs just bark like, "Oh, you're good, you're here." Okay. But he just, yeah, that's funny.
Oh, I mean, it's sad. it's tragic, and there's no way to really explain to, that creature that, he's over, worrying.
That I'll be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just has no sense of it, and he's never bonded with anyone but me. He was a hunter's dog, and then when we got him, like, none of the family liked him because when I first got him, I mean, never been in the house, so he would jump up on the couch and pee. Like, he didn't understand.
Right.
So, it was just kind of like nobody really liked him, and he just bonded with me, and so I think he just feels alone if I'm not here, apparently.
Right. Well, definitely, thank you for sharing that, and I want everyone to know that I had promoted Marina Sarin to be with us tonight. Unfortunately, she is now recovering from what I suspect is a relapse into COVID, or contracting a new influenza or something of that nature. So
join the fucking rest of the world.
Yes, and she does want. Well, she certainly said to myself, it's definitely not the haters or the gang stalkers or any of these people intimidating her or keeping her away. I just want our listeners to know that, and so hopefully she will be with us next Wednesday. But it's one of those things that. I come from a background where people around me simply die or just disappear. So I don't bank on anything. And obviously, I would like to think that this isn't the last we see of her or whatnot. But still, let's just make it clear that I have no expectations. It's just, obviously this has been a pattern. And we'll just see what happens. Like just a scepter presence if it comes. But other than that,
well, I can make you happier because you're not looking at your screen. Guess what? George is on the phone.
Oh, that's cute. Thank you. Oh, thank God. So George, do me a favor. I'm going to refresh myself, finish setting up my throne of pillows. How much time do we have to be blessed with your company this opening hour?
Oh, good evening, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. And I'm wide awake, so you've got me for the whole hour. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. So, Sammy should be back with us soon, and do me a favor, the three of you, and I know the three of you can handle this. This opening hour is one of these ones in which I was not prepared. One of the reasons why was because, of course, Marina said she would not be joining us, so I didn't feel compelled to get everything ready too quickly, which normally I would have done maybe a little bit earlier. I waited too long. Then I got everything, just had to set up everything too quickly, and it basically throws me for a loop. So I'm just going to recover myself, pull myself together, and I'd appreciate it if everybody just talks and holds the stage. I mean, I don't know how familiar you are, George, with what happened in Germany, but there was a sweep of the nation for a bunch of conspirators who were basically bought into QAnon, and so you might know a bit about this.
They are trying to overthrow the government, if I'm aware. Is that the lines, Douglas? Is that correct?
That's correct.
To overthrow, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
The QAnon people were?
I'm familiar with it.
Yes. For those who don't know, QAnon got really big in Germany, and Germany was losing to QAnon. It was like thousands of people were gathering in Germany, demanding overthrow of the deep state, and of course enough of the fact that they only arrested 25 of them shows you that these people were truly committed to armed overthrow. In other words, they, Germany's a heavy gun control nation. It's not as bad as Americans might think. I mean, you can own guns in Germany that are illegal here in the United States, believe it or not, certain types. But aside from that, most people need to have a license that they're a collector. Other than that, the only kind of guns available are hunting guns. Otherwise, you have to say you're a collector, that you collect weapons, and then they'll give you a license to collect weapons. Yeah. So then what happened was... Yeah, so Sammy's back with us. And
hey, you're back.
Yeah, so I was just just contextualizing a little bit of the tip of the iceberg of what was going on in Germany, which was something astonishing. And I definitely want to leave the stage to you three while I refresh myself. Now, this might take me a few minutes. I'm feeling like I might be going through one of those birthing sessions. I'm not going to go any deeper than that right now, because then that will prompt Brooke to look for more music that might get me a copy.
There goes my chili.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say.
Excuse me if I throw in my chili.
I was sitting here thinking I'm kind of hungry. Not anymore.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. It's hell to be a vampire. It's hell to be a vampire. It really is. I mean, people think it's all romantic and shit, and I
don't. I think you should try a vegetarian diet and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I die. It's that simple. Oh my God. So I do love you all, and I love everybody in the chat room who has a high tolerance for pain, obviously. Cosmodauti and Troop says she's a woman. Oh, hey, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. Don't know if you'll be hanging out so much after what you just heard. But Roustabout says, partied out in the first 30 seconds. And Lex Lars says, hi, long time back again after being deplatformed. Wonderful. Glad to have you back. Remind us who you are, because I vaguely remember the name. And our shout out to everybody else who might be listening. Everybody throwing a thumbs up. And you're with three of the best people in the world for this. You're in the best of hands. This is the top tier of three people who show up with Team Dietrich. And it's, of course, Brooke Gibson, to name the ladies first. And on equal status, Sammy Romero and Mr. George Knight, each of whom is skilled in their different ways. George Knight being the heir apparent for all the information that I've established, and Sammy Romero for being one of these wonderful human beings who, along with his dear wife MEMqədy, has provided so much in terms of support. So the support they'll provide now is basically talking to each other while I proceed to basically faint. And I am going to be back in hopefully about 10-15 minutes at the absolute longest. I'm sure it'll be before then. And of course, share whatever adventures I have with you, or maybe not, because I'm sure I'll just get everybody angry at me. So I will, in the interim, these three will handle it.
Say you got a pizza or something. Please just go handle your business.
Yeah, thank you. I do drag these things on too long. I know. All right, so I'm gonna go mute.
Okay. All right. Hey, Sammy. Hey, George. You guys take it from here.
Hey, thank you, Brooke. And hello, Sammy. How are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, George? Hi, Brooke. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, very well, thank you. Very well, thank you. So, yeah, what's been going on? What's been happening?
As far as here in Southern California, we got a rainstorm, and everything seems like it's back to normal. But every time it rains here, there's a lot of wrecks and a lot of carnage, because people tend to panic. We're not really used to having rain here, so yeah. But other than that, I mean, it was great. Sunday we had what the city does is they close down Central Avenue that runs from downtown all the way to South Central, and people get to bike on that road. So they actually, there was people biking, but ironically it was in the rain, which was interesting. But yeah, we had fun, and
It's been raining here for 3.5 days.
Oh wow. Oh, okay.
It's not heavy. It's not heavy downpour rain for 3.5 days, but I mean, there's no sun.
Oh, okay.
The way I picture London half the time. Isn't it always kind of rainy over there, George?
Oh, it's at the moment it's just bitterly cold. It is around 1 or 2 degrees. It's just so cold.
Oh God.
Yeah, you can't be out there for more than a few minutes without wanting to retreat back indoors. It's just unbearable. It's just really, it's one of those, it hurts the tips of your fingertips. It literally, you've just got to wrap up And wet thermals, yeah, you just got to just layer up. It's just unbearable. It's not wet or anything. It's just really bitter. So yeah, it's not a very nice time. And especially like people like myself have to work outside for, 9 to 10 hours, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. Yeah, it's quite unbearable.
Wow.
But yeah, no, that's with the weather. What's been happening? I did catch some of the last transmission where Ian West was on. That was quite entertaining. Yeah, so
oh my God,
I enjoyed listening to that.
Try to explain to him how you can share stuff. I don't care. I mean, I just repost it. I love how Douglas was like, okay, reposting something like this, like putting a sign up, it's like somebody gives you this straight off a cliff that says go to the beach. Like, he couldn't.
Right. I think one of the things that puzzles me about Ian West is where the hell does he get this information? Two, how do you expect people to take him seriously? Like, some of this information is very much out there. I get it, but I sometimes think it's like maybe like a spoof, maybe, almost like an Andy Kaufman type of thing, where he just does that, just for the sake of it. It is what it is, but it's just, sometimes it is a little off.
I think he believes the majority of the shit he posts. He just doesn't want to defend it when it's indefensible.
Right.
Like when I'm coming back with facts, like this isn't factual, and then he's like, "Well, I just posted that." I mean, I think he does believe in a lot of the QAnon conspiracies and a lot of those, without taking the time to research some of them. And then I don't know where he's getting some of the research he's getting. I have no idea. Obviously.
By the way, am I on camera? Was I on camera? By the way, I didn't know.
I didn't see you on camera,
but
I was not looking.
Oh, okay.
And where does he post his all his findings and information? Whereabouts does he publish
Under
it?
Frank Black and Black Frank. Black spelled BLAK.
Right. Is that a website? What is
no,
that
that's
a
on
platform?
Facebook. No, it's on Facebook.
It's on Facebook, is it?
Yeah,
I don't have him on this.
Black because apparently he's been kicked off enough.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Bless. And it's not any form of slander against Ian West, because like I agree with Douglas. Don't want to feel like anyone's trying to antagonize him or gang up on him or anything like that. But it's interesting the stuff where he comes out with, and it's just that's what puzzles me. I don't understand where he gets it from. And when you ask him the question, he doesn't give you an answer. He just spurts out all this stuff he believes in.
I think he's got a good
But
soul, like a lot of people. I just think he's enjoyable. He's very fun with it. He doesn't get too serious or, like that's me. If I truly believe in something, like if I'm going to post, don't chain dogs or whatever, I'm going to back it up with my reasons and get angry if, somebody comes against me on it. His belief system seems to be very wide open as far as he doesn't really get angry when you're saying this is completely nonsense. He's just like throws out another crazy fact. So I mean, he's an enjoyable personality. Honestly, like I love his personality. It's just some of the stuff he comes up with, like Sammy said, I don't know.
No, it's so funny. It's so entertaining. I just love listening to it because I'm just laughing the whole entire time.
I know. I
enjoy it. It's entertainment. It's it's what's the kind word to use? It's a very it's just very it's a pleasant entertainment to just listen to compared to like other things, you could be alternatively watching, but this is definitely something that it's very intriguing. I have to like carry on listening to it. I was listening to it on the way home from work, which took me over an hour yesterday to get back home. And I was just had that in the background, just listening to it. And I was just laughing the whole way. Made the journey bearable. So
I think that's why
I needed was wonderful.
Yeah, Douglas is like, why did you stay up so late? Because I needed to get off last time to sleep. And I think it's Ian probably just got me going. And then my adrenaline was pumped. And I was like, what did you say?
Yeah. I'm so glad I've not seen those pictures that he was sending to Douglas. But But I just wanted to share that because it's so funny. I just enjoy listening to it. A few times now he's come on, and I just love listening to everyone's reactions to what he says.
I know, Ian. If you're listening, we love you. We're not making
yeah,
fun of
absolutely. He's a true credit. He's a
He
true
is.
credit on the show because it is entertaining.
Definitely.
Yeah, thank you. But anyway, yeah, no.
What happened in I mean, obviously, I didn't see it on my news feed. Is pretty much watching YouTube news videos, like whatever pops up on the news of the main thing. So I apparently missed this German QAnon thing.
Yeah, no, I've only caught the headlines on it that they were trying to overthrow the government. It's just for like a regime change within Germany. I had never understood. I obviously I've not looked into it, so I didn't understand the.
So we'll let Douglas talk about that, I guess.
What was driving it? I didn't know. Excuse me, but yeah, no, it's a lot of foreign affairs or internal affairs, even in my own country. I'm not familiar with, but I'm aware of some things that go on. I don't look into it deeper enough, unless it's something that I'm interested in. And unless it gets brought up between me and Douglas, and then I'm intrigued. Unless he makes me aware of it, then I do some research into it.
Where did Sammy go? Sammy just dropped off, and I was going to ask him a question. Damn it, Sammy.
Yeah. I think he's at work. I think he has to end his duties. So. But I did give Douglas a message earlier, just saying I am available within the first hour because I was up before midnight here in the UK, and so I was available. I was like, well, I'm not going to go back to sleep because I went to bed so early. So yeah, I was just available. But no. But anyway, how's everything you're in, Brooke? And
it's great. I that's what I was going to tell Sammy. He and I talked about football, Clemson.
Right.
And went to the Orange Bowl, and then I was watching the press conference for that today. So that was nice and excited about that. And I went to this casino, had fun there. Lost a few $100s on the blackjack table, but I'm not a big gambler, so just had fun.
You just do it for fun.
I haven't been to the casino actually in God, 15, 20 years. So yeah, I'm not a gambler.
No.
So, oh yeah, Sammy, did you that football game?
Yes.
Did you ever get to see the end of it? Like
no, I didn't. I had to go do more crystal shopping, so no.
That was a 98-yard pass, the longest pass in the ACC title championship ever. Yes, that Clemson did when they were coming back. When North Carolina wasn't doing, when North Carolina was doing better, and then they we had a few things, but that we had a 98-yard run, and then when they put obviously, it was awesome. But I think it was a 98-yard run. I'm sorry, and then forgot what that was.
That's great. I was going to tell you, Brooke. By the way, George, please excuse. This is American football, unfortunately. But
absolutely.
Okay. One of the things I was going to tell you, Brooke, is Mac Brown being at North Carolina. Your conference is stacked. In the sense of competition-wise, you guys have a really good shot at competing in a sense with the SEC or Southeastern Conference.
Well, they're doing away with divisions as of next year, I understand. And so I know I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work with the divisions going away. Like what they mean, like I guess the division of the ACC, like you've got divisions 1, 2, or whatever. But I know I listened to the live press conference with our coach, Dabo Sweeney, and the coach of Tennessee today at the Orange Bowl. And they were saying, they were obviously both complimenting each other, but said that, he was talking about how that coach had brought Tennessee up so much in the last 2 years. And basically that we would be playing them. He looked at this as a championship, more of a championship game instead of that, and that's where we would be. So they must be headed toward where there's going to be more SEC playing. We used to play Georgia and SEC all the time, and then when we got Dabo, it's like they pulled them out. So I think they're going to be going more toward that as they remove these divisions in the actual conference, in the ACC and ACC.
Well, it makes sense now because you guys are neck and neck with the SEC. You guys, obviously Clemson, you guys are arrived already. But when it comes to the other teams, especially North Carolina, I was very impressed. But when I saw Mac Brown, I'm like, okay, it makes sense. One of the reasons why, because their offense is very similar to the offense he ran with Vince Young and all those guys.
He was at Texas, right?
Yes. They played that game. They played that Rose Bowl game. I mean, the USC versus Texas. But anyways, yeah. Sorry, Doug. We might as well be talking clean on talking about American football. So, anyways.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't get to tell you, Sammy. Guess what? My son's Christmas present. I don't know if you heard this on last episode. You weren't here. My son's Christmas present. So we got sent to the. Or he comes home that night, and I actually asked him about Mac Brown, and he's like, "Oh, I think I know that is. I know that is." And he's like, "Oh, I think Dad met him," but then it turned out his father met another coach, so it wasn't Mac Brown.
Oh, okay.
But he knew who it was. But he said, as far as because I said, didn't he used to play at Texas, and he had to remember which one. But anyway, my point to that is he said, "Well, I don't know, you guys are probably going to go to the Orange Bowl, most likely, and it'll probably be Tennessee." And he went to the Tennessee game this year because his friend is Tennessee. When Tennessee took down Alabama and took the actual post down, which was the first time they beat Alabama, and that huge rivalry. And so he was so excited. He's a Gamecock fan, but he was so happy about that Tennessee game. And his friend called me, his friend's dad, and said, "Hey, listen, I think him and his two of his other friends, one that went to the Tennessee game, and this guy's son, he said, I'm going to be in Orlando with my girlfriend who lives down there." And he said, "I think for Christmas, what if we fly them down on the 26th, and then I drive them to Miami, and that'll be like a surprise present for them." So they're all three going to the Orange Bowl. They've already got the tickets, and so I've got all that ready for him.
That's great.
I wish I was going.
That's great.
That's the sad part. Anyway, back to Douglas. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug. Hello.
Doug, are you there?
Or maybe you want to go give birth again.
Back to food or something.
Yeah, maybe you want to give birth.
Stop it.
Anyways, George, have you kept up with the World Cup?
No, I haven't, Sammy. No. Could you please enlighten me on a bit more of that, please? Thank you.
Okay, you're all handling this so well. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm just getting the stand for my monitor so that I can sit down and speak with all of you more comfortably. And by all means, continue. Thank you.
Yeah, take your time, Douglas. Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
From what I've seen, George, is the biggest surprise is Morocco. Morocco, I guess, has been surprising everybody. Obviously, you have some of your regular players like France, and you had
like if you want an all African team, the French team.
Right. Can you guys give me like 10 minutes? I have to step out for a second. Sorry. Yeah, give me a second.
Okay.
No, take your time.
I don't know any more about it than he does, then, because all I saw was the Morocco part, and then them.
Yeah, I've not watched a single game from the World Cup, unfortunately. Football's really
Switzerland took the US out, from what I understand.
Yeah, football's not my forte at all. It's something I used to do when I was a child, but I grew out of that, and then I never followed it ever since. But I did see a lot of people on my Facebook feed posting things about Morocco, just emojis and Morocco and the support for Morocco. So that's all I saw. That's anything I could share.
I don't get it. I do not. Like I said, I'm a big U.S. football fan. So when they call it football, like, to me, football is football, and the U.S. football. But soccer, I've never got into it like that. But I do know it's so worldwide. And who was it that was saying? It wasn't Douglas. It must have been someone else I heard talking. That they were. I can't remember what country they were in. It was a South American country, but they asked to go to one of the big, soccer games, or football games, whatever they're calling it. Okay. And the man that he was there with, it was his father, he said, okay, we can go. No, the women and the children cannot go. And he didn't understand why that was. And then they get there, and then they get in the stands, and he said, when you're there, he said, basically, you have everybody on one team, like at this one, like they're on one end of the stadium,
and everyone on the other team is at the other end of the stadium, and there's like good 40 yards of basically where you just can't hit anybody with anything. Like that's how it was. Like there were like when they got there were police outside, tons of police with riot gear. Like it was that crazy. So in certain countries, apparently it just becomes so almost violent that they have to keep them separated and have police there. So I guess my point is, even in American football, we don't have it that bad.
No, it was notorious in the UK going back decades ago with football hooliganism. So if people want to look that up, just type that in. They can find out anything they want to know about it. But it was just so violent, and it still carries on to this day to a degree. And it's just, something that, oh God, it's just awful and tragic. Just people die going to these football games, and it's just absolutely horrible. And it's just
I don't get it. And that's why I think the man that was explaining it better, he was saying he was American like me. He didn't understand, like, what do you mean the women and children can't go? He's like, you'll see. And then, they get there and it's, like basically a riot gear outside. And then you get in the stands and they've got it separated depending on what team you're pulling, just because so you can't launch things or hit people with rocks or whatever they were doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually just looking up right now. There was a very famous, it's very well known. People post it on the anniversary every year about, it was this event that happened at a football game where people died, just being trampled on. I'm trying to find what it's called. So bear with me just for a second. I'm just trying to look it up.
Sure, while you look that up, I'll just reintroduce myself to everybody who may have wondered what on earth they stumbled onto. Obviously, most of this sounds fairly conventional. Football.
Sounds like we've been doing very boring sports talk. So anyone who's into sports wanted to hear this. The rest of the people were going to sleep.
Yeah. Of course, very few people who want to hear about sports would ever tune in to Douglas Dietrich, but
yeah. Oh God, this is it. This is the Hillsborough disaster in 1989 on the 15th of April. 97 deaths at a football game. There you go.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Yeah, a fatal human crush during a football match at Hillsborough Stadium in Sheffield, South Yorkshire, England. Yeah, so that was the result of that. It's a fatal crushing where people just trample on everyone. That's why they say whenever there's a crisis that are going on, please do not run to the exits, because that's what the result is. People get killed by everyone else just running on top of you. Yeah,
what was it that they thought was going on that caused everyone to panic like that?
There was something that happened, Douglas. Yeah, and
they fight a lot. That's what we were talking about. They fight a lot of these games anyway.
Yeah, football hooliganism. Oh, it's just that was a horrible phenomenon. That was, and it's still precedented today, and to a degree. When people do marches and stuff to the football stadium, and the result afterwards, after the game, when they don't get the result, then they just result to vandalism and violence. It's just awful. It's not worth going to these football games, but people do it, religiously.
No, I'm glad I know about. I didn't want to ever go to a soccer game. Now I have a good excuse not to. I'll be like,
So, that's right. When George is talking about football, that's right. He's talking about soccer, and yes, it's excellent point, honey. Now I'm getting some questions that are being emailed to me, and they're reasonable enough. Oh, there's T Tank Barry. He says, "Good evening, Douglas, loud and clear from Redwood City. God bless you, sir. Hugs." David Fitzsimon says, "DDD, can you ask Peter about the planets tonight? Could you be a bit more specific? Do you mean like if I get him talking about astrology?" Oh my God.
I mean, are you talking about like the planets going direct? Is that what he's mean? Or
maybe the fact that we've got a cold moon tonight, the last full moon of 2022, and it's gonna eclipse Mars. Of course, Mars is like, this tiny little pinprick of light that'll go behind the moon, and then it's like, not that big a deal of an eclipse as far as I'm concerned, but I don't think he means that. I think he means something.
No, it's not considered actual real eclipse. I mean, like we've been through our eclipse season, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, yeah, there you go. And see, you're very knowledgeable about this. If you get these two together, meaning Peter and Brooke, and they talk about the planets, then it just doesn't end. And it's nothing the rest of us could even understand, other than a few people who are really into that shit. But yeah, speaking of shit, yeah, so people are asking me questions. Douglas, why does this keep happening when you get You're on transmission. Okay, there's a convergence of events that goes on with this. And also, I do want people who are confused about the whole vampire issue. It is really an abuse of the term. This doesn't happen to vampires. It doesn't happen to vampires because they feed solely on blood. And because they have a hematophagic diet, then this would never happen to them. But in the case of someone like my mother, who was a damfire half-breed, and then myself, who was a quarter-breed, the term is actually damfire. But very few people are familiar with that, even though it's an ancient term and a legitimate term, has been around for thousands of years, and people can look it up and find that it's quite real. It's not a literary conceit. It's not something made up for a literary franchise. It's been around as long as the term vampire. But damfire means a half-bred vampire or downbred, quarter-bred like myself. But what happens with people like us is that we just should be having a lot more blood than we get, and then when we try to satisfy our hunger pangs with real food, and just imagine being hungry and you really can't stop yourself. You do eat. And so this is what we do. If we don't have blood, then we just basically eat food, and whatever food we eat, and it tends to be meat because the vegetables really don't sit well with us at all. But when it comes to whatever we eat, we can gain calories from it, like I did from the pizza, and that's what I was really paying the price for, was the pizza I ate last episode. And it just really, you get calories to burn, but the nutrition really isn't derived from it. So it really just sits inert in your system, and then it goes out. Now this tends to happen because I go to these parties, or I go to celebrate or to meditate, do something. Like, it was my mother's birthday, and on her death day I go to meditate, and I do this far better at the estate in a chapel that's kind of been set aside for such things, the spiritual needs of our blood boys, who the man who owns the estates maintains as a kind of a harem, so that he can basically transfer blood by transfusion, and therefore benefit from parabiosis, which, by the way, is a sinister term to someone like Ian Frank, or Ian, sorry, he calls himself Black Frank, Frank Black. He's got several accounts, but Ian West. And he just thinks of it all as something horrible, that it's a cabal of vampires that run Silicon Valley, but they're not. They're just doing blood transfusions for parabiosis, which helps them maintain their health. A lot of people may not understand this, but I've gone into the blood physiology of this. It is quite real and it's quite legitimate. Don't do it yourself because you probably don't have the money for it. but yeah, blood transfusions when you don't need them will boost your health. Obviously, it has to be a matching blood type. It's a term, needs to be from younger people. The younger, the better. And so when it comes to someone like myself, I feed directly, and then that gave me the nutrition I needed. But then then all the food that I ate that I didn't need passed through, and this tends to happen. I return home asleep. By that time, then I get up, then I take a bunch of vitamins, I drink a lot of fluids, water, to hydrate myself. And yeah, even real vampires need hydration, like water. And then what happened was that, it all comes at once, and it's usually right just when the show starts. So everybody gets to hear me faint and bitch. Yes, because this is what it's called. It's called vasodepressor syncope. The vagus nerve runs along the entire spine. And when you have that big and inert mass running through your intestines, then what happens is at some point it depresses the vagus nerve, impacts the vagus nerve somewhere along the spine, and that impacts the whole body. Then you feel like you're going to faint, and it's just horrible. There's no describing it. You feel like you're dying. And then, in matter of fact, you can potentially die like that. And so it was a big problem for my mother as she got much older. And then she warned myself it would be a problem for me if I got used to drinking blood more often. I didn't have it much when I was caring for my parents for 10 years, but as I finally shared with Peter Moon, something that shocked him was that when I really needed blood or money, and often both, that when I was taking care of my parents for those 10 years, I would just get dressed in a hooker's outfit and go down to Chinatown or various areas in San Francisco where the tourists would roam. Well before COVID, of course. This was a whole different world. And also, it was well before credit began to take over everything, and everybody started carrying plastic. A lot of people would carry money as tourists because they did want to spend it on hookers. And so usually you could spot the average male who was looking for some action, and basically I would lure them into alleyways and I would mug them, just basically knock them unconscious and take some money and some blood. Now, of course, they'd wake up, they would be injured, but they would never report it because, like, if they went to the police and reported it, the police would probably arrest them for trying to solicit prostitutes. And so they're kind of fucked either way and left without that option. Now, somebody...
That's not me.
Yeah.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah.
It's me.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
interesting enough, Doug, when we went to visit you,
Yeah.
we found $200 right there on Fisherman's Wharf.
Cool!
Pier 42. Yeah, some I don't know what was going on, but
I hope you took it
people-
home!
what's that?
I hope you took it home!
No, Maria found it. It wasn't even me.
Yeah,
She,
but I hope she kept it!
Oh, of course. Come on.
Oh, thank
Really?
God.
Stop.
Oh,
Of
thank
course, he
God.
found $200. Yeah, it was all, it was all in 50s, but
There's
yeah. So
tourists, yeah, probably some poor tourist.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of tourists there, but yeah, we just found them there, and we just obviously picked it up. But yeah, I can see very much it's very much a tourist town.
Thank you, and yeah, very important point there, and so there we have that, and hopefully that puts something in perspective. There are some questions people are asking in the email about my mother's death, and they were asking about, was there a scar, or was there some kind of bruising, or this was the part that, again, the doctors understood this as well beyond my ability to harm my mother in any way. When I took her into the hospital, basically what had happened, by the way, and people are also rightfully and legitimately who were asking questions about that, they're respectfully asking how this, why I wasn't around to protect my mother, etc. When my mother was desperately in need of so much care so often, and I had to really prepare for when she was going to die, was when I became a public informant and started appearing at some of these conferences. And I had to leave her alone. And at that time, I would ask my gang brother Beaver to come in and check on her as well as he could. And because my mother at that point had suffered from all of the repercussions over the last 10 years from that horrible brain injury that she had suffered 10 years before her death, she basically had, we were able to convince the doctors of the legitimate need for her to be bound in bed when I was gone. And by the way, this implies that you have the urine pads, basically pads on the bed, and that you have adult diapers, and that the person is basically the equivalent of someone suffering from senile dementia. But in her case, it was a catastrophic brain injury. And of course, you can imagine all of the doctor's approval that needs to go into binding someone to a bed like that. You're essentially holding someone in a form of bondage. And but this is done for their own safety, and it was legitimate at that point in her life where that be done. So when I had her bound in bed, when I went to the conference, that was the Roswell and the Rising Sun conference. So if you ever see that on my channel, which it's on my channel, Roswell and the Rising Sun, you can review that video. And while I'm delivering that presentation was, of course, when they lashed out at my mother, and meaning the deep state, the true deep state, your military-industrial complex as run by all of the Edomites and Satanists that truly dominate your military, which is your real 1% in the United States. And when I was exposing their lie to the public about World War II, then they lashed back. Now, Beaver had checked in on my mother once that day because of his other responsibilities. I couldn't expect more. She was fine, and then sometime after that, obviously, they struck. Now, the room was left in a shambles. Somebody had obviously trashed her bedroom, and she was on the floor. So she was yanked out of the bonds that held her to the bed. And whatever bruises were on her were from her being knocked about the room, but other than that, there was no bruise in the chest area or cut where the incision, quote unquote, had taken place. The laser cut in the aorta, the main aorta that led to her heart, which was bifurcated, cut very cleanly. So cleanly that the vein did not separate, did not splice. It was cut in two places, but the vein was left in place because the cut was so fine that even with the blood pulsing through it, obviously at very heightened speed, as it would with somebody who's been bashed around, that it still had not separated yet, and caused which would cause her to die immediately in a horrible manner, as all the blood would fill her torso. In fact, that never happened. That was never how she died. Instead, when they allowed me to put her into a hospice, a rest home, then that's where this Taiwanese nurse came in, who was dressed unlike any other nurse, like a classical nurse in the old uniforms that now only serve as costumes. And everyone else was in scrubs, but nobody was able to explain why she was dressed that way. They said they needed the help too badly to question it, and that she was just, on loan from Taiwan through some exchange program that nobody understood. None of the staff knew why she was there. They just needed the help, so they weren't going to question it. They figured it was something to do with administration. And then she left the window wide open during what was the most violent storm in San Francisco history. Let me reiterate that, the most violent storm in all recorded San Francisco history. Never was there a storm that violent. And she left the window wide open, and my mother was saturated in rainwater and these 90-mile-per-hour winds that were upsetting trees and blowing over cars and trucks on the freeway. They basically, she died of pneumonia, peacefully, really, and therefore never bled out. And that was how she passed. So that, again, no marks on her chest. So if somebody was able to literally use some kind of laser or something, some instrument to cut her veins without even opening her chest, without even, doctors said normally to do that with a scalpel, you would need to crack somebody open like a crab, like they were doing open heart surgery to do something like that. But somehow this was done without splitting open her rib cage or even violating it at all. They were able to do that to the main aorta without disturbing even the skin. And so the doctor said it's physically impossible by any technology we know. I can't believe none of them, they all agreed, we can't believe what we're seeing. It's just we shouldn't even be seeing this. And then so, but nevertheless, they said it's certainly murder because it's not natural. So other than that, it's one of those things that, by the way, just so people know, doctors see things like that. Not like that exactly, but they see strange things that never get reported to the public. Just understand that much. I know that because when I worked security with Stanford, we were an armed team, like a SWAT team, and they would dispatch us to basically pick up certain identified patients that were quote unquote patients. They were just like identified medical cases that nobody else would deal with or had ever seen before. And one of them was definitely, for lack of a better word, a zombie, a ambulatory dead person. I've got photographs that I had uploaded on Facebook at one time, back in the days when you could do that. And so I could still find them, or the footage I could probably dig up. I'll have to look for it, of course. But the man was maggotating. His brain was exposed, and there were maggots crawling all through it. But he was walking. And as a matter of fact, he was driving until he had crashed his car, and then was ambulating from out of the car at that point. And that was when we were called to retrieve him. The police called Stanford, who called us to retrieve him. And we brought him in just on perfunctory standard operational procedure. The paramedics who were with us put him on an oxygen mask, but he wasn't breathing. He was anaerobic, as they say. So whatever was keeping him alive was anaerobic. Prions, I'm certain. And that's an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ions. So believe me, zombies exist, and the dead do
Sammy
walk.
had a good question,
Sure.
actually, Doug, that said, did your mom ever encounter any other vampires?
Well, of course, that was a long time ago when she was in Asia. And our dear Diane Hills Buchberger says, terrible, what happened to your mother? I had a zombie following me about 3 weeks ago. Oh my God, that's horrible. So maybe I shouldn't have read that out loud. But definitely.
Diane, that wasn't a zombie. It was just Douglas. He was really fucked up.
I'm sure I look that way at times, yes. Yeah, and of course the stench of somebody like that. There's no describing it. By the way, I didn't mean to take up the opening hour like that, but hopefully that puts that into some perspective for people. Where did Sammy ask that question? Did he ask that in the text? Oh my God.
Yeah, I asked it in the chat. So
Oh my
kinda threw it
God.
in.
There we are. Oh, thank you. Sammy, don't be afraid to just interrupt with a question like that.
He's scared to be mean and then get in trouble.
I mean, that's oh, come on, honey, you were never in trouble. Anyhow, so what I'm going to do is at approximately midnight, maybe even before, certainly no more than around 12:30, I'm going to call you all again. I'm hoping now with Brooke, we're going to make her go to sleep after about 2 or 3 hours. I know she seemed to be so energetic the other night. It seemed.
I told her you were gone. I think we were talking about it because George brought it up, and I really think that Ian is just so fun.
Yes.
I mean, even though half of everything he says, I disagree with it. I think he got my adrenaline going that night because I had planned to go to bed earlier, and then I remember.
He does. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just about to fall asleep, and I heard something that he or y'all were saying.
It was about the batteries. It was about the batteries. We were talking about.
He said so much, and I was trying to get my adrenaline not going, but then it was done by the time he came on.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So.
Well, we'll try to be a little more boring tonight. Everyone, do say goodbye to the audience for now, but let them know that you'll be back hopefully. And take
I'm
your
staying
time.
on. I want to say hello to Peter.
Okay. And okay, and yeah, okay. Hopefully that works
I'm just
out.
gonna say hello, and I was very interested. I know you won't ask about the astrology, but the astrology I saw that he said for tonight, and so I was just curious because Mars retrograde, what he thought, but he doesn't have to talk about that. I'm just gonna say hello.
Is that what David Fitzsimons, please?
Yes, you want to know about tonight.
Yeah, give me some details about what you want about the planets. What exactly do you want to know about?
He's wanting to know about tonight. I think when he means tonight, he is talking about that. Obviously, it's a full moon, it's cold moon, but he's meaning because it's in Gemini with Mars. Obviously, is in Gemini and it's retrograde, and so being in that sign and then being I think that's what he's talking about, because there could be some, everybody, I don't know how many people have felt today, but, I felt a little extra, maybe just tension, stress. You have Mars retrograde. Mars means it's the planet of action and moving forward. When it's retrograde, it's in Gemini. It feels like you really can't get things off the ground, maybe, that you want to. Maybe you're not communicating the best. Then you have the moon coming into Gemini, which is your emotions. Tonight, it's also the closing out of cycles. So there's a few different ways to interpret that, but it should affect the 4 mutable signs, which is Gemini, Sagittarius, Pisces, and Virgo. If you have major planets in that, that would be the signs most affected tonight.
Thank you.
In the next couple of days.
Great. And gentlemen, both of you say, to the audience, you'll be back. Make that a threat like the Terminator.
Thank you for having me on, Douglas. And sorry, Brett, carry on.
No, I was just saying I may not be back, so that's the other reason I was going to say hey to Peter, because I may not be back.
Okay, but I'll call you. We'll try. And okay. And so again, George, carry on, and then Sammy. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I was going to say the planets are all lined up, which are telling me I need to go to bed now. And the moon is up.
Well, we love you dearly, and
love you lots.
and hopefully we'll be able to get you back later. And
yes.
All right, take care. Best wishes.
Take care, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, Sammy. Bye-bye, Bye-bye, Douglas.
And Sammy.
Bye, George. Sleep well. I thought you were just up, but sleep up.
Yeah, no, he gets up in the middle of his night for this. He does. He gets it. Just for this hour. Then he goes like,
okay, got you.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, in the middle of his sleep. Like Peter does when he writes you from Chicago and shit. Sammy? I hope he's all right. Jesus. So some people had questions about the image in thumbnail. Do want people to know that that was established before Maria said she wasn't coming on. I just didn't bother to change it. I was too tired at that point to do so. And that's one of the Biofax Simulacra posed so that people can appreciate its beauty. And if Brooke doesn't know what that is, or any new listeners don't know what that is, these are like simulacra of human beings that are made to be much more charismatic or attractive than most human beings ever can be. And they're created in Japan, and they are like very, very primitive androids in the sense that they have a learning arc, but about that of a very developmentally disabled child. And very limited ambulatory ability, and of course, but they have just simulated blood running through them, and other types of internal organs are simulated to be like people. So when they're injured, it all is very realistic. And this is what the Americans were purchasing them for, was to practice interrogation and torture techniques. The logic being that if you can torture something that would normally be sympathetic, then you can torture anybody. So that's what I rescued them from, hundreds of them. And with the help of my gang brothers. And this was back when everything was burning down at the Presidio anyway, and we set the building.
But you said they were basically idiots, though?
Well, developmentally disabled in terms of learning.
But are you sure then you didn't rescue them only for them to procreate and now create QAnon? And
No, that
are you
goes
sure
beyond.
Your rescue didn't cause the problem?
No, developmentally disabled people are too nice for that. They're too benevolent. They're too benevolent.
It was too easy a target, though. I had to do it.
Yes. Okay. So Brett, blessings from Brett. Positive conscious news source. Cool. Brett. Who is that? Brett. This familiar. Brett Loiter. Okay. Let's bring on Peter. And
Brett Farr. I think it's Brett Farr.
Brett Farr. Oh, Brett Farr. What do we know about him? What do I remember?
Don't worry. You don't know anything about him.
Okay. Friend of yours?
He's a famous professional football player.
Oh, cool.
Or he was, yeah.
Cool. Now he's in a new age?
I don't know if he's still playing or not. I just remember that's when you said Brett, that name came to mind. He used to be pretty big.
Okay.
Brett Farr.
Okay.
I'm sure Peter would know who he is.
And Peter's joining us now. Peter, I added you to this call because our dear Brooke wanted to say hello to you, and because David Fitzsimon's in the chat, wanted you to address as opening the planets tonight, how the planets are aligned, cold moon, last full moon of 2022, and its eclipse of Mars, and and of course say hello to everyone. And as for Sammy, he seems to have left us, and he's at work, and sometime when we feel that it's right to do so, then it'll just be you and I on the call. I can just, ask the others to leave, and they'll do so. But right now, everybody, join in on the call. Peter, say hi.
Hi, everybody. Brooke and Sammy. And I want to start off the transmission by announcing that it's solstice season, Christmas season, and it's a very appropriate and good time to donate to Douglas.
Bless you.
Because it's Christmas and he needs your Christmas cheers.
Yes.
He is a Christian.
Yes. Thank you.
So send him your gifts. He can use the support. It helps us all. This is a amazing adventure that I'm on with Douglas, that you're all on who participate. The truth that is to be revealed in the upcoming book. I was able to integrate some of that in my talk today, which we'll get into later.
Wonderful.
First, we will say hi to Brooke. Hello, Brooke.
Hi, Peter. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good, thanks.
Just wanted to say hello.
Douglas said something about Mars being eclipsed. Is that, would you say that's accurate?
It isn't. It is going to eclipse. They're both in Mercury, so it will briefly.
Wait. Nothing's in Mercury.
I'm sorry. In Gemini. You know what I mean. Gemini is ruled by Mercury. So
I know what you mean, but nobody else does.
Yeah, they're both in Gemini. So it will briefly, I believe, go behind the moon. I mean, Mars will go behind the moon. I believe it is tonight. It will eclipse each other. But with Mars being retrograde, obviously in Gemini, and then the full moon there, the cold moon, the last full moon of the year. I think that's why someone was asking in the chat about it, and I gave a brief history on it, but I mean a brief description of what I thought. But
well, my interpretation of Mars and Mercury being eclipsed by the moon is going to be.
It won't be Mercury. Won't be eclipsed. Mercury is actually just entered Capricorn. So
okay,
Mercury.
So it's only Mars that's being eclipsed?
Yes, correct.
Okay, if that's the case, it's going to really retard action, motion, and it's going to retard violence and war. It's going to.
Yeah.
You want to say
well,
something?
I was just going to say, remember how we discussed retrograde? I think the problem is like, I've been ill intention today. I don't know. With Mars being retrograde, the problem is a lot of people want to move forward in action, and Gemini would be speaking, but obviously, but it's retrograded. So it's
I understand this. I understand this, but this is not the retrograde that's being eclipsed. It's the planet itself.
Correct.
It's the planet itself. And it's already retrograde, which means war is already being retarded.
Yeah.
Stopped, but retarded. And right now, Putin is asking or is threatening nuclear weapons, and Ukraine is asking the United States for, nuclear weapons to counter it. But the warmonger is Putin. But this says that at least for this culmination, this is full moon is a culmination of stoppage. War can go forward when Mars goes direct in, I think, January. It's a long retrograde, but be that as it may, this is a full moon coming to a culmination of things that began with the new moon on the 23rd of November. And what I don't like, I'm not a very experienced shoot at the hip astrologer. In other words, I can just say what I see. People that are immersed in it can really talk up a storm on it and usually give insightful comments. There are so many vantage points about astrology. And also, you can look at all the different planets, asteroids from different perspectives. So you could say, one perspective, you're going to go broke. From another perspective, you're going to have gainful employment. Another perspective, you might win the lottery. Although, usually, the digressions are not that pronounced, but you could see positive or negative outcomes. And because when you're dealing with astrology, you're dealing with the quantum realm, especially with the mutable signs such as Gemini.
Those are the four that we're going to hit tonight. That's what I was wanting to ask you too, because it said those four.
Let me finish my sentence, dear. Gemini, Sagittarius, and Pisces are mutable signs. That means they're changeable. They're not fixed. They're not starting cardinal signs which begin things. So when they're mutable, I mean, all of astrology is changeable, quantum, relatable, but particularly the mutable signs. So that means that whatever's afflicting you in Gemini or Sagittarius, which were the sun's in Sagittarius right now, means you can tap into the quantum realm. But anyway, go ahead, Brooke. What were you going to ask me?
I was just agreeing with you that mutable signs, that was it. I had mentioned that earlier. So I was just agreeing that with it being in a Gemini, with it being in Gemini, that it would affect the majority of people with their heavy planets in their birth chart in Gemini or in their third house, you know, if you know your birth chart. But yeah, I agree with everything you said. That was all I was saying.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Yeah, this is a full moon. Things are coming to a culmination, and I can only say that I have experienced a lot of occult phenomena coming to a culmination that surprised the hell out of me when I look back and see how many dominoes are lined up in certain things. It's just enlightening to see how complicated the universe is. Or you could say it from the perspective of the Lord of the Rings story, and you could say, suppose you're some hobbit wrestling it out with some phenomena, or even characters from outside of the Shire, and then all of a sudden you get a clue as to what's going on in the outer realm of Middle Earth with the, Mordor and all these big fights that are going on. And in your own little world, for the most part, these certainly the hobbits and the other characters weren't in the thick of it. The thick of it, what was going on was in certain areas. So it would have been possible to have survived in that world and not get scourged. It's possible. I mean, a lot of people were. And that's kind of like the world we're living in now. We've got a lot of hunger, a lot of starvation, a lot of war going on in the world. We always have. And there are, on this Zoom seminar I participated in today, they were kicking time and they were talking very negatively about this, that, and the other thing. And I didn't say anything, but man, it's like, you shouldn't be talking that negatively about the doom of the world. It's just not good. It's really self-fulfilling stuff.
Thank you.
And there was some lady who was preceding me who channels the Council of Nine, and I didn't say that, and dare say a word about that. I'd never heard of her, but she's very popular, and I didn't go into the Council of Nine. What I will say, I'll take this opportunity right now about the interview that I did. They apparently have a huge audience, and they didn't give me enough time. They gave me enough volume of time. They didn't give me enough time to prepare my slideshow. So I was very disappointed, because by the time I got back from what I was doing, I had a very busy day, and I didn't have time to put together a PDF including so many of your stuff, Douglas.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I could put together a presentation. It wouldn't be as good as the one you did in Sacramento, but it would still be stuff that's in the book, and I could give a talk. And I did show a few, and I explained it. I said, this is, I talked a little bit about the Battle of LA,
mm-hmm.
The show to dirigible, just briefly touched on Roswell, talked about the Office of War Information, talked about disclosure and how important your book was.
Thank you.
But I started off with that, and I said, now I'll talk about what everybody wants to hear about. And I went into the Romanian stuff, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But, and some of them had read it and were asking me questions at the end. But what the good part is the host, Crystal, I think her name is Go. She's Asian.
Mm-hmm.
She said she would read the Roswell book.
Wonderful.
And she said she'd like to have me back to discuss some of my other books. I said, well, I want to do that one. I'll put together a whole show.
Great.
And discuss the Roswell book. And I hope that will transpire. So, and of course, people were very interested and new to hear what I'd said. One guy, I think he was working the studio stuff, was asking me questions, and he asked me a question. He said that Al Bielek and Phil Schneider had invented a time reactor, and Al Bielek was helping him, and they, I guess, together. Did I know about that? And of course, absolutely not. I never heard of that. Of course, I did mention that Phil Schneider, I did publish a book about his death, the Philadelphia Experiment murder.
Wow.
His father was aboard the Eldridge as a medical officer and had been a third captain in the Third Reich, Otto Schneider. But the thing is, what's interesting is, in parsing words is important.
Yes.
Because they said a time reactor. Now, nobody ever called a time machine a time reactor until David Anderson came on the scene.
Right.
The word doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So he's saying they created a time reactor. Well, I'd never heard of it, but of course they didn't create something called a time reactor. They might have created a time machine, I mean, if we want to extend that, but of course they didn't create a time machine because they didn't have the technology.
Okay.
And apparently the men in black took it away. And of course, the problem with Phil Schneider and Al Bielek is that they lacked coherency.
Right.
They weren't coherent. They weren't integrated into this dimension. And you can blame that on time phenomena, because I'm not saying you should blame it. You can. But the time phenomena, when you breach this dimension, things go splooey. Minds go. That was the whole basis of the Montauk Project, was studying why minds go splooey when the dimensional barrier is crossed. So you can also have physiological phenomena, and so to the degree that they may have indeed been in dimensional breaches or been exposed to them, you could use that as an explanation for why their minds were not fully coherent and integratable with this dimension. But I would also say that the ordinary human being is not necessarily playing with a full deck. We know this, and that's not a criticism of human beings. At the same time, you can criticize human beings with great reason. You have to love them, because you have to love the light that's in humanity. Because if you don't, you're screwed.
Yes.
You're personally screwed, because you become bitter and resentful.
Yes.
And there's a lot of joy in people that I've met.
Yes.
A lot of joy. Unfortunately, some of them are very misinformed, and that's where we'll go to next.
Yes.
And of course, somebody had written to me about The Man in the High Castle, which is a show based on a story by Phil Dick. And Douglas is going to talk a little bit about this, because
Thank you.
the man, Netflix is part of the media conglomerate. It's part of the Office of War Information. So what I've been noticing is, lately, more than usual, people sending me information on the inner Earth, talking about the inner Earth, multiple sources, informing me, like, I've got this information and it's just like the stuff you publish or whatnot. And it's not like the stuff I publish. Nevertheless, they're informed, and they've been reading the internet as if they think they're getting informed from the internet. And this is kind of, I guess what you'd say, naive on their part.
To say the least. Yes.
Pardon?
To say the least, yes.
Yeah, and watching Netflix and thinking they're getting,
insights.
new insights and perspectives. And Douglas is going to address that right now. So go ahead, Douglas.
Oh, bless you. Oh, my God, you're too kind. Yes, I would like to, first of all, I want people to understand that the man who wrote the book, The Man in the High Castle, which had a great impact on me when I was young. I read the book several times, but understand that this is not necessarily in the sense that it impacted me in some positive way. Like I was really impressed by the beginning, the outline of the book's scenario and situation, and then it goes nowhere. It essentially just turns, like all Philip K. Dick, or all too many of his works, into just a jumble, a morass of hallucinatory impressions that are meaningless. It doesn't go anywhere. It's a meaningless book. It's kind of like the movie Blade Runner impresses people profoundly, so profoundly that there were stage plays that were based off that were wonderful. I never got to see them, but I loved what I read about them, and I definitely would like to get a hold of their screenplays or stage play scripts someday, just to read those through, because they were just so fascinating. But that was based on the movie, and the movie itself is nothing like the book it was based on, which is titled "Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?" and that's just unreadable, and that, has nothing to do with the film. And Brooke, if we could ask you to go mute because of the dogs. Thank you. Bless you, honey. And so just understand that Philip K. Dick himself, who I met on the party scene, the circuit of intellectuals in Berkeley and San Francisco. And of course, because this was such a literary city and many authors lived here, and including some other science fiction authors I'll bring up in the future. But in terms of one of the ones that I met that was Philip K. Dick. And at that point, he was really bitter. He was really shattered. He didn't have that long to live. I think he died pretty shortly thereafter, after I had met him. But he had just been... he regretted a lot of things. He regretted taking drugs all of his life. He was profoundly anti-drug. You would have thought you were talking to Ronald Reagan or Nancy Reagan saying, just say no to the kids, like admonishing them. I mean, he was strictly... almost somewhat of a teetotaler at that point, and not really partaking in what other people were partaking in at parties. And he had shared with me that he was really disappointed in the fact that he had taken the direction he had taken with some of his works, and one of them was The Man in the High Castle, and that he definitely said that he had indoctrinated himself into hating the European fascists, and that as a kind of counterbalance to his hatred for them, which bordered on a kind of pathology, he himself admitted, he made the Japanese look really good. He felt the Japanese had been given a raw deal in terms of racism and propaganda, and he really overdid it, and he regretted that too, because he understood, because I spoke to him, I said, that he had dehumanized the Japanese by making them look like a bunch of saintly do-gooders that could were basically not pragmatic, but just like a culture of Zen monks that he had projected onto them, and he agreed and said he had felt that he had done them a raw deal by making them look like cartoon characters who were basically fairy folk or angels of some sort, who were providing the wisdom in the novel, and he had it kind of sourced from them, the peaceful side, and he just understood later that really didn't serve them well, and it didn't serve anyone well. It just provided another racial stereotype. So, I mean, that was basically it about the book in a sense. I mean, obviously I could go on for hours about the book itself. I mean, people get fascinated by, say, for instance, the geopolitics of the book, a divided America, and they focus on things like this, or they focus on, but there's really not much to focus on. There's very little meat in the book. And so, like Blade Runner, they'd have to take something and just make it up. Blade Runner has nothing to do with the Philip K. Dick work that inspired it. I mean, nothing. So little, other than just a kind of post-apocalyptic dystopian world with a lot of pollution, and humans are wildlife is dying out, and there's humans are some thematics, but other than the tropes and the thematics, the plot is made up by the writers whole cloth for these films. So it's the same with The Man in the High Castle, and anyone who's bothered to look up the book that inspired it they realize that immediately. I'm certain that that's something that doesn't even need to be really.
What's much more relevant
Yeah.
is to discuss what's actually on the show if you watched it.
Yeah. Well, what little I saw.
I have not. I have not.
Yeah. Yeah. I will admit, I made a point of not watching the show for that reason. I did see bits of it, and I can talk about what I know about it. And I know that first off, they just basically the one thing I can say that I saw that struck me as positive was, of all things, their portrayal of Adolf Hitler. They actually had a scene that I saw with Adolf Hitler, a man's going in to try and assassinate him, and just gets completely blown away by the unexpected. He just goes into the room where Hitler is in, and he sees Hitler watching the Third Reich being wiped off the surface world by the Allies on this black and white footage of the Reich's consulate getting blown up, various the World War II footage that we all know from documentaries. And
why Hitler watching this? What in the future? Because I know nothing about
the way they're portraying it is essentially what they're showing is that Adolf Hitler is quite aware that there are parallel timelines. And so they're portraying Hitler as a man who is not only in control of himself and the situation, but seems to be aware of something that nobody else in his universe is aware of. It's like he's just basically this omnipotent godlike figure. He just is sitting there watching this, and the man's just blown away by what he sees, and he all thought of assassinating Hitler goes out of his mind, and he says, "What is that? What are you watching?" And that's when Hitler turns around and says, "You know, I learn something new every time I watch this footage we've recovered from other universes." And he approaches the man and takes his gun away. He just basically takes it out of his hand and says, "And of course I find out who I can trust and who around me I cannot." And he just basically disarms the man casually and just essentially, it was like they switched the scene from there, and then what I saw next wasn't worth watching, but it was essentially that Hitler had disarmed the assassin, and obviously the assassin was probably going to be taken under arrest, and that would be whatever dire fate awaited him. I do know that the politics of the man in the high castle was based on a very similar to the book, which was alluded at, this German-Japanese Cold War. And that they're basically the Americans are caught in between that, and that the Americans you basically in the series that's shown on Netflix, I do know for a fact that they show an American leader being brought up as an America Führer, that the logic is only Americans can rule the Americans, only an American can rule the Americans, because no German could understand their perverse psychology, and I think that that's pretty valid too. Now, I'm not saying that I'm supporting this in any way, because everything about the whole premise is wrong. The Axis powers had no intention of occupying America. That would have been just an impossible overstretch of their logistics. That was never anything they intended. It's simply a dramatic literary conceit that was posited, and then Philip K. Dick, when he ran with that, then the series, of course, takes that and runs with it as well. But aside from that conceit and that insanity, that lunacy of the base concept, they basically portray the Japanese and Germans in a bunch of machinations against each other, which I, of course, never witnessed because I never watched that series, and I wouldn't dare to watch it because I know it's only going to irritate me. But bizarrely enough, like I said, the one part that I did see of Hitler, it did impress me, that the fact that they did that. Now, I know that otherwise they don't show him in the series at all. They show Himmler as Himmler's running the Reich, which was implied. What Philip K. Dick said outright in the novel was he had Hitler going into full dementia due to syphilis, that his brain had been wasted away by syphilis, and so Hitler just basically rotted away and died in a kind of under house care of some sort in the novel. And it's just alluded to only in the briefest of sentences and just dismissed from the beginning. So that way Hitler doesn't dominate the novel. That was Philip K. Dick's literary gimmick, which was clever and made sense, because otherwise Hitler's personality is so dominant, he would dominate the novel. So it's either a novel about Hitler or a novel, the way Philip K. Dick presented it, of an Axis victory that can be analyzed far more socially and clinically and analytically without that trigger character to set everyone off the moment they encounter him. So, but in the series, somehow he's there, but I know that he's not supposed to be the main point of the plot. It's supposed to be Himmler and then his successor and all that. So all I can say is that when it comes to The Man in the High Castle, I just, even despite what I've said, it's not something I'm condemning, but at the same time, I couldn't really recommend it because it's just so far away from the truth of anything that had to do with the Japanese, the Germans, or World War II, just like the book was. You know, I mean, the Japanese are just portrayed as a culture of Zen monks, which is just absolutely preposterous. They're far more pragmatic than they're ever portrayed in the novel. And they're obviously portrayed as far more pragmatic in the series. But at the same time, just the very premise where, you know, they're occupying America just is offensive to me, because it's like, it's just was never their objective. It was never their strategic objective. And so with all of these various portrayals of the Axis powers, the first mistake they make is, and this is the main point to be made about it, the way that it's so wrong, and the reason why you shouldn't bother to watch it, is because it enforces the notion, which is completely antithetical to reality and just warps your mind and is not healthy. It reinforces the notion that the Axis was out to conquer the world, and that they wanted to conquer all of it, and that had they quote-unquote won, then our nations would be occupied, and they would have carried out all of these horrible atrocities, none of which was on their agenda, like annihilating all the blacks in Africa, which is in the novel, and other stupid shit, which Philip K. Dick himself admitted he was wrong about and regret it, because he realized later on that none of that is anything the Nazis would have done or were even interested in doing. So he was just carrying out an American racist trope. And so, you know, I asked him why he never went back to try and revise it or republish it. And he said, you know, at that point it was too late. And I can understand that as well. It was a monster, you know, like so many novels published. They just, you know, take on a life of their own. And if you write a different one later, there's no point. So when it comes to the main point being that the Axis is out for worldwide conquest, just get that out of your heads. That was never the intention. These were regional hegemons that were simply trying to basically defend themselves from foreign aggression. Of course, we go into that in the Roswell Deception. So if you want to know the real history, it goes back to that. Just buy the Roswell Deception if you hadn't yet. And a great example of that is what I sent to Peter Moon recently was just leaked emails that proved that the Russians had every intention of attacking Japan recently, just like, you know, like months ago, last year. And they, at the last minute, switched it to Ukraine. And we know the results of that. Now, if they had attacked Japan, it might have been just a laughable debacle. But as I've informed people, as fat as Japan's military really is, it's incredible just because of their fat quality of life as well. They haven't had combat experience, and the result was their machine isn't necessarily operating up to par either, their war machine. So when, just so Peter hears it now, because I'm sure he didn't hear it before, one of the things I expressed in the last episode was something that the Japanese hid as a great national scandal. When Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, 500,000 Japanese died. And the reason why was all these Japanese were in Afghanistan doing work for basically humanitarian aid. And when Biden pulled out, there was no one there to defend them. And when the Japanese army came in, they had all killed themselves to prevent themselves from being raped or tortured to death by the Afghans. So it was like the Japanese army came in 24 hours too late, and there was effectively no one left to rescue, no one left alive. The Afghans were coming in to rape all the women and kill all the children and basically put their heads on display, and the Japanese killed themselves before any of that could be done. We know that for a fact that they killed themselves, because otherwise they would have been paraded on public television, and the Afghans would have been demanding, well, ransom from the Japanese. So since none of that happened, we know they killed themselves. And it was a tremendous national scandal, and the Japanese hid that from the world. But it's true enough. If people do the research, they'll find out everything I say is true. So the Japanese might not have been prepared for the Russian invasion, in the sense that it might have caused some real trouble before the Japanese recouped and basically beat them off, which I have every confidence they ultimately would have done, probably within a relatively short period of time. But such being said, it goes to prove that the Russians feel the need for redress from Japan, because the Russians lost World War II to Japan. They're still legally at war with Japan. The Russians feel every bit that they've lost, and that the Japanese kick their ass, and this is humiliating to them. And the Americans, on the other hand, when you go around in YouTube and look at all these American histories, everybody's still saying, oh, the Japs had to surrender, not because of the atomic bomb. The new trope that is being fed by media and by the academia, the pseudo-intelligentsia, is that the Japanese had to surrender before the Soviets came in, because then the Soviets really would have taken over all of Japan, and they would be communized like North Korea. And the fact that anyone can retain that delusion while the Russians are still at war with Japan today because they lost in World War II, you're not even living, you are living the man in the high castle. You're living the man in the high castle, and that the whole posit of the man in the high castle is that the Americans, at the end of the book, through this kind of hyper hallucinatory rationalization, everybody's tossing the I Ching while smoking dope in the book, essentially. Certainly you read it, you feel like you're smoking dope. They come to the conclusion at the end, wow, the Americans really won World War II. That in some parallel universe they won. And, this is like their great moral hope. With the Netflix series, I'm sure something was done that was a bit more solid, but, on solid ground than that, but I'm sure they did something similar. Like, the Americans had won all along, some kind of little parallel universe trip. You people are living in a parallel universe where you think you won World War II. You didn't win World War II. Our book explains that, and just read it and then spread the word. And that way you'll all wake up from this delusion that the man in the high castle was meant to reinforce. That, you see, you're told that, well, if we lost the war, the Krauts and the Japs would be basically dusting their jackboots on American soil, when they would never want to sully their boots on American dirt. They didn't think it worth invading. So just get that through your head. Get it through your head. The Russians lost the war catastrophically. So catastrophically that their population, which was supposed to be one of the largest on Earth, was left at the same population level as that of Japan after the end of World War II. All the population numbers you see are exaggerated because they add in all of these territories like Ukraine. Once you subtract those republics, the Russian population was very, very small. Lucky to equal that of Japan's. Now it's even smaller than that of Japan's, or approximately equal, since both of their populations have declined, but Russia's is definitely worse. So with that, I turn it back to Peter, and hopefully that puts some perspective on all of this. This is the parallel universe, the drug trip that was portrayed in the kind of the TV series, only in such a way as to make people think, well, we must have won the war, or they'd be occupying us. That's the kind of black and white, all or nothing, non-realistic mentality that people exist in if they're like a Jehovah's Witness, where if you ever hear Jehovah's Witnesses talk, they'll say, well, you're lucky your sister's a Jehovah's Witness, otherwise she'd be on the street taking drugs, as if that's the only alternative. You're either a Jehovah's Witness or you're on the street taking drugs. It's kind of like that kind of choice you're being offered with the man in the high castle. this thought that, yeah, either we defeated the Axis and we must have defeated them totally, or they would be here over us, having defeated us totally. You know, not everybody thinks in genocidal terms like that. Yes, they thought in genocidal terms, but not the way Americans did. Understand, Americans were responsible for the greatest genocide in history, that of the Native Americans, all the way through both the northern and southern hemisphere. Obviously, the Spanish and the Portuguese-speaking cultures had a big part to do with that. Also the French, but definitely the English-speaking culture in North America really wiped out the North American Indians. So with that, again, turning it back to Peter, God bless you. Thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you very much. I think one of the things that hooks people is the creativity of them presenting ideas that they hadn't thought of before. Because it's like, wow, well, what is it this way? What is it this way? And of course, that's what appealed to me in science fiction, is it makes you think of things you haven't thought of before. And it gives you new ideas. That excites people. People get excited by ideas. And of course, the main problem is the steady diet of disinformation, slanted information. And as we were talking last transmission about people being in lockstep with wrong information, with satanic information, this is the way you're supposed to do things. Just people being in lockstep with how you're supposed to be, how you're supposed to behave. This, you know, when I went to high school, it was, you were supposed to go to college and get a job and fit in. That was the predominant zeitgeist of the times. And this is what everybody was rebelling against, because it was a stilted life. There was no life. It's like, you know, get a job, go to college, get a job, wear a suit to work, be a good citizen, take out a mortgage, get a house, raise a family. There was nothing stimulating about that. And now we're at a point where it's very hard to do that if you're a young person. It's very challenging. And even if you're so lucky as to be making a quote unquote decent income, the price of a house is disproportionate to a high income. And then you're dealing with all sorts of weird issues with schools and wokeism. It's like, good luck raising a kid. It's challenging. Now it's more challenging to raise a kid nowadays than it is to get a job and buy a house, because of what the kid has to deal with. So we've moved into challenging times, indeed. It's not impossible. It's not impossible at all. But then, and when we speak about astrology, the outer planets, when you're born and you look at the outer planets, meaning Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune, these are generational planets. So it's like, most people born around me in 1953, we have Pluto in Leo. We have Uranus in Cancer. We have Neptune in Libra. There's some fluctuations there because the planets move a little bit, but they're called generational planets, because everybody that was born with Pluto and Leo, you know, will have the characteristics of Pluto and Leo and whatnot. And then it all depends on which house it's in for the individual. But so those are generational planets. Aleister Crowley wrote about astrology. He said, these are the three planets I want to look at in a chart: Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune. That's all he wants to look at in the chart. He's got some of his own logic about that you can find. But yes, so people are, well, we're all subject to what the universe gives us, where we grow up, who we're around, and sometimes you cannot avoid having to deal with certain things, such as, when I grew up, Christianity. I was surrounded by Christians, so you had to deal with it. At least, but as I say, they'd send all the Christians to, what was it, release time? I didn't know what they were getting released from.
I never heard that term myself.
They call it release time.
Oh my God.
Release time. And they'd go away for a period. And it'd be me, another one of my friends. Actually, he's my friend to this day. I haven't seen him in a few years, but we didn't go to church. Our parents didn't send us to church. And there was one Catholic girl that wouldn't go because she was Catholic, so she wouldn't, partake of the Protestant release time.
Interesting.
And of course, it was like free time. You could read, you could do whatever you wanted. I mean, within reason. It was great. We didn't have to participate. It was like time off. So, yes, it's like, so, but you had to kind of pander to the Christian, not that the kids were that Christian, but they all kind of like were smoking that kind of dope.
Best way to put it. Yeah.
I'll never forget my daughter when I took her to, visit her cousins, and my sister is a Christian, and she found a church that she could relate to. She's more of an independent Christian, but she sent her kids to church. And I was going up, to investigate up into Los Olivos. And I said, it's good. Go. I'd like you to go to, church and Sunday school or whatever, just to get just to get exposure to what this is. I'm not, I'd like you to go. And, because she couldn't be on her own. She was too young. And she said she was in there listening, and she almost busted out laughing. She said she had to hold herself from busted out laughing when they were telling these Bible stories, and they were just so pablum. They were so insipid. They were just so absurd, to her. I don't even know what they were. But it's kind of like she's watching all these people listen to them like they're sheep or something. I really, I should ask her about it sometime. But she said she had to hold herself from busting out laughing.
Wow. Because
she was just watching the absurd indoctrination of what they were told. This wasn't necessarily reading direct from the Bible, because I don't think the young children would have been able to assimilate that.
Right. It had to be some watered down children's allegories or parables.
Well, yeah, and it just struck her as, I really should talk to her about that, but I mean, she had to hold herself from busting out laughing. She wasn't going to do that, but it's like she was not being similarly indoctrinated. Is it the worst thing in the world? I don't know. I can't say. I was not similarly indoctrinated myself. So, and I think there was a lot of, it really helped me, because, I didn't have to answer to any of that. I did have to answer to the collective unconscious, though.
Yes.
And where I did answer was in high school, when I read The Portrait of an Artist, a portrait of the artist as a young man. It's the autobiographical adventures of James Joyce, who was most famous for writing Ulysses.
Right.
Now, James Joyce is a literary icon. And there's a bar in Santa Barbara that's named after him. And Robert Anton Wilson was a big fan of James Joyce. Joe Matheny explained to me the way to understand James Joyce is to get in a study group where y'all talk about him.
Right.
Then it comes alive. But Ulysses, see, James Joyce wrote under a drunken stupor. He was a drunk. So he just wrote. Now, after I read Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, I read it for a class I was doing my junior year of high school called The Novel. It's a tough book because there's a lot of incoherency in it. There's a lot of incoherency in all of his writing. What struck me about James Joyce, though, we kept a journal in our creative writing class, and one day I started writing, what do you call it? Free form, what do they call it?
Free association,
stream of consciousness. Yeah, and that's what James Joyce was, the essence of stream of consciousness. Very good example. So you were just supposed to write stream of consciousness, which doesn't mean you have to make as much sense as you would if you were writing an essay. And I began to write stream of consciousness, and it was just astounding how similar it was to the first page of Finnegan's Wake, which is a book I tried to read because my first page was so similar to his. I said, no, it was just too incoherent. But Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, where the book becomes lucid and coherent when he's writing about heaven and hell, or hell, not heaven, but hell and purgatory. And he's like, it really becomes lucid, and he's talking about purgatory because, he's Catholic and he's struggling with this stuff. The artist is struggling with it. And then and then I'm reading this and I said, man, this is crazy. And you could say I backed up from my body, had the experience of backing up from my body and just rejecting all of this because you're being punished. You're being punished by God or his enforcer. And I said, this, I have to reject this punishment that's being doled out in the mind. It's mind control.
Yeah.
I didn't use the word mind control. I said, I reject this. Yeah. My soul rejected all of this Christian programming from reading that book. And then I think it's the last page. The teacher, Mrs. Norton, she took my book, she took it and she went to the center of the class. It was sort of, we were in a circle, chairs, and she starts reading this paragraph of the book, the last chapter, and she says, it's something to the words, I will forge in the smithy of my smithy. I will forge in the smithy of my soul, my consciousness, or something like that. Well, in other words, he's going to forge in the smithy of his soul, he's going to forge his identity. He's going to create his own self. He's not going to, and that was a very powerful writing. She read it. This is what she wanted to get across to the class. And I was the only one who did that book when we all did different books. And it became a sort of a hallmark for my life. I'm going to forge my own identity. I'm not going to, go along with the heaven and hell crowd, or the Scientology crowd, or the anti-Scientology crowd, or the this crowd, or the that crowd. It's the abduction crowd. What are we supposed to think? And this is often how people think. And also, one of the problems in people is that they have to have an authoritative reference for what they read. They want to read it in the New York Times. They want to read it in the encyclopedia. They want to confirm things. It's somewhat similar to anybody hearing something, and then you go to Wikipedia to get the dope on who this person is or what they are. And of course, that's understandable. But not when you're going there for authority. And then, of course, there's also the problem people will be dismissive of any authority because they're just making stuff up. They're babbling. And because they can get away with it.
Right.
So, and you know, people can get up and start talking, like our friend Marina has bashed Bashar for being pro-vaccine. And Bashar, I mean, I've had my own issues with Bashar, but he's just somebody who gets up and starts, you know, acting like he's bigger than life. And people give him great adherence. He's not the only one.
I've never even heard of this guy.
His name is Daryl Anka. I think he's a cousin of Paul Anka, the singer.
I see.
And he's been around for a long time. And I encountered him putting out stuff that I thought was, you know, very irresponsible.
Mm-hmm.
And then he appeared in 2010 when I was in Bulgaria. And we were sitting at the, you know, a picnic table having breakfast someplace outdoors. And this very nice man from London had come. He's Bulgarian, but he came to escort us to the Temple of Bastet in Malko Turnavo, I think is how you say it, in the extreme southeast part of Bulgaria. Very interesting story of that. But we were sitting there talking, and I mentioned synchronicity, and he goes, synchronicity, and then he starts saying Bashar. Now, I think it was very funny because my Bulgarian publisher friend and I we were also already having some issue with Bashar.
Huh.
Oh, no, I know what it was. It was in 2000. No, that was the following year. No, we had that. So we had this Bashar issue, but it was like, we'd just been talking about it. And this guy's saying, you know, Bashar, and it's kind of like, I'm holding my tongue. And because I'm not going to, you know, be argumentative. And the guy was a great guy, and he was doing us a great service. He was really into remote viewing.
Okay.
And that was something also I didn't, you know, cater to. But then the following year was 2011. And Marta Thomas had, you know, sponsored my trip to Romania, which was great because I wasn't going to go. I could have, of course, gone, but I really didn't feel it was financially prudent. So my friend Nicole said, "Are you coming?" And I said, "Well, don't really have the funds." I sort of could have, but she gives me a sad face, and I say, "Why don't you say one of your Christian prayers?" And she does. And she does it very seriously. Within 24 hours, Marta Thomas called me and said, "You know, I'd like you to take me to the Sphinx." Wow. So I invited Marta's somebody who, you know, travels around the world, and you know, she just drove us around Chicago, and she, you know, she sponsored my trip. She made a deal with me. She said, I said, "Oh, we got to have Nicole. We need a guide." So she says, "Okay, I'll, you know, pay for her stuff, but you pay for the food for us." I said, "Oh, that's fine." Worked out really great. And we met with my Bulgarian friends, actually 4 Bulgarians, at a hotel in Bustani. It was a nice little place. And my favorite experience there, first off, I met Eva, you know, my wonderful translator. She was the first person I saw. You know, she saw me, and we connected very well. But then we're all ordering lunch in the outdoor, you know, area where it's outdoors. And woman took the order, And finally the woman comes out, and I hadn't got my order. I was the only one who got my order. This lady comes out with a pizza with corn on it. Just corn, like you get corn in a can, and just sprinkled on the pizza. I said, "Whose is this? Whose is this?" And everybody's going, "Whose is this?" And so, because none of us speak Romanian, I got Bulgarians, and then there was Nicole had to in Romanian say, "What is this?" And Nicole goes, "It's the vegetable pizza." And we all started cracking up. I'd ordered vegetable pizza, and it was just pizza with just corn thrown on it. It was absurd.
Yes, sad, pathetic.
It was absurd. It was just absurd. It was very funny to everybody. And of course, it was okay. I mean, you eat it, but it's not vegetable pizza. So anyway, at night we'd all sort of gather around. They had a small little gathering area in the hotel, and this one girl had come down. She's like wandering around, and she's, "What are you doing?" She's wandering around, and somebody talked to her, and she's looking for Peter Moon. She came here. Somehow she found out that, I don't know if she wrote to me or whatever. So she shows up, and she at night she brings out her laptop, and she says to everybody, "Are you interested in channeling?" And I think we kind of said, "No, not really." And she dials up on her computer Bashar, and we couldn't help but laugh. We couldn't get away from Bashar.
Wow.
He's very popular, and he'll get up and talk he'll have the flowers, much like a Christian minister. He'll have his flowers, these vases, very staged. There's a certain etiquette that fundamentalist preachers use, or preachers in general. They like to have the flowers, as if it, some decorum or something. What's much more impressive is to have a theater prop, because it is theater. If you see Chaz Palminteri's one-man show, he basically has one theater prop, and it's a street light with Belmont Avenue, and I forget the name of the cross street number in the Bronx where he grew up. And it's the story that the movie Bronx Tale is based upon. He does the one-man show, but I mean that's a great prop, because he's talking on the street. If he was talking there actually his story is very Christ-like. This mobster who saves his life. It's just very Christ-like in a lot of ways. Christ manifesting through the mob. He doesn't say Christ, but it's a very story of, self-sacrifice in a way, or somebody, caring about him who was a mobster and set him on the right track, even despite all the guy's mob characteristics.
Right.
It's like a prop. It's good. Just like I was envisioning you doing a show with all these props.
Right.
That was a great idea. I mean, I've fallen away from that, with all the props.
Yes.
And the slideshow will help.
Yes.
That I'm going to put together if I do get to speak on this forum. So that's my encounter with Bashar, or with channeling.
Mm-hmm.
And what you quoted Michael Aquino as saying so astutely was that demons lie their ass off.
Yes.
And I was talking to Aaron Tice today. I haven't talked to Aaron in a long time. And I value Aaron highly as a friend.
Yes.
But he kind of went over the top today in a good way. In other words, he hit a grand slam with me today, because I know Aaron as a friend, but he's got a lot of astute knowledge and experience and observation with, the occult realm.
Yeah.
And one of the, I won't go into the circumstances, if he ever wants to share the story, but he was talking about a situation where he had to corner a demon. And
Aaron was.
Yeah. And he said it's so important that you word things correctly. Yeah. Exactly, because they will evade. It's it's like a cross-examining attorney.
Right.
An attorney that's doing a cross-examination and trying to pinpoint the witness. And it was that hard. And he finally, dealt with it. And it changed his life. But these things are tricky.
Yeah.
They're tricky. And this is why, so it's like, we know that grammar is very important when we're dealing with occultism.
Yes.
Spells, grammar, and how you say things. But when you get into the English language, it's people are very sloppy. And when you have sloppiness, the demonic realm will feed on that.
Yes.
And so this is why I say I try to be very precise. And this is, what I'm saying with our dear friend Brooke. She's talking about something being in Mercury. Well, it's not in Mercury, it's in Gemini. Mercury is the ruler of Gemini. But when you say Mercury, it's in Mercury. She means Gemini. It's very important that you delineate what the hell you're talking about, because most people are going to be thrown by astrological references anyway. And even myself, when I'm listening to astrological, banter, you really have to slow down your mind and think when they start saying, well, Pluto's going to, transit Mercury and it's going to do this and that. And you've got to visualize these things in your head. And even if you know the lingo, you've got to stop and think, what are they saying? So it's language. And Aaron, it's something that I specialize in because I always try to state things very clearly and in a way that wakes people up and improves consciousness from my perspective, and that's how I try to write. But that is very much what you have to do. And I sometimes get in trouble with people because they get in trouble with me because I insist upon understanding what they're saying.
Yeah. And
they'll just say what they want to say and they'll often answer you what they think you want to know. So if I say, what time is dinner? Now it's lunch. It's lunchtime. So I say, what time is dinner tonight? And because it's lunchtime, they'll say, well, it's at 12:30. I said, no, what time is dinner? No, it's at 12:30. No, I said, lunch is at 12:30. I'm asking you about dinner. Well, why didn't you say so? I did say so. People will just override and ignore your communication because they're assessing what you think. And it can get pretty confusing. And so people need to be disentangled, and so you don't add to confusion or directions in the car. Take the next turnoff. What does the next turnoff say? Just take the next one. Well, then you find out it's really not the next turnoff. It's a problem. No, that's more in practical living. When you're dealing with the occult realm, the hidden realm, the words become all the more important if you can fancy yourself as having a conversation with an entity. And of course, I would experience this when entities would come into my consciousness and, engage me. And the first thing I say is, I don't say we play by my rules. I said we play by rules that are fair. I'll interact with you as long as you're fair. Quid pro quo. And they run. They won't play. And what does that tell you? A very dear friend. I love this woman. And I think I could say she loves me. Pretty easy. Admires me. Once I determined that she got her abilities from a demon and a pact, I could just kind of see that. Once I recognized that demon, I didn't say anything to her. She won't talk to me anymore.
Oh.
She won't. She's not like mad at me, but it's just like demon directs.
Yes.
And even if I got in touch with her, I wouldn't tell her that. It could create too much havoc. It's like, why stir it up? I'm not going to see her anyway. Woman has been helpful to me. But this is, now it's interesting. On one of the Facebook, these Tai Chi Chuan masters, who definitely deserve respect, definitely. Very learned in many different disciplines, and I do respect them. They've been talking about visualization in the arts, and they're really saying, no, it's not about visualization. You don't visualize. You're not using your imagination. That is a complete contradiction to what I learned. And of course, I don't debate them because they have their own viewpoint, and they're probably right in the context they're talking about. But because actually you want to be focused on reality. Like, say, if you're in center field, imagining the ball is going to be hit to you, in my experience, when you're really on, you kind of imagine it before it happens. So you're ready when it's hit to you. When I had given my teacher my book, Spandau Mystery, my novel, he said to me on the way back to the car, he says, you're going to do all right. You're going to do good. Because he was saying martial arts is art. And he saw that I was being creative. Now, of course, you're not to be too creative. I mean, you be creative at your own peril when you're doing something you've been shown. It's very important to learn discipline. But your own imagination, like I go into the dark room and I could imagine doing push hands with my teacher. Boy, does that make you a hell of a lot more adept than if I didn't imagine doing push hands with my teacher. It's not like doing push hands with another student. He's so powerful that all of a sudden you're countering him just through your mind. Mm-hmm. It's telling you. So imagination. Now, I bring up imagination. The word imagine, image, mag.
Yes.
It's like I magic. It's magic is creation. Pure magic is creation out of the ether. Like an evanescer. I'm going to manifest a can of beer, as Preston would say. Not that he drank beer, he didn't, but that's what he talked about in Montauk. Imagination. It's very important. So when you have beings come into you, it might be, or in your space, it can be like, am I making this stuff up? Am I imagining things? Just like the person in the mental hospital who's talking to Abraham Lincoln or thinks he's Abraham Lincoln. He's imagining it. he's interacting with this Lincoln entity, and he's interacting with it or talking about it when you're talking to yourself. And that's where you can connect to the spirit world. Not that it's always a good idea to do that, but some people are hesitant to recognize and acknowledge. And one of my psychic friends, she says, I'm always the most psychic when I feel that I'm making it up. Feels like she's making it up because she's, in the creation zone. So when people struggle with things in life, there are demons involved, or entities, or whatever you call them. Demon is a harsh word, but sometimes they're very harsh, and sometimes they're very subtle. And people like Douglas and myself cannot overlook them. And of course, we've seen them manifest in the troll room, if we want to call it, the chat room, the troll room. And you'll often see demons manifest in very distempered athletes. Will be very distempered because they're making the issue about them rather than about the team. And so they develop a complex. You can see it in some of these politicians where they're just, they're just evil and they're spouting a line. They're not doing anything that's anything other than pushing forward an agenda. It's not about honest communication. This could appear in politicians of any sort. So that's my comment on that realm.
Yes.
And maybe I should extend it to, I'm dealing with the chapter I'm working on now, because I did finish my newsletter. I still have to get it printed and whatnot. But is the Jewish apocalypse.
Yes.
And the Jewish apocalypse is all about the coming of the Messiah. And we can make a case that we're in Messianic times now. It's tricky because you can always say we're in Messianic times.
Right.
It's been, but let's just say that, well, one of the problems or things is right now in society is everything's being overanalyzed. And I noticed this in sports, 20 years ago or so, whereby when we were kids, we go to a baseball game and okay, there was stuff you saw or were interested in. But now when you watch a baseball game, as of 20 years ago or so, and especially when you have players who played the game doing the announcing rather than just announcers, they go into every facet. They analyze the hell out of everything. Yes. And now they have in baseball this thing called analytics, which is, giving all the probability of, and it makes the game much more of a head game than a talent game. They're evaluating launch angles, at what launch angle you should swing a bat. So therefore you have a better chance of hitting a home run. So you switch your launch angle. In all these different statistics of when you should steal a base, when you shouldn't do it, what if you should do it, it's nauseating. But everything is overanalyzed today, and you see it in sports, but it's also everywhere else. Where does all this go? Where does this over analysis go? It's and when we think of the realm of the Jewish apocalypse, we have the Bible they found the I can't say it, the snail, the teclamut.
Yes,
Tecalet.
just
Tecalet.
yes,
The
Tecalet,
snail.
Tecalet, yeah.
Yeah, they found that when the snail shows up, it's Messianic times, because we'll have the blue dye, for the royal robes and all that. But there's a lot of logic to it. But see, because we're overanalyzing everything, and people are on YouTube and it's accessible, and the Christians have found it and doing all this and advertising, you can say, oh, we're in the Messianic times, because everything's coming out of the woodwork.
Yes.
And perhaps it is Messianic times, or perhaps things are just overanalyzed, or perhaps this is the time. And you have all of this stuff surfacing, and all of this knowledge surfacing, and there's too much knowledge surfacing to absorb it all. So, wow. So then, in such a scenario, you have all this information, and who is the person who coined, or if he didn't coin it, he certainly might as well have, information war? Is Michael Aquino.
Yes. And
it's like, okay, you have fighting for information. What information is good? What information bad? That's information's bad. So it's this power, and you saw this in the election with Hunter Biden and Twitter, and Donald Trump being censored. It's like people are fighting in ways that was not possible to fight 30, 40 years ago. There's different ways of fighting it. Press would favor different candidates, but here to the point where you won't even print what the candidate says. So this is the era we're living in, of information, but this is also where the demonic realm fits in, where you have people censoring information, influencing things, and you've all seen that in the drama that's being played out. So that's the book. That's one aspect of the book I'm working on, and also so much of what we've talked about, not exclusively, but so much of what we've talked about with all of the drama at the Presidio. Now there's this woman I'm very fond of, Jamie Liu. She's got her husband, Seth Hargett, has made these incredible Omnicore devices that I endorsed and bought, and they were recently in Bali, and she was a Silicon Valley entrepreneur, and now she's doing spirituality. She does financial counseling, but I did some comment about the Presidio, and she wrote that she used to work at the Presidio as a Silicon Valley person.
Wow.
So that shocked me.
Right.
Because I'm going to send her this newsletter.
Wonderful.
Because she said, "Oh, it was ghostly. It was ghostly."
Right, and when she's worked there as a Silicon Valley person, this is obviously after it was decommissioned and was now national parkland, but with the private ownership and lease. Go on.
I'm not sure she didn't work way back when.
Wow.
Look that old. I don't know. Yeah. But just the fact that she was working on the Presidio is interesting enough, because of the computer. People don't appreciate how much Stanford University was.
That's right.
Was Silicon Valley, because Silicon Valley is thought of as Cupertino and South down near Santa Clara. Yeah. But see, Santa Clara was like spillover. It's like people in LA moving out beyond Orange or into Orange County, because there's no more room in LA County. Yeah. So you move out to Orange County. So in the Bay Area, it's spread to the south. It didn't spread to the north because Palo Alto is south of San Francisco, and it spread south down into Santa Clara and even to Santa Cruz, and that's called Silicon Valley.
Yes.
because the peninsula is not a valley. However, it all comes down from Palo Alto and up in the San Francisco itself, in the Presidio. This is like now, it's very interesting because one time I was having a discussion with Joe MEMqədy and I think one of his friends. Well, separately with him, he was talking about how all of Silicon Valley was based on a cult. Mm-hmm. And we got into a conversation with one of his friends in Santa Barbara, and I said, I'd really like to get into that. I'd really like to get into that. And the conversation went kind of like, it was like either he didn't remember what he'd said before, or we weren't on the same page.
Right.
They basically, both of them referred me to the book, which I was very familiar with from many years ago, The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test.
Oh.
And the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test is the book by Tom Wolfe. Tom Wolfe is a book about Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters, which of course I was very familiar with and had read for as part of my work in that novel class. I read it. It was a fun education reading that book and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and another novel by Tom Wolfe, or book, wasn't really a novel, The Pump House Gang. So I had a very colorful assignment that I gave myself. We were allowed to pick the books and write on them or whatnot. So I was studying the essence of the hippie movement for my novel class. That was part, and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. All of that. That was part of my high school education in writing in the novel. So Ken Kesey, yes, but that book, it's kind of represents the inception of the hippie movement in a way, but it's all centered around LSD. There's nothing really about the computer in there. There's the Grateful Dead playing the acid test. It's people taking psychedelic drugs and having an experience which is basically out of this reality. This is really shedding the veil of this stupid reality that we live in. And it was considered stupid. People were rejecting reality. You have Neptune involved there because Neptune is illusion, but it's also breaking the illusion. Drugs are Neptune as well. So you have people escaping reality and idealizing freedom, sexual freedom, consciousness freedom, but it's all rejecting the standard reality that we know, and it's the way we perceive reality, and that's what that was. So now we fast forward into these times. You also have people not being able to cope with reality. I heard today, and I didn't believe it. So I looked on the internet, and they're planning to put, for $400 million, a bridge, a net under the Golden Gate Bridge to stop suicides, to prevent suicides. Have you heard that?
I believe it, but I didn't hear it. No, I can't mean it.
Yeah, it's in the news. $400 million to put a net about 20 feet underneath the Golden Gate Bridge so people can't die.
Right.
And I don't know how many people jump off of it every month. I have no idea.
Right. Let me actually interject a little bit there for a few minutes, just so people understand this. When the Presidio military base was open, and this is one of the few positive things I can say about the Presidio military base, is that we had a fully operational Coast Guard element. And because of Letterman Army Medical Center, and yes, this is the same criminal people who basically did illegal and inhumane experiments on animals and people. One of the things that they did as a kind of just a publicity stunt or public relations maneuver or policy was they would help to rescue people who had jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. In other words, recover them. The Coast Guard would recover them. They would be brought to Letterman Army Medical Center, and because it was right there on the spot and the people had just jumped and then been recovered, then they were able to do something with them and rescue quite a few of them. So it would be like almost half the people that jumped would survive because of Letterman Army Medical Center being right there. So it gave all the doctors their practice in trauma care, of course. So it wasn't just totally generous reasons they were doing this. There's always that challenge of doing what you can to recover somebody on the verge of death. And, that's what modern medicine's heroic capabilities are all about. But when it came to the closure of Letterman Army Medical Center and the Coast Guard station ultimately closed as well, certainly the majority of the elements, everything it had on the Presidio closed. And then it operated maybe out of Treasure Island, base later or something. I don't know where they operate out of now because all of the military bases closed. Technically, they're a branch of the military or their own military service, but wherever they're operating out of, I have no idea. So I can tell you that at that time, the San Francisco City and County, which used to count the number of suicides, averaged them out, like Peter Moon said, something astronomical. It's unbelievable. The romance, the horrible, tragic romance of the bridge draws people like moths to a flame. So it was something on the verge of at least a score a month, more like half 100 a month, sometimes as much as 100 a month, people trying to kill themselves. Unbelievable. Once that Letterman Army Medical Center closed and they were no longer capable of rescuing people, this meant that everyone who jumps off that bridge now is guaranteed, almost 100%, they're going to die. Matter of fact, it is simply 100%. There's no one there to rescue them. There's no one there to take them to any hospitals that are close enough. So there's no way anyone can survive now. So the result is the city and county of San Francisco made it a policy to stop counting the suicides. So they don't count how many anymore. We don't know how many people are jumping off the bridge now, but guaranteed with COVID, with the economy that went down the tubes, you can bet it increased. So it could be up to 100 a month, probably some months 200. I'm not exaggerating here. And so with that, we turn it back to Peter. It's but then, think about this. Michael Aquino said that, the energy of all those suicides feeds our demons, those that the military was calling up on site. Dwell on that for a moment. And again, with that, we turn it back to Peter.
Well, it's a good point, and he's right, because, and I'm going to reference Taoism, and in Taoism, life is considered very precious. It's like you're given a life is a gift, and you don't want to abuse it. Now, Douglas has done a very good job of somebody who's been given such a shit sandwich for a life.
Thank you.
and valuing life, and he has a lot of cogent approaches to living life that is unusual for somebody who's suffered so much, and that's very commendable.
Bless you.
But we're all handed challenges, and sometimes the people who have it the easiest sometimes find their life very challenged when the easiness wears off. Say somebody gets their everything they get in life because of their good looks, then they lose their looks. That's just one example. Everything comes easy till their mother dies and they can't handle it. Whatever it is, we all get challenged. And so when you have a life, you have to treat it with respect You want to make the most of it. That can be a challenge. You know, if you've got to dig a ditch all day to feed your family. And there's so many stories of fathers who work their ass off to support a family. And that's all they're concerned about. And they're actually working to provide a safe home and a nice environment for their kids to grow up. They may or may not be respected by their wife. Often they are, but they're spending all their time providing to make a family. It's very hard work. So that there's all sorts of scenarios. They're treating life as precious. They're taking responsibility for their kids. There's also stories where people don't take care of the kid. Mothers abandoning their kid and whatnot. But, you know, your own life is precious. Other people's lives are precious. So if you treat life with preciousness, it works out in your own best interest. And so when we have all these suicides going on, a lot of people are struggling with life because they've been handed a bad hand and they're not able to deal with it. They can't deal with it, so they give up. And society has plenty of institutions that are designed to help. And sometimes their help is not so good. Sometimes it works. Just like I think mentioned it last transmission, the program to help kids. Armin the Boxer.
Oh, right. I'm so sorry. I forget the name.
From this program, it helped him, got him off the streets, rescued him as an individual, and enabled him to become a world champion boxer. Of course, not everybody who went through that program became a world champion boxer, but he benefited from the program directly. And because he came from an environment where he had to steal to survive, and they put him in that program and helped him. There are other programs help depressed kids, and my daughter's ex-boyfriend had gone to one and felt suicidal, and they said, "You're not ready." He went out and hung himself.
Oh, Jesus.
So it's like, sometimes these institutions fail. Of course, the only reason they failed him is because they didn't take him seriously. They didn't recognize. When somebody asks for help, you should treat them seriously. Very important. Even if you think they're just trying to get attention, you treat them as if they're serious, because you can't lose that way. And believe you me, they do need attention. Whether they're playing you or not, they need attention. They're using that gimmick to get attention, or they mean it. So you give them attention and you help them, or you get them into a place where they can get help. So we have society failing these people. Now, is society responsible for these people? They're part of the tribe. They are part of the tribe of human beings. So, and as you say, there's plenty of institutions that are designed or set up to help this because it's a natural response. But you have, nevertheless, this is life failing itself. It's not the same as if everybody went out on a fishing boat and they all paid, $100 to go out and fish for the afternoon. And then everybody starts jumping off the boat. That's not going to happen. They're well healed enough, psychologically stable enough to go out and enjoy sport fishing. But other people, they don't have joy. They can't find joy. They can't find a reason for living. So, and so then you have the other side with Michael Aquino. There are people feeding off that energy and probably promoting that energy through media, through psychological operations, whether it be the Heart Project, whether it be the Montauk Project, whatever it is. You know, every time you have a suicide, you've got somebody keeping score. You know, you've got the score. Oh, we got another one. Oh, right. Well, you got another one.
Yes.
And it just is what it is. You can't get too depressed over all the suicides in the world because it'll drive you crazy. Yes. You have to deal with your own realm, and you have to treat life precious where it's in your realm. And that's a very important thing, because people get discouraged, and there's been a lot to be discouraged about over the last few years. Yes. And it's just not a good deal. It's not a good idea.
Right.
So to get back to the Jewish apocalypse, yes, it's like it becomes critical time. I was talking about things being overanalyzed, and then you're dealing with all this strife in the world. It's demons behind everything that's bad or negative. Yes. Everything that's negative, whether it be, you know, the Putin war, and, you know, Putin being surrounded by occultists, and he's, you know, it's amazing he can survive.
Yes. That's probably the occultists helping him do so, really.
He couldn't have too much time left. Yes. He couldn't have too much time left. But you have all of these situations going on in the world that, you know, where negativity, you know, things feed off of the negativity. And the politics, the whole, all that stuff we went through with the, you know, with the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff and all the political animosity, we have all these shootings going places.
Yes.
I mean, it's hard to believe these things being orchestrated on some level to feed off of the negativity. It's just like, wow. And somehow you have normality exhibiting itself every day. You know, people going to work, doing jobs, talking about sports. You know, that's sort of a normal mode that generally isn't negative. And then meanwhile, you have, you know, people going through and this is a time of year when there's a lot of emotional trauma with people, because they're going through the holidays and family and all that. And of course, that was the beautiful thing about Qigong, is you just learn to treat every day as a day. It's not, you know, Christmas is not a big deal. Right. Easter is not a big deal. It's just another day. And you do the day, and you don't digress. Makes the day much more enjoyable.
It can, yes.
Oh yeah, well, you know, Paula corralled me into Christmas. I mean, Christmas is a big thing to her. And
that's right.
Okay, so I've got to pander to that.
Oh my God.
I don't have to. But, you know, otherwise, you know, so I mean, that could create a big upset, because, you know, if I treat Christmas as just another day, and just ignore it, it's, you know, it ends up being rude.
Yes.
But I might prefer it that way, you know, because there's no attachment.
Both you and I probably would, compared to some of the things that people go through in terms of contortions, but go on.
Well, but then when people go to families and stuff, it's like, oh, inevitably issues come up with families. It's, you know, one of my friends at football was telling me, oh, the heavy stuff he's going through with the family. I didn't even know what it was. Wow. You know, he was drinking beer and he messed up this play. And I pointed to our quarterback. I said, look, he's drinking beer. Drinking beer before the game. And I think the beer is why he dropped that pass. And he says, go tell him. And he was saying, go tell him, like, get under his goat, Right. And I went over and talked to him, and I didn't do that. I had too much respect for him. And he told me that stuff was really bothering him. I told him about the eclipse or the eclipse and the moons and stuff, and told him, yeah, it'll pass. But this is the time of year when the holidays bother people.
Yeah, it does. It does. The holidays. Oh, well, of course, and you can tell people about this, all the depression and suicides that go on during holidays, they increase by orders of magnitude.
Yeah. And I guess people think of what they don't have.
Yeah.
Where they another year down the drain. I don't know what they think of. Because
usually their loneliness is, according to medical doctors, the equivalent of smoking 15 cigarettes a day, and Americans, especially since COVID and the lockdowns and the fragmentation of society, loneliness has become pandemic.
Well, it intensifies the loneliness.
Yeah.
It intensifies the loneliness. And of course, if you can find the joy of being alone and the joy of solitude, then you've really got something working for you.
Yes.
And the joy of solitude and the dark room and whatnot, but you have to find joy in yourself. If you can't find joy in yourself, you really shouldn't find joy in other people as it's okay to find joy in other people, but it's important to find it in yourself because you can't depend upon other people. Yeah. If you can depend on yourself to find joy, that's a blessing.
It's so true.
That's one of the best blessings you can have, because this life is about you. It's not about your wife, your kid, your girlfriend. It doesn't mean you should ignore them by any means. Right. But your life is about you. Yes. Because people that are important to you, generally speaking, will not always be with you. You end up, holding your own lunch bag or fixing your own lunch sooner or later. And that's okay. But that's what life is. So here we are talking a lot about the demon realm, which is totally what we're dealing with the book.
Yes.
And all the different, manifestations. I'm kind of rambling, but I don't know. I don't know if you have anything to say.
Oh, well, I think that you're doing fine. When you bring up, of course, the Jewish apocalypse, I think that the problem is you put so much work into it with the book that it's hard to. You almost feel like you're delivering spoilers if you go too deeply into it now. And
not really.
Okay.
Not really, because the book gives such context to it.
Okay. Yeah.
The book gives context to it. Yeah. It doesn't spoil it all, because the book is going to lay things out. As I say, I'm only on chapter 3, and I've got a long way to go.
Yeah.
And of course, it involves research and study and correlating with you and getting all this stuff together, because and of course, I just did an article about the book, about, kind of explaining a little bit about the Artillect. I didn't go into it totally.
Right. And this is for the newsletter, right?
Yeah, for the newsletter, yeah. To promote the book and get people interested in. Somebody got a hold of me today and wanted to know if there were any new books from Sky Books. I said, well, no, we're just working on this book.
Yeah.
The only new book is a reprint of the Philadelphia Experiment Murder by about Phil Schneider.
That's amazing that you wrote an entire book on that.
Well, I didn't. What happened was the Phil Schneider story was very important. He was killed. Very unusual. He was murdered. And I didn't have time to do it. I was coming out of my divorce, and I got Alexandra Bruce to do it.
Ah.
Sheikah, we call her. And she did it. She did the book. I edited it. We worked together on it, but I just didn't have the time to do it. So she did it. She did, you know, but basically, you know, the whole death of him was irregular and nobody would investigate it properly. And this sort of sealed the deal that the Philadelphia experiment really was an issue.
Yeah.
Was a real thing. Phil, I never met Phil, but he told a lot of weird stories about aliens and Dulce and whatnot. And they didn't invite credibility, but I really didn't go down that rabbit hole with him.
Right.
We just went, and his ex-wife was very sincere. She provided certain information, and she was, you know, thought it was definitely, you know, the case. I mean, his father, you know, she stated quite flatly that they had gold bars that even had teeth in them from the Jews. You know, they took all the gold out of the Jews' mouths.
Right, and melted it down. Yeah.
Fragments of teeth in the gold.
Jesus.
Yeah. That was just currency.
Yeah.
It was currency. It was so Phil was that was the last, you know, book that I reprinted several months ago. I've got a reprint, Encounter in the Pleiades. But I don't have any new books for him. I said, I'm working on this. Because he's bought all the other ones and read all the other ones. So this is important.
So the individual who had written you something about, I forgot, what was he saying about somebody was asking you something about something we might cover tonight, or
that was the man in the High Castle.
Right. Oh God, that's right. we did.
We covered that.
Yes, we did.
As you say, I've also had people writing to me about the inner Earth and, you know, informing me.
Or they presume to be informing you. Yes. Oh my God.
You know, it would be sort of like somebody reading the sports pages and looking at what's going on with the New York Yankees, and then going to the manager of the Yankees, seeing him and saying, you know, this is happening with your center fielder. He's got a bad knee. Well, you know, you don't think the manager of the New York Yankees knows that. You know, or they're giving him, you know, some stupid ass report that it's not even true. Yes. So, you know, and Joe MEMqədy explained this to me. He said that when you're, you know, writing books or something, like he's doing or I'm doing, his was more transmedia, doing a lot more on computer, but he's written books. But he had a profile. He had a high profile as far as somebody who was, you know, creating information. And then somebody would get on his chat line or whatever and start telling him, yeah, what you're doing is great. You know, I'm doing this. And then they act like they're of comparable magnitude.
Right.
And then you find out they're like, you know, some kid in a basement who's playing with a couple of rabbit ears and, you know, trying to make a, you know, parallel universe generator with a pair of TV rabbit ears.
Yes.
It's like,
offensive.
And it's offensive in the extreme.
Yes, thank you.
Because it's, you know, it's just like they're not in the ballpark. It's sort of like reading a book on physics and feeling like you have some grasp in it, and then you go sit with a bunch of, you know, top scientists, and start acting like you're one of them, or start having a serious dialogue. And they say something to you, and you don't know what the hell they're talking about, something that anybody would commonly understand. And this is unfortunately, I guess people sometimes, just have huge egos.
Yes. No, it's
they don't understand. They don't. It's kind of like taking a goldfish on a fishing boat to use it as bait.
Yes.
You're crazy. Nothing's going to take that goldfish. It's just.
By the way, this is my ignorance speaking. I don't fish and know nothing about fishing. But why wouldn't anything take the goldfish? Is it just the color would be too?
In fishing, you would take anchovies.
Okay.
Would be used for bait.
Okay.
A goldfish would be like, what the hell is this?
Right. It's just something they're not familiar with. Right.
Yeah, it's also fresh water.
Right. It's fresh water, and
so you've got a sardine, and I mean, they used to use sardines before they pretty much extincted them. Sardines better than an anchovy because it's bigger, and then the bigger fish is a mackerel. It's very live, and that's where you can catch a yellowtail or something. But a goldfish is like a freshwater fish. It's not. Well, I never understood freshwater fishing. It just completely eluded me. I tried it. It was just, I didn't get it.
Wow.
I think you have to be really schooled in it.
Wow.
To really know what you're doing. Mm-hmm. And plus, I don't like freshwater. Actually, I did freshwater fish, catfish. Catfish actually tastes pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I caught a lot of catfish.
Wow.
Yeah. We did an excursion on that, and they taste pretty good, and they're not that hard to catch. But anyway, there's always these stories, and they're true, pretty much, about at the bottom of the river is this huge 9-foot catfish.
Yes.
Or a sturgeon. Yes. These things are just, they're more frightening than your typical saltwater fishes.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like, you kind of, they're lurking under there. River water is so much dirtier than ocean water, or appears to be.
Yes.
But anyway, do we have anything in the chat room that's of interest?
Oh, well, let's take a look and find out. I certainly was getting a lot of feedback. People are saying great show in the private messages. Let's take a look at.
Liked it.
Yes. And so Daniel Cardenas in the chat room is saying the quickest way to bring suffering into your life is to attach to something that is subject to change, which is mostly everything. Astute observation. Vicky Johnson was asking, is the bay, San Francisco Bay, she says, oh my God, that's so true about the bridge. Isn't the bay quite shallow? And, and some might think that because that would add to the deaths, obviously. If it were that shallow, of course, it'd be 100% death ratio no matter what, because, people would be hitting a solid bottom, right? No, it's actually, comparatively speaking, quite deep. But what makes the bay unique or uniquely dangerous is that it's loaded with shoals or these rocks. They have what they call the, I forget the technical name for them, but they basically call them bay captains. In fact, that may be the actual official name for them. But when ships come into the San Francisco Bay, generally they turn the ship over to the bay captain, meaning the bay captain is skilled in knowing where all the rocks are in San Francisco Bay.
That happens at every harbor.
Yeah, okay.
Every harbor, they're called the pilot.
Okay, thank you. See, our man knows because, of course, he lived on a ship.
Go in and whether it's in the Lisbon, the Tagus River in Lisbon, Tangier, wherever. It's because the pilot, in fact, you have to pay the pilot. You call the pilot, he comes aboard, and then he escorts, the captain and the helmsman into, so you don't do this. Yeah. San Francisco Bay, it's particularly critical.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Although, this would be my question about San Francisco, because I went under that bridge twice on the ship, and it's like, I don't know if we got the pilot before we went into the bay, or not. I really don't remember.
Wow.
Because, I mean, it's rough as hell out there to get a pilot on board.
Yeah.
I sure wouldn't want to be going out there and climbing up the ladder to the ship or whatever you're doing. I mean, that's rough seas out there. So you can, that's a good question. Does the pilot come in once you get under the bridge, or that's a hell of a
I think it's ideally is before the bridge, before going under the bridge.
Ideally, yes. And you have to go in very precise through those rocks.
Yeah.
And you got to go around and you got to come straight in.
Yeah.
So, but I'm saying, where the hell do they pick you up at? I mean, that's a good question, because you're out in the rough sea.
Yeah.
Anywhere near that bridge on the ocean side.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. And so, yeah, I don't know the specifics, but definitely, as Peter says, the having a pilot to go through San Francisco Bay is particularly critical, more so than most other bays, even though, as he says, this is obviously apparently a universal. I don't say obviously because I didn't know this, but it's apparently a universal practice. My dad may have brought up something like that once, but with so much of the nautical information my dad imbued upon me, you can understand my forgetting it. By the way, Isaac Romero is joining us in the chat room. Isaac Romero is the twin brother of Sammy Romero, and he is a freshwater fisherman. So he says, Disneyland is always dealing with jumpers. They jump off the huge parking structure and hotels. A principal jumped last week. Oh my God. Thank you for sharing that with us. I mean, they're just jumping onto the solid ground. Please, this is what it sounds like. Oh my God. Why would people do that? I mean, it's one thing to jump into the ocean. I mean, it's bad enough, but to jump onto solid ground, that's just masochistic. Well, it all is, but you get my point. You got
a better chance of dying.
Yes, that's for sure. Holy shit. I honestly thought Isaac was going to mention something about freshwater fishing. So he's a man.
I'm sure you could watch a whole YouTube on it and get educated on it.
Well, I could point you out to this channel with this drop dead gorgeous Japanese girl with an unusually big bust line is going around doing all this freshwater fishing all over Japan. You'd probably enjoy that. You'd be watching it for her if nothing else. It gave the channel to Isaac but anyhow, MEMqədy he brings up in the chat, and oh my God, what else? He was talking about Alvin Toffler, and he was saying that he says he seems to have been a big, because otherwise it was brought up earlier about Alvin Toffler and Future Shock by Daniel Cardenas, I believe, or it may have been, let me check, or no, Trillion Phoenix. My apologies, Trillion Phoenix. So Trillion Phoenix was bringing up the 1970 book Future Shock as a psychological state for individuals and entire societies. Too much change in too short a period of time. And he was bringing that up in the spirit of some of what you were speaking of, confronting humanity today. And so, and then MEMqədy was saying that Alvin Toffler seems to have been an influence on radical centrism, and he qualifies that by saying, or at least Wikipedia says so, and it does say some very interesting things. I remember Douglas talking about centrism, yes. And of course, everyone do beware of Wikipedia. Always remember, Wikipedia is not allowed as a reference source for any material in schools, and there's a reason for that. Is because it's the bathroom wall of information intercourse. People write whatever they want on Wikipedia. It is not at all authoritative. It is the very opposite thereof. As a matter of fact, just as an example, there was a Chinese housewife who was really bored and got on Wikipedia and fabricated all of Russian history. And everything you read on Wikipedia about Russian history was this bored Chinese housewife who was just writing total bullshit just because she was bored.
And this became like doctrinaire truth accepted by a bunch of idiot academics, and it's all crap. So then she copped out to it and said, yeah, I lied about all of it, none of it is real. And yet people were taking this and like basing, their entire concept of Russian history on it. You want to know why everybody knows nothing about Russia or anything else? You can thank Wikipedia for it. Just don't read Wikipedia, please. If you see anything on Wikipedia, just move on. Just move on. It's the first thing that'll come up when you look up anything. Just go to the next thing after Wikipedia. Go until you find a source that's not Wikipedia. Do yourself a favor. But other than that, our numbers have gone way up all the while Peter was talking. So people have obviously appreciated what you were saying and what you were talking about, as rambling as you yourself might feel it to be.
It was rambling, but perhaps I was talking about something relevant, and people could relate to. It wasn't very disciplined, but
hey, free association, like you said, it's like James.
It wasn't. Yeah, I wouldn't call it quite that far, but but back to Future Shock.
Yeah,
I remember this book when it came out. One of my friends commented on it. I think he read it, and I never read it, but I'm looking at the summary of it here, and yeah, and if we think of Future Shock back in the 1970s, things were really changing.
Yeah.
And that was the whole theme, the generation gap, the long hair, the things were rapidly changing.
Communes. Remember communes?
Yeah, yes, but the whole thing, if you were a kid, it was, even if you were an adult and you weren't too stuck up, it was kind of fun.
Right.
It was kind of fun. You think back.
It could be, yes.
It was kind of fun, and there was plenty of life to be had.
Yeah.
But nowadays, it's different. Yeah. The Future Shock now, compared to then, is much more challenging.
Yes.
And of course, the real key here, it's called adaptability. Flexibility. This is the key to anything. And as tough as things are, we went through a period where jobs were abundant a year ago.
Yeah.
I don't know that they still aren't. I've read articles where males in the workforce are such a low level that males are being forced to overwork. So I think there are opportunities for people to work. What the conditions are or whatnot, I don't know. I mean, it's all, but there's a lot more opportunities. But in other words, what I'm saying is, if you're stuck in a profession and that's the only thing you can do, well, you can learn to do other things. You're not. It's easy. Like, say, if you lost your job in 1948, it was completely humiliating and demoralizing if you couldn't go somewhere else and get another job.
Right.
Job situations were far worse in the 1930s. It was like life and death.
Yes.
Whereas today, it's much easier to survive than it was then.
Yes.
You have to be mentally agile enough to do it and to want to do it.
Right. Or it may be, and it may be not. Just to give some examples here for Peter to respond to, certainly what I want people to remember about the 70s was that when we were going through the 60s and the 70s, as I said, it was similar to that period in Ming China, where Ming China was involved in three major investments. The idea of remaking the capital in the image of heaven itself, in the image of the constellations, and by all the building material, the lumber it took to try and rebuild the capital in the shape of the constellations in the heavens. They denuded China of wood. They deforested China. and therefore were forced to invade Vietnam for its lumber. But the Vietnamese had armor of their own called elephants, and devastated the Chinese invasion. So aside from that, they had sent the treasure fleets out to circumnavigate the world. So this was their space program. They essentially were discovering the fact that the world was Diqiu, the world was round, and that they mapped the contours of the continents. Then when the treasure ships returned, they didn't want anyone going out into that world, so they burned all the treasure fleet, and basically many of their discoveries were essentially forgotten. This is similar to America during the Vietnam War had their own war in Vietnam, which they were losing. They had their own war on poverty, which they were waging, and also their space program and those incredible rockets, which Werner von Braun had designed by sheer brute force to break free of the gravity well of Earth. And once they were free, theoretically could bounce off the gravity of other worlds to go all the way to Pluto if need be. Of course, their astronauts would never survive that. That would be if their astronauts could be put in suspended animation or something. But nevertheless, these Saturn rockets were so enormous, there was no way to keep them indoors in some kind of museum. They all were just left outside to rot. It's like the treasure fleet of China being burnt. You may as well have done the same with America's Saturn rockets. They were all left to the elements to corrode and disintegrate. We'll soon have no evidence that they ever existed or that the space program ever existed in a few generations. Quite seriously. But the one thing that was going on, that America was so rich, so wealthy, just like China of that time. America was so wealthy that you would literally, no matter what job you had, especially if you had one of the more menial jobs, you could be like in some kind of industrial facility doing something and just say, I quit. And you could go across the street and just get a job at another place that did something very similar. If you wouldn't even really need to change your skill set. And this was because with over 1 million men in Vietnam, unlike the Vietnamese who don't mind drinking warm beer in a tropical climate, Americans can't abide by that. They had to import millions of refrigerators. And so people were making refrigerators like mad. They had to import all kinds of things to Vietnam. I mean, that was one factor, but basically we had a industry that was producing almost at the level it did during World War II. People had no fear of unemployment. You could get a job if you wanted one. If you were a young man, maybe nobody would hire you because they figured you might get drafted, which was all a bunch of bullshit, and very few people actually got drafted proportionately. But then you could always basically have the option of signing up, which is what most men did. Most young men did. As I said, the majority of men in Vietnam were volunteers. It was all because of that stupid bullshit that everybody believed that the draft was going to take them when the draft took very few people, comparatively speaking. So, but anyhow, compared to that, today's world is got nothing to offer incomparable to that. If you're not working, you're starving in this environment. Now, they say a lot of jobs are available. They obviously are not the ones most people want, not the ones that they were educated for. And a lot of them people consider beneath them. But, also in those days, you had these social experiments because America was so wealthy. People do this when they're fucking rich. People started living in communes. A bunch of families living together, everybody fucking each other and basically fucking each other's kids. And all this free love combined with this communal existence. These days, people live in communes because they can't afford the rent. So they're all just forced to live together. Kind of results in the same thing, but not nearly.
The biggest downside to a commune is?
Dude, well, I know too many to even speak of, but go on. Yeah, what stands out?
Illness.
Yeah. You mean everybody getting sick? Yeah,
and I didn't like that if I was in an office environment.
Yeah.
Or even in Scientology, when sickness started going around,
Yeah.
And there was isolation policies, but it's like, yeah, it's like, who wants this? Who
Thank
wants
you.
sickness going around? And in a commune, things spread real fast.
Oh God, yes. God, yes.
And it's so, and of course, they don't last too long because they're not built on,
Common
the
sense for one thing, or
principle it would take. I mean, the idea of I suppose, an ideal way of a commune is that you would grow food and it would be interchangeable with the community and you would have a sustenance for it. I don't know how the kibbutzes worked in Jerusalem or in Israel.
oh God, just communist experiments, which is what Israel was all originally about anyway, a form of communism. But go on.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, people didn't really make money off of those, to my knowledge. If they did, it was in the hands of, one person or something. I really don't know. But I've never heard because I don't know how sustainable they were in terms of producing viable products. Obviously, they were enough to sustain themselves if they weren't being subsidized. I really don't know how they worked. But, the idea of like in a tribe, like, of Indians or something, they're all living off the land.
Yeah.
And living off the land today it's like you have to go out of your way to be able to do it. It's cumbersome. It could be done, but it's, there's something about it that makes you question the authenticity.
Thank you.
If it's not outright, not there.
Thank
certainly be wondering about the authenticity of the whole affair. So, we're not, they have a community. And one of the dowsers I met said that in Germany, a doctor serves the whole community. He serves the community, a geographical area, because that way, when illnesses come out, he can pinpoint the common denominator, whether it's through the water, whether it's through the air, whether it's through the waste, because there'll be common denominators. So that's why in Germany, everybody in an area goes to the same doctor, or did. I don't know if they still do.
Right.
That's traditionally how it would work.
Wow, that makes
It
perfect
makes
sense.
it makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
So that's community oriented. But and even in the United States, which doesn't do that, there is community, but it's not communized, so to speak.
Right. Right.
It just is.
No, but oh, go on.
It's not the kind of world that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
Our world doesn't call for that.
Thank you. Yeah.
The way our culture doesn't. Whether it would be better with it or without it, I can't say it. It certainly, there's a lot of questions that would need to be answered.
Yes. Yes. By the way, Trillion Phoenix in the chat room says a big thumbs up to L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Glad he liked that book. It's a underappreciated book,
Yes.
but that's okay.
Yes. And Pixie Princess Star Fox asks us to speak to the news coming out of China this week. But before we even go there, I do want to bring up something for Peter to respond to. Basically, one of the things that, to contextualize what I'm going to read to Peter, which is a short little text from our dear friend Keith Call, the former archivist at Wheaton College, I'm sad to say.
Yeah, remember you
yes.
telling me about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so I do want people to understand that, one of the big tragedies about education these days is that nobody can afford to go to these upper level educational facilities anymore. So basically what's going on is that you've got this situation where a lot of the colleges are laying off This is this is going to change our world, by the way, because basically for many years, basically all kinds of people were getting educations, and well, we're not going to have that same kind of educated class anymore.
Yeah, but from what I understand,
yeah,
there's already a problem, is that these educational institutions aren't turning out educated people.
That too? Yeah.
I thought that was, I mean, certainly, and they're jacking up the prices, and what do you really learn? And I've seen doctorate theses that were embarrassing.
Wow.
Embarrassing. I'm not saying they're all that way, but the people writing doctorate theses, it's kind of like a school report.
Yeah.
It's written at the level of a school report, and not a very good one.
Oh my God.
And the thesis sort of that they're doing, because that's what you write for a doctorate, is a thesis, where you're actually contributing something new to the academic world.
Right.
Instead, it's more like a, formula. I can write this way, I can write that way, I can say this and that, and it sounds like I have an educated perspective. It's not adding anything new to the field in which it is. And that is because you're supposed to create something new. So, academics have degenerated in many respects. I can't say that all of them have, because I haven't inspected them all. And then, Bruce Lipton, the geneticist, who said that, all of these universities are funded by vested interests that determine what you research and what you say. So you're basically kissing the ass of industry in academics. And there's a whole story of how Andrew Carnegie had set up the whole academic accreditation
process.
So that if you're accredited, you're kissing the ass of the accreditor.
Yes.
So that's what, and this is again, people going to authority and saying, "Oh, I've got the authority. I've got to refer to authority."
Yeah. No, it's definitely, Peter's got it down. And to add to that further context, the population of college-age Americans is about to crash. So that's going to change higher education forever. I mean, basically, well, we just don't have enough people to go to school anymore to maintain that cash cow. So in that context, basically what happened was Keith Call wrote me the following on this text. My news is that the college is 50 students short. Wheaton College he's talking about here. 100 students short for enrollment for the autumn. That, combined with inflation, means that we are $8 million in the hole, which must be...
that's another problem. They can't afford to go, so the schools are empty. Well, duh.
What did you think? What did you think?
Breaking people over the coals. It's like it's about time this happened.
Thank you. It's simple.
About time.
Yeah. Simple math. Simple math, right? Go on.
It shouldn't surprise anybody. It's horrible what schools in general, I can't speak that one, have just extracted the hell and abused the hell out of people. It's been an abusive run.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, it's
it's been totally exploitive. Anyhow, so as he said, which must be cut from the budget immediately, which means that my job was eliminated, along with
that's the real thing, his job.
Yes.
So and this, I'm sorry, this is one of the tragedies of working for what they call the man.
Yes.
Not everybody, but is working for the man. The man was evil. The man is the man, and it's
well, this is the price you pay for working for the man, right? Yes.
Well, and that was part of the protest of the 60s.
Yes.
Is, we don't want to work for the man.
Yeah.
But that kind of gets lost because look at pragmatism comes into play. You've got to survive one way or another, and you take the best opportunity that presents itself, and you go in one direction or another. It's not like people always have a good choice.
Yes.
They try to make, I mean, you can give people a hard time for not making it go right, but people are it's definitely, people are challenged. So yeah, this is part of the problem of life is not always so friendly. If you can make a case that people end up where they're destined to be, like myself, but it takes some good fortune. Yeah. It's not just, and not everybody's going to necessarily be able to be so lucky to generate such circumstances.
That's true. So, and oh my God, you just had a good combination of skill and fortune. The last three sentences of this message is, I can stay until the last day of June, then collect a severance package. I must admit, this hurts more than the passing of Mom in April. So at the tender age of 53, it's time for a reinvention. So this poor man, what do you recommend? One of your friends, Dora, I can't remember the lady's name. She was saying, because Joe Tai was saying, oh, you should go to work in a library, and I was like, dude, I was a librarian. Libraries are a thing of the past. They're completely empty. They're not hiring librarians. Everybody's getting everything online. You may as well tell someone to become a chariot driver. I mean, it's but then that this one lady who I forget her name, but she I remember you knew of her or knew her vaguely. But she was saying, oh well. Yeah, libraries are still active, that he could work in a school or university library somewhere else or something like that. But I mean, I'm not quite sure that that's possible. Honestly, with the numbers those jobs are taken, it'd be a miracle. He'd have to know somebody else.
Was this guy working at the library at Wheaton?
That's correct. He was working at that, what was their most famous student, that big televangelist,
Billy Graham?
Yeah, he was working in the Billy Graham building. Yes. And
no, I remember that.
Yeah.
But look at I would intuitively think that this guy has a lot of skills and ability that has not been tapped, or that he's just been so narrowly focused on being a librarian that he's kind of, it's actually, as much as it's tragic and future shock for him, and it certainly is, and that shouldn't be minimized. It's an opportunity for him to get out into the world and do some other things that he's never considered or thought before, and to find other aspects. It's not easy to, I guess, make the transition, but that's what he's got to do, because you really don't want to be doing one thing your whole life.
Yeah.
You want to have variety, and it's actually, he should look at it as an opportunity to find other skills. And I think if he looks at it from that point of view, he will obviously find other things that he can do.
Right.
Right. And I don't know what his other skills are. If he has any sort of carpentry skills,
oh God,
he might have a lot of fun.
Maybe.
It would take a lot of money as a carpenter or something. I don't know if that's his skill set, but certainly
something.
That's the best way to go about it, is to look at what else he can do.
Right. By the way, that lady, oh my God, speak of the angels and they will appear. Aloma Alber was the lady whose name was.
Yes. I'm fond of her. She's Tom Mattingly's friend. Yes.
Okay. So she is saying in the chat room, it is moving to the feudal. I hope people find patience and kindness. There were kind people in the 1930s in some rough places. We do have an epidemic of cruelty in America. I'll certainly say
we
that.
do have a lot of kindness, though, too. I mean, there are a lot of Daniel Brinkley is an example of compassion in action. With he's constantly helping. He is. He's constantly helping people that are,
Yes.
Yes,
I know. By the way, was it was the Lady Martini, right, who was pretty much saying that when people were attacking his military record, she was saying, no, it's definitely true. He was in special forces and he was doing all this. It was her that was saying that, right? Kind of.
Well, I think so. I mean, I know that I believe so. I really don't remember it all that well. Okay. I mean, I do remember bringing it up.
Right.
But it certainly, yeah. I mean, he was involved. He's not a pretender. He's not a phony. He's been dead. Well,
he's definitely been dead and back. Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I said he's definitely been dead and back. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean that's a gift, and he gives his gift to the world. It's like life kind of works out. He's a transition guy. He helps people through their transition.
Yes.
And not everybody gets a transition. Not everybody needs a transition.
And by the way, just so people know, Daniel Brinkley does do all that. That's one of the reasons why I brought up it is so offensive that people attack his military experience, because the real truth of the matter is, why would they care when he's been helping veterans transition and he's dedicated so much time to training other people in doing this kind of hospice work? And at that point, even if his story was fabricated, what would it matter with the help that he's providing to veterans now? But people, these people are crazed. They're truly evil. But unfortunately, why I'm bitter about it is because he unfortunately is also working on the side of evil, because he's affiliated with these people, George Norrie and Linda Moulton Howe and that entire crowd of information suppression. These are people who, and this is not any kind of megalomania on my part at all. I was on Coast to Coast AM and the response was enormous. And, everyone wanted to be back, but George Norrie wouldn't have it because he's there to hide the truth, not to inform people. And he ultimately was under orders from Michael Aquino. We're talking about something beneath satanic that this man serves, has dedicated his life to. So Daniel Brinkley is deep in bed with that, just like he was with Art Bell, who was one of the most evil of slime crawlers to plague the earth with his presence. So it's like Daniel Brinkley has been hanging out with just the worst of the worst when it comes to the crowd. So you've got to ask, why? Well, of course, his bread is buttered there. They gave him a platform. And so he needed that, and therefore he just gets in bed with these people. But
it's like he does, and
it is what it is. Yeah,
what it's like he's got a forum for what he does. I really, I think it's good that he's doing what he's doing.
Yes, I mean he's doing what he's doing. Then he's got the forum to do what he does. We all got to make a living, right? And of course, I need to make a living, so I do appreciate it.
And Douglas needs to make a living. Please contribute to him.
Thank you.
But I think Douglas, Brandon is doing this. Daniel is doing this to make a living.
Yeah.
Daniel has a mission in life. It's to help people through that. That transition state.
Yeah.
If we wanted to be real cynical, we could say he's sending him to the implant station, but I don't. I don't believe that,
no.
And I'm not in a position to say that either. I mean, if one wants to be cynical,
no, even I wouldn't say that. No.
What I'm just saying is, it's like people can take a swipe at anybody.
Yeah,
and that's one of the dangers of becoming prominent. Prime case is the story of Balder. Sounds like a hair commercial. Balder was the the Norse god, who was the most beautiful of all the gods. You know, he would have been very popular with homosexuals. You know, in Greek mythology, you think of Venus, it's beautiful. But in Norse mythology, you don't hear raves about Freya, Friday's named after. You hear raves about Balder. He was the most beautiful of the gods. We have a male, just resplendent. Everybody loved him because he was so beautiful. But Loki was jealous, and he killed Balder because he stood out. Now, that's an archetypal story, but this is what happens. If somebody's getting too much attention, they invite the, you know, the Judas principle, or so to speak.
Yes.
You know, somebody's got to be taken down a notch or more. That's the problem with the Jesus story. He's so popular that he's got to be taken down. And he's taken down, you know, because, you know, Judas is counting the purse, and Jesus isn't being responsible with the money, and we got to have accounting, you know, we got to do this right. You know, he's kind of like, yeah, we got to do this right. And Jesus isn't playing the game right, and he's not. So he gets eliminated, and Judas facilitates the elimination because it's inevitable. It's like not playing that game. So unfortunately, you know, people like to take other people down if they can.
Yes.
And then it gets a little stupid because, like, say, in the case of Muhammad Ali, you know, everybody wanted to knock him off of his high horse. And then he comes back and wins the championship, and he's everybody's hero because he came back from adversity. And now he's what he's a folk hero. Yes. He in a short amount of time, like 10 years, he transitioned from the most ornery character in sports to, you know, the greatest folk hero sports ever had in America. He's a folk hero. Because in modern times, folk hero too. Yeah. So, and people had all those opinions like they had of, was this quarterback Colin Kaepernick for the 49ers,
yeah,
who was kneeling down in the Star Spangled Banner because of Black Lives Matter, and everybody was disrespecting him, particularly the NFL owners, until they had the George Floyd incident, and then everybody said, "Oh, blacks should be treated right. Blacks should be treated right." You know, it's just a parrot action, and they couldn't get away, and you know, it was like nobody would listen to him, and he was treated like a pariah. And you know, such is the world. You know, he stood up for something that a lot of people weren't willing to acknowledge. There's no abuse of black people. And even that gets criticized because he's made so much money off of Nike or whatever those companies that he's been questioned. His integrity has been questioned. I'm not saying his integrity is not intact because I don't really know or follow the story, but certainly he has been questioned because, you know, although he was not able to make it back into the NFL, and he was able to make a fortune independent, more than he would have made in the NFL, right, at his you know, current skill set.
Yes.
So what people, you know, like to take people down, and it's interesting. Mm-hmm. If you parse your words carefully, yes, it's harder to take you down. If you say things responsibly or carefully, there's no point of attack. Or it's harder to attack.
Yes, that's quite true.
So, yes, and that's part of what we're talking about, dealing with grammar and demons and all that.
Yes.
And if you're sloppy, you leave yourself open to attack. Now, but we also live in a world where people can be just sheer idiots.
Yes.
And they get away with it. Politicians can go out and say stupid things. Joe Biden is one of them. And you'll have half of the media supporting him. The other half of the media will dissect his fumbles. But it's like, so here's an example where you can say stupid things, but nobody will take you down because it becomes about power.
Well, people try, but it depends on how many people you have on your side to balance that out. But go on.
Exactly. It's like, stupidity is an option.
Yes, almost a requirement. But go on. So, Peter, basically, I'm sharing screen with you now. Can you see this? I honestly didn't get a chance to show you because it was came not too long before the show started. And so there was a response from Marina Sarin. I do want everybody here because our numbers are very high. If anyone is here because they were hoping for Marina Sarin, she should be with us next Wednesday. We will inquire. Peter Moon will follow up with
that. Did she say that?
Well, what she said is this. So I don't know if you can see the screen share.
I see that. I see that.
So basically what she said was this, don't worry. It's not about trolls or anything. I'm truly still recovering. So that was her response to the message I had sent to her.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. And also just want to do take a look at the chat room. People are, of course, participating in there, and they have a few other things that they're saying now. And let's take a look and see what they're saying. And of course, we could say that our Mr. MEMqədy asks a very in-depth sociological question. I'll go into that after Peter retreats into the gentle night. Aloma Albert is correct, I feel, when she says a goldfish would work. I mean, after all, brine shrimp are saltwater creatures, but we use them to feed freshwater fish. I mean, in the end, fish really eat anything, pretty much. And
if I can guarantee you, a goldfish isn't going to catch
much
SHIT.
Yeah, nothing really.
In salt water, what it might catch in fresh water, I don't know.
Yeah. And the point,
a hook can catch a fish.
Yeah. True. Yeah. And so then Trillion Phoenix says needs a master's degree to be a librarian. And just so people know, I had gotten to that point, the credit equivalent of a master's degree. And I never turned in my master's thesis because I really had no intention ultimately at that point, with all my disillusion with the Department of Defense and my entire just disgust with that whole career field. I had no intention of becoming a librarian, so I never really turned in my master's thesis. So I don't have a master's degree in library science, which was offered by the University of San Jose. And but I never followed up with that, and therefore, don't have it. But Trillion Phoenix is right. Yes, the master's degree in library science is what you need. Christopher Fay says, greetings with gusto. Greetings to you in turn, Chris Fay. All our appreciation you're being here. And when it comes to, shall we say, what this brings to mind when I bring up that library science master's degree is, again, the lunatic Stephen Outram, who's a multimillionaire who never earned a degree in his life in anything. Indeed, probably never graduated from high school and was always very self-conscious about it. And he was just very, just enraged by the fact that, I said that I held so many credits in college, got various degrees, which weren't really, all that many, but I did make a point of having the credit equivalent of basically 2 master's degrees. And this enraged him. And so he again would pull the straw man argument and say, Douglas Dietrich says he was going to get a master's degree in library science from the University of San Francisco. It's only offered at the University of San Jose in California, which is exactly what I said was, so, it's just sickening. It's just sickening.
I think people have made such a big deal in the past out of degrees. I think we're over that.
Thank you. We're getting over it now. That's for sure.
As a society, we're getting over that. And it's like, it's just like, it's lost whatever it had because the value is highly questionable.
Well, there's a revolt against the experts at this point in history.
Well, they're not even experts. That's the problem. Yeah. The experts are not the experts. And we can take this in physics where the experts won't acknowledge David Anderson, because he's too expert. It's so silly. Yeah. And I'm sure there's many other, that's just an area that I know. It's like, okay, you don't count. It's a form of cancel culture that goes whack even before we had cancel culture.
Well, there's an in crowd and an out crowd. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, David's been canceled. Yeah. So and David would tell you from a military perspective, that's censorship. Yeah. It's censorship. So, censorship is the tool. Now, but I want to not exactly digress, but I want to go back to and the suicide thing. Yeah. And this.
Just before you go there,
Infinity Phoenix, I think his name was Infinity Phoenix, said that he was complimenting the book.
Yeah,
L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. Yeah. Well, this is mentioned in there, I believe. I'm trying to.
By the way, while you look for that, I just want to let people know something. When Peter talks about when you parse your words carefully, you can't be attacked. I mean, I've always been a demon, quote unquote, for just qualifying almost everything I said pedantically like an attorney. Therefore, it's not my subjects that are attacked, it's my character. So that's the important thing to point out to everybody. The important thing to note is that my history is never attacked. Nobody attacks the Roswell deception. When they do, it's like completely stupid. They'll say the Japanese man's photograph we have in there is an example of leprosy when, as our man George Knight said, he worked in a hotel that used to be a leper hospital. He's seen photographs of leper, and that ain't no goddamn leper, in which bone would be exposed because your flesh falls off. This was obviously a burned man. So there you go with that. It's just, again, but aside from a few stupid attacks like that are so stupid that they are bald-faced lies on the on their face, to use a pun or a redundancy, an entendre. Instead, mostly they attack my character. And it's just constant and nonstop, and now they're doing that with Marina Sarin as well. But that's not why she's not with us tonight. She definitely is contending with some issues, and hopefully we'll be back. So hopefully Peter's found what he was looking for, and with that,
and this has to do with
the suicides.
Yes, but the book of L. Ron Hubbard, the mysterious book called Excalibur. Now, I begin the chapter on Excalibur with chapter 12. It's a quote from Sigmund Freud. He says, no neurotic harbors thoughts of suicide, which are not murderous impulses against others, redirected upon himself. So, in other words, he's taken out his murderous impulses on other people because he feels wronged,
Yes.
His lover left him, his boss fired him, his parents didn't love him, so and then often you will see a suicide after a murder.
Yes. Yes.
But the thing is, this book Hubbard wrote about Scientology, Excalibur it's called, which kind of had the inception of Dianetics in it. He later said that everything in that book is pretty much came out in other Scientology materials. That's what he said. But one of the heaviest criticisms about that book is that he claimed that, let me see, he said, Hubbard has been castigated for so many suicides being associated with his own work. There are lists of people that were in Scientology who committed suicide. I mean, the naysayers of Scientology have compiled long lists of people, some of whom I knew. But although he's blamed for suicides, he does not get proportionate credit for his own claims about his work entitled Excalibur, a book that he said contained the basis of what later became Dianetics and Scientology. More specifically, he claimed that those who initially read the manuscript went crazy or committed suicide. And that's why he never released it, he said. There are different versions of the story, but his claims of that book causing suicides of insanity are routinely mocked by critics. On the other hand, similar or identical critics are quick to blame suicides on Scientology. So it's like, wow. It's like, and he sold it, he was selling it for a high price. But he said, he says, oh, too many people read the book and committed suicide or jumped out windows. Now, maybe he was being a little loose-lipped when he said that, but maybe it was based on something. But certainly, people list all these suicides as blaming Scientology. It's like, okay, well, if he's right about this, he's wrong about that. He's wrong about everything. It's just very interesting. Now, what is the proportion of suicides in Scientology compared to suicides in Catholicism, Presbyterianism, Islam? Who the hell knows? That would be a statistical study. But I would tell you that Scientology was dealing with triggers in the mind. And when you get too deep to the triggers can activate. As Daniel Arola would say, trigger.
Yeah, that piece
trigger.
of shit.
And definitely it moved into territories that would trigger people. So it was trigger bait. But I just think it's interesting when we think of suicides. He's saying this book will cause suicides. And everybody criticizes him. He's just bluster. Yet they turn around and blame it for suicides. I love it. It's like they don't get it. It's like there's no shades of gray. There's no nuance. What's really going on here? What was Hubbard really doing? And what is the word? Criminalizing him, but profiling him. They're profiling him. And they're profiling him as somebody who is dangerous, evil, exploitive, and they don't give any allowance. I'm saying I'm using a general term. Some people will give him allowance for his lower levels, which are clearly hard to argue with. It's only when you get into the higher levels that things become dangerous, because you're dealing with demons. Damn right they're dangerous. And you could say the demons have taken over Scientology, which if you had a system, any system that could get rid of demons, wouldn't the demons want to overtake that? Scientology has created a lot of problem for its enemies because they'll go into a society like the Cult Awareness Network and they'll buy up its assets, they'll buy it, and they become the Cult Awareness Network. So you're calling the Cult Awareness Network, God, this Scientology is really a problem. They go, well, thank you for telling me that. What's your name? We'd like to help you. And then, you become, you're profiled as their enemy. It's very clever. And there are all sorts of instances of reports about this. But there was a joke that circulated on the Apollo, and this is, what call it the heyday of Scientology, if you want, 1972 when I heard it. And he said, "Oh, this is a joke." It says there was this UFO that came down on this yard, and it had a Sea Org symbol on it. The UFO came down, and where this woman and her son was abducted, taken by the board of the UFO, and took off. And the woman goes to the policeman, and she says, "The policeman, there was this UFO with this big symbol with a star on it, and the laurel leaves around it, and it was white, and the symbol was gold, and the UFO came down, and my son Johnny was in the backyard. He took him away." And the police officer goes, "Thank you very much for telling me that." Now, that was the joke. Now, to say thank you very much for telling me that is a way a Scientologist would acknowledge somebody. Like somebody comes up and says, "Oh God, I can't get any work out of these people. I'm having all sorts of problems." And person would say, "Thank you. Thank you very much for telling me that." It's a standard acknowledgement. Of course, in this case, you have the policeman is actually in league with the UFO, because they just abducted my son. They're going to turn him into a Sea Org member. and the policeman is saying, "Thank you very much for telling me that." In other words,
got it.
I'm not going to do anything to help you, but thank me for telling you your problem. You just have a problem. Now, that was being told by good-natured, supposedly good-natured, but it was showing how powerful Scientology was as an organization. They're going to take the kid. It's going to separate the family dynamic. The mom's freaking out. She goes to the authorities, and the authorities are lockstep with Scientology. Now, that was from a perspective that Scientology was good, and the mother was creating havoc, with the church.
Whoa.
And they say that was one of the dynamics that, it was funny, but it wasn't funny when you see that, because Scientology did not pander to the family dynamic. It has a lot of issues with the family dynamic, although it theoretically wasn't supposed to. And you see this in Hubbard's personal life, where his family became very estranged from him. Not because he didn't love them. It's just the way the cookie crumbled. Family did not come first. The organization did. But nevertheless, we were talking about suicides. And that was I guess you'd say a set of procedures that could really trigger people.
Yes, definitely.
We had, I don't know if I discussed the Danny Masterson case.
A little bit, but tell us more. I mean, there's probably
he had a hung jury. He had a hung jury. He had a hung jury, and they're gonna retry the case in March. Most of the jurors voted for acquittal, but not enough of them did. It was like probably 60-40 more or less on the different counts. So he will be retried, which I think is, I didn't realize everybody had to vote him not guilty for him to be. So a hung jury, they all have to decide one way or the other. Otherwise, it's a hung jury.
Yeah. Well.
And they don't have to try him again, but they are going to. And if they couldn't convict him, then how are they going to try the case differently?
Yeah. Well, definitely. What do you think? Any speculation as to where this would go?
They're going to try very hard to convict him again. Mm-hmm. But what's really on trial, I think, is not Danny Masterson, it's Scientology. But they don't take Scientology to court. because they don't have a legal reason to.
Yes. Yes. And so so that being said, let's take a look at the chat room, see if there's anything else people are responding to with. I guess not. Well, I guess it's let me see, how many hours have we been on? Well, it's close to midnight. I guess it's about that time. Are you going to retreat to the gentle
I can
night?
stay on a little bit.
Please.
I can stay on a little bit if there's any reason to.
Oh yeah. Well,
if there's any
still high
chat room
numbers.
questions, if there's any good questions, or we'll even take stupid questions.
Well, I think that certainly everything you've
Brooke
shared.
is probably sleeping, isn't she?
I don't know. We could bring her on. Let's we can
We
do
don't
that.
have to bring her on. That involves too much time. But I'll talk to her separately when I can.
Okay, great.
See how she's doing.
Yes.
But hi, Brooke, if you're listening.
Yes.
I haven't forgotten you.
Yes.
Well,
that would be pretty hard. But go on. Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Not that I can see in the chat room.
Do you
Certainly.
have any questions?
I would say my own question, as was pretty much answered by you concerning our dear friend Keith Call, and I'll certainly relate that to him.
You have a lot of you have a lot of compassion for him, and that's good. It's like,
Yes.
what can you do?
Yeah.
But it's life. So much is being able to embrace the new
Yes.
and embrace change, and it's upsetting whenever you've got to change. If anybody's ever changed schools, it's a big deal. And it's not as big a deal, but when you go from junior high school to high school, or grammar school to junior high, it's a change, and different things are required of you. When you go to a job, it's different. Paula had an instance on her job where somebody came to work in her department, and they were so arrogant. They thought they knew everything, and they were actually so destructive, and they wouldn't listen because they knew everything, and they didn't know anything.
Those are the worst.
Because you go to a new company, you've got to learn their system.
Yes.
You think you're going to go in and change it all to the way you knew it. You're crazy. This is an operating company that operates in a certain way. You don't change it, if you're going to change it, until you know the ropes of the old system. It's just like complete arrogance and attitude, and eventually gets let go because they're all about arrogance and ego and attitude. And of course, I just have a feeling this guy has some real skill sets that haven't been tapped.
Yes.
It's too bad we're not able to employ him. we don't have the wherewithal to hire him.
Understood. Well, it's one of those things where someday I'd like to be able to help my friends. Right now, I'm counting on my friends to help myself. So yes, by all means, any contributions will be appreciated. I'll need them as much as all of you can afford this holiday season to get through this month. I've never been as stretched thin as I have this month in a long time. You all helped me through the last few months, and this month I'll really need it. And by God, I have every faith that many of you will pull through for me, as you have in the past. Many new people will pull through. We got new people approaching myself, just expressing that they appreciate what I do. If they're able to afford anything, by God, yes, please don't contribute, and that will help me to make rent through the month. Obviously, I got to buy my own water. There's no potable water in this hellhole, and hopefully someday I'll be rescued and move out of it by some young lady. But in the interim, encrypted as I am here, interred in crypt, except for days when I can escape, I'm buying my own bottled water. And of course I have to get still water because that carbonated water is just awful for you. And so that's a bit more of an expense because, it's hard to find still water that's bottled in glass, because I try to avoid the plastic because that melts in shipment, and plastic goes into the water itself when they're trucking it miles over superheated highways and shit. So definitely, it's a life where without people's help, I'm just not making it through. And of course, Pete does all he can with the book and everything else. He's
speaking of water,
yeah.
I used to sell Berkey water filters. I still have one.
Oh wow!
And Paula doesn't trust them because she doesn't, but it's just her own superstition.
Okay.
Because if you watch The Survivalist, you'll see what do you do when you're out in nature and you want to purify your water? A lot of water is pure in nature, used to be. You filter it through charcoal.
Yeah.
That's what a Berkey water, almost every water filter is charcoal.
Wow.
It filters out everything except for fluoride.
Yeah.
And you can get fluoride filters as well. But it's like she'll buy bottled water.
Mm-hmm.
She won't drink my water.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's her choice.
Yes. I'm just curious. She buys it in plastic, no doubt, which is not healthy.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, that's not even healthy.
Yeah, and I don't, I don't really, I've never really tested the two. I should actually, what I should do with her and with myself is get a glass of water of each and test them, muscle test it, and be interesting to see what is better for you, whether her water or my water. And but basically, carbon will filter the water. So that's basically what the requisite for water is carbon. Now there are many different types of water filters, reverse osmosis, all sorts of things, Kangen water, and everybody has their own rap on water. I forget, the colon therapist told me the best type of water to take, I think. I don't remember what she said. I'll ask her again. I'm reading the most fascinating novel.
Oh, yeah?
By her son, the one that was cured of autism.
Wow.
I'm reading his novel. I tell him to write to me every week to remind me to read another chapter. It's a very good book. It's a very good book because it's fictionalized, but basically he's describing himself as having Asperger's symptom in the what is it? It's not symptom, Asperger syndrome, and he's sent out to work for summer, much to his protest, at a stable on an island where he's cut off from all communications. He's working for his, domineering uncle, who he doesn't like, who makes him work instead of having fun for his summer. And then he also has a story of horses, mavericks, stallions, and he's taking care of the horses, and then the horses begin to talk to him. Fascinating.
Wow. And
the horses are talking to him. He's talking to the horses, but nobody else can see that the horses are talking. And this is where I'm at. He was saying, well, people don't necessarily like me throwing in the horses. It does upset, kind of the narrative of the story. And then I started reading. I said, no, you got to keep them in. It's perfect the way it is. It's a great story. I'm going to finish the book, and basically what I think is going to happen, I'm going to teach him how to publish it himself.
Okay.
Because I don't feel that I could sell this book because it's not my genre. And he will do better if he sells 200 copies on his own than if I were to sell 2,000. He'll make more money. And it's not going to be easy to sell 2,000 books of this. I mean, it's good enough. And I think it might go a long way towards helping people with whether they have Asperger's or or autism, but it's he did a very good job of so far. And it's very interesting, that he's talking to the animals, or rather the animals are talking to him. Very creative, very good story. And as I say, I hope to get a book out of his mother. Mm-hmm. And maybe he'll write the book. Maybe I can get him to write the book for the way to do this therapy. Because it is so important for people. For to clean out the colon. Yeah. And of course, what do you do that with? You do it with water. And she's got her own purified water that she, puts up your colon, or that you put up because you're doing the work. Yes. She doesn't put it up there. She tells you what to do. She's never doing anything. She's telling you how to control it, and then you learn how to do it on your own and flush yourself out. It's I could be adding. I know I'm adding years to my life, quality years.
Yes.
By doing this procedure.
Oh, absolutely.
And what else is going good in the health department? Waking up with my fingers feeling fantastic. The exact opposite of arthritis, because I squeeze the towel every day. In fact, today I squeezed it twice, which there's nothing wrong with doing the ritual twice. It's not a ritual, it's a routine. And it makes the fingers so, I guess what you'd say, fit, flexible. Very important. So that when the football comes to me, when I play football, it's hard not to catch it. If I don't do that, it makes me more vulnerable. Yeah. I'm known for having very soft hands. Like, in other words, I relax the last minute, catch the ball. But that's always been a characteristic of mine. But when they're strong and they're flexed, it's just natural. Now, I will do my towel flexing when I do the standing board. Now, our friend, you call her Anne Fontaine.
Yes, Christine Anne Fontaine. Yes,
Christina Anne Fontaine.
Or Anne Christine Fontaine.
I call her.
Yeah,
Christine. I call her Fountain.
Yes.
And she should correct me. Which one is right? If it's right.
She told me she liked the Fontaine and Christine Fontaine. Yeah, she liked the sound of the Fontaine.
Well, it does sound nicer.
Yes.
Fountain.
Yes.
Fountain.
Yes.
Anyway, she really liked the advice I gave her for a slant board. It's a slant board, and I gave her the link to buy the one from Bali, Indonesia, which is, God, it's like, I think $69. Now, they used to be, and I don't know what the shipping is though. See, that's the thing. I used to buy them from one of my Qigong fellow students, and I'd sell them for $200. But I was buying them for $110 or something. I don't remember what I was buying them for. They was well worth the $200. Mm-hmm. And he, maybe I was even buying more than that. I don't remember. But the thing is, what the board from Indonesia, and you can find slant boards all over Amazon. Mm-hmm. But the one I have has a lip on it, so you can rest your heel. And it's wood lip. I put a towel to cushion my heels. And I'm now doing the higher inclination, which is not a problem. If you don't have the lip, you're going to have a harder time standing on the board. And when you first stand on the board, you might want to use the wall at your back until you can do it. So I would recommend anybody to get a good slant board. Do it a little bit at first. You work up to 15 minutes a day. And what this does for you is incredible. It makes your spine open up and lift straight up. It puts stretching on your calves and your legs. And as I say, one person I sold it to fixed their knee, all the stuff in their knee. It just cleared up because the fascia gets stretched. It's just good. And it affects the whole posture. It's supposed to be good for the liver and the organs, the stretching. It also pulls down on your gut. It'll help an extended gut, pulls down on the gut. It's just an incredible thing I've been doing every day. I do my towel squeeze doing it. I can't tell you. It's very simple. 15 minutes a day. You can watch YouTube. You can watch TV. You can do other Qigong exercises while you're doing it if you know them. You can even talk on the phone. I will often have a phone in one pocket and a remote in the other pocket if I'm watching TV while I do it. It's another thing. I have a very dear friend of mine. She's not listening to us. I'm sure she's not listening to us.
You never know, but yes.
There's no reason she would, could, or should be. I mean, Shirley from Michigan, one of my dear friends from Michigan, she done Qigong healings for me over the phone. This is before I got involved in Qigong. Her Qigong isn't necessarily the same, definitely isn't the same tradition of mine, but I don't, we had when I was in Michigan, we had a breathing contest. Who could breathe the longest? She says, okay, that's enough. I was still going. I could have gone. As I said, when I went up to Massachusetts, I took in, I did one breath in 11 minutes.
Wow.
It was fantastic.
That's amazing.
It wasn't that hard, but I've been practicing a long time. I remember one of the most intimidating things my teacher told me about his teacher. He says, his teacher went under the water. He says after like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, he went down, under the water, into the pool to see his teacher, to save his teacher, and the teacher shoot him away, It's like, okay, he's just down there. I haven't tried doing it underwater. I should sometime. Of course, you can always stand up and breathe regular air. But the breath, so Shirley was complaining on Facebook about insomnia. Mm-hmm. I, myself, and this often occurs in older people. I really haven't studied all the details. Older people don't need as much sleep, don't get as much sleep. But I will tend to wake up after 5 hours, sometimes 4. I don't like waking up. There's a Chinese time clock you can look up that'll tell you what meridian's off. But what I do when I wake up is I get up and do my Qigong workout. I just do it. Might be 4 o'clock in the morning. It's a great time to do Qigong. I just come downstairs, I do the workout. It's all done, and I go back to sleep. It works. Now, if you don't have a workout to do, it's not going to help you because you don't know what to do. But I do mine, and I get it done. And truth be told, I would serve myself better to do probably at least another hour of Qigong, doing stuff I don't, and to really do proper training. But as I say, if you just do one thing, it's very valuable. Just the stretching alone on the board. Again, it's a slant board. Some of the slant boards were like under $40, even less, but I didn't see any with lips. So I encourage Christine to get one with a lip.
Wow.
And she's definitely wants to do it. So I recommend this, and it's so fun to wake up and feel good, as opposed to, you know, you hear of your friends with arthritis and rheumatism, and all of that is from, it takes years for that stuff to develop in the body. It takes years. So you counteract it by doing proper Qigong. It works wonders. So anyway, it's been nice with you tonight. I'm glad the show worked out as good as it is. It was a little bit different.
Yes.
And I look forward to, you know.
Of course, the moment you decide to leave, Trillion Phoenix asks, is there a connection between Hubbard and Crowley?
Well, if he's read the book, he would have seen the connection. And of course, Douglas has told us that Hubbard worked directly for Crowley as a part of British intelligence.
Yes.
That's not something that's corroboratable other than through seeing circumstance, which would lead you to believe it, because intelligence agents don't leave their traces, particularly at the higher levels. You can study, what's his name? The book, what is it called? Agent 666. It's about
Yes.
Crowley's intelligence connections. One of the most interesting things he might hear is a dream I once had. And Ingo Swann, the remote viewer who was a Scientologist, he's really the one who's so responsible for the term remote viewing. He came to me in a dream after he passed away. Ingo and I were not friends, but he came to me in the dream and he told me to look into the connection between Ian Fleming and L. Ron Hubbard in the dream. And the connection would be, is that it's known historical fact that Ian Fleming, who was naval intelligence for Her Majesty's
Secret Service.
Secret Service, and he's the one who gave us 007 as a movie character named after John Dee. He was very connected to John Dee, Ian Fleming. But Ian Fleming is known historically to have used Aleister Crowley in rituals against the Germans. He also is reported to have wanted Crowley to interview Rudolf Hess. And apparently this request was turned down. If you believe that, who knows? But so there was a big connection between Fleming and Crowley, which is undeniable historically. So Ingo in the dream is telling me to look at the connection between Ian Fleming and L. Ron Hubbard. So Hubbard was a fan of Ian Fleming. He called his enemy organization to Scientologists was called SMERSH. SMERSH.
Yes.
Because SMERSH was the psychiatric conglomerate that was the enemy of the world and the enemy of Scientology. Now, Ian Fleming's publishers, long after Ian Fleming was dead, changed the name of SMERSH to Spectre.
Yes.
Because they took it away from Hubbard. They didn't want to show the connection with Hubbard.
Interesting.
Called Spectre.
Right.
And Hubbard, so if Hubbard was naval intelligence, if Ian Fleming was naval intelligence, there would have been a natural liaison. Now, Ian Fleming came over here and wrote the Constitution, if it could be called that, for the OSS. He was very close with Cowboy William Donovan, Cowboy Bill Donovan,
Right.
who was the head of the OSS. Another connection with Hubbard and Fleming is that, what was it? The Philadelphia experiment, if we listen to the stories of Douglas's father,
Yes.
George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who witnessed the Philadelphia experiment and was briefed on Ebeneezer's, who could, faders that were basically had possessed the body of sailors. They were entities that had possessed the body and had the ability to create or destroy matter, energy, space, and time. When Douglas's father saw the Scientology gradation chart, he saw that, wow, he figured that Hubbard must have been the person who briefed the sailors, wrote the documents to brief the sailors on Evanescers.
Yes.
So it makes perfect sense. So if that's, now, the other thing that connects Ian Fleming to the Philadelphia experiment is that Al Bielek was part of the crowd that knew Ivan Sanderson.
Ivan T. Sanderson, yes, go on.
Yeah, he was I think a zoologist who was really into animals, sort of like the crocodile hunter, only not as flamboyant and as obnoxious.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was on the talk show circuit, but he was also a known British agent.
Yes.
It was known because he was overseas. Most Brits who are overseas, expatriates, are agents in one form or another.
Yes.
Most of them.
Yeah.
If not all of them.
Yes.
But Ian Fleming, and this story came to me, I think it was from Al Bielek. Tim Beckley had a falling out, I think, with Ivan Sanderson or something, or they accused him of stealing something. He said he didn't do it, and I believe him. But, or anyway, the story was that Ivan Sanderson was investigating the Morris K. Jessup story of the Philadelphia experiment. And he knew Ian Fleming because they were fellow agents. And Ian Fleming told him he was coming over, he was going to tell them about the Philadelphia experiment. And it stands to every reason that he knew about it, because there was very much British involvement with it as well. So Ian Fleming didn't make it. He died on August 12th. I think it was 1962. But he died on the famous anniversary of the Philadelphia experiment. He never made it. And the implication that he was killed. I don't know that he was killed. But in other words, Ian Fleming was somebody who maybe thought he could reveal more than he should.
Right.
And that might have been what killed him, because that was still very hushed up. So it would stand to reason that he would know, being in the Navy, that he would know about the Philadelphia experiment. Because Ian Fleming, if you read the book, Operation JB, which means Operation Bond, that was the code name he used when he snuck into literally the bunker.
Yeah.
Hitler was not in the bunker. Or if he was, he didn't have access to him. Right. And they basically paved the way for Martin Bormann to escape per this novel. That's not a novel, excuse me, it's a story by Christopher Creighton, who was a friend of von Ribbentrop. He was a nephew of von Ribbentrop. Oh. And he was a British, sort of a Navy SEAL for its day. Yeah. And him and James Bond or Ian Fleming snuck their way into the bunker because it was a liaison, and they were going to and they rescued Martin Bormann. They got him out from the Russians, and he escaped, and they made a deal with him. And they had James, and Ian Fleming was also a banker. He was able to go to Switzerland and forcefully get the number of the account. Well, first they wanted to find out who had the account for all of the Nazi stuff. And he went, because he knew all the Swiss bankers, because he used to be a banker in Switzerland, and not a very good one by his own statement. His father was a banker. And he went to Switzerland during World War II, and he basically says, what are the accounts? who's got the accounts, and the Swiss couldn't tell him. And he kind of like leaned on him and just says, you know, if you don't tell me, you're going to have consequences. And they gave him, I think, the name Martin. I think the name Martin Bormann. And that therefore, and it stands to reason Martin Bormann would be the signatory, because he was the deputy. Well, he replaced Rudolf Hess as the, you know, head of the Nazi party. And Rudolf Hess was signatory on all the accounts. And so Martin Bormann would have been a signatory as well. So they wanted to get the money from the Nazi accounts. And according to the book, the money, they delivered Martin Bormann to a guy named Desmond Morris, Desmond Morton, which I suspect might be related to Sean David Morton.
Ah.
I don't know that, but I suspect. You won't find much on Desmond Morton. You will find more on him now. And he was, and William Donovan, they were both, and basically they divided the money, or they did, the money was given to them because they were both the heads of the, you know, intelligence network. The common denominator of William Donovan and Desmond Morton was that they were both Roman Catholics. They were both members of the Knights of Columbus, and they were loyal to the Vatican. Therefore, what the hell happened with that money? That was Nazi gold. It was in the hands of the Catholic-affiliated Knights of Columbus. You can take your guess. It's a very compelling book.
Right.
It was sent to me unsolicited, and I read it. Yes. So anyway, this is a long-winded answer to his question. What is the connection between L. Ron Hubbard and Aleister Crowley? Well, to summate, Crowley was an operator, was a operations officer for Hubbard on some level, and that he, you know, there was the common denominator of the Philadelphia experiment. It's interesting. It's like a lot of it is sort of a hypothesis because we can't fill in all the data, but it sure makes a lot of sense. Well, it sure makes a lot of sense.
Yes, and
yeah, go ahead. I would imagine that our friend Infinite Phoenix or Infinity Phoenix has probably had some significant experience with Scientology.
Trillion Phoenix, right? And
what was it? Phoenix?
Trillion Phoenix is his.
Trillion Phoenix. Okay.
By the way, his if you could see it, his little emoji in the chat room now is this big smiley face with big stars for eyes. He's all starstruck by your information. I do want to add some things to it. I don't know exactly. I didn't catch exactly what Peter said about Schmiersch, but I do want people to. Schmersh. Yes. Well, I'm Slavonicizing it. I do want
Scientology. They referred to it as Smersh. They didn't use the German.
Understood. Just so people know, that's a portmanteau, a neologism, kind of like it's not an acronym, but it's like a new word that was created. It's from the Russian, Smert Spionam, which means death to spies. It was a Russian slogan. So people will say that it's a fictional counterintelligence agency of the Red Army, but it was quite real. So just to understand that Shmer Spionam then was mythified by being brought into the novels of Ian Fleming, and then of course L. Ron Hubbard took it from there, and that's what then the publishers did was, as Peter Moon said, they tried to take it out of the Russian field. Of all the Soviet security and intelligence services, Shmersh has been generally the least understood and the least studied, and it's more historical than active. but it definitely was something that the publishers wanted to create a kind of third force to represent the threat. So Spectre was created to take James Bond's world beyond the Cold War towards this new level of 60s spy chic, where there's a different kind of threat to the world order that is the third force, that actually apocryphally represents the Third Reich in exile. And so they usually have this force as Spectre, or in the days of the Man from U.N.C.L.E., then it was, of course, Thrush, the organization that, these were very mysterious acronyms that they threw out at the public, and the public began having fun with all kinds of acronyms in their in their spy flicks and fantasies, using all kinds of different acronyms to.
Yeah, I think if they had the Man from U.N.C.L.E. now, they should do a new show, and instead of calling it Uncle, the Man from Sam. Because I'm alluding to the son of Sam, the son of Uncle Sam. Mae Brussel figured that one out.
Interesting, and good on her. By the way, as for Commander Ivan Sanderson, so he was a British naval officer, and he basically was never in good odor with his naval superiors because...
Desmond Morton, are you talking about? Or...
No, Ivan Sanderson. Ivan Sanderson.
Who?
Ivan Sanderson.
Ivan Sanderson. Yeah,
yes. Yeah. Yes. I mean, my dad always called him Ivan. Apparently, that was the way the British pronounced it. And so Commander Ivan Sanderson was a big cryptozoologist. And
cryptozoology. That's right. Cryptozoology.
Yeah. And his superiors felt that too many of his reports dealt with the threat that he was articulating about an intelligent and hostile undersea race, which he held responsible for ship disappearances from Belize to Bermuda and beyond. And basically, it was only the desperate wartime shortage of personnel and the nagging feeling of all too many in the Admiralty that he was right that kept Sanderson in his posting. But he was definitely speaking about this non-terrestrial intelligence, or NTI, of a relic population in the seas that basically was the cause for many of the disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle and elsewhere. And of course, when he died, his library was ransacked. His home was sacked, and they stole everything that wasn't nailed down. These were officials who invaded his home upon his death, and like Tesla, they just took everything. And but he had been on TV, had his own television series for a while.
He was on Johnny Carson, I recall.
Yeah, he was kind of like Mutual Omaha's Wild Kingdom. He had his own series there for a while as well, doing some different, jungle type themed documentaries where he would show.
James Bond was able to use his connections as an intelligence officer with the publishers in New York, and that's what made him a, best-selling author.
Amazing. And also, I don't know if you had a time to review that clip I sent you. Probably not. You were so busy. I don't blame you if you didn't get a chance to review it.
I think, which clip was it?
Oh, it looks silly, but don't be fooled by the silly look of it. It's probably the last thing I sent you in private messages.
What was it?
Basically, the one that said, well, it's stupid. It says, humans attempt to open the gate of the demon world. Almost.
No, I didn't get to watch that one.
Yeah. By the way, that has nothing to do with what that is. That has nothing to do with anything in the clip. That's, so.
I wanted to watch it. I just didn't get a chance.
Oh, when you do, by the way, it's Crowley themed. Just so you know. I'd like to hear your opinion on it. And then I'll share why it's relevant to me. But definitely, it's Crowleyite. And so.
Before I go, let me just address once again this issue with L. Ron Hubbard, and it's that whole issue of Scientology ignited hope in people, and it wasn't just hope; it was a demonstration of improved human ability. Mm-hmm. It was really a remarkable thing, the good parts of it, and it created an esprit de corps amongst its members. It was quite, it was solidarity. It was a lot of joy, camaraderie, but it was not just the camaraderie. There was a meaning behind it, and so people have a lot of, I guess what you'd say, Hubbard would have called it failed purpose, and the way you rekindle somebody's life is to go back and get their failed purpose and rehabilitate it. And this is what I did with Aaron's wife. We were just talking about that today.
Wow. Aaron Tice.
Yeah, because, she couldn't get pregnant.
His wife.
Tried all sorts of stuff, and I basically went back to what she really wanted to do, which was to be a surgeon. I said, well, you can still go to school and become a surgeon. And she was already a, nurse. But what she did is she figured out she could get a job sort of like, I don't know what you call it, but where she's actually doing going into the body and doing all this stuff. She's not technically a surgeon, but she's the next best thing, sort of like a physician's assistant. And so she does this, and she's, she figured out, she did it, and then she got pregnant. And the kid's like 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah.
And very healthy.
Wow.
And she's doing better than she's ever done, according to him. I haven't verified that with her, but I'm sure she would agree. I haven't spoken to her in a long time. Very, very, I like her very much.
Yeah.
But in other words, what's the failed purpose? What do you want to do? It can affect your whole life. What do you really want to do? I'm very fortunate that I was able to realize my purpose, which was to be a writer.
Yeah.
And of course, if I wasn't a publisher, I wouldn't be able to be a writer.
Right.
It just doesn't work.
Thank
At
you.
least the stuff I'm writing.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to publish, and I'm not going to get paid commensurately for it.
Yeah.
But so what I'm saying is a lot of people who are in Scientology had a tremendous failed purpose because they have this incredible dreams and goals set forth, and wow, I'm going to do this. I was able to accomplish this much. I can go all the way, or at least get. And so these subjects, and then if you take Crowley, and most ex-Scientologists, I don't think they study Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
Some do, but then it's kind of tough because they're not likely to get anywhere with it.
Right.
It's possible. But Crowley magic is all about executing your will.
Mm-hmm.
And through something that was used in Scientology called the postulate. The best, and Hubbard would say the best way to do anything is to postulate it. If you're going to be if you're going to be the heavyweight champion of the world, you postulate it. Well, that's a bit much to chew. And there was, that might be unrealistic, but if you really did it, there was a story I remember of a lady I lived with, and she told me, I think it was somebody she knew, or one of her friends. He was a young man, and he had a postulate to be a member of the group Chicago. And he he got into Chicago.
Wow.
I don't know what his name was. Chicago has a lot of people in it, so not the city, but the band.
Both, but God.
Ensemble, and people could come and go. So, in other words, you make the postulate, and when you realize the postulate, boom, 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 boom. It's really an experience. It's to realize that, and that's one of the key things of Scientology. It's also the key thing with magic and the work of Aleister Crowley. So, you have these postulates, you want to do things, and of course, you have all this human potential laid out, but I had so much auditing, and I did so much auditing of others and correcting of others, that pretty soon after you do it for so many years, you kind of know the ropes. You know, you can't be fooled. And because you're in the workaday world of, you know what works and you know what doesn't work. And what I finally realized, it's all about harmony and balancing. It's about harmony and balance, and it's the opposite of manic depressive. Because, you know, people get high and excited, and then the high and excitement, they crash because they're all excited about something, and then they realize they've got to go out and earn some money to eat breakfast, and all of a sudden, oh God, I got to go to work, or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be work. It's like you go out and you meet some beautiful girl, and you fall in love with her, and in your eyes and your mind, and you know, and then you feel great that you say this beautiful girl, and then, you know, call her up on the phone and she's not interested, or she's, you know, doesn't return your call. It's like boom, down the tube.
Oh my God!
down the tube. Oh.
You described it so well. Yes.
Well, you know, it's like nobody's ever going to measure up to that girl, because she just the way she looks, you know, is the perfect look.
Oh my God.
Or whatever. It's like, you know, and that's just, it doesn't have to be romance related. Although somebody was telling me, God, I've heard some horrible stories about unrequited love, but where like it just, like, especially, you know, somebody left at the altar, person goes into depression, stops eating. It's horrible, horrible stories that can happen. Yeah, well, I found this other girl that I like, you know, at the last minute. These things happen. It's crushing. But, you know, it's like, you know, don't get too high, don't get too low. Don't get too high, don't get too low. And if you listen to Christian minister Derek Prince, he's good to listen to, because he's got very sound advice about demons. He's going to use scripture. He's going to talk scripture. It's pretty knowledgeable, but he'll tell you, it's the one he'll tell you to talk to. If there's any area of life where there's too much strife, too much problems, there's demons involved. You know, Ukraine, Vladimir Putin, all of this stuff, China. You know, if you have, how many billions of people do they have there in China?
Oh God, it's a little over 1 billion, but you know, the population's.
I think it's over 1 billion. I think it's well over 1 billion.
That in India as well. Each one of them is well over 1 billion, but believe me, it's basically 1 billion with each population plus 1 billion plus with each population.
But if you have 1 billion people in China, think of all the demons you're going to have in China. If you've got, you know, 10,000 Eskimos strewn upon the Aleutian Islands, I don't think there's that many. I was probably more like 1,000. I have no idea on the Aleutians.
Yeah.
But you're going to have probably not as many demons,
right,
person as you would in China.
Yes.
So,
as a matter of fact, the priest Malachi Martin, he opened his book, the Hostage to the Devil book, about his most famous book about exorcism. He opened that with a failed exorcism in China that led to the, as collateral damage, he felt that was conducive to the Nanjing massacre. In other words, even though the Japanese were prompted to the massacre because of the American perfidy, it was Malachi Martin who said that this was all exacerbated by a failed exorcism which released a demon.
He could be. He wasn't doing the exorcism, was he?
No. He was relaying another priest who had failed at his exorcism at that time. And it's described. It's described very vividly in the opening chapter. Yeah.
It's yeah, it's who the hell knows what can be unleashed, and even if it's not exactly true, it's riding along that energy wave, so it might as well be true. It's part of the egregore.
Yes, it becomes virtual truth in the sense that it resonates so well. In other words, it's so it just feels like it makes sense. There's a sense to it, and
yeah. And back to Hubbard, that was his agenda, was to exorcise all of the demons out of your body, and that this would give you, lead you on the way to superpowers. Yes. Crowley, he really wasn't barking down that. I mean, he'd teach you how to,
get the demons in. He'd teach you how to bring them in.
What? Pardon me?
Crowley was teaching people how to bring the demons in.
Well, he'd teach you how to banish, but basically he was teaching you how to execute your will. And that's where people get screwed up, because their wills are impure or faulty. They don't get in touch with their true will, and they often pander to their, carnal desires or, base desires.
Yes.
But anyway, so with that, I will retire for the night, and
yes. And take this to bed with you as kind of a final thought. I do want people to know that historically, today, December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day, was the final moon mission. The Apollo launched half 100 years ago today. NASA's Apollo 17 mission lifted off on December 7th of 1972, sending Gene Cernan, Harrison Schmitt, and Ronald Evans towards our biplanetary neighbor. And the trio arrived in orbit around the moon within 72 hours, 3 days later. So take that to sleep with you and see what your dreams are like.
Okay, thank you very much, and good night, everybody.
All right. Best wishes to yourself. And okay, I will be reestablishing the call with people who will, I selfishly hope, respond. Let's see if they do. Okay, we're going to launch that call. And honestly, I feel, I can't talk while this rings. Rather, I can talk, but it's meaningless. Oh my God, says Brooke is unavailable. She warned us. Oh God, I know. I'm so selfish. I shouldn't do this. I'll try it again. Oh my God. Her energy is such that she just, if she's sleeping, which is what she should be doing, we'll see what happens. She probably can't resist and will wake up later anyhow and tune in anyway. Oh, she answered? Oh my God, I'm so selfish. You're
the most selfish person I know, I swear to God.
We will force you to go to sleep within an hour, or at least, or so. Honestly, I promise, we must. Within an hour. We will force you to go to sleep within an hour. Were you sleeping?
No, I was watching a movie.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh, well, you can get back to that later. You have it on pause. Yes?
Yes, you would love it. It's about the Anunnaki and all the aliens.
Oh my God. So this is a movie. Fiction. A science fiction.
No, it's a fucking documentary. I don't watch movies.
I would argue that if it's a documentary about Anunnaki, it's probably the same as fiction, but hey,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you would argue anything with me. Do you really want to go there right now?
No. I adore you too much. I love you too much. Yes. You have no idea how glad I am that you're in my life.
It's actually by Paul Wallace, and Paul Wallace used to be a minister, and he basically is very intelligent and has, looked at the Bible, and, just like a lot of people, like God, the way it was translated, Elohim is a plural.
That's correct.
So
Yes.
he discusses that and goes into, when you look at the Bible, it is not necessarily, it wasn't God in the beginning, God created, it was gods.
Yes.
Is the way you would look at that.
That's what it says.
So
yes, quite
then
literally.
So then you're looking at, there's a way to translate that into, when you look at all the stories, that it would be beings from somewhere else. What you can call them gods or aliens or whatever the heck you want to call them.
Okay. Yeah.
Angels.
There we are.
But you can't, gods, God,
Mm-hmm.
and the Sky Council and all that. So that's what I was watching. Paul Ellis is very intelligent. But actually, the reason I went into him is there's that new movie out, I don't know, it's everywhere, pretty popular right now. It's a documentary as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I was watching him talk to the guy that just made that.
Okay. Wow.
About the Varginha incident in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Varginha.
Oh, wow.
In
Yeah.
1996, I believe.
Okay.
James Fox was the guy that made that movie.
Uh-huh. Wow. See, I mean, oh my God, you educate me on things. And again, so glad to have you in my life, dear lady. And we'll put you right back to sleep as, as soon as we can. Hopefully, however, we'll get you hobnobbing with someone for a few minutes so that so I can
Oh my
refresh
God,
myself.
you're so fucking selfish. Oh,
I am terrible. I'm terrible. I don't know how I sleep with myself at night, but somehow I manage. I just I guess that's the way of the psychopath. As sociopaths, we just don't have a conscience, and so
that or all the drugs and alcohol. And
that
whatever.
too. Oh, that just adds. That helps to numb. Yeah, that helps with a numbing effect. Oh God, Ian West is active. You're gonna not want me to bring him out at all, right? Because that'll just.
Oh my God, I love Ian.
Okay, yeah, okay, but I'm afraid it'll just stimulate you. It will stimulate you.
I'm not gonna be that stimulated. I'm not.
Yes,
I'm not.
don't allow yourself to become stimulated. And then, okay, we'll see who responds. I'm calling everybody. And, hopefully Mark H. is doing all right. He hasn't responded to the last number of calls. And, calling about 9 people right now. So one of them is...
Mark was going into a new job at his company. He may be working different hours.
Oh, that's what's going on then. Oh, he told you this. I'm glad to see the two of you are getting along. Did he manage to finagle a date from you, which I'm sure was his fantasy?
Oh no, he just told me that he was getting ready to change, like that last time we had spoken, which was like 2 weeks ago or so.
All right.
But I just knew that he was changing over to sports betting soon.
So that explains a lot. He was changing over to what? Sporting goods or something?
No, he's in a casino, so I would imagine he's working on, if he's going over to sports betting, he's probably working a lot later hours.
Oh, sports betting. So he's in.
Yeah, they were opening that up in the casino.
Okay, and
so he was at a jewelry store in the casino, and then they were just starting the sports betting. Right. So that was obviously a better, that was where he wanted to move into, because he could get on the ground floor of it. I don't know if he was going to be management or what, but I'm assuming he was. And so he was going over to that, but I would assume it would be later hours than a jewelry store.
Wow. Okay. So that explains everything. Honest to God, nobody responded. This is just just leaves me weeping. Oh my God, somebody respond, so that I can void my bladder, which feels about the size of a bowling ball right now.
Why don't you just mute? You realize you could totally mute
and
while you're
piss in
talking.
a cup or something.
No, I mean you could just go into the bathroom what am I supposed?
I can't bring. Yeah, I don't have this on a cell phone. This isn't on a cell phone for me, honey. I can't bring it with me.
No, I'm saying you could mute and walk away, and Peter would not know.
Actually, he probably
How
would
many
have
times
just
have
at
I
that
muted
moment
you
he'd
and
say,
walked away,
"What do
and
you
were
think,
"Do you know
Doug?"
that story?" And I was like, "No, I was probably not here."
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, by the way, I hope you see our response. We were all very supportive of when you said, "Sorry, Doug, I didn't turn the mute," or something like that. I mean,
I was trying to hit mute the entire time because I knew. Yeah. Well, I wasn't even making noise for the dog, but somebody was, and I was like, "They're gonna think it's me." I think it was you. And
me.
So one of the two of you, when y'all were just talking, you could hear some background noise on his chair. But then I was trying to mute mine, and then of course the dog started having the damn dream.
Yes. What do you think he's dreaming about?
I don't know. He was on the floor.
Do you know? Okay, so Holly Goditis Kiefer, she's out there probably. Love you, honey. So Holly Goditis Kiefer was the lady who, along with oh my God, such a long story. It was just basically. So what happened was this guy named Ben Estenius, who I sent a text message to. He's probably never even seen it during Thanksgiving, just to say, "Oh, I'm thankful you were in my life to be a good Joe." I don't think he even knows how to ask us his text. Probably never knew he got that message. But anyhow, he was a sponsor for a long while, and and that in some way redeemed him in my eyes. But basically, he had wanted me down there to do a presentation in Arizona where he lived. And then he was friends with this guy who was a school teacher, a former baseball player, Robert Lacey. And Robert Lacey, my dad would have known of him because my dad was a big baseball fan. And Robert Lacey was, older. So my dad would have definitely known about him. And oh my God, my dad would have been so thrilled that I had, a friend like that. But Robert Lacey was very much.
That was what I was about to say. I'm sure you made your dad so proud being interested in no sports at all.
I'm sorry, what?
But I'm sure you made your dad so proud.
You speak so
interested in no sports at all.
Sports. Yes, I know. Well, when he was in the hospital one time, I was telling a nurse that. I said, yeah, in front of my dad. I said, he really wanted a jock, which is true, poor guy. And then she was telling him, look, if he had been a jock, he wouldn't be here with you in the hospital taking care of you. And she said, my parents wanted a cheerleader. And if I had been a cheerleader, they would be abandoned because I would have found a husband. And so in terms of that, there's always that. And what else was there in terms of, here's how I explained it. Basically, my dad could actually sometimes get into these conversations with my gang brother, who was definitely much more of a sports person and drinker in the social sense and all that crap. And, the best way to explain it is that my father loved me, but he never really liked me. There is a difference. And he really couldn't like me because I was just too alien a creature, and he was just too much of a regular Joe to ever really understand me. But he did love me. I know that much. But definitely didn't like me.
I'm sure he liked you some. We all, as parents, and go through the periods of I don't like that.
I mean, believe me, I'm satisfied with the love part, and the like part. That can be a challenge. I mean, it's hard to like someone like me. For a guy like my dad, he's just he was just too regular, and I was just too alien. But that being said, one has to ask, why did he marry, the most alien of women? I guess because she was exotic. And, well, we all know the reason. He wanted to have kids, and he had a superstitious belief that Asians were more fertile. And then he had to, I guess I never told you that. He was married 5 times before my mom.
No, I did not know that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, they were all white women, and he never produced a child with any of them. He thought he was sterile.
I don't think he ever produced a child, period.
Yes, that's, well, you know why? It was all the exposure to all that radiation at the various atomic bomb tests, from Bikini Atoll to Eniwetok. And so he was very likely sterilized in that process. But could also been any number of other factors. But basically, none of he was married so many times that the Navy stripped him down by a rank. He was a chief petty officer, and they stripped him down by a rank because they said he had embarrassed the Navy because all these women were writing complaint letters because they weren't getting, alimony. Because, he had no alimony to give them, being a fucking sailor. Just
I don't know. You did inherit something from him, though.
Oh, what's that?
Just the fact that you, he did finally settle down with your mom, but as far as just completely not being able to keep a good relationship going.
That's more like instilled indoctrination, right? Yeah, right. That's just instilled. That's just environmental. That being said,
heredity can be either way. That's kind of what I meant by it. I didn't mean necessarily genetically.
No, get it. I get it. But he did maintain a relationship with mom. You know, there
I
you go.
know. Well, that's after he'd been taken down. He was on his 5th or 6th marriage. I mean,
Yeah, there you
at
go.
that point.
Yeah, there you go.
At least you figured out not to even get married. It would just fuck it up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's right. That's right. I know that I'm too much like him to go, do anything with that beyond fucking it up. Yeah. Aside from that, especially if there's kids. Oh, God, there was this beautiful Chinese girl at the Walgreens pharmacist, just sweet as could be, wholesome, was on Chinese television, little game shows and stuff like that. And, then basically she adored me. She wanted me so bad. And then my gang brother Beaver said, aside from the fact when I first told her, hey, she really loves me. And he said, her daddy must have beat the shit out of her when she was a kid. That was his first response. Then after that, later on, he said, she's going to want to have kids. She's going to want to send them to college. And that's when I told her I was gay. I just,
You told her you were?
Yes, of course. I couldn't bear the thought of her pining after me. Had to tell her that because, good God, I'm not, but I had to tell her that because, oh my God. I mean, it's everything Beaver said was true, and I can't handle that.
You know what? Beaver and I are kind of alike. I mean, we give you hell and we give you truths. But
Yes.
how come you can handle it from him and not from a female?
I think I handle what comes from you with great aplomb.
I know you do. I'm just giving you.
Thank you. It was Ian West who said, "Yeah, it's women who behave like you that make men gay."
I know.
I thought that
and
was
I was
funny.
like, how many men on this podcast are gay?
Yeah.
And then I reframed that for him.
Yes. How many men have you fucked, Ian? That's what she said. Yes. Delightful rejoinder. Then he started saying, I'm an anal virgin. Yeah. By the way, that's something my son has to attack me with. That's one of his weapons. Yes. Basically, he says that the size of my turds are such that I might as well be gay. He says there's no cock that would have any problem based on the size of my bowel movements. Okay, so
You mean you've never been pegged?
Peg. You mean like you anally, like sodomized?
Yeah, like by a woman.
Oh God, no! Oh my God! Actually, see, this is the nightmare. See, this is where I wake up next to Brooke and she says, oh, I'd like to experiment with anal. And then I get all excited and then she says, I'll be gentle with the strap-on.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, no, I don't need that. No. Do
I don't need a
that?
strap on, baby.
Oh my God. So, honey, okay.
Hands.
Honey, we're stuck with each other right now.
Oh my God.
But you did such a good job talking about.
I'm not doing it. No.
You
Fuck
can do this. You could do this. You got
I'm
this.
not doing it.
You can.
I
do
will
this.
completely go silent.
No,
I'll play a song and I'll get you kicked off.
No! Don't play music. They'll copyright strike me. No.
So that's what happens if you leave.
No! You can't do this to me. Oh. No, honey.
That's what happens.
Honey, oh, thank God. I feel like I got a camel hump. Okay, look. Sammy, talk. Please. Jesus.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, thank you. How can you be so calm? I'm like, like I said, my teeth are swimming in the back of my mouth.
Did you not listen to Peter Moon at the very end? Because I had flipped over from that end of that one documentary to the other. And I heard him talking about how, it's about seeking peace and not, the way I talk about it is not swinging the pendulum too far right or too far left. And that's what Sammy's very good with, just staying right in the middle.
Yeah.
What you're supposed to do, not get too excited.
Yes.
Too crazy.
Yes. What Peter Moon does with Qigong, Sammy Romero does with his penis. It's not swinging. It just stays right there like a pendulum in the middle because of the weight of that mushroom tip. And
it's always ready.
Yeah, there you are. And
Sammy, oh my God, I am so glad you're here. This woman was going to make me piss myself. I am going to, with your kind permission, Sammy, refresh myself, leaving you to hold the stage with this young lady. Both of you can talk about any number of things, and then when I get back, we'll pick it up from there. But
Sure.
oh bless you, oh bless you. Anything you need to say to me before I leave?
Yeah, that what do you call it? The demon world
Yes.
portal thingy.
Yes,
That you
yes.
sent,
Did
yeah,
you
that
review
was
it? Yeah.
yeah, I reviewed it. It was it was all right.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I watched that too, and
Okay.
I had there
I
were
didn't-
some good things on it, but it had a lot of it had a lot of metaphors in it. I
I
also didn't like the
I didn't
fact
like-
that it ended the way it ended because there was no ending.
yeah.
I didn't like that the girl that she volunteered to go to that house. I guess her boss or something told her. I thought that was dumb.
Yeah.
I didn't.
That was
No, that's-
metaphorical too, though. I think.
Oh, okay, then maybe I didn't get it.
No,
I
I agree with Brooke, but at the same time, it's still horribly irresponsible and just damning that they would send a woman alone to a house where somebody had previously disappeared. But go on.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't like my job that much to, hey, go to, go do this.
Yeah,
And,
in Damnation Alley where the portal opens, yes.
Right.
No job is worth that. No. Go on.
No, I mean, it was, I guess, I mean, is this based on a true story or no?
No, well, it's
Well, you
based-
know what, Douglas? If
Yeah.
you sent that, and I have questions on it too. So if you need to go use the bathroom, and we can talk about something else, and then you can answer that when we get back.
Yes, but the main reason was that they were portraying the historical Aleister Crowley. That's the historical Aleister Crowley is the bald villain in there who is basically fucking everybody over. And so that's why I sent it to other people as well, such as George Knight and Peter Moon. And Peter Moon did not review it. Don't know if George Knight did. But the most significant aspect was basically Aleister Crowley and the impact that ultimately had on Michael Aquino. So I'll clarify some of that when I return. But thank you, both of you, for reviewing that. I suspect that both of you suspected that it had to be something like that. Otherwise, why would I show you something that was so inconclusive? And
Well, I was interested in the fact that now I'm interested to find out what happens. It said, is that newer? Because it said the reason they left it that way is because they plan on making the sequel.
yes, that was made in Spain. And I ran across it because of course, Marina Serin. I was investigating some Spanish horror films that seem to reflect upon certain elements of her situation. So it's actually a European Spanish film made this year. And so they are basically, it's like a fundraising campaign so they can get enough money to actually do a more bang up sequel that will have all the special effects in it. That's what they're trying to do. But nevertheless, the story, I think, is profoundly moving about the woman sacrificing her soul. And the question is not only will they rescue the girl here in this dimension, will they be able to recover the soul of that woman who sacrificed herself for her husband? I think that's a valid, that would be a wonderful conclusion if they could do both. And the mystery is that young man, why is he hired by the old man who's obviously of great dignity and bearing and wealth? Why is he hiring this young man to recover these people? Is he a private detective? What has he done to prove himself? So he's basically either a mercenary, an assassin, a private detective, or some kind of questionable character to obviously find himself employed in this fashion. And so when the woman gives him that story, obviously people can say, well, that's just dramatic effect where he's given all these files in this story, but as the narrator points out, he's deeply moved by the story, and she tells him, don't lose yourself in the story, your job is to rescue this living girl now. And so that again presents the conundrum. Is he someone who then in this sense almost like falls in love with a ghost, so to speak? I mean, there's always that tangent as well. So all of this is bearing on Aquino's thanatophagy. One of the things that we ran into was certainly if someone's familiar with cemeteries, which I became familiar with through Aquino's thanatophagy,
when bodies aren't buried right in these, what's the name for them? The coffins are one on top of another in a affair where, there's you can look at the lower coffin and that's whoever it is, and then a higher coffin. Marilyn Monroe is in a setup like that where she's surrounded by different coffins around her, actually. So it's interred in a kind of mausoleum, crypt open, but the coffins are there, and they can be on either side of you. And you can walk through these rows of these coffins. Certainly, Sammy has to be familiar with what I'm talking about. But sometimes when they're not buried properly or done right, then the embalming fluid begins to leak out, and the stench of the dead just becomes all pervasive. And you can see the leakage in some of these areas where the corpses essentially burst or exploded. When it came to the thanatophagy, of course, of Michael Aquino or anyone else indulging in that, you have to do that when the body is as fresh as possible, simply to avoid the other diseases that then become endemic through the body, through nature taking its course and the maggots moving in. But what Aleister Crowley brings up about the devourer, that it prefers the cadaver with the maggots inside of it because then it has an ecosystem, and basically the cadaver is the universe all its own, that it suddenly takes over. The one thing I remember is that Aquino was basically after the body of one of these occultists whose work he intended to steal, and when the man died, he was so aggravated and frustrated by the fact that the man had his fellow cultists, not of the same cult as Michael Aquino, call upon a devourer to inhabit the body, because then it became Michael Aquino couldn't eat it because the devourer was within the body and defended it. In other words, it became a cadaver that was able to defend itself, and therefore Michael Aquino could not devour it to absorb its memories, to absorb the secrets of that deceased occultist. That was something that I remember we encountered when he took me and a number of other people to a cemetery on one of these expeditions where they were recovering or attempted to recover that body. It was an abortive expedition because the entity within the body basically repelled him, and the expedition had to be, the operation had to be aborted. So that was why the story related to me. In other words, whoever produced it knows the occult. This was truly, they had a consultant. There's only a few people in the world that hold that kind of knowledge. So it was, the movie stands out in that regard already. So that being said, plus Aleister Crowley being presented in it, that is something that renders it outstanding and exceptional. It's not like many movies ever portray the historical Aleister Crowley or even allude to him. So, Peter Moon was just spending all night explaining how he was basically the mentor of L. Ron Hubbard, which never seems to disturb Peter Moon for some strange reason that we need not go into publicly. But all that being said, I
What does
love it.
the L stand for in L. Ron Hubbard?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I forgot. Maybe I knew it at one point, but I fucking forgot. I know H.P. Lovecraft. It's Howard Phillips Lovecraft. L. Ron Hubbard. Why do they do this? It would be like if I went around calling myself D.D. Dietrich instead of Douglas Duane. Like, I don't know. It's some kind of like mystique that they cultivate. But whatever it was, it couldn't be. It obviously wasn't a name that he liked. Probably Larry.
Lafayette. It was Lafayette.
It does.
It was. Yeah, go on. Sorry. Yeah.
That's very interesting when you talked about the bombing fluid. That's actually one of the, well, I wouldn't say specialties, but because Hispanic community, we really do believe in burying instead of cremation. Most of the cases are burials. At least most reputable mortuaries, they will take care as far as maintaining the loved one, and especially for presentation. I mean, it might as well be a wedding, funeral. It's pretty much to that level. And one of the things that I'm very proud of my sister is her business is not really, she does no advertising. It's all word of mouth.
Yeah.
And she's very successful. But one of the things that she always prides herself in when she ships out these bodies, obviously they already have the burial site. It's usually out of the country. She always makes preparations to one. She has a very good embalmer. That's very important. In fact, 80% of your work there is the embalming has to be superb.
Yes,
it makes a difference.
Absolutely.
And how she got her education was the wrong way. A lot like you. I had to compare it to you in a sense of how you got your education in theology, while she got her education in mortuary science and administration the wrong way. One of the reasons why, because being in that industry and how profitable it is, but at the same time, a lot of people try to corner the market, and this is where they go wrong, and this is where your reputation goes wrong. Is they try to corner the market and they try to dehumanize the business in the sense of the families. They try to get as many cases as they can, and
they commodify the dead.
Right. Right. And this is where it goes horribly wrong. My sister's, the previous owner, actually her journey into her career, I mean, I don't like to tell the story, but I'll kind of tell it fast. How she started was her first owner tried to do that. And then, she got to know the non-Latino mortuaries, quote unquote, white. And she got to know that side of because it's interesting. The industry it's pretty much by culture. I mean, it's very much specific.
Yes.
I mean, let's face it, the Latin American community likes their relatives better dead than alive. But go on.
Absolutely. You're right. I mean, one of the reasons why she was successful in the previous mortuary she worked at was because she brought in a lot of Latino customers, and obviously they're all doing burials, so it's obviously more profit. But at the same time, what happened is the owner tried to copy what she did, but the problem is it's very much cultural. If you don't understand the culture, you're not going to attract the customers. It's not going to be the same because it's just little nuances. Even she told me with the Asian community, where she's done a couple of Asian, but she pretty much lets the family run the funeral. And what I mean by that is because she has family that are from their Hmong, they had their priestesses and they had the rituals they do. She pretty much gave them free reign, and that's not commonly practiced. Right.
And just so all our listeners understand, it's this very Hmong culture that was so victimized by the Cho. So yes, by all means.
Right. Yeah. And she gave them access to her chapel, and most mortuaries that are non they're white, they're not going to do this, and probably it's because it's an industry that, for the most part, there's just standard operating practices, quote unquote. They're not going to allow you, and if they are, they're going to charge you. They're going to nickel and dime you. Yes. And the thing about it is, on the back end, it kind of if you want to make money, not necessarily make money, but you want to be successful in keeping your customers and them going to you in that time of
grief and vulnerability.
Grieving and vulnerability, and your services was great. They're going to choose you. I mean, you have them for life, is what I'm saying. Your customer base, and not necessarily that's the point, but I mean, satisfaction is always great, but at the same time too, cultural sensitivity and
for those of you who don't get what he means by you have them for life, it means that generations will return to your family. Go on. Yes.
And interestingly enough, and I've mentioned this before. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but a lot of people from the underworld. What I mean by that is criminality.
Yes.
What most people perceive as criminality.
Right.
Really, when she started going into detail as far as the inner workings of how things work, as far as how quote unquote criminals are really
A survival subculture. A survival subculture.
Well, yes. I mean, in a sense, if you get rid of all, and I don't want to get on the tangent, but I mean, they're not going to get rid of these people, or quote unquote. You're playing with the church's money, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
As far as society, maybe I'm not making sense, but anyways, yes, they're very sensitive to the point where they're weeping, they're crying, they're in a very vulnerable state. So you're very much trusted. And when I went to do one of these burials, and this was at a compound somewhere in California, it was very much a compound. It was very much the middle.
It was fortressed. It was fortressed.
It was fortressed, pretty much.
And bunkered. Go on.
If I wanted to escape, there would be miles of orange groves and olive groves, and I don't know where the hell I'm at.
Yeah.
So, that's not really the point. What I'm trying to say is it was amazing to see these people
break down and cry.
Yeah. They were breaking down and crying, but as far as the preparation of the body, it's very important.
Yeah.
It was very important, and even when they get to Mexico, the way they're embalmed,
they look better dead than they ever did alive. Right. The way these people work with the embalming and the cosmetics. Yes, trust me.
And what my sister told me was when they're not embalmed right, whether they don't use enough embalming fluid or they use too much, the bodies turn green.
Yes.
They literally turn green.
Yes.
And so they look like you injected them with MEMqədy.
Yeah.
No, and this is very insulting.
Yeah. Of course.
This is very insulting to the customers in Mexico, and depending on who the loved one is, it can be a death wish. Yeah. It could be a death sentence.
Yes. Absolutely.
And it's very interesting, but very much she said that at one time she received a customer try to, have her do a redo of a service, and she did not want to take the loved one. She said, I can't do this. And they try to offer her, the money. She says, it's not about the money, it's my reputation. Your loved one was not embalmed correctly. I recommend you do a closed casket. Which is, obviously it's sad, but when people are not taking their job seriously, and they're only looking about the money, it's gonna cost you. And this happened to be her old employer that did this.
Yes, of course.
And she lost her license. She could no longer practice.
Yeah. The old employer, you mean, not your sister, of course.
No, the old employer, not my sister. Yeah. And it's because it's just not. It's not.
Well, that was justice. That was karmic justice.
Well, of course.
That's exactly what should have happened. I'm almost surprised it did.
The thing about it is because Los Angeles, where she used to work at, it's such a large city, and especially in the Hispanic community, they're not going to. Most Hispanics, and let's keep it real, they're going to get paid off.
Yeah.
A lot of customers get paid off. If the mortuary hands you $20,000, I mean,
and it's true, and most of the people need it, and so
they do. So they're not going to report it. I mean, they're going to take the money. Yeah. But the thing about it is they try to corner the market, and
you see, this is what greed does to people. I mean, that's just irrational. It's
exactly. And depending on, Los Angeles this is where all Hispanics are. This might as well be Wakanda, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Literally, they're more Hispanic, more here. So there's a common knowledge that the practice can how can I say it? The standard can be lower a little bit because these are a bunch of Hispanics, even within quote unquote Hispanics, which is very sad. But at the same time, too, a lot of crazier things happen.
Right.
Back to what I'm trying to tell you is this. My sister had to make a report with the state of California, and this got handled because it's this. I mean, you can't have this, and where she's at, and she doesn't need her advertisement. I mean, pretty much. But what I'm trying to say is, it's very much very cultural. You have to be culturally sensitive when dealing with, at least with the dead. And for Michael Aquino to do this is very much low.
Yes.
Very low.
Yes.
To violate, the dead.
Yes.
Even for knowledge, as much as it's his advantage, it's really not. It's almost it's quite the opposite of what you are, Doug, in a sense of how much you guys were alike, but at the same time how much you were different.
Yes.
It's interesting how there's that comparison to you, but obviously there's a huge difference as well. It's not even close.
Thank you.
But it explains why too is stomach cancer.
Thank you. Thank you, definitely.
And go ahead.
And just explain to people about just how viscous and vicious that embalming fluid is. I'll go mute after saying hi to George and having him introduce himself to the conversation, but I do want people to understand something. The dead are on a par of helpless innocence with animals and children. So it's very much a corruption when one violates the dead, as if one were forcing their sexuality upon animals or children. And this is because these creatures or children or the dead, no matter their memories or maturity upon death, they're rendered childlike again in their helplessness, in their
Yeah, but I mean, their body, if you believe in a soul, then the body, it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So I don't believe my soul stays with my body if I die, unless I choose to re-enter it. So therefore...
Understood. No, I understand.
I'm not understanding how the body would then be helpless.
It's, before I go, I'll say it's like this. I understand for many Protestants, it's hard to grasp.
It's not actually my Protestant upbringing. It's more researching near-death experiences and just all of religion.
Could be that,
religion in itself, I don't believe in. But
that too would give you the understanding through studying near-death experiences and incarnation. The way it's understood, certainly by Michael Aquino and the occultists who exploited the dead or exploited spirits that were incorporeal or disembodied, is that God is understood by the ancients as a trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, which often confused people. And he created us in Zur, to use a gender-neutral term, Zur image. We are all Trinitarian. We are all Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. In other words, there's a part of us that incarnates and reincarnates and gathers new experiences with each life. And there's a part that either ascends or descends, depending on the density of our vibrations, goes to upper or lower dimensions. And then there's an element of us that does indeed stay with the body. The one thing anyone who works with the dead becomes quite aware of is the awareness of the dead, the consciousness that they have. They know when they're being abused. They know. It's something that I'll leave Sammy to describe. Before I go and refresh myself. So George, do say hi to everyone. Introduce yourself to the conversation, please.
Hello, Douglas, and thank you for having me back again.
Oh,
hello, Sammy.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, caught up with a bit of sleep.
Oh no, that's wonderful. Bless you. And just to bring up a little thing that was brought up by dear Brooke, just so people understand this, even though it's placed in the second chapter of Genesis, the Garden of Eden story, which dates from the 9th century before Christ, according to historians, predates the other creation myth of perhaps the oh God, what was I thinking of? But anyhow, this Eden brings to us kind of inklings of evolution, which was written about 5 centuries later. But the creator is called Elohim, which means, in plurality, the gods. So it really technically rings. Well, actually, you could like read into the King James version something along the lines of, "In the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth," and the spirit of Elohim. I mean, this is like some of the original wording, and of course, that was to touch upon what Brooke was saying. This other individual was touching upon. Not that I necessarily agree with anything the individual derived thereby or thereafter, but hey, it's not like the starting point is wrong. So, but that being said, okay, my love and gratitude to all of you. I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in about 9-10 minutes at the longest, and I'll leave you all to hold the stage, which I know our listeners, you're in the most capable of hands. Quick check into the chat room here, and here we are. Unhide MEMqədy's messages, and let me see now. Trillion Phoenix was saying the Hollywood Scientology connection. MEMqədy was saying there is too much bullshit about the Anunnaki online, like Scientology level of bullshit, haha, so he's going on. A lot of people obviously have their issues with this, but okay then, my love to you all, and I'll be back soon enough. Going to go mute now.
Thank you, Dan. Take your time. Lovely, and good evening, Sammy. How are you doing? How's work going so far?
No, I'm doing okay. I'm on my break right now. I'm
Lovely.
I'm doing training and just taking a break because doing testing and stuff is it can drain your mind at times.
Oh yeah, you need to take frequent breaks from that. Absolutely, you don't want to be overloaded.
Right.
Yeah. No, wonderful. No, and what time do you finish work? Because you do work some long hours.
So it's usually from 3 o'clock to 11:30, depending on what time the flight closes, etc. Obviously there's problems that come up that I have to tie some loose ends, but usually I'm out the door by midnight. Which because I live in Los Angeles, one of the good things about it is I really don't deal with traffic, which is great.
Oh, so it's a nice drive home.
Right.
Down the freeway. Yeah, awesome. No, that sounds awesome. No, that's wonderful. And what days do you usually work, or their shift patterns? Do they vary each week, or are they the same each week?
It depends. It really does depend right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing training right now, and plus I manage my team, so it's one of those things where it really does depend. And really what I have a luxury of is a lot of freedom as far as my job. So that's things that's good.
Oh no, that's wonderful. Yeah, no, thank you. And just to touch on what you were just saying, I just caught the last bit of it about what you were saying, Sammy. Was it to do with Aquino and
yes?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, because I was trying to think of the term what it used to be called when someone plays with the dead. Is it called necrophilia or something like that?
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
That's one of the things that actually, when I was working for the mortuary, the embalmer she was very observant. Obviously, when you're new, this is my first job. Okay, so when they're new, you're new and you're doing removals and you're working in that business. They're going to observe you, especially the embalmer, because that's pretty much the most important person as far as the operational side, dealing with the bodies. She told me I like the fact that you're, you don't stare at the body, especially the women. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't stare at the women. You don't stare at the corpses. She told me she had cases where men just kept on staring at, those particular areas. And there's some sick people out there.
It's quite disturbing, actually. Yeah.
No, well, it is because it's like, so that's one of the things that she did like about myself, and I told her, well,
It's
it's
respectful.
really more about it's respectful, but it's almost like you want to humanize these people as much as possible.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
especially working in the industry, whether it's the forensic examiner or the county morgue, I've seen where these these bodies are treated like regular cargo.
Yeah.
Sadly, it's what it is. I've
Yeah.
seen where they're stacked up high to the ceiling
And
of
that's
body
awful.
bags. No, it's
Yeah.
true. Infants, I've seen where they store these infants. They look like when you go to a deli and pick up, lunch meat. Instead, they're obviously they're fetuses or babies, and it kind of gives you an idea of the areas of society that people just don't want to see. Almost like
No.
some like almost even like with
Yeah.
your area, people don't understand that to get into the information superhighway, someone has to lay down the pavement, so to speak. So
Yeah.
it's almost like that. We're um, uh, dealing with our deceased is very much a trade where it's I guess you either you like it or you don't. And I'm not saying I didn't like it or liked it. I just kind of it was my first job pretty much.
Yeah, you've done very well. Yeah, you've done very well, and it's just that that's very interesting. I'm very intrigued in listening to that. Thank you, Sammy, for sharing that. Yeah, because it's quite funny actually, because I actually know some person I used to work with in the hospitality industry, and he's moved on to become a funeral director. So he deals with them himself. So, but that's interesting. It'll be interesting for me to ask him the similar questions of how he experienced it, because I remember him doing a post. He saw his very first post. It was post mortem. It was confirmed that this individual died of COVID. So he was like emphasizing to the world, yeah, COVID is very real, and I've seen it because I've dealt with it firsthand. And I think,
believe it or not, George, when I've helped my sister, little that I have, especially around this time, the holidays, there's a lot of violent death. I remember we got a case where it was a burn victim. I talked about it on air when I was working there, and also a lot of fights, a lot of fist fights, whether someone gets beaten to death. Just very violent. So it's for somebody in the holidays, just trigger. Maybe just me. That's far as when I work there. It's just because when I've worked in the holidays, I've just seen more volume of death. But
it's unbelievable, isn't it? But it's so true, and you hear of these cases all the time. Especially like with bar brawls or pub fights. Anything of that nature, you can have serious consequences from just literally having like a little brawl with someone. You might go for a swing, you might punch them in the face, and the individual might fall back, fall back and hit the head on a concrete curb or something like that. That can have serious consequences on the individual, and people don't realize how, because they're not consciously aware all the time, because they're not collective at that time, because they're intoxicated under the influence.
Right.
And then, like you were saying, a lot of I suspect a lot of the victims that you come across were like a result of that. And it certainly has happened a lot in my town. Even though I live in a very small town with a very small population, considerably, there's a lot of fights each weekend. And I remember the last decade or two, say the last 2 decades, when I was growing up as a teen into my adulthood. There's been a significant number in police patrols in the weekend down the high street because of the amount of fights that break out. And so it's frightening. And so many cases over the last very recent few years, people have ended up being severely hurt and injured from these fights. And it's so important. And of course, it's the same where you are as well. Like you said, it's so true. I bet a lot of the victims are a result of just fights and being beaten up. And yeah, the result is fatal at the end of the day. Yeah. It's very important to bring that message across to people. So how scary and dangerous it actually is.
Right. No, that's very true. I think we all can relate to that type of subject, as far as death. But anyways, what do you think about Brooke? What's on your mind?
No, I don't know. I'm just listening to y'all talk about death and thinking about wars and how many hundreds, thousands of people are dying over in different countries right now. So sounds pretty bad.
Right.
I mean, I definitely disagree with Douglas on the whole body thing, but that's a whole different issue. And I do believe that movie we watched, I thought it had a lot of symbolism, just like it was Voldemort, which it said, like Voldemort, it used that terminology, which...
Oh, Voldemort, yeah.
Yeah, it used that, which, that means, the Voldemort name means like flight or like, what is it? Theft from death. So I thought it was very interesting that was their name. And then it used just a lot of symbology. I don't think that it used Crowley, I believe, as, a historical reference into what he did, but I don't believe it wasn't Crowley's, obviously, like biography, because, I believe a lot of that was just symbolism. So I thought that movie was interesting. It had a lot of different names that were kind of interesting, just like Maximilian, and things like that. So.
Oh God, it just brings to mind a statement, that the friend I bring up quite frequently on air, actually, when he said to me once, he goes, "There's with Churchill, how the British won the Second World War. You see pictures of Churchill holding up the V, meaning the sign of victory." And I said to him, "No, it isn't. That's the Aleister Crowley sign. That's what he taught him as a British intelligence officer." And it's just amazing how people conflate these symbols to other meanings. They go, "Oh yeah, the V, it means he's holding up his two fingers and it's like represents victory." I was like, "No, it doesn't. That's not victory at all. It's the Aleister Crowley symbol that he taught him how to use." And so that's just what brings to mind when you mentioned that, Bruce. Thank you.
Well, it reminded me that when you said that, he before Douglas went off, he was saying he wondered about, I don't know if you watched what he sent, but like Sammy did, Nicholas, who he's brought in, like why Maximilian brought in Nicholas, and like we don't know why bring him in. And I thought it was because there's a lot of names that are symbolic in there. And Nicholas, when I researched that one, because like what would Nicholas be? And obviously it's like Pope Nicholas or whatever, but Nicholas is 1 degree away. There's books written on that Nikola Tesla. So I don't think they would have gone with Nicholas. So it may very well be he's 1 degree away from Aleister Crowley, because they had the same. I don't remember, like friend, or I don't know, like their books written about them being like 1 degree point away from each other. So I thought maybe that was symbolism for him. I'm not sure because the story didn't get interrupted. I thought it was kind of a cool thing.
Yeah, I think it's very important to also bring up that every single time that we talk about something on air, you see something very frequently, in the forthcoming days, they release something to counteract what we say. And this is something you see all the time. And I see it all the time. If I bring up anything with the Third Reich in exile, they bring up something about it on the moon or in Antarctica or Unterland. They bring something up, and it's just to basically generalize it and just to bring it down to the norm for people to accept it. And it's amazing how it can't be just coincidental. It has to be synchronized. I can't bring any other correlation to why you mention something and then all of a sudden within the next coming days they release something that you've spoken about on the news. This is like mainstream news. It's just, I find that unbelievable. And they must be listening, or they're doing something to try and counteract what we are saying. And so that is something that is important to emphasize. I can bring up so many examples of that, but I just see that all the time.
Yeah, that's
like when Douglas talks about Roswell, then they bring up something about Roswell again on the History Channel or something like that. It's just incredible when when you see that and you just realize, it brings credence and qualifies everything that we are saying.
Yeah, well,
That's
you were
something I
speaking.
was
Well, you were speaking of Roosevelt, right? Doing the V sign.
Churchill, yeah, absolutely, yeah. People look up even on Google Images, Churchill presenting the V sign. People interpret that as the victory sign, and that's what my friend was telling me. He goes, no, that was the proof that we won the Second World War, because Churchill's holding up the V sign. I was like, no, it isn't. That's not what it represents. He's holding up the V sign that Aleister Crowley taught him, because Aleister Crowley during the Second World War was an intelligence officer. He was
Right.
an intelligence operative, yeah. And so that's where he got that symbol from. Oh, and it's maddening to even think, because
Which is
the British
interesting you're saying
government
that,
themselves.
because I was looking back at Aleister Crowley and why they wrote that they were, basically Aleister Crowley and Nikola Tesla are 1 degree of separation. And it was because of George Sylvester Weyrich was their mutual acquaintance. But he was also in the interwar period. He was especially close to Tesla, but he was obviously close to Crowley, and began a working relationship with him. But anyway, it goes on to talk about how Weyrich was close and courted Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson. So it's just very interesting to see it all come together. All these people come together in that. So it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's important. I brought up before that Woodrow Wilson, as well as Franklin Delano Roosevelt, they were both Democrats. They were, between both of them, every president between Roosevelt and Wilson were all Republicans. So the 2 presidents that were Democrats were the ones responsible for.
Now,
yeah.
Well,
sorry.
we do need to understand something. I don't know if you understand. I mean, I assume you know this, but Democrats at that time were what Republicans are now. It was
No, exactly. Yeah, that's important to to just emphasize that. Yeah, exactly. And that is just it's because with Woodrow Wilson, he had a plan for a new world order, and he wrote a book on the war that would end all wars, and that's something that people can actually.
And the Democrats were the racist ones then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Douglas has gone into that in great detail before. I understand it. It's just very hard for me to explain it in detail at that point in time. But many things protrude in that I can go into great detail on. But but that's important to note. And Roosevelt was heavily involved with the communists, with the Soviet Union, with Stalin, and I could go into that in great detail as well. It was all instigated by the United States. World War II was started by the United States, and we could go into great detail on that. But it's just important to bring up with Aleister Crowley how, like my friend, conflated the V sign as that's proof that we won the Second World War, and obviously the British government themselves recognised that the war never ended. It was
right. Crowley was very pro-German, right?
I can't answer that. I don't know if he was or not. I can't answer that, I'm afraid. And maybe Douglas could help a bit better on that. I'm not sure if he was or not. But it's really hard to go into that with Aleister Crowley. He was an intelligence officer, but he was also a spy at the same time.
Oh, you know what? I just found that Aleister Crowley's secret agent. Crowley arrived in New York appropriately enough on Halloween 1914. A prolific writer of poetry, fiction essays. His work began at Vanity Fair, blah, 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 as well as Dietrich's The Fatherland, where Crowley pushed for a hardline editorial stance in favor of Germany, is where I read it. German propaganda efforts in America by expressing views he hoped would be seen as both pro-German and beyond the pale. However, his attempts to gain official support from British intelligence met with a lukewarm response, as he was. Crowley biographer Tobias Churchton puts it in a semi-freelance effort to wage war against Germany on American soul.
Hello, Douglas.
Hello, how'd you know I was back? Oh my god. Yes, you're very sensitive to that. Oh my god. A sudden change in noise, or oh my god. So I'm back, but I'm too exhausted yet to participate. Everybody, please continue. You sound like you're doing well. You're talking Crowley. I don't know if you had a chance to review that, that movie review that I sent you, George. Did you?
I did, Douglas. Yeah, that 15-minute video. Yeah, I watched that last night. Yeah, very much appreciated. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So
yeah, that was.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was going to say it was very interesting. Of course, it's just a very short segment, 15 minutes. But I watched the entire clip. It's just basically like, from frame to frame, scene to scene, and that. So yeah, it just it brings credence to a lot of what we speak of and what I know. So,
Thank you.
It's just I was just telling Brooke about whenever we talk about someone on air, it's very interesting. Like if we mention anything to do with Roswell or the Third Reich in exile, if you go on things like the BBC News broadcasting channel or the website or anything like that, and then you go on to like the History Channel, they release something very shortly afterwards just to either refute or counteract what we were saying. It's just
true.
And it happens all the time. It's not something that I said it cannot be coincidental. It has to be synchronized. It has to be. There's no other. You can't correlate those two relations. Why all of a sudden afterwards, after we've spoken of it, it's almost as if we preempted, like the Simpsons. They preempt everything that's going to happen. That is not how it works. Otherwise, you're bringing too much credit to them. They could predict the future and stuff like that. That's just not how it works. It's obviously, it's got to be deliberate. Which brings to mind, actually, I remember a statement once I said about because my former boss, she was Croatian, and she's part of they celebrate a different calendar system, the Julian calendar, as opposed to the Gregorian calendar like we use in the West.
Wow.
And so her Christmas and New Year sits on a later date than what we do in the West. And I told her about astrologists. They will use the Julian calendar to predict future events astronomically, as opposed to asteroids, events that happen out in the cosmos. They will use the Julian calendar because it's more precise and it's easier to predict any future event. And when I said that, her and this other individual conflated what I was saying and saying that they thought I was saying, oh, you can now predict the future using the Julian calendar. It's like, yeah, but I just said no. Astronomers will use the Julian calendar to predict events that will happen in the future, as opposed to in terms of asteroids coming within our solar system, within our boundaries of the solar system.
Basically, to calculate orbits, to calculate celestial orbits is what would probably have been beyond their vocabulary. But here's something interesting. So, by the way, just so people understand this, was this the same woman who I felt basically had a crush on you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that was the one recently over the last few weeks. They sort of instigated that with my wife at that wedding. They instigated the conversation about my George and Douglas without confiding in myself. Without me being present,
right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
approached his wife and basically asked her if she felt that your relationship with me was something that she should be concerned about, in the sense of like a cult leader over a cultist or something, right? Something along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely. It was along those lines. Oh, Douglas and George, along those lines, because I wasn't there, I didn't hear the conversation, but all I was, all Sarah relayed to me was no. She articulated to them that no, it's this is George's passion. I've listened to George speak, and I understand why he's interested in Douglas. It's because he learned so much from him. That is why there is that. And that has nothing to do with anything else. He's not influenced. He's not persuaded. He's not in any of those lines. There's nothing there to worry about.
Oh, wow.
And
it's always almost
a woman.
It's almost touching to hear that, because it shows they care about you. You're still very much on her mind and other people's. You obviously made a very big impression on them, and no doubt at that time you were much more muscular. You were still working out pretty regularly, if I remember right, and so they
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they still had that they still remember that and were very much enamored of that, I'm sure. Now, in terms of what she said
That's
about being,
true.
yeah, about
Yeah.
being Croatian, just so people understand this, to put this into some perspective, she must have been part of the Serbian community that lived within what was geographically Croatia, because the Croatians are very Roman Catholic. They're just so people understand this. Adolf Hitler himself, who was Roman Catholic, a lot of people don't know. This is what made Adolf Hitler so exceptional. A lot of people don't understand this,
Yes.
that Germany is very much a Protestant nation. There is a overwhelmingly Catholic population in Bavaria, which at times in history has been independent, and even at other times has spoken of secession. During various periods of history, there's been an independent Bavaria, and one of the reasons why it has had independence was because it was Roman Catholic. But the majority of Germany is overwhelmingly Protestant. And so when Adolf Hitler became ruler of Germany, you're talking about somebody who was foreign born in Austria, not German. Not conventionally educated. He was not educated in the higher educational level sense. He was of a different religion. He was Roman Catholic as opposed to Protestant. There was so much about him that made him like the John Fitzgerald Kennedy of Germany, because John Fitzgerald Kennedy was Catholic in an overwhelmingly white Anglo-Saxon Protestant America that was very racist towards Irish. So it was, think of Kennedy. This is why Kennedy admired Hitler so much and spoke of him as actually the person that he was emulating. So that is in writ, in case no one believes it. But when it comes to these figures, when it came to one of the cultures that Hitler admired, it was the Croatians. So do understand, of course, that this was because they were so staunchly Catholic that he understood them and related to them. For people who don't understand, during World War II, there was German territory, Italian territory in Europe, and of course, as Peter Moon has spoken of in the past and others, the Vatican was an independent city-state at that point, thanks in large part to Benito Mussolini, who granted them basically a severed status, a secessionist status from Italy. They were now their own nation, and that meant the church had its own powers, including power of conquest. So for those who don't get it, Croatia during World War II became Vatican territory. So that was the Roman Catholic Empire in militant, was the term. And so they ran a Catholic crusade to exterminate the Serbian peoples in that area who were operating on the Julian calendar, who were basically Orthodox Christian as opposed to Roman Catholic. So the Orthodox Christian is the old Byzantine church, the old Slavonic liturgical rite, what they call Greek Orthodox in America, because since America can't distinguish the Slavs from the Greeks, and there weren't enough Slavs in America to and the only Slavs they had were all Roman Catholic Polish peoples, then they just instead called them Greek Orthodox when they spoke of people, who were basically Serbian or Romanian or something like that. They would say their religion was like Greek Orthodox or something. But this basically, so during World War II, the Croatians established the only concentration camps that were specifically geared towards children. They were run by nuns.
I've got photos, Douglas. I've got photos of them, actually. Yes. Do you want me to put it in the chat box?
Thank you. Yes, they were run by nuns in Duvno and Luvnitz. Duvno and Luvnitz. These were the specific concentration camps for children. The only ones ever established in Europe during World War II were established by the Roman Catholic Church. And the Roman Catholic Church... basically, the policy was convert 1/3, expel 1/3, or ethnically cleanse them, and exterminate 1/3 of the population. So this is where they were tyranny into Bosnia, and Croatia expanded greatly to include Bosnia. And this was when they were, at war. And of course, Jasenovac, depending on which dialect you're using. Oh, did she drop? Brooke Gibson left.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm sorry, Brooke. Oh, geez, that's so sad. But she needs her sleep. Love you, Brooke. Oh my God. So let me send her a big love you and oh my God, I you so much and oh my God, I guess this is like she just doesn't like that history stuff. And
Yeah, I'm guessing so. Yeah.
yeah, and so anyhow, when the Duca Spoleto was the Italian nobleman who was supposed to be he was coronated as the king of Croatia, so they were a kingdom legally, and it just basically he had never had a chance to really establish that or do anything with the administration during World War II because it was just in such a state of bloody war at that time. And so the end result was that it was it just just a catastrophe on all sides. But just so people know this, what's interesting is that Gavrilo Princip was, of course, the individual who assassinated the Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Bosnia, and that was what started World War One. Now, World War II in Europe was due to now, and of course, Gavrilo Princip, for those who don't know, was Serbian. He was a Serb, and of course, the Serbs and the Croatians are just blood enemies, and divided to this day, of course, and will likely never be united again, just like Ukraine and Russia. But when it came to the assassination that sparked World War II in Europe, it definitely was the assassination of the king of Yugoslavia, the Karađorđević, and the King Alexander Karađorđević. He was assassinated on, October 9th in 1934, I believe, in Marseille. And and the men who assassinated him was Vlado Chernozemski, and that was essentially he was the Gavrilo Princip of World War II in Europe. So it was Vlado Chernozemski was Croatian. So it was like a Serb started World War One in Europe, and a Croatian started World War II in Europe with the assassination of the king of Yugoslavia. So, Doug, does this book, Slaughterhouse-Five, I think that's what the book is called, has to do with Croatia?
Yeah.
Or was that Romania evolved with the Allies? You know that they may have had Romania mentioned in the book, but it was mostly, I think it was Dresden. It was Dresden. It was the firebombing.
Dresden bombing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was about the Dresden firebombing. Sammy, for God's sakes, don't bother typing, man. Just break in and talk.
Yeah. Sorry. No, well, I got those confused.
Yeah, no worries.
I remember you mentioning that a couple years ago. Well, almost a decade ago. That book name always comes to mind because it involved the Allies involved with some European country. I mean.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and if you can get away from whatever slaughterhouse you're in right now, and then we can we can hear your voice instead of the screams of the damned in the background.
Sorry,
no worries.
I was on Bluetooth.
Yes.
I know it involved one European country. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. Oh no.
If it was Croatia.
Yeah. Oh no. In that case, it was.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, it was definitely Germany.
Okay.
And again, very important to emphasize that Kurt Vonnegut Jr. himself was Jewish, and he was there, and and he was almost burned alive in a Holocaust engineered by his own side, supposedly his own side, the Americans, who were more than willing to incinerate their own alive. Because the Germans kept all the prisoners in Dresden as hostages to kind of use as human shields, hoping the Allies would not kill their own prisoners and thereby save that ancient city because it was a cultural treasure. And but the Americans and the British, they didn't give a shit, and they killed thousands and thousands of their own men. And not to mention all of the other prisoners from other countries that were there, including the French.
And people kept wondering why the French hated the Americans and British so much after World War II. You know, like de Gaulle. Why does de Gaulle hate us? You know, why doesn't he join NATO? Why does he want to be his own nuclear power? Does he not trust us? You know, oh no, of course not.
No.
You know, why should he? You killed thousands of French prisoners in Dresden. It's like, this is how crazy these people are. They're just in denial of their own atrocities.
Well, this also reminds me of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Hiroshima being one of the most Christian, I guess there was a lot of Christians in Hiroshima.
Actually, Nagasaki is where the large Christian, it was the most Christianized nation, city
Is
in
that correct?
Japan. Whereas in
I know it's one of
Hiroshima,
those.
yeah, in Hiroshima, that is where they had put all the Japanese Americans who were stuck in Japan when the war started.
Thank you.
So that meant that the Hiroshima bomb again killed thousands of Americans. These were Japanese Americans who were basically, they couldn't leave Japan once the war started, and so the Japanese said, well, we'll put them in a place where they can start interpreting American signals we intercept. And so they put them in Hiroshima. That the Americans would claim that that's, you know, you would think they would claim what they said in their secret papers, which is basically, well, you know, this is the military target, is they've got all these Japanese Americans who speak perfect English, who can interpret everything we're saying. So let's bomb them. But they never say that. They never say that.
No.
You never see that on any of their rationalizations for dropping the bomb. That never comes up. Why? Because most Americans would hear that and their brains would explode. You know, basically, you know, they'd say, well, we killed all these Americans so they couldn't interpret our English language, you know, but you approve, don't you? You know, no, most people at this time in history. Yeah, I would say.
I mean, what goes through their mind to justify that? What goes through their head rationality wise? You know, it's like I didn't want to say her name, but it was my mum who said to me once, "Oh, they dropped the bomb so they wouldn't kill themselves because they would just get."
Right.
And that was the logic behind it. But of course, it makes no sense. And the strategic bombing, and I was referring to, you know, I've got Michael Aquino's book Mind War. And this is another point I want to bring up with you, Douglas, because what you were talking about with Sammy the other day, it was emphasized in the book Mind War about where men genetically want to reproduce, reappropriate with as many women as they have to in their lifetime, so their gene pool will pass on to the next generation. That's what Michael Aquino was talking about in the book, whereas a woman would want the man to be there for their security to help raise the child. And this is all presented in Michael Aquino's book Mind War. But Michael Aquino was talking about strategic bombing, where they were just targeting civilian targets. They were just targeting civilians to try and force the enemy to surrender, which made no sense. And
did he actually say that? Did he say that?
Yeah, in the book Mind War, he talks about strategic bombing. He goes into quite inept detail
what does that
as
sound,
well.
Sammy? Is that? It sounds like somebody's dragging like a chain across the mic or something. Sammy?
Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's left.
Holy shit! Oh
he's
God!
gone.
They strangled him. Oh God, that was the sound. it was the garrote going along his throat. The guy, they garroted him. And they took the mic with them. Oh my God.
I hope the listenership hasn't dropped out either. I do apologize, Douglas.
yeah. No. By the way, I want you to know.
Yes.
These photographs are incredible. I have never seen these photographs.
Yeah.
I mean,
I got them.
Yeah. Where
got
did you
them
get
to
these?
show her.
Yeah.
I got them online, Douglas, but I was going to show my former boss these images to show her because she has no idea about this because she grew up in a communist nation where they were forced to fire firearms and to hold them and to be trained with firearms. So she grew up in a communist nation. This is why she was so antithetical towards the Third Reich. She would always speak badly of them, always. Her and my other mate, you know, the other guy who used to just say about, they should have dropped the bomb on Vietnam. It was those two used to always gang up.
Your former boss was clearly indoctrinated. So she was indoctrinated.
That's what it is. It's indoctrinated. Yeah. Yes. They underwent the axiom wash and then indoctrinated to hate them. Yeah. But she was unfamiliar with her own history of her own nation.
Well, you know why? Because obviously the communists hid all that because You know, it was under the totalitarian dictatorship of Josip Broz Tito, who himself was Croatian. He was ethnically Croatian. Then they were hiding all of these different atrocities. Of course, as a Croatian, he had a vested interest in hiding Croatian atrocities, right? So this is like, this is why, but these photographs are all quite real. I can guarantee to anyone who sees these photographs are quite real.
I should publish.
Yeah, you should. You should do a post. Yes, please. And this is like,
So,
and I've seen photographs of the camps and the nuns before, but these are new to me.
Yeah.
So it's incredible. See, your research, this is why you're my heir apparent when it comes to all of this. It's definitely you've managed to go beyond what I've taught you, and you find quite a bit on your own. See, this is why Sarah just needs to explain to these people this is why it's your passion. And then, of course, you know, it's a pity that you couldn't show. I mean, you could show something like her first name, right? Your ex-boss's first name was...
Oh, yeah, Stoyanka. Yeah, Stoyanka is her name, yeah. And,
sorry, what was her name again?
Stoyanka.
Stoyanka. Oh, my God, that's Slavic as hell. Holy shit. That's almost like caricaturist. I mean, you don't even run across many people with that name. Holy shit, Stoyanka.
Yes, many people they had it hard to pronounce their name. You hear it for the first time, they couldn't pronounce it, and then they forget very quickly. It is a very uncommon name to come across in life.
Did she have a nickname?
But she moved over here to the UK I believe it was, from what my understanding, it was during the Kosovo War. It was under when it was
so
underwent.
That was like not that long ago.
Comparatively
speaking. She moved over basically around the time, maybe even after I was there.
Yeah, thank you. It was Douglas. No, exactly. And so I don't know which year exactly. It could have been 99, could have been the year 2000, but it was around that time, or maybe even earlier than that. She moved over. She left her family there. This is what she's always felt guilty about, without her actually admitting it. But she has admitted to a few people, which they relate to me. It's a guilt. She felt really guilty doing so. But she fled because of it was war torn. It was basically she was forced to migrate. And she chose to come to England, so that was the reason why she's here. And so she managed to establish a family.
She definitely sought a higher quality of life, but what I don't understand was whatever prevented her from trying to bring other members of her family to England. They don't have that kind of policy where that's possible, or.
No, I did. I think that's where she definitely expressed that she was guilty. Over the last several years I was working with her, it certainly, because people said to me, she did felt guilty doing so. She left them behind. It was just herself. She's got sisters, a family. She had a mother and father. They've recently passed away in the last few years. So that's from what I gathered. She never spoke to me about it. I never spoke to her personally about it. It was just. There was no point ever, because it was always, especially after relaying this information to a lot of people at work without her ever directly speaking to me and asking me questions directly, ever pulling me privately into a room and discuss this with me, which is what should have happened, instead of doing everything without me knowing or at my acknowledgement. It was always done behind my back, and I would only catch it peripherally from overhearing.
You know where that comes from? That comes from that communist background where they all rat and think and report each other. Where they all
that's it. Thank you. That is exactly it, Douglas. Because she would always talk about, when she was growing up, when she was working as a child, like on the farm, if someone did something wrong, she would always report it to the senior peers. She would always report it, and without them even knowing. So it was always behind. It was always behind people's backs, not to their faces. And then it was always abrupt when it was to your face. It was to shut you down. Shut up, you're wrong, I'm right. That was always it. and I was always in the wrong. I could never speak. I wasn't allowed to talk. So when I say,
and that was simply because
like,
she was in, because she was in the position of authority. Again, that's the communism. It's basically, I'm in charge. I'm the commandant. I'm the cadre, and therefore I'm right. You're wrong. It's that simple. It's just based on their barefaced power politics. Oh my God! I mean, it's almost pathetically predictable. Oh my God, now that I know these details, then it all becomes quite clear to me.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. And that's what I had to deal with for 12 years, 13 years.
Yeah, you were working under a communist commandant. Yes, you were basically...
Commandant, yeah?
You were basically working under a communist commandant, and your mate who was going around saying they should have bombed Vietnam, he was basically her cadre, what would be called their cadre. He was basically, operating under her orders and constantly, taking her side like a collaborator,
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. And the other thing I wanted to just share with you, they were, of course, in Britain, they love these, what they call pop quizzes, these things that they go to, and it's like, oh, it's just a pub quiz. And, we used to hold this event every single, last Wednesday of the month. It was always quizzes. And the questions were always done by either my friend or my boss. It was done by either one of them, and they would actually participate in the quiz itself. One would present it and the other one would participate. So they would know the answers to the questions. But I remember I participated in it once when it first started, and one of the questions was, can you see the Great Wall of China from the moon? And of course I knew the answer. I said, yes, you can. And then the answer was, no, you can't see the Great Wall of China from the moon.
Oh my God.
And
what was their source?
What
was their source for this?
Exactly. I think it was something to do with, with, like you presented, when, the Americans are going above, cruising altitude, 30,000 feet, and they look down upon the Great Wall of China from cruising altitude because of all the particulate matter, because it's emitting all these CO2 emissions, because China's so heavily industrialized.
Yeah.
They can't see the Great Wall of China because of all the smog, because of all the industrial output.
Just so people understand this, I remember when I brought this fact up that I had idiots saying, I've flown, not flown like they're pilots, but, they were passengers in passenger planes. And we've flown over the Great Wall and we couldn't see it. How could they see it from space? And just so people know, all of these people are so fucking stupid. You wonder how they even, maybe they're oxygen deprived at that altitude or something. They should have had their oxygen mask on or something. I'm being sarcastic, but these people are just so fucking stupid. Let's look at the reality here. First off, the Great Wall of China is built from local materials. The local earth materials look from a closer perspective of several thousand feet when you're in a plane, and with all that smog, that industrial grade brown smog beneath you, you don't see any of it because of that, combined with the brown materials of earth that it's made from, the Great Wall, and with the color of all the earth around it, and then the brown colored smog, all you see is soup. You see soup. You see nothing. You see nothing because it's camouflaged in that sense. It is camouflaged. When you're in space, you see the shadow. That's how you discern the fucking wall. You see the shadow of the sun that defines the whole line of the goddamn wall. And you say, ooh, look at that long snaky thing. What is that? That's the Great Wall of China. It's perfectly discernible. And the only other man-made object discernible from the moon or from space, other than the Great Wall of China, is the Korean demilitarized zone created by all those Japanese atomic bombs in World War II. And so thank you. Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, the DMZ. Yeah.
And you know how that's discernible? All the lights in South Korea, which go up flat to the DMZ, and then everything stops dead, and then North Korea looks pitch black. And then the DMZ line is divided. It's just like Mexico. If you take a look at all of America's all lighted up like a Christmas tree all night, and Mexico is just pitch black south of the border. That's how you can sharply see the sharply defined border between the United States and Mexico.
Yes.
Just so people know, everything south of that border is all generally desert, until you reach any cities in Mexico. But anyhow, with with North Korea, the reason why it's all blacked out is obvious, is because everybody's living in the Stone Age over there, feudal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just horrible conditions, and so sad. So by all means, go on. I mean, now I'm finally getting the situation. Now I'm finally getting it. So basically, this is why, as a Yugoslav, she's basically was born in geographic Croatia, and she doesn't really cop to the fact. I would wonder if I confronted her gently, just tactfully. I wonder if she would recognize that she's ethnically Serb.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, because she says her culture was.
It bears to mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, if she's saying her culture was using the Julian calendar, she was Serbian. She sure as hell wasn't Croatian. They would be using the Gregorian calendar because it was created by Pope Gregory. Get it then? But oh my God. So there we have that. I mean, oh my God, it's just you and me now, so we're fine. We can hold this.
Oh, we got Sammy back as well. Yeah, and that's the other thing. People can look at go about 9-10 a.m. in the morning when the sun is not quite noon, because when it's at noon it's at its highest peak. But like throughout the morning and to the afternoon, if they look at the shadow, it's 3 times the size, 3 times the length. So that's how you can see the Great Wall of China from the shadow.
You can't miss it. Yes.
No, because it's far larger, because people just look at it as a single, they try to think of it as an individual object where it's just extend for many, many miles. But no, if you look at the shadow, you'll be able to see the shadow protruding from the object, and that's how you can identify it.
Yes.
And it's just exactly like you said with the borderline with Mexico. It's in dimness, darkness, and that's how you can define it. But thank you, Douglas. I just wanted to bring that up, and that was the part of the quiz. They manipulated the question. By the
way, that's very communist. That's very communist. That's like they would do back in Yugoslavia, where she came from.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's like setting up bingo, and then you set it up so only your people win. or win.
You draw all these balls, and that's not my team's number, so I'm going to throw it back in the pot, and I'm going to do it again until we get the balls. Yeah,
yes.
Just manipulating the whole.
But by the way, you know how they do that? They when they put all the shit in the when it's just papers, when it's just like they pull, like everybody buys their tickets and they put it in the stupid wheel and they pluck it out. Then the way that they rig it is that you crumple up your ticket, and then they'll recognize the crumpled piece of paper and they pull that out. And
there you go.
As soon as they pull it out, then they unfold it and say, "Yeah, this is the winner." That's how that's done. Oh my God. So okay, I've got an eye wanker, which is, of course, everybody knows. I've got this dye sticky ass. It's a double row of eyelashes, and it just leads to eyelashes that fall into my eyeball, and it's painful as hell. So I'll take care of that. But before I go, Sammy, what was the mystery? We heard this mystery sound, and it sounded like a chain being dragged across the microphone, and then you disappeared, and we figured they garroted you. What happened?
I had to go into a small meeting, 5 minutes, so okay. I had to get off there.
Understood. Yeah. Was the meeting okay? No emergency, I hope.
No, it was fine. It was just something was brought up to my attention. It wasn't bad. It was just something they probably could have sent an email, but you know how it is.
Oh, of course not. They have to have you present. I mean, God knows. Well, that's you're there to present that leadership. You've got to be there physically, right?
right, quote unquote.
Oh my God. No, that's touching. And so like Brooke left us when I got talking about World War II and atrocities, because of course she just tunes out, and I don't blame her. I mean, I hate to say this, but hey, women are like that. It's so true.
Yeah, I know that too well. Whenever I talk, people just walk away from me.
Yes. Thank you. I get it. Yes. By the way, just to let Sammy, I don't know if you heard it earlier, but when Peter Moon was going on about different people, and one of the people he brought up was Ivan Sanderson, who was this British commander, and like I said, he was the guy who was talking about there's a hostile undersea civilization, and he wrote a book called Invisible Residents, and Ivan Sanderson, people can look that book up, Invisible Residents by Ivan Sanderson. He wrote that there's a hostile race that lives beneath the seas, and that they were responsible for the disappearance of many ships, especially in the Bermuda Triangle area. And of course, so he was stationed as a naval intelligence commander in Belize. And, so I was bringing that up. Of course, Peter Moon didn't really, understand that. But that's how he got to observe so much about the Bermuda Triangle. He was stationed in Belize, and that's how he knew about all the ships disappearing in the Bermuda Triangle before it became a popular culture reference. And so he said these ships are disappearing because of a hostile undersea civilization of he called them NTIs, non-terrestrial intelligence, meaning that these were aquamphibians, humans that were
like a relic population.
Yes, a relic. Yes, exactly, a relic population. Yes, and
Douglas. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
No.
Are you aware of this new app called MEMǳDy that people are using online? It's an AI generated. It's referred to as Lenser. That's what the app's called. But it's AI generated your images into cartoons or illustrations. It's very similar to the illustrations you publish. But everyone's jumping on this bandwagon now.
Oh my God.
And it looks so similar. They look so similar, but everyone's doing it now. So they're now using this. It's an AI generator that generates
again, this is no coincidence. This is like a way to make everyone's art look like mine.
Everyone's looking like you now, Douglas.
Oh my fucking God. Oh jeez. Yeah, those assholes. It's like we said earlier, this is no coincidence. It's all synchronized. Whenever George Knight or Sammy Romero or I talk about anything, then some stupid documentary will come out saying just the opposite, some bullshit, Oh my God, it's frustrating. It's so frustrating. But they're all doing this because they're scared. They're running scared, and they know that someday the truth that we present will be the established narrative. They know that, and that's why they're so desperately doing what they're doing. It wouldn't be otherwise. Otherwise, they wouldn't care, right? They wouldn't care. We could, honestly, if I were no threat, there'd be no character assassination.
Exactly. There'd be no gang stalking.
Yes, yeah. I could just go out there and say whatever I wanted, but obviously they're scared to death. Oh my God. So
we talk about people like Donald Trump, but he doesn't have that level of gang stalkers. He don't have these people stalking him and listening to everything he is saying and posting online that they're going to kill him and stuff. He doesn't have that.
No,
which
is remarkable. I mean, he, and I will bring this up. Tonight, I really do have all too much to talk about. It's one of these things where there's no problem tonight. When I go into monologue, but of course I'm going to have to start with Germany. But really, that brings us directly back to Trump. What happened in Germany was this fucking QAnon attempted coup d'etat, and just so people understand. Now, I've often recommended, first off, that you have the federal district of Berlin, which, by the way, their government building is the largest in the world. Just so people understand this, the government building in Berlin is the largest in the world. It was really built for an empire, and this was something that was built after World War II. Had nothing to do with Hitler or Albert Speer's architecture, but it's considered like a federal district, and basically the surrounding state is basically considered like a the Germans call them states as this kind of neutral term because it sounded, like the United States. They just thought it would be a neutral term in the post-war era. That's not the traditional German term was Länder or Gau. That's why the district leaders in the Reich were called Gauleiters, like district leaders. But they really need to combine Berlin with that state that it's in, which for some reason is escaping my conscious brain right now, and create that as the new Prussia. That would be the center focus for a reestablished dynasty under a ceremonial Kaiser, coronated as just a constitutional monarch, like England's. It would be easy enough to do. Okay, so I want everyone to understand that Kaiser means emperor, like Tsar, the Russian emperor, and it's like Napoleon as emperor. An emperor means well above the level of a king. A king is like very regional, an emperor is like a universal leader in their cultural sense. And so it's a noble, there's a minor nobleman who was involved with this QAnon conspiracy, and they were going to take over Germany and establish this man as king. So this was this harebrained scheme that they had going because they were all influenced by the Americans, and basically were going to carry out their coup d'etat in the sense that the January 6th insurrectionists wanted to conquer our government with a coup d'etat. And so the Germans preempted them. They swooped down, and 3,000 cops in 11 different, states just slammed into, the movement and arrested these 25 ringleaders. And that includes this one minor nobleman who wanted to declare himself king. Again, I cannot overemphasize, I don't want anyone to confuse this with the Kaiser or the dynasty, which is effectively in abdication, not in exile. They're not in exile. They're in Germany, but they are in abdication, meaning that they are inheriting the titles, but they're not legally recognized as coronated. They're not coronated. And so that can be changed easily and legally, but, hopefully this stupidity doesn't halt that. Hopefully it speeds up the process so that nobody can claim a coup like this if there's a legitimate monarch. That would be the best, argument for reinstating a legitimate monarch. Okay, so that being said, I just had to vent that. I'm going to get this wanker out of my eye. I'll be back in just a minute. Both of you gentlemen, please.
Yeah, very
do me a
important.
favor. Hold the stage, and I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Sammy Romero.
Yes.
Are you there, young sir?
God, I hope so. I shouldn't leave unless we hear him answer. So yes,
Yeah.
Sammy.
That's all right, Douglas.
Oh,
I'll
thank
just.
God.
Hello, he's there.
Yes, he's there. Okay, so you two can hold the stage for a few minutes, right?
Absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, I have something important to say actually.
Right. Sammy, can you answer? We need to hear your audio. Oh Jesus! Holy shit!
Yes.
Oh, there we are. Oh, thank God. Yes. So can you hold the stage for a few minutes with George while I, put some on? Oh, bless you. Thank you. I'll go mute.
God bless you. Thank you. Hello, Sammy. Thank you for coming on. Yeah.
No problem. How you doing?
Hey, lovely. Yeah, I was just wanted to share with you. I was talking to my friend Eric yesterday, my work colleague, and I was telling him about the reason behind the Roswell incident, because I said to him, it's amazing how, like, you when you know about history and you know that you can present it in a way, but sometimes you don't understand the reasons behind it. And I said to him, over the last several weeks, I've realized, why they were testing the supermassive dirigible at Roswell, New Mexico. As the bombardier, the 509th Bombardier Group was stationed at Roswell, New Mexico, because it was an army camp, and that was where they at their what they call their statement for what would you want to call it? Their policy statement to the world was, we are the only bombardier group in the world that can deploy an atomic ordnance.
Right.
And so it's just, you can't just have a coincidence of an extraterrestrial intelligence traveling interstellar and then crashing at a army camp at Roswell, New Mexico. So it doesn't make any sense. But I explained to him why they used the supermassive dirigible, because of the this is where I got confused yesterday. I was like using terms like, because the Allies were using helium, which was less flammable, but the Axis were using hydrochlor. I think they were using, what's it called? Hydrogen peroxide. That's what they were using. Sorry, beg your pardon. They were using hydrogen peroxide, which gives them more aerial lift, gives the dirigibles more lift. So this is why after the failed attempt to dislodge the Third Reich in exile from the Antarctic continent, they then turned towards the Bombardier Group at Roswell to deploy an atomic ordnance using the supermassive dirigible, so the Third Reich couldn't detect them by radar. So that was the reason behind their deployment of using a dirigible. Because I said to them, I didn't understand why they just couldn't use like an aircraft carrier to deploy it. If they used a B-29 at the time, and of course it's to do with weather conditions, they couldn't deploy it. Then plus they can't get enough lift in that sort of air conditioning. So they needed to use a supermassive dirigible. Or so no, I just wanted to bring that up, and hopefully Douglas can hear some of that. So but that's what I was presenting to him, because it's only been recently that made sense to me why they use a dirigible, why they wanted to deploy that, because of the aerial lift that it can attain that altitude, a high enough altitude to avoid aerial radar. Because very recently they've deployed a new type of stealth bomber. They've got 20 in their arsenal, and they've deployed a new type of. And this is why the conversation got brought, because Eric brought up the fact that it looks like a saucer shape. It looks like very much like a flying saucer in its aesthetics, in its look. And I said, the reason for that, the shape of it, and the reason why the Third Reich were using the discraft is because it can avoid enemy radar quite easily, because radar would reflect. It has to beam off a solid object and beam back to the radar system so they can detect anything in the skies. And I said that's the reason why they use the stealth bomber in that shape. And the new type of stealth bomber that they have now recently, they have manufactured and engineered, is very much like a saucer shape. he just brought that up, and I just mentioned that the Roswell incident was because they were trying to avoid aerial radar. They were trying to be able to deploy an atomic ordnance over the Antarctic without interception from the Third Reich, which were using these discraft technology, which were way advanced in even today's times. So yeah, that's I just wanted to share that with you. Does that bring anything to your mind, Sammy?
Well, it reminds me of Operation Argus, which didn't they deploy nuclear bombs or warheads to the moon? Is that correct?
Yeah, they deployed three consecutive strikes between the late 1958 to 1959, January 1959. There was three consecutive strikes above the ionosphere of the Earth, and it was Christophilius, who didn't hold a physics degree. He approached the American High Command, approached Christophilius and asked him, if his tactics of deploying a weapon above the ionosphere to counteract the Third Reich relocating their assets onto the moon. He deployed this. It's a medium range nuclear warhead, which was attached to what they call not an intercontinental ballistic bomb, but it was onto a missile. It was attached to it, and then it detonated above the ionosphere of the Earth, and it created what they call an artificial radiation Van Allen radiation belt, an artificially generated Van Allen radiation belt from the deployment of this wielded nuclear weapon. And so then when it dissipated into space, there's nothing out in space to absorb that radiation. So any of the Third Reich's craft that were relocating their assets onto the moon it was so detrimental to the Third Reich's technology, it rendered all the circuitry within the craft rendered useless, because it would just disrupt all so they couldn't relocate any of the assets on the moon for a period of time, and any of the stationed Raumführer on the moon itself, on the Lunastox colony on the South Pole region of the moon, were not resupplied with any resources or so they ended up perishing from lack of resupply ultimately. And then so and the most scariest thing about that is there's no record of it. They've destroyed all records, and including any research conducted afterwards to research on the radiation levels that was emitted back onto the Earth. And then this escalated to a huge increase in people catching radiation cancer. It manifested.
It makes a lot of sense. I think on top of that, when Doug mentioned who's that ugly creature that he calls what's his name? Stan Friedman. There you go.
Yes, that troglodyte. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Him radiating, the whole United States with radiation. You add that on top of that, I think.
And remember, Michael Aquino understood. Michael Aquino believed himself as somehow freed from the wheel of karma, but he certainly understood karma, and he understood that Stanton Friedman was getting a cosmic, karmic payment when his child was born developmentally disabled. And that's when, and that's why Stanton Friedman relocated to Canada, because unlike America, Canada has a social welfare system where when he got his child into the Canadian health system, then all of the care was provided by the state. So that way he could, and that's, and
it's the American way.
Thank you. And this is like, but think of the true madness comes when you have someone like Stanton Friedman will try and qualify himself by saying, oh, well, I can speak to these matters because I worked for the government in these, Department of Defense contracts on nuclear flight, and this is why I'm qualified to speak of this. And yet when anybody would say something negative about the government, like, well, if you work for the government, you must be deep state, then he would claim, quite literally, and this is on record as well, I never worked for the government. I'm not working, so it's basically, maybe in his mind, he's parsing this with some kind of bizarre rationalization that, I was contracted, but I was not a direct government employee. Hey, perhaps that holds in his mind, but for any, sane, rational person, go fuck yourself, Stanton. I mean, and God knows what.
The very interesting part is I remember someone played a prank on George Norrie impersonating him, and George Norrie was such an imbecile that he actually believed it was him until he kind of. By the way, sorry about the background noise. He kind of figured out it was a goof, but even then, I mean, he pretty much just hanged up. But one of the things that overhearing that name, and really all these figures in American history as far as quote unquote military, all of them sound lame. What I mean by that is every time I listened to Coast to Coast, it was always taught as almost like a fairy tale, in a sense of even the way they try to say quote unquote Roswell. I remember they interviewed a quote unquote former FBI agent that says he found files pertaining to aliens.
That was after I came out as a public informant. Okay. That guy was one of those responses when I was being interviewed by John B. Wells, and John B. Wells told me that son of a bitch called him up, and he said right there on his cell phone the source of the call was Langley, Virginia. So this guy is still working with the CIA. He's calling out of their offices to say that, I used to work with the CIA and I found these alien files. And, I just wanted, and imagine a former CIA agent going on public radio and doing this without, his pension being revoked or something of that nature.
Isaac called me, right? My twin, and he told me, and I have to mention this guy because he told me, what the hell's going on? What happened with the Rolla, Daniel Rolla? Yeah. And I said, look, to make a long story short, I told him, people reveal themselves in the end, in the sense of their true intentions. And when somebody is just there to just take up space, they're going to show it when it comes to standing up for somebody that's done a lot for them. That's really much what it is. I'm not trying to, make it complicated. It was not even complicated. I told me it's just he's all but why would they troll Doug? I mean, he's all Doug's program is just educational, really. Who would troll? Why would someone troll Doug just to troll him on a podcast that's about history? How lame is that? I'm like, well, you're answering your own question. It's not like this is information that is popular. So you're trolling information that's unpopular already. It just goes to show you your life. This pretty much is these topics that you talk about are very specific to the type of person that thinks about these things and interested. If you going so far to troll Douglas, it's just you're a loser, pretty much. because I mean, who has that type of time? I told him. So you have to think about the type of person has that type of time and that interest in doing that. It's not a normal person. A normal person has a life, and I kind of had to put it that way because he's like, what happened to all his supporters? It's been a while since he listened to. I mean, he listens off and on, mostly to your monologues. I told him all these people don't matter no more because they showed their true intention, and really they just don't matter. To even discuss them is really to empower them, and they're just powerless, So that's pretty much what I told him is in the end it doesn't matter because they were just that was their job, and they're irrelevant now. I mean, what else do they have, But
definitely, what happened with their downfall was that Richard K. Cole went and picked up, some other, celibate loser living in his mother's basement.
Right.
Whoever this Cambion guy is, he thinks with his sunglasses on in the dark, he looks like a man in black, but he really just looks like a boy on crack. And he's
I'll give you an example, okay? And this is I have to kind of put it in these terms, and if you don't understand, I completely understand. I mean, if you're not understanding, then I can maybe change it. But it's almost like someone who's against your tongue, Douglas.
Yeah.
Going online and saying, I'm against Douglas Tong and his gang brothers because they're not real Americans. They're anti-American. Well, idiot, that's the point. I have this tongue to protect me.
Yes.
It's called community.
Yes.
That doesn't make me an American. That just makes me unique in the sense of it's like, Cosa Nostra or anything else, it's hell, the bingo club. It's still, what I mean? What I'm trying to say is it's almost to that point where it's like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing with your life? But go ahead.
No, definitely. I appreciate everything you're saying. Now, George Knight is back with us, and I'll tell you the funniest thing that George Knight said was that time George Knight, basically said, well, Daniel Arola, he went and apologized to Richard K. Cole Jr. I'm sorry, Douglas. And I felt like, dude, that's like a proctologist coming in and saying, we surgically were able to remove all your hemorrhoids, Mr. Dietrich. Your anus is going to be really lonely now. It's like, what the fuck are you sorry about? It's like, there was...
Because I thought I was the bearer of bad news.
Oh my God, whatever made you think that?
Jesus.
Yeah.
But thank God.
Yeah, with that.
God.
Yeah, with that. Just so people understand this about that. And by the way, just so whether this is the case or not, Brendan Zoget, he does searches on these people, and it's pretty much they're gone. Salman Sheikh, Daniel Arola, the Jameson Rees, who then showed up only in the the chat room of that Cambion punk. But basically these people are like dead meat in the water because that I guess their purpose in life was completed. I mean, they failed. they completely failed. So they were just, rejected. It's hard to fail in that world. The best way to explain it to people is this way. When you try to ask about like where do these people fall in with the cults of Edom, what exactly control do they have if they're not being paid? How is it that they fall in line? And basically, think of their weakness and. My weakness was obvious. It was obviously sex, and then Lena Shea served as basically someone who took advantage of that, and that's because her weakness is sex. And within the cults of the kings of Edom, she falls into the cult that would be Shub-Niggurath, which would be basically the anti-goddess of fertility, not in the sense of fertility as we understand it, but the fertility of polyps and various other forms of unclean life that are inimical, the kind of life that mutates to adapt to toxic waste, the mutations essentially. When it comes to, someone like Daniel Arola, it would be what was known as the cult of the chemical, which is basically, there's a number of different anti-gods affiliated with that, but he was just completely addicted to drugs. It was always pot and acid. With Jameson Reese, he confessed it out loud and repeatedly. I mean, of all of the people that we knew, Jameson Reese's greatest service, if we could call it that, was simply the fact that he would spout the doctrines of the Edomites just without any sense of shame or remorse. He would just shout out, "I want all people dead except for myself," which is essentially the bottom line of all of them in essence. When people don't understand, say for instance, as George and I can testify, he jumped on the call one time when Jameson Reese, was totally oblivious, just like he was to the time Peter Moon jumped on and heard him bragging and laughing about cursing him. And this worst thing about Jameson Reese, there's so many bad things we can't even begin to count, but like Sammy Romero remembers that I had told Jameson Reese more than once, you got to stop talking about Peter Moon because, he's not off the call. He may be asleep, but he can, if he wakes up, he can jump back on, and you really got to stop talking like this about him because you're causing problems. And then, but he kept doing it and he wouldn't take responsibility. Then when I told him, look, I told you, don't talk about him when we're on the call. And he said, no one ever told me that, so it's like, he's just, and I'm not even doing it justice. He was screaming and wailing, gnashing of teeth, squealing like a pig. He should have been stuck. But he just, his god was Istaliak, which was the god of plague, the cult of the Paiamaias. He was very open about that. He was obsessed with plague and disease and his desire that people die by plague and disease. This was the fascination of it.
Doug,
yeah.
Here's the thing though. It's almost sabotaging you in a sense of not making you relatable.
Yes.
Which is, it's abuse.
Yes, that was their intent. Yes, but it was to basically get on the platform and scare everybody away.
Yeah.
And to make all colored people look like vicious, filthy, just, basically sexual perverts at that. Salman Sheikh was there with the gay angle and everybody could see it. And then, Danny Arola, same joke, where the white woman at, over and over. I mean, they're there to make colored people look like shit while scaring everybody away, especially whites.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so there you have that. And whenever Lena Shea would speak, she sounded like she was, because she was drugged out of her mind. She would come on and she'd just be like, and she couldn't even formulate her thoughts.
She'd go into a shed, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she would go into a shed where she was really inhaling the pot. And, by the way, pot is like vicious shit. I mean, it's like, these people on it, so many of them turn into zombies. And just so people understand this, there is Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Don't take my word for it. Look this up yourself. There is now a Mothers Against High Drivers now. Because, there's all these people now that pot's legal that are high out of their minds that are killing people in their cars. And, running over kids when they back up and shit. And, just ramming into other people's cars. So, it's the same thing all over again. It's just a different drug. And all these people were saying how safe it was. There's nothing safe about it. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And it's like, Lena used to laugh at Amber Rose Dio for justifiable reasons, because Amber Rose Dio would write me complaining about how difficult her life was. And literally she'd write me stuff like this. I have to wake up in the morning and then I have to take a shit and then I have to change my tampons and then I have to, and she'd write about these just basic hygienic pastimes that someone is expected to do automatically without thought. And these were everything was swimming upstream for her because she was smoking pot all day. And then Lena laughed at that. And then when her work partner got her on that strong ass pot,
all day long, then she became just like that, you know. I mean, she never took care of the kids, really. She would drop them off at the daycare center, which her husband could afford because he was a landlord and had inherited that property so they could have people pay rent. So he was getting that steady income without having to work. And then she basically, you know, so they put the kids in daycare, and then she'd, you know, go to her work partners, and they'd basically, you know, on the days when they were working during the COVID, just basically wrap themselves up in a giant flesh and meat ball in an orgy at her work partner's home while doping out. And then, you know, and then she'd write to me that same shit. You have to, you know, take a shit and change my tampons and then find condoms. And then, you know, and it just went on. It was just like, good God. I mean, you know, there are people who do this without thought. But, anyway, yeah, just the pot is awful. I mean, I think it's worse than heroin.
I agree, Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, so
I've never touched it.
Okay, yeah. And did you ever see anybody on it at the hotel, or you could smell it in some rooms or something?
Oh, everyone was on it. Even the staff were on it. Oh my Lord, it was awful. I've never tried it because I've got a phobia of smoking. So with smoking, I've never tried a cigarette. What happened when I was like 1 or 2 years old, I tried to mimic my mother smoking, and I burnt myself, and it tasted so horrible. So I never, ever went near the stuff ever in my life. And I've got a massive phobia of it. Obviously, I've done other things, obviously like caffeine, drinking, and steroids, but never touched smoking or cannabis. Never in my life would I ever do so.
Did you get ashes on your tongue with a cigarette? Was it?
I have no idea, Douglas. I don't know. The thing is, like, I always just cognitively like remember it being lit, but my mum says it was never lit. It was just a doubted cigarette. You picked it up and you ate it, and I was like, oh my God, that's horrible. And so that put me off for life.
It was the nicotine. It was that overwhelming dose of nicotine. You're lucky you didn't die.
Yeah, exactly. It must have been horrific. Yeah. Absolutely horrific. But no, that put me off for life, where I've got a phobia of it, where I cannot eat my food in front of anyone who's smoking. I don't like the smell, the look of it. When people have got it in their hands, I just don't like it at all.
That was a blessing. It was a blessing in disguise. Yes. But just so you know, so our listeners know, you know, if a child eats a full cigarette like that, they can die. I mean, because the nicotine just all at once like that going into the system, as opposed to slowly going in through the smoking, which is bad enough. A child like that can get deathly sick on that, who's never been exposed to it before. But when you just eat it like that, oh my God, you know.
Thank you. Yeah. And that's why I think some people find it hard to believe, but when they see me around it, they go, oh, it's so obvious. You just don't like it. You detest it so much. And it's a phobia. That's what I meant. It's a phobia. I just don't like it. But yeah, I agree, Douglas. Cannabis is so much more worse. And it really does. Like, especially like when you're driving. But I remember all my friends used to say, yeah, you know, you can smoke cannabis and drive. You know, you can't do that with drinking. And I was like, no, because you're reflecting, you know, your basically your instincts and your response or reflective instincts all you can't basically react in a matter of time before.
Well, they're all retarded. All of your all your reflexes are retarded, you know, and so it's like I said, everything is swimming upstream, and so these people are just now, Sammy, obviously pot's a big, you know, it's obviously big in the Latin American culture. I mean, but Isaac and you never seem to have really caught on to that, thank God. So I don't know if you yourself had any family that was part of that subculture at all. I don't know if he can hear us. They probably dragged him away for another meeting. Yeah, but oh my God. So, you know, but how are they getting away with smoking it at work? Wasn't it illegal in Britain?
Oh, it is. It's like classed as far as I'm aware, under the law, it's classed as a Class C drug. People smoke it freely, even just out and about. You walk past it and you get like a whiff, and you're like, well, there's obviously that's weed. That's yeah. And then that happens all the time, and it's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. It's and to me, it's horrible. It's a horrible. I just hate it so much. You know, I don't say anything because, of course, you know, I mind my own business. People could carry on as long as it's not affecting me. And then, you know, I just am aware it goes on all the time. And yeah, you can just tell people's states of mind are just completely different once they're on it. You can just tell just that they're slurring and everything's wavy and their mind's just.
But the horror of it is, it does long term. It's just like some people who always seem
Brain
to
damage.
be drunk.
Yeah.
Basically, the people who get into the real habit of it, it's like you can't tell whether they're high or not. They're always like that. After a while, you see them, they're always like that, slurring and talking and after a while that becomes their norm. Oh my God.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted.
Go on.
Oh yeah, carry on.
No, you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I was going to say earlier on, because I can still remember what I was going to say earlier. In the book MEMqədy by Aquino, he actually stated that with the Department of Defense, the DoD, it comprises of 0.25% of the actual United States government, and he emphasizes that in the book that the DoD comprises of a quarter of the percentage. So I thought that was very important just to bring up with people, especially, when you're talking about the governmental level. There are, like yourself, you worked on all three stages, 3 levels of government: the municipal, the reserve, and the federal level. And the DoD, the Department of Defense, is comprised of 0.25% of the government of the United States. So it's so important.
Thank you. And
just to bring up.
Go on. Yeah.
That was just to add on to what you were saying earlier. Yeah. As opposed to, with Stanton Friedman, he would say like, oh yeah, I'm employed, and then he would change his statement. He's contracted, and and it's like with yourself, Douglas. You're employed, so all the records of yourself are destroyed.
Yes.
There's no record.
Yes.
So
yes. And by the way, what you? Go on, Sammy.
Yes.
I have a question, Doug, and this is just an observation, okay? A lot of these, because obviously, I interact with, the regular American public, people my age and younger. And here's the thing about, at least with me, when it comes to history, and a lot of this stuff, historical figures, it always comes back. And one of the reasons why I tell you this is because, believe it or not, Doug, people are looking into, your biological father a lot. Yeah. One of the reasons why, because as much as, we're seeing, especially in the American culture or United States, a lot of villainism when they villainize certain figures in history. A lot of people are paying attention to the sense of, well, hold on. First off, Adolf Hitler's name rings out. Okay, it draws attention. Whether, comparatively to Aleister Crowley, or even, maybe even Charles Manson. I'm not trying to compare either man, but what I'm trying to tell you is the cachet, okay? The cachet of a name and just a figure. Excuse me. Give me one second.
Basically a brand, but go on.
Right, a brand is what I'm trying to tell you. And one of the things that I overheard, I was listening to one of the podcasts I listened to. It's nothing really pertaining to history. It's mostly, through just church and just American culture, really. Mostly, urban. But anyways, I digress. Talked about Adolf Hitler, his ability, as far as his speaking, his ability to be a great speaker, to the point where he was so passionate about what he was talking about that he climaxed in a sense of how he felt. His speeches were so powerful. This is one of the analogies that the person talking about was referring to Adolf Hitler, in a sense of, you can't, even if someone doesn't really know what we know, they're gonna look at the person and understand why he was great. And you can only villainize somebody for so much, and unfortunately that veil of villainism, if that's even a word, it kind of disintegrates because there's more to the person than just a mass killer. In fact, FDR was probably 10 times,
yes,
yeah, he was. Yes. He was 10 times worse.
As was Churchill, and Stalin, and Churchill,
all
the allies. Yes,
right, but especially FDR, he wasn't civilized. Yes, he wasn't even that civilized. And a lot of people are looking into this, especially the younger generation, because people that don't matter in history don't come up for a reason. And people like Stan Friedman, unfortunately, he's a nobody, really,
Yes.
in the spectrum of history. They're nobodies. Unfortunately, even Dr. Michael Kino, which, as great as he was in the sense of what he accomplished, in the grand scheme of things, he's a nobody because his name doesn't ring out unless you're in those circles, unless you're in the military,
Yes.
unless you're in the occult circles. And for a reason, it's not. And when it comes down to it, as much as destruction as you can cause, it's still is not enough to make you, this person of great renown. Even Pol Pot, the dictator of Vietnam.
Yes. Cambodia.
As much as I'm sorry, Cambodia. Thank you, Cambodia. It doesn't make him this figure because it's just he doesn't bring that level of fascination because of how much Adolf Hitler was villainized.
Yes.
And he still is. But the problem is it's not holding up because, one, he was Times Man of the Year, I believe 1938. I could be wrong.
Oh, there's several times in a row.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then he's a multiple times Man of the Year. So that speaks volume. Of course they're going to try to scrub this, but I mean, this is all variable. This is all verified. So this has to come up in the conversation. He's a multi-winner of Times Man of the Year. This is not, FDR didn't get this.
Yes, that's right.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's quite true. Yes.
Right. That's the fact,
So he was not only a celebrity, he was a very renowned person. So it speaks to his greatness, but also how much he's misunderstood. And a lot of people might say, well, what are you talking about? He was a racist. Well, that's one of the things about what Doug breaks down with Adolf Hitler. Its history is quite the opposite.
Yes.
And this is where the public gets scared, and they get scared because.
Oh God, did they get him?
I think he's I was just
Hopefully
Sorry,
he
Sam, you
survives.
carry on.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
This lie that's preached to us about. By the way, I'm getting a call, so
Okay.
That's all right. That's all right, Sam.
let me.
I'll add to that.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll call back right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Sammy. Yeah, I was gonna say, Douglas. The one thing that's undoubtedly true, which nobody can deny, is Adolphus Jacob Hitler, is without a doubt the most famous man in all history. 10 out of 10 people have heard of Adolf Hitler, as opposed to Winston Churchill, maybe 7, 8 out of 10 people would have heard of him. Emperor Hirohito far less, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt even lesser.
Yeah.
and 2 out of 10 people can't even pronounce Franklin Delano Roosevelt's even his name. They just call him FDR. That's the reason why they can't pronounce his name correctly. Yeah. So that just it just shows it doesn't matter what people think of him, of Adolf Hitler. He is without a doubt the most famous man in all human history. Everybody has heard of him. His name is pronounced all over the world. Everyone's heard of him. Everyone knows who he is.
And that was why the way my gang brother Beaver said it was, he's the most talked about man on earth.
Yes.
So
he is the most talked. Yeah, exactly. And every single conversation, everyone relates back to Adolf Hitler. Every single conversation in one shape, form or another, no matter how long the conversation goes on for, his name is mentioned in that conversation, no matter what the conversation is about. That's how much he's influenced the world we live in today. And that's why MEMqədy, excuse me,
just to pronounce that correctly, Idi Amin Dada, Idi Amin
Dada.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, this is why he is so heavily vilified, because as you saw with your own 2 eyes, he had an enormous statue of Adolf Hitler erected.
Yes.
It was Kinshasa in Uganda.
You know what? I fucked this up. I keep thinking Kinshasa as opposed to Kampala, and so let me look that up. The capital of Uganda.
Yes.
Believe it or not, and I was there, and that still happens. If anybody believes that cannot happen, let me tell you a story where this one doctor who I met at UCSF, young female doctor, British, as a matter of fact, had been with Doctors Without Borders, and I had brought my mother in, and she recognized me. Kampala, capital of Uganda. Oh my God, I'm astonished at how lighted up. I looked up Kampala now, and it is lit. It is lit. It was never like that when I was there. Holy shit.
No, that's imaginary. No, that's right, Douglas. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
And it was like men like Scott Lively that wrote the book, The Pink Swastika, and of
Yes,
course he
that
is
son of a bitch. These white
committed
supremacists,
war crimes. Yeah,
yes,
and that's
homophobic motherfuckers went to Uganda, got everybody on this homophobic trip, this paranoid rage, and they went out identifying whoever they disliked as homosexual and killing them. And
exactly anyone suspected of being homosexual. It was absolutely awful, but people can look that up. He was sought after for crimes and crimes against humanity for the book that he produced.
Yes.
And this is why homophobia throughout Uganda is so precedented. It's because of this individual, Scott Lively, that promoted that. And this is because he tried to present in his book that Adolf Hitler was gay. He tried to present this inflacious, completely disingenuous, alternative to reality itself. And this is what that, what's his name, Pavel Edward was trying to, say that Adolf Hitler was gay. It's completely innocuous, completely just outrageous to even make that claim.
At that point, Pavel Edward was showing himself.
Yes.
Honestly, he was just basically that guy. Not that Pavel Edward was gay. He was too pathetic for that. That would require some courage. It was basically that the fucker was just basically totally controlled by his girl, who was pure raw evil, and he was just this lump of flesh. By the way, Sammy is back, and Sammy. So Sammy, we've been holding it. Do you remember what we were speaking of while you were here? Let's see if he can. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What I was trying to relate to you, Doug, is, and to the audience, is as much as people think this generation is brain dead, especially the young people, historical figures are who they are as far as their cachet and their relevance is what I'm trying to say. Someone does not ascend to a leadership position, especially being a foreigner, and especially to the outside. Okay, a lot of people pay attention to the whole Aryan and pure white, and they're miseducated.
Hitler himself was foreign to Germany. He was Austrian.
Right.
He was Roman Catholic while they were Protestant.
Exactly, and that's almost like, well, that's hypocritical. What's going on? They're supposed to be Aryan and Nordic, and that's true, but that's part of the mystique, and that's part of his cachet, is the fact to ascend to that leadership. And there was other people that were as much prominent. Like, if I'm not mistaken, that wasn't like the Lindbergh
Charles Augustus Lindbergh.
Yeah, Charles Augustus Lindbergh, and people of that countrymen, really. Yeah. So it's very much. It sticks out. It's almost like... So just so
people understand this, Charles Augustus Lindbergh was a German American, but he was the hero of America because he had fought in World War I against the Germans, and basically had earned the Congressional Medal of Honor. And so he had America's highest award, and he basically had flown across the Atlantic, and his was the first flight that, for a convergence of reasons, captured all of the romance of flight in that era, and therefore he was viewed as a hero of the world. And so he was very pro-Nazi, and he was the only, because he was awarded by the Nazis and also given awards by them and recognized by them as an honorary citizen, he was the only one they would deal with. And that was really how America got its little boy bomb, was through his dealing with the German scientists, and ascertaining that for the Americans. And just any American who doesn't believe this, just look it up yourself. The Americans never tested the little boy bomb. They tested the Iranian bomb. They never tested the little boy bomb, obviously because they knew it worked, because the Germans had already deployed it. So so understand there was no need to fucking test it, because that would have wasted the one bomb they had at that point. So they simply dropped it, knowing that it's German engineering, it's going to fucking work. But when it came to, the Charles Augustus Lindbergh, he was running for president, and he needed a Mein Kampf. He needed an American Mein Kampf. And the man who was his financier, the money man, was Henry Ford, who was also given the highest civilian honor award by the Third Reich. And he was the money man, and the man they hired to write the Mein Kampf was H.P. Lovecraft. And so this was H.P. Lovecraft's big break, and that's when he was killed by injected cancer developed by was it Bobby Yerkes, or was it some other son of a bitch that had developed the weaponized cancer in the 1930s? But anyhow, I've spoken of this before, and I can look that up, but when I find it, I'll relate it to everyone. In the meantime, these gentlemen here, go on. Yeah.
Well, Doug, and reason why I had to bring this up because people, well, really the younger generation, eventually it's going to come out. It's people are going to investigate, especially the younger generation, because what's going on today is not making sense.
Yes. Absolutely. People understand that nothing makes sense, and how is this possible? And I have the simple answer: because you lost the fucking war.
Fucking war.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. I think, and that's just what explains to it. And people, I think, don't get the grasp of how warfare works. It's not a fist fight. Okay. That's one of the things I have to explain to the younger generation that I talk to is there's reasons why things are all the way are. For example, the daylight saving times, etc. We talked about in the past, but also even our culture in the U.S. How many of our conflicts are left undone, just like our warfare with the 1,000-year Reich in exile, where nothing gets completed is what I'm trying to say. Yes. Nothing gets how the peace treaty in San Francisco got completed, how that got established, how that benefited the Japanese, but in a lot of ways it benefited the United States because we can actually have a better relationship with Japan, even though we may not want to acknowledge and to the public. Really, it benefited us. I think when you talked about how we bombed Hiroshima or Nagasaki, I forget.
Both. Yeah, just both. I mean,
well, really, and either one was Christian
Nagasaki by accident, actually, just so people understand. Right. Yeah, Nagasaki, even though it was the largest Christian population in Japan, really wasn't, in all fairness, targeted for that. It was because Captain Sweeney of the plane known as Boxcar, was in a batshit panic because, he had this bomb that was in a bomb bay loaded with highly flammable aviation fuel because their fuel tanks had been punctured by Japanese interceptors at the Kokura Arsenal, the national arsenal of Japan, which he was supposed to bomb. And then in a panic, he just dropped it over Nagasaki, which indeed was like what's called a secondary or tertiary, just a backup target in case you somehow couldn't drop it on the first. But, he was basically, he said it himself. He said, when I stood before, the commander, what was that idiot's name in charge of Strategic Air Command with the big atomic cigar he was always smoking? I forget the fucker's name. General Nimitz, Tibbets. Yeah, anyhow. He said when he came to him, he like knew his career was over. The guy was just, didn't even look at him. He said the guy wouldn't even look at him. It was Curtis LeMay. Curtis LeMay.
Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, so the person who killed H.P. Lovecraft, or was responsible for the weaponized cancer that killed him, was Dr. Cornelius P. Rhodes, surname spelled Rhoads. He was a scientist with the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Investigations in San Juan. And he was this known racist with anti-Latin American sentiments. And there were 13 Puerto Rican subjects that we know of that received injections containing cancer-causing biological agents. And so this was basically, horrific. I mean, this is just like, and he was just, he was quite open about his racist beliefs. Basically, he had this letter that he wrote that was obtained by the head of the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party, Pedro Campos. And in that letter, it literally reads, "What the island of Puerto Rico needs is not public health work, but a tidal wave, or something to totally exterminate the population. It might then be livable. I have done my best to further the process of extermination by killing off 8 and transplanting cancer into several more." So, you know, and this evidence was turned over to the League of Nations. That was prior to the United Nations. After World War I, we had the League of Nations. But nothing was ever done to stop Dr. Rhodes and his reign of bioterror. And of course, the head of that party, Pedro Albizu Campos, the head of the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party, he was arrested for his nationalist sympathies, and he was turned over to Dr. Rhodes, who subjected him to radiation experimentation. And he died in prison of radiation cancer. I mean, this is just beyond injustice. This is unspeakable. And but this is like what we're contending with, and this is the enemy. You know, people bitch about deep state. This is it. Unfortunately, it operates in the open. They don't care. I think Sammy's on pause. I think he had to answer a phone call, so just so people know, if he's not responding to us. Either that or he simply couldn't handle it, which I wouldn't blame him. I think he can handle it, but maybe, you know, there are times when, you know, you're just so disgusted, you just have to walk out. It's like, you know, so, you know, along with that, what else were we covering? It was like, just so people get some idea of a arc of narrative tonight. When Sammy comes back, I'll explain one of the things that he was bringing up. I'll definitely bring up, which I think is quite relevant. I mean, obviously, you'll hear the monologue later, but you know, honestly, with all the research you're doing, like you said, it's mostly Sarah actually hears more of my show than you do these days. Or is that changed any, or is it still like that kind of?
Yeah, she recaps, because of course it's all timestamped. She recaps when I come on, so she listens to when I'm on. So that's quite reassuring. It's quite nice to
That's
hear.
so cute. That's so cute. Yes. Oh
Absolutely, though. Yeah, it's quite. Yeah, she must be proud.
Yes. Yes. And what about any further communications or anything arranged with Christine Joanna Hart yet?
No. She only just communicated with myself. You know, she posted a comment on my post with little Everly. She just says, "Oh, you must be so lucky. You know, you are so lucky. You must be so proud." Or I can't remember exactly the words she used, but she just basically said, "I must be a proud father." And I am. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I hope you follow. I hope you follow up on that and do schedule, you know, that interview.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and she did say, you know, she tried. I think she said to me, she tried to communicate with yourself about appearing on HBO, and they were willing to pay you for appearing on the show, and then to talk about, you know, aspects of World War II and Hitler.
Okay.
And so,
wow!
yeah.
Oh my God! Oh well, by all means.
But. Something's just gone. Yeah, so I can always relay. I said I've not spoken to Douglas about it, but I'm more than happy to relay that to him. And just find out. Yeah.
Well, I'll be happy to try and involve
Go
myself
on.
with that. Yes. Oh my God, that'll be.
Yeah, they're willing. Yeah, I think they said they chose someone else. I think she said they chose somebody else after. Yeah. Yeah.
After I wasn't contacted.
Well,
ask her if she can contact them again and see if she can get it rearranged. Oh my God.
There's no one better for the job. Absolutely. I couldn't recommend anyone better for the job than yourself. Yeah, to go on there and to present it. Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. But yeah. Other things like when you bring up the little boy bomb, you know, as you said, Douglas, it was never tested, and just look at the shape of the bomb. It was, look, you got Fat Man, you got Little Boy, and the Little Boy bomb was designed to fit inside a fuselage of a medium-range bomber, and the delivery mechanism was the pilot itself.
Yes.
And so it just proves it was never engineered or manufactured within the United States. It was 8-axis uranium bomb, and it was a different type of energy.
The way to describe it is that it's obvious that it evolved with a completely different technological paradigm and with a completely different objective. So with a completely different objective and technological paradigm, obviously its very shape is different. It's obviously not intended, it's not something that the Americans could have developed because they didn't think in those terms.
Exactly.
In fact, what the Americans did develop, which was the Fat Man bomb, and again, this is so fucking ironic because it's so typical of the Americans. It's like when they take Godzilla and put it into, the new franchise, they make him fat. And, and my joke was, even though I know it's CGI, everyone, I know it's CGI, but my joke is they made him fat so an American could fit in the suit. But the whole point is their Fat Man bomb couldn't even be dropped by their B-29 bombers. They had to modify their fucking B-29s in order to carry the goddamn thing. So, so Sammy's back with us. So let's just hear your voice, Sammy, just to make sure that your audio is okay. Let's test the technology of your audio. And then I'll make a point.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. So
I'm here, Doug.
Here's the point that I was going to make about... Here's what they're trying to do now.
Yeah.
And I will cover this in monologue, while I'm talking about this. But basically, with Kanye West, I reviewed what Sammy brought up. Sammy brought up to me, Kanye's career is over. He was on, that idiot who's... Fuck, I'm blanking his name out. But you know who I'm talking about? Alex Jones. Yeah. And so my son, while I was over there, obviously in... as much communion with my late and sainted mother, my Cyrus, as I could be. And then when I emerged from that, my son had me watch the video of it because he recovered it for me. Was able to, do that quite easily. And then, so I reviewed it. And what this is about? This is about taking this house nigger, and they want him to they want people to identify Hitler with him now. This is what is going on because now he's bringing up Hitler all the time. And what his job is to make all blacks look racist because he's taking up this Judeophobic stance. But he's saying, what he's really saying is, it's not me talking, it's Hitler. And you see, I'm just this mindless black meat sock puppet of Hitler. Hitler's spirit is speaking through me. What he's really trying to say is I'm possessed by Hitler. And that, then all colored people are like this now, and we're your greatest threat to you white people. It's us colored people because we all represent Hitler now. And that's what he's being paid to do.
Yes. Well,
carry on, Sammy.
Well, the reason why that's interesting, Doug, but see, all this stuff is still backfires because here's the thing about it is it makes it this narrative what Kanye is doing, it's giving you more publicity, and here's why. Because what Dr. Michael Aquino tried to do this last decade that you've been a public informant is suppress you. Suppress it to the point of you almost being homeless, okay? And, obviously you took on all these assets, but even more I don't think he would ever expect to this point of where it is now, where they're so defeated that they're going to have to just bring it up because it's going to lead to you, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
As much, I mean, obviously,
they're trapped.
They're trapped. They're trapped. I mean,
it's like with that Cambion guy, when he was attacking Marina, he said, "Oh yeah, and she's on with Douglas Dietrich, the son of Hitler," with a question mark in parentheses. So they can't say he's outright lying because they also want people to believe I might be the son of Hitler so that people can hate on me, and they wouldn't get that hate effect if people didn't believe it. So they have to leave it there as a potential.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So they're trapped.
I mean, they're admitting it's already admission. That's one thing Kino didn't even do with you. But the problem is with him is there was a Mount Everest of unsurmountable evidence of what you talked about. The only thing he can do is not deny it, but also not acknowledge it.
Yes.
He was very much that was pretty much his only choice. where you kind of had him cornered where, well, I can't deny Douglas in a sense of what he's saying is a lie. It's mostly I never knew him. I don't know who he is.
Right. It came down to being personal all over again. Go on. Yes, it's stuck with the person.
But at the same time, you know, they always bring him up every time I get interviewed. And it's like, well, I don't know him, but you keep bringing him up. So it's like, yeah, all along, really, Doug, is what I'm trying to tell you is you've been one step ahead, pretty much. But at the same time, too, it's almost like you were still, quote unquote, losing in the battle of relevance when they're doing your job for you, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
The point of suppressing Adolf Hitler and its accomplishments is really to suppress you, but now it's inevitable. It's pretty much the bolide in the distance getting ready to crash, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Thank you. No, this is important. One of the things I'll bring up tonight, because this is actually the anniversary, or yesterday was the anniversary date thereof. Actually, today, I think it was December 8th. It was when Patton was basically... Now, there's two factors at work here. There's the factor of the Battle of the Bulge, which started in December, just a few days after this date, back in 1944. And during that period of time, what saved the Americans, of course, was this very top secret technology that helped to change the weather. And basically, at the same time, they were kind of like dealing with the fact that this weather made it much more dangerous for the troops on the ground, the inclement weather or the clearing of inclement weather. I mean, basically, I'll explain it to the best of my ability. It was a very complicated situation, but I'll do my best to explain it. Patton was left commanding all of the troops to pray. I mean, a lot of people are unaware of this in history, but I'll bring up that fact and tell people about the entire, as much of the story as I can remember behind it. Let me see if I can, right now dig that out of my own records here. So our man, both of you can download the photo if you wish. But this is effectively what Patton was left with at that time. And Patton himself admitted it was that basically Adolf Hitler's Ardennes offensive was such that he was basically left with only prayer as basically the only recourse that he had left. And that really goes to show you just how serious the situation was for the Allies at that time. And this is something Americans, are completely unaware of. But all of that being said, honestly, both of you, thank you both for being here. Please, bring up any other topics that are on your mind while I search for this.
That's right, Douglas. Am I allowed to play a short clip? Actually, it's
sure. I'm sure. So long as it's not music, which they can. That was very funny. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. I see the humor in it. Oh, by the way, our man Ian West was in the chat, and he was saying you all sound great. Oh, thank you, Ian. Bless you for that. Yeah. Ian fucking West says, hey, you all sound good, and probably because he says that because Brooke left. She had him on the ropes. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, you want to hear something funny? Both of you, of course, know about VE, and both of you know I have this very kind of dysfunctional relationship with her, and she's really just developmentally different, and it's like, it's sometimes really charming. I mean, it's just like, I'll probably bring this up when Brooke's here because it's actually so much funnier if she heard it, but V is such that, I basically... My biggest problem for a long time was malnourishment, as I said, and this is one reason. So all of the listeners who might potentially contribute financial assistance, understand I have to buy supplements, and they're expensive as hell, and they're not on any formulary covered by insurance. So do know that for a long while, because I wasn't drinking enough blood or often enough, there's a real element of malnourishment there, and my nails were beginning to manifest it. My nails were really weak. So then as my nails got stronger, they actually get sharper, and they're really they're able to tear through things. So that was the way I used to feel back when I was much healthier, much more empowered, and they're getting back to that. And so I scratched the hell out of myself in my sleep the other night. And I said, God, what the hell is that? Because, quite honestly, you see the young blood boy that I had embedded in thumbnail with the nose piercings the other day? And if you see me behind him, you can see my hands, and people have said, wow, those don't even look human. You know, there's times like that when I'm going through the blood drinking when there's this almost lycanthropic effect where the hands do extend, and you'll see that in that photograph. If anyone looks at that, you'll see it, and that's not tampered in any way.
No, you can see it in your videos, Douglas. You can see it in your video.
Yes.
Like, especially that 911.org, you can see your fingernails and your fingertips are extended.
Yeah, there we are.
So,
thank you. Yes, and so
see that.
scratched the hell out of myself that last month, and when I said, "What the hell is that?" Because it looked almost like a claw. It looked like a claw pattern. And I said, "What the fuck is that?" And then when V saw it, and then she, of course, the first thing she says is, "Oh, maybe it's bed bugs." And I said, honey, if I had bed bugs, it would be the end of my world. There's no way I could get rid of them in this hoarder's grip that I've got. And I said, you know, I make deathly certain I never, ever bring anything into my home that might have bed bugs. And then she said, and I said, of course, I said, it's not patterned like an insect bite anyway. Those would be tracked. They'd be much smaller. And, you know, and then she says, maybe it's a mouse. And I said, a mouse that size would weigh as much as a Cocker Spaniel. I'd wake up to that. But this is the image she has of me, is like this inert lump of flesh that's overrun by vermin. I mean, it's like just absurd. But anyhow,
it was your own nails.
Yeah, yes, it was my nails. But anyhow, so I never bothered to explain that to her, but I realized it later.
No,
when I was so it was just the other day. She went to French campus. I don't know if either of you heard this. So she went to French campus over there in Kaiser Hospital in San Francisco. And French campus is the psychiatric hospital, and it's mostly for counseling. It's where I would go to see my psychologist, in disambiguation from my psychiatrist, who is the lady who was terribly burned by napalm. And but my psychologist, I would go to see her there. And so this is where people could turn themselves in if they had a nervous breakdown, potentially be institutionalized for up to a few weeks if they were very psychotic or manic. And but she went there because she was getting her biorhythm treatments, which were covered by insurance. So biorhythm, for those who don't know, it's like a Fitbit, but it's for your brain. They attach electrodes to your brain, and then you see your brain waves. And then you can use that to concentrate until your brain waves go flat, and then you're in alpha state. And this is how people enter a meditative state and how they learn to practice that. So she was going in for her biorhythmic treatments, and while she was lying on the table, then she felt this finger poking her violently in her leg. And she couldn't see anybody. Obviously, she got very frightened, understandably. She told the technician, there's like an invisible person poking me in the leg. And he said, oh yeah, the technician who was in here before I came to relieve him, they left because they were basically couldn't handle it anymore. They were getting violently poked in the ribs. And just came out and said that. And so then when she was talking to me about it, I said, honey, you're in a building where many people turn themselves in or were institutionalized because of being a danger to themselves or others. It's highly likely that many people killed themselves there. Maybe others died while maybe being treated and were so violent that things could happen where, you know, they died under restraint, accidentally or otherwise. But what you have is a building full of mentally ill ghosts that are desperately trying to find out where they are and what happened. They have no idea they're dead. And it's probably a worse fate than hell. If I could think of, it's hard for me to think of worse.
Doug,
yeah.
It reminds me a lot of Letter of Man Army Medical Center.
Yes.
Or as today, Lucasfilm's building, which anybody looks up, you know, that's the new Lucasfilm building. They call it the Letterman Film something. I mean, the word Letterman's still on there.
Yes.
But I remember reading that one of the executive offices is bone-chilling cold. Like, it's always cold. It can be hot outside, and it's just cold.
Yes.
And obviously, things move on their own, and, you know, just a lot of... and keep in mind, they recycle the concrete, which is, you know, a terrible idea.
Brilliant for them. Brilliant for what they're attempting. Yes, go on.
Of course. But, you know, practicality in the sense of what is stood there and will continue to stood there, it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
mean,
you
it's
probably
just as. But by the way, just so people understand this, it's as crazy as recycling the metal from the 9/11 Twin Towers. So yeah,
right,
yeah, go on. Yes,
right.
which they've done,
So
which they have done. By the way,
I'm
so,
sure,
yes.
absolutely. It sounds like, you know, it's standard operating procedures for us. You know, keep haunting us with all the bullshit that we inflict on ourselves, right?
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
yes, some of the offices, and I believe at least one office is bone chilling cold. It's just always cold.
That it must be. It has to be at least one that they speak of, one that they acknowledge.
Sure,
Yeah,
you're right. And this happened to be one of the executive offices, and they've tried to, you know, have seance and at least cleanse the.
So they are aware. They have to be aware.
Yes. Well, of course. I mean, come on. This is Lucasfilm. I mean, this is right up their alley. Might as well be, you know.
They probably bought it for that reason. Yes, of course.
Right. You know,
But-
I can imagine Keel saying, yeah, well, yes, you know, the certain procedures happen here, and you know, it's one of the consequences of, you know, obviously, you know, I talk, but
Oh God. But just so people understand this, I do want people to understand the main Letterman Army Medical Center, the main hospital building was demolished. But like,
Yeah, it's gone.
yeah, but like Sammy said, they recycled the concrete and whatever shit they built on top of it is on site. So it's, you may as well be in the same building. So-
yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, breaking down the building made of shit and just recycling the shit, right?
Yes.
And to hide all the shit. That's what they were doing. Hey,
there you go. You know, and you know, sprinkle in a little chaos and bullshit that they were exposed to. I remember even on YouTube there's actually videos of contractors talking about the, you know, Letterman and even the Presidio, how certain contractors don't want to be there alone while they're working on. This is back in, I believe, 2007. Maybe 2008.
I had no idea. I mean, obviously this is completely predictable, but I had no idea the videos were out there. So thank you.
Yeah, the contractors don't like being there alone, and I mean, why not? I mean, I don't mind. This is you pretty much haunted ground. I mean, even when Doug, and this is the crazy thing about it, George. I hope you do go to San Francisco. I'm gonna tell you that. Okay, I want to speak that into this. Okay, but when you do, you don't even have to ask Doug. Okay, it's so bad as far as Doug's PTSD. Doug will show you. Okay.
Yeah.
I felt bad even, you know, going with Doug, but Doug gave me more than I can handle in the sense of what he showed me.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, no, and it's great, but it's very educational. But no, I felt really bad. I was the entire idea that you know, it's very much traumatic for Doug. I think people don't understand this is not fun for him. So it's amazing he has a sense of humor, you know, to kind of, you know, have him cope with this. But yes, it's very much, George. I highly recommend. Obviously, you know, obviously you have to make arrangements, but I do recommend the fact that, you know, take a visit to Doug. He very much gives you your money's worth. And we went on the hottest day, the summer solstice of all days. You know, this was you know, Father's Day weekend, which was to me one of the best Father's Day gift. It was my first Father's Day, really. So, you know, it's very much meant to be, is what I'm saying. But I highly recommend, you know, George, you would definitely you'd be blown away. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
But by the way, I've turned on the screen share. I just wanted both of you to see this. And oh, that's too bad. He unsent it. He unsent it. But okay, so okay, well, this is. Yeah, I'm sure you recognize this young lady. So you can name her if you do recognize her. This is Marina Sarin. Just yes. So
she's very pretty.
Yes, this is not what I turned this on for, and just so people understand, I want people to understand she is dealing with the pain of internal injuries from being violated by everything she was dealing with. Now, our man unsent a message here. He didn't need to do that. He didn't need to unsend that. So I'm going to have to find it and just basically show you gentlemen what he had posted there. So just bear in mind, this is what he sent me. And I said,
did you draw this? You can see where I wrote that.
Yeah.
And then he says, no,
Yeah.
the left is a meme that's gone around. Then I found the one on the right and put them together. Please don't take offense, all in good fun, with that sweating face. I'm an hour behind the show, so just hearing Peter come on now. I said, no offense taken, my friend. And, but it was so bizarre. I'll show it to you in a second. Now, the only reason I'm going to stop sharing screen for but a moment is because obviously if I dig it out of a file, there might be loads of pornography, but it's in a fairly new file. So maybe if I open this up, take the risk, it won't be that loaded with all that much pornography. So you won't be overwhelmed by what you see. But basically, this is what he sent me, which I filed under Doug and Dick, just for this is what he sent me, and it was like, okay, we know what this alludes to, and we know what happened. And so I said, okay, this is like when my grandfather tried to orally rape me, and this is obviously long black hair, myself as a child, and then, the results. And it was like, it's like, your average person with the PTSD that I have around this would.
Are you sharing it, or because I can't see anything?
Oh yeah, I'm sharing it. You can't see that? Okay. So can you see it? Look, see if you can. Look now.
The text box, or
Yeah. Oh no. It's I'm doing screen share. Screen share. If you can't see it, I'll put it in your text box. Okay, so that.
No, I can't see.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'll do. I'll send it to your text box. So let me just do that. Neither one of you could see this?
No.
Oh, okay. So then I'll put it here in the text box. And all right. So let's go over there. So fuck, I didn't need to worry about you seeing any porn then. Jesus Christ, you guys can't see anything. Oh Jesus. Screen share ain't worth a shit. So let me see if I can look up the okay, the file here, then press the right button, and then okay, so basically there we are. So but both of you saw what I showed in the message, right? Okay, it's in the screen. Can you both of you see this? It's in the text box here in Skype.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, so you did see that. Okay, yeah. So that was it. And then so then when I go back on screen share here and start sharing, and then say, for instance, go back to aside from the files, go back to what he's
What was the point of this? Was he trolling you, or?
No. He then put the shame of his going into the garbage can and said, oh, maybe you were talking about this because I brought it up with Brooke. I showed Brooke that, and I said, look at that. And she had no idea what had happened with my grandfather. So then I explained it to her, and she was, of course, aghast. And then he said, oh, I saw it in context of vampiric luring and predation. Perhaps I should have realized it could be seen differently due to your experience. My bad. I'll take him on his word for it. It's just this, basically a kind of insensitivity. I showed him the Joe Tide nativity scene just to show him that I didn't care. And, and that was where it went. And then he tried to cheer me up by sending me what I guess is kind of like a gender neutral androgynous picture, and so I just said okay, but it's like it's how do I say this, it's just I think many people, it's almost impossible for them to understand. How could anyone understand an experience like that? And I just think a lot of people just bar it from their mind. And then so he thought this would be like a cute vampire joke, like, lure the vampire in, and then, lure the victim in, and then, well, certainly their penis would be engorged with blood, right? That there's a certain kind of logic to it if you're a person who doesn't understand the dynamics of eating liquid food, because, as displayed in the next picture, it's like, it's like taking your soup and throwing it on the floor, right? What's the point of something like that? But a lot of people, to them, vampirism is splatter, gore, thrill, right? It's either romance or splatter, gore, thrill. So they just don't get it. So that being said, it is what it is. So I shared that with both of you because I think that's, kind of like where these a lot of people just don't get it. It's very hard to try and get people to understand the complexity or even simplicity of the situation, really. So Sammy took off. He may be back. George Knight. So are you going to work today? Is today a work day, or?
Yeah, I will make a move on very soon, Douglas. Yeah,
Okay.
if that's, I do apologise, and I am sorry. I've got to say to you that I do apologise all the time. It's just my manners, how I've been brought up. So that was probably like when I said, "I'm so sorry to present this information to you," but Daniel Rhodes apologised.
Right. Oh my God.
And
And it was
it's
like
just natural for me to say sorry. Yeah.
and my first
So it's
thought
so
was
funny.
and my first thought was that's like having 100 men on our side, having him go over to the enemy. Yeah, it's like having 100 men on our side. I mean, so Joe Ty's trying to come on right now. We'll bring him on for just a few moments and say hi to him before I go into monologue, and I'll probably just start into monologue right after. And do me a favor. Well, if Joe Ty comes on at all, just say goodbye to the audience for now. Good day. And
oh, absolutely.
yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you so much for having me on, and please, everyone, support Douglas and carry on listening to the show. And no doubt Douglas is going to go into great detail in his monologue about the situation in Germany and then other matters that are so important. So yeah, do please continue to stay tuned and to listen and to support Douglas. Thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. And just with your permission, am I allowed to just play just a very short segment of this clip? I listened to it the other day, and it was
Please.
a video that was uploaded 13 years ago, and it's the lady on a stage. It looks like, I don't know what kind of stage it is, but she's presented this in front of an audience, and it says, "Who said it, Kanye or Hitler?" And this was uploaded 13 years ago.
Holy
and
shit!
Basically,
Come on.
yeah, 13 years ago. And yeah, the title of the video is "Who said it, Kanye or Hitler?" And I'll just, with your permission, am I allowed to just play it?
Let's give
So
it a
people can
try.
hear it.
Hopefully some idiot doesn't. Yeah, but anyhow, give it a try. Let's do it. Take a risk.
Oh yeah, let's see. We'll see what it sounds like. Yeah, thank you.
The worst that can happen is it gets
Sorry.
monetized by Kanye West. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, it was exactly what it was just saying. What you were just talking about earlier, you and Sammy, about how Kanye's saying all these things, but it's like people conflating it with what Hitler said, and this is what this is all about. Yeah. Sorry.
And we have a list of quotes. Half of them were said by West, and half of them were said by Hitler. Guess who said?
Well, basically, and without playing it because there's a lot of noise in that, and without just
we
to
could hear
explain
it.
it,
We could hear
I
what
got
you're
all
saying.
the answers right.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
can hear
basically, all the quotes were basically what Kanye said. It was all Kanye that said them all.
Right. Right.
So she was asking the audience who said it, and half of them by Adolf Hitler, and the other half by Kanye West, and they all said, "Oh, that's probably Hitler," and she was like, "No, that was Kanye West."
Holy shit. I mean, oh my God.
They're all
Is there
by
anything
Kanye.
else to that
Yeah.
you can play? I mean, feel free to do that. I mean, it would give me a chance to
Yeah,
run
it's 2
through
minutes
the...
long. Yeah.
Okay, so tell you what, I'm going to take a short break and relieve myself. When I come back, we'll see if our man has come back on, Sammy or Joe, and basically I'll give Joe another call while you play this, and then that'll give me a chance to just refresh myself and then return to action. And in the meantime, just play the 2 minutes, and if you feel the need to try and say what she's saying, if you feel that people can't, well, I think we can hear it. We can hear it. We can make it out. So give it a try.
Wonderful.
I'll go mute, and I'll be back in 2 minutes at the longest. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, take your time. Thank you.
We have a list of quotes, and half of them were said by Kanye West, and half of them were said by Hitler. Who said? Okay, this is one. When a man is starving in the streets, he's not thinking of bread and water, but of caviar and champagne. I stand here as a revolutionary. It is as a revolutionary against the revolution. I might have to go back to war. I just might have to. Nothing in life is promised except death. I realize that my place and position in history is that I will go down as the voice of this generation, of this decade, that I will be the loudest voice. to a god? Hitler. Okay. There's one more. I could design something for Obama to go to the club in. So many. It was hard. Like, I was quizzing her over the phone, and she's like, I don't know. I'm not very good at history.
There you go. And whoops, there we go. Turn that off. Nobody wants to hear that. And yes, it was just a clip that I saw the other day where it was just very interesting to hear the audience reaction. You can hear them all say, "Oh, Kanye West said that quote," and then and then you at the end they're like, "Oh, Hitler could have said it." So it's just amazing how the conflation. People can they don't realize that, Kanye West, just like what Douglas was saying earlier on, that everything Kanye is saying, people relate to Adolf Hitler. So he is basically out there as a spokesperson, and he is representing basically this Judeophobic and trying to present himself as like there's some form of icon that people should look up to. But it was just interesting how these quotes that were said by this individual, this lady on stage, that the audience, they couldn't work out if it was Kanye West or Hitler. They all said Kanye.
But by the way, just so people know, Adolf Hitler, one of the things that Brooke said, which was actually quite funny, was when she was first on our show and getting used to the environment, trying to figure out what she had stepped into. Basically, we were telling her, "Oh God, whatever you say, it's nothing compared to what Jameson Reese was like." And she said, "Well, that's like, saying that, oh yeah, what you say about Jews is nothing compared to that Hitler guy who was here before." It was quite funny, but at the same time, just so people understand it, Adolf Hitler never really said anything that particularly outrageous about Jewish people. It may have been, shall we say, hostile. It may have been pretty much definitive in the sense that you could tell he felt they were a threat to culture. But the real Judeophobia was voiced by Julius Streicher, and Julius Streicher was he was the true, what they used to call, the term they used was Jew baiter. He was the true Jew baiter, and he was the person who just went into outrageous Judeophobic commentary and published outrageous Judeophobic cartoons, statements, media. But in all reality, he's a tragic figure as well, because he was hung for that. Hanged. He may have been hung, but that implies something different. But he was definitely hanged. But Julius Streicher, the horror of that is he was hanged for what he said. He had never committed any war crimes. This was not a man who had killed anybody. Who was not. Yes, they simply hanged him for what he said. And in other words, he said a bunch of bad things about Jews. Let's kill him. Okay, so whatever Americans say about free speech at that point, go fuck yourselves. It's meaningless.
Yeah.
It's you don't allow that for other people, and we had to because he was saying things. It doesn't matter. In that case, you should. I think I can get away with saying this because he's not a politician. In that case, you should kill Kanye West.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Double standard.
It's like this is where we're at. The insanity of the American position. It's nonsensical. It's literally nonsensical. But okay, love you dearly, my dear man.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on, and it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a wonderful experience. Thank you. I've really enjoyed it. Cheers, Douglas, and it's lovely talking to you.
Always good to speak to you. Do me a favor. Oh shit, what do we do? If you hang up, the call ends, and I'll just go monologue. So go ahead and hang up, and I'll go monologue. So, okay then, you take care, all right?
And I'll speak to you soon, Douglas. You take care of yourself.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
look forward to it. Like to speak to you privately soon. All my love as well.
Yes,
Bye for now.
definitely. Thank you, Douglas.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Hugs.
Okay,
Bye.
hugs.
And so we are going to go into full monologue mode now, and looking at the time we have left, which is basically we're still streaming. We got excellent connection, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Got about 4 hours, and I'll do my best. Understand that, as I said, historically, this is many things aside from the fact that this was a cold moon rising to eclipse Mars from Wednesday night through Thursday morning. The moon reached its full phase as December's aptly named cold moon, the final full moon of 2022, rising for most of the night. You can go outside and see it now. Make sure to take me with you. Now, the final moon mission of Apollo 17 launched half 100 years ago, yesterday, December 7th, and NASA's Apollo 17 mission lifted off on Pearl Harbor Day in 1972, sending Gene Cernan, Harrison Schmitt, and Ronald Evans towards our biplanetary twin, or not so much a twin as a little sister, our nearest neighbor, Luna, Selena, Diana, the full name of our moon, and that trio arrived in orbit around Selena, Diana 3 days later, within 72 hours. And as well, very important to remember, on behalf of my son, who I love beyond expression, this is the Armenian Spitak Memorial Day. This is basically on Pearl Harbor Day. Armenia received its own surprise attack from an earthquake. This was basically on December 8th in Japan, but Armenian Spitak Remembrance Day is on December 7th, this side, east of the ID line, the international date line. So they are, of course, far ahead of us in terms of their time in Armenia, so it would be effectively on Japan's Pearl Harbor Day, December 8th. But Spitak is the location of a horrific earthquake that devastated Armenia. Today is the 34th anniversary of the Spitak earthquake, when on December 7th in 1988 at 11:41 a.m. local time, a devastating earthquake with a magnitude 7.2 on the Richter scale occurred in northwestern Armenia. So each year, December 7th is recognized by the government of Armenia and the de facto government of Nagorno-Karabakh as a day of remembrance of the tragedies that day. It's considered by many to be one of the most devastating earthquakes of the 20th century. And that's why every December 7th is observed every year in Armenia as Spitak Remembrance Day to commemorate the 1988 Armenian earthquake. And it's on this day yesterday, really, that Armenian citizens commemorate the victims of the 1988 Armenian Spitak earthquake. So the full name is Remembrance Day of the Spitak Earthquakes. How do I say that? Victims in Armenia. I guess that would be the full official name for it. Remembrance Day of the Spitak Earthquakes Victims in Armenia. That's when a devastating earthquake razed the Armenian cities of Spitak, Gyumri, or Leninakan in the old Soviet terminology, and Vanadzor, which, if you're looking at an old map, would use the Soviet name Kirovakan. Just horrific. Just Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, more than 100 kilometers away, felt the very strong vibrations even there. It's just indescribable and so sad. Do maintain Armenia and all the people in your thoughts and prayers. They are, yeah, I would say that certainly this was one of the catastrophic tragedies at the end of the 20th century. And really, things have never gotten easier since. It's just been the Armenians are under constant challenges. And of course, they deserve our full support. And should have been given nation-state status by Woodrow Wilson, who never kept his promise. Damn his soul to hell eternal. And may he burn in flame. So, such being said, I never say that. That's something that Salman Sheikh would always say, just to show that he was always a piece of shit, to wish ill on people. I would never say that about anyone other than someone like Woodrow Wilson. That you've never heard me say anything like that. So, when I'm saying something like that, this person's got to be bad. Woodrow Wilson was bad. He was as the worst that ever lived. It doesn't get worse than that. I cannot imagine anyone worse than Woodrow Wilson. And if you don't know why, I've dedicated entire episodes to basically that blight on humanity, but such is the nature of history that people do not remember him. He should be spoken of, honestly, the way people speak about Hitler, far above the Allies of World War II even, because without him there never would have been a World War II without the lunatic Woodrow Wilson. And I explained this in great detail as well. Now, after the German wars of the 20th century, Die neue Wehrmacht Deutschlands, the new United Germany's ruling coalition, has weathered and even emerged stronger from a turbulent first year. But investigators say a coup d'etat was being planned, so United Germany arrested dozens suspected of planning this far-right coup d'etat, and German police have arrested 12 alleged conspirators in a harebrained plot to restore a king. Now, QAnon has gone international is the reason for this. The rationale behind such a rationality. Again, this is to disambiguate any proposed kingdom from a Kaiserreich, or rule by emperor, that can be legally reinstated. Indeed, this is an argument it must be. Now, special forces in Germany have broken up an alleged terrorist group that, get this, was plotting to overthrow the government because they believed Germany is currently ruled by members of a so-called deep state. So, 'twas yesterday, today for all practical purposes, that authorities in United Germany arrested 250 people who are suspected of planning to violently overthrow the government in a far-right extremist plot motivated by conspiracy theories. Suspects from the so far unnamed group include a nobleman with a historic royal title and various armed forces veterans. It could have been an episode of Babylon Berlin. That's a TV drama in which Die Schwarze Reichswehr, the Black Realms Force, a cabal of far-right military officers, plots a coup d'etat against the Weimar Republic to bring back the monarchy. At the crack of dawn on December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day, some 3,000 police and special forces officers carried out raids in 11 federal states across United Germany to arrest 25 suspected members of a group that was allegedly planning to topple the deep state the plotters believe is ruling Das Vaterland, the fatherland. Even some of the characters involved resembled Babylon Berlin ones. There is a prince, a judge, and a former commander of a special unit of the armed forces. There be 4 main talking points to summarize this situation. The heavily armed group, which formed in late 2021 and included former police and military personnel, was allegedly planning an armed attack on the Reichstag. 25 people were arrested. It
1:30 anti-meridium meaning early morning raids, across Germany involving some 3,000 police and special forces officers. This took place in the dead of night, 1:30 a.m. This is the way the Third Reich used to operate, under Operation Nacht und Nebel, night and fog. A total of 52 people are reportedly under investigation. And it's all about the unhappy prince. A 71-year-old minor aristocrat was allegedly one of the ringleaders of the plot and was to be installed as Germany's new leader. The prosecutors allege the group was inspired by QAnon and a right-wing German conspiracy group. The New York Times has reported that Citizens of the Reich, I believe that's the name of the organization right there, the name of the cabal, believes that Germany's post-World War II republic is not a sovereign country, but a corporation set up by the victorious Allies. Okay, nothing. It's not the truth. Okay, it is basically established by the Allies. It was never voted in, therefore is not a legitimate government. The only way it can legitimize itself without going Nazi, which is the legal government of Germany, never voted out, the only way that it can avoid return to Nazi status is by recoronating the Kaiser, and thereby reestablishing a confederation under an emperor over various kings of Europe, many of them confederated directly into the Kaiser Reich, or the Kaiser's realm. The prosecutor's office said that those arrested aimed to overthrow the existing state system and replace it with their own form of state, of which fundamental features are already prepared. They know, it went on, that they can only achieve their aims with military means and violence against representatives of the state. This includes murder. The plotters were said to be united by a rejection of the Federal Republic's liberal democratic constitution and made concrete preparations for its violent overthrow. So, as I said, Germany was losing to QAnon. QAnon was seething in Germany to the point where thousands of people were mobbing the streets in its major cities under QAnon banners. Something had to be done. So why did the Oath Keepers do it? It really all comes back here. What did the Oath Keepers and other militia groups really think they would achieve by attacking American democracy and losing everything? Understand that one of them was attacking me personally. Daryl Neely, the so-called One with Odin, the man who stripped a fallen police officer, which we've never been told or informed was dead or alive. He was either stripping a body or a fallen officer. Either way, he's a piece of shit. Daryl Neely was caught doing this on camera. I reported it to the FBI, got him in federal prison, and got his GERN radio network, GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network, shut down, on which he had established a radio show for his boy Salman Sheikh called the Dietrich Show, in which this man was going to attack me on a daily basis. So this was Richard K. Cole's wet dream come true, and I sent it flaming down, as flaming as Richard K. Cole himself, with his new faggot butt boy, Little Cambion in the sunglasses, so he can't see what's fucking him up the ass, or just how long that prick is. He can feel it, though. And so, Why did the Oath Keepers do it? What did the Oath Keepers and other militia groups really think they would achieve by attacking Douglas Dietrich and American democracy and losing everything? Penny Bradley lost her platform. Lena Shea lost her family. Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese, for all intents and purposes, lost their homes. Well, Daniel Arola lost any potential for sucking his new sugar daddy's cock. Stephen Outrim, he was willing to rim him and his descended colon. I suspect they all wanted only one thing. Either at the Capitol or in Richard K. Cole Jr.'s little chicken shed, where he fucks his chickens before he eats them. That special sauce serving as his seminal secret sauce in his chicken souffle or whatever the fuck it is he prepares. In fact, he invited Jameson Reese and Little Cambion, Daniel Arola, and Salman Sheikh to all fuck his chickens. His song being, "Whenever I find I cannot sleep, I fuck my chickens instead of sheep." Then, of course, they all join in on eating them, having properly sauced their fixins. Whether they were at the Capitol building or at the Richard K. Cole chicken coop, I suspect they wanted only one thing: to escape the boredom of their own lives. Even before January 6th, 2021, I wondered about the kind of people who live the classic American paranoid life. The citizens whose politics, as Richard Hofstadter described them almost 60 years ago, are a stew of heated exaggeration, suspiciousness, and conspiratorial fantasy. I'm thinking about such people again now that the leader of the Oath Keepers, Elmer Stewart Rhodes, and some of his associates are headed for federal prison. As I followed these trials, I kept thinking of this incredibly wrongly written scene, a misplaced scene from the HBO World War II miniseries Band o' Brothers. At the end of the European War, an American soldier named Webster is riding in the back of an open truck, watching the defeated German prisoners trudging along the road, and in a completely misdirected and miswritten fit of rage, he begins shouting at them what he should be shouting into a mirror. When you point your finger at someone, like all the QAnoners do at the so-called Democratic cannibal pedophiles, they've got 3 fingers pointing back at themselves. But he shouts at them, again, what he should be saying into the mirror, at every American. What were you thinking? Dragging our asses halfway around the world? Interrupting our lives? For what? You ignorant, servile scum! What the fuck are we doing here? That scene is also something of a touchstone for the American political commentator Charles J. Sykes, who back in 2020 discussed how it made him think of the diehards and cultists and election deniers whose delusions would eventually bring them to the Capitol in 2021. During the Oath Keepers' trial, I found myself wanting to yell at the television like Private Webster. For what? The life of an aspiring democracy was endangered. Why? I wasn't doing this because Rhodes and his band were the Axis, of course, but because, like Webster should have been, I found it incredible that we had to interrupt our lives for even a moment built on lies, well, for even a moment, as interrupted by a movement built on lies and political hallucinations. I am struck not by the grandiosity of the militias, but by their smallness. Rhodes is a disbarred attorney, a loser lawyer, who managed to shoot himself in the eye. Kelly Meggs, the leaderess of the State Oath Keeper chapter, who was also found guilty of seditious conspiracy, was a Florida car dealer. A detail so perfectly cliched that Hollywood would never have dared script it. And I will note that the cosplaying amateurs who seemed to adore these organizations were not exactly trim and fit soldiers, which is why they were often dubbed the Gravy Seals instead of Navy SEALs, and Meal Team 6 instead of SEAL Team 6 by internet wags. It was like Brooke Gibson said when we were talking about how SEAL Team 6 was all taken down after they never killed the international terrorist named Osama bin Laden. I almost said Barack Obama. I swear, it's all the indoctrination from all that right-wing sewage of shit that I'm constantly exposed to. Having to do my best to educate yourselves against them. I almost found myself saying, yeah, SEAL Team 6 killed after they claimed they killed Barack Obama. Which I'm sure they would have gladly done. But now they were stuck with Osama bin Laden, who they never killed either. And then they were all taken down so that nobody would cop to that fact. And, of course, they were all taken down. Dwell on that, because then some motherfucker showed up and said he was the man who killed Osama bin Laden as a member of SEAL Team 6. The only man, I guess, not in the helicopter when it went down was the man who actually killed Osama bin Laden. Well, he never did. It's all a lie. And he's a liar. Yes, I would say that to his face. I don't believe him for a moment. And neither should you. Because how did all his teammates die while he lived? Did he sell them out? They were served up on a platter. But when we were looking at an article, we saw a bunch of fat guys. That's when Brooke Gibson said, if they're SEAL Team 6, I can join SEAL Team 6. And yet, for these small, unhappy men, in this case the insurrectionists, like white supremacist nigger Daryl Neely, not the Navy SEALs, we had to suffer the first failed peaceful transfer of power in American history? And just what did the Oath Keepers intend to do had they won the day? Perhaps they expected Donald Trump to strut out onto the South balcony and declare martial law, which I'm sure he would have done. Maybe they thought that they would march into Congress and be greeted as liberators, perhaps with medals bestowed by one of the rebel princesses. But in the end, it was a rebellion about nothing. Or, more precisely, it was a rebellion born in affluence and boredom and a desperate search for meaning in otherwise ordinary lives. I've spraketh before about the threat to democracy stemming from this profound need to feel in control, to feel important, to find some heroic mission in life. I have long been haunted by the writer Eric Hoffer's 1951 warning that the most dangerous people in a society are not the poor and desperate, but the well-off and bored. To quote his T, there is perhaps no more reliable indicator of a society's ripeness for a mass movement than the prevalence of unrelieved boredom. In almost all the descriptions of the periods preceding the rise of mass movements, there is reference to vast ennui, and in their earliest stages, mass movements
are more likely to find sympathizers among the bored than among the exploited and suppressed. To a deliberate fomenter of mass upheavals, the report that people are bored stiff should be at least as encouraging as that they are suffering from intolerable economic or political abuses. As the columnist George Will put it in 2020, when society is bored by its own comforts, there is a hunger for apocalypse, a need for great drama that can provide some sense of purpose in life. The Oath Keepers and the militia movements found their sense of purpose in a belief that their fellow citizens were too hoodwinked, too stupid, too corrupt to run an election and know that the results are fair. They made ominous-looking arm patches and wore tactical gear and glowered through their sunglasses at the people whose rights they claimed to be defending. They arrogated to themselves the duty to interpret our Constitution in any way that would dissolve their sense of emptiness, douse their own insecurities, and makest their lives more interesting. Such aimless people are at the foundation of the global crisis that modern democracy is in. They believe that they are the enlightened and brave among us because they need to feel enlightened and brave instead of confused and frightened. They need a purpose in life, and they are shopping for one among the dumpsters of the internet and television, egged on by political opportunists who would gladly waste their lives as Richard K. Cole Jr. wasted his human hand grenades, Lena Shea, Daniel Arola, Salman Sheikh, Jameson Reese, Daryl Neely, and Penny Bradley against myself. Unfortunately, Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram, and above them both Peter Levinda, would not only gladly waste the lives of their expendables, but ours as well, for their own advancement. Some of these aimless people will now go to prison. Others will live out their lives stained by their participation in January 6th, with careers obliterated, friends gone, and family destroyed. And, as Private Webster should demand to know, screaming at his fellow Americans, for what? Especially as the far right is getting what it asked for. With Ye, and by that I mean Kanye, on InfoWars and Elon Musk lifting the floodgates on Twitter, the right wing is getting the free speech thunderdome of its dreams. Or nightmares. If you're looking for a way to understand the right wing's internet-poisoned extremist trajectory, one great document is an infamous October 6th tweet from the House Judiciary Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency that read, Kanye, Elon, Trump. Specifically it read, Kanye, period, Elon, period, Trump, period. Quote unquote. This tweet was likely intended to own the libs by adding Kanye to an informal Avengers-style list of supposed free speech warriors and truth-tellers. A variation, perhaps, on the sort of viral meme that the Trump camp deployed during the 2016 election. Remember the deplorables? It was written in support of the rapper Kanye West, now known as Ye, shortly after he wore a White Lives Matter shirt during one of his fashion shows. This was
just the beginning of a shocking 12-month spiral of Judeophobic rhetoric that has led to the undoing of Ye's business empire and his full transformation into arguably the most openly bigoted famous person in American life. Throughout this grim unraveling, which has as its backdrop Ye's ongoing mental health issues, he has been thoroughly embraced by right-wing media as well as prominent white nationalists. He has also been active on the Republican political scene, most recently dining with former President Donald Trump and the white supremacist Nick Fuentes at Mar-a-Lago. Guess who's coming to dinner? All throughout, the @Judiciary GOP tweet, I mean to say, but it's tweeted by a twit, stayed up. Over the past 8-9 weeks by now, people have used it as a barometer for what kind of awful behavior the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency will accept. And so it is notable that, well, by this time, some afternoon, yesterday, last week, it was finally deleted after Ye's calamitous appearance on Alex Jones's InfoWars broadcast. Wearing a black face mask, Ye drank yoo-hoo, read from the Bible, and repeatedly and enthusiastically offered his praise for my own biological sire Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. They did good things too, while spewing Judeophobic rhetoric alongside Fuentes. Ye's InfoWars disaster is emblematic of something that seems to be happening across the far right. Although their messaging is always noxious and hateful, right-wing shock jocks and politicians like to employ thinly veiled innuendo and dog whistles to rally their audience. The game is to push all the boundaries of social acceptability, but leave just enough room to deny culpability when things go off the rails and people start to die. Then they can blame political opponents for bias and censorship when they're criticized or suspended by the supposedly woke left. You know, the cancel culture they're always cunting on about. But things are taking a turn. And it's not just about Ye. Though it's always been a sewage system for political sludge, Twitter has recently lifted its floodgates under Elon Musk's ownership, reinstating banned accounts, suspending researchers without cause, and drastically reducing content moderation overall. The New York Times reported just before this weekend, yesterday, that hate speech has soared on that platform in the weeks since Musk's takeover. And there's reason to suspect that things will get even worse. Musk said yesterday that he wants to foreground view count on every tweet, which could encourage attention-grabbing and incendiary posts even more than the platform already does. It's a dog catches car moment. Republicans are getting what they asked and tweeted for, and finding that it makes them uncomfortable by association, in public at least. The makeshift walls have all crumbled around the far right, and it's flummoxing to those who try to launder their message for a wider audience. As Melissa Ryan, a progressive strategist who tracks the far right, told Semaphore's Dave Weigel earlier last week, Musk's reinstating of banned right-wing accounts is
going to suck for Republicans. Some of these guys are going to go hog wild as soon as they can. Travis Brown, a researcher who has been tracking the reinstatement, has been struck by the rise in violent Judeo-phobic rhetoric on the platform. Last week he said, "One thing that's been remarkable to me is the sheer amount of blatant anti-Semitic, his term, stuff you can see. It's much more on the surface recently. Click around in any of these Peep Avatar accounts and you will see jokes referencing 6 million cookies, which is a Holocaust reference, about baking the Jews." Brown noted that all of these accounts, every single last one of them, have thanked Musk for their reinstatement since his hostile takeover. It's well worth noting that researchers, academics, activists, politicians, and journalists covering the far right have been issuing warnings about this dynamic for years, sounding the alarm on the profound harm caused by the mainstream right's embrace of Judeo-phobic rhetoric and the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, as well as its association with bigots. Though these problems do not begin and end with Donald Trump, they've noted an acceleration of extremist and bigoted rhetoric that coincides with his descent down the golden escalator, his description of Mexicans as rapists, his refusal to condemn the former Ku Klux Klan leader, David Duke, his mention of good people on both sides at the Charlottesville, Virginia Unite the White Right sacrificial rally, where Heather Heyer was sacrificed to Satan under orders of Augustus Sol Invictus, who ran on both the Republicans and later Libertarian tickets, and Trump's flirtations with QAnon throughout his presidency, which became an open endorsement post-presidency. All of which leads us back to Ye, whose appearances on popular right-wing media channels have caused visible discomfort for shock jocks who love to toy with or even use hateful rhetoric in their own broadcasts. On Monday, Yester Septimania, Ye and Fuentes appeared on Tim Pool's popular YouTube channel. Before the show, Pool excitedly shared photos of Ye, Fuentes, and the noted troll Milo Yiannopoulos en route to the appearance in a private jet, and hyped the broadcast on his Twitter feed. But during the show, Pool, who has recently begun monologuing about Great Replacement and has been called out by the Daily Beast for dangerously whitewashing the far right, was reduced to stammering as Ye went into a stream of consciousness riff about Jewish executives debanking him and invoked Jared Kushner and Rahm Emanuel as members of a Jewish political conspiracy. Pool appeared eager to try to sympathize with parts of Ye's rhetoric. Pool said, "I think they've been extremely unfair to you." But when Ye pushed back, asking, "Who is they, though? We can't say who they is, can we?" Pool stammered and said he disagreed with the implications that Jews control the media. Ye walked out, leaving the host looking overwhelmed. That dynamic was similar to Ye's appearance last Thursday on InfoWars. Jones, who has made a career out of Judeo-phobic dog whistling about a Jewish-controlled media, egged on birtherism and spread lies that the Sandy Hook shooting was a false flag operation, seemed uncharacteristically rattled as Ye began talking favorably about Hitler. He tried to give the rapper an out, saying, "You're not Hitler! You're not a Nazi!" But, as in other appearances, Ye was obviously delighted not to take it. Ye responded, "Well, I see good things about Hitler also. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler."
And later on, in a jarring exchange just before a commercial break, Jones clarified for his audience that, "I don't like Nazis!" Ye, sneaking in the last word, shot back, "I like Hitler!" Jones cannot recontextualize this moment or accuse the media of misrepresenting what happened on InfoWars last week. It was hours of neo-Nazi sympathizing. There's a small difference between this and Jones's generally repugnant broadcasts, which have cost him dearly, thanks to a series of defamation cases. But it's a meaningful one. We should not mince words. The normalization and increase of this rhetoric are terrifying and threatening in a country that continues to watch as extremists commit hate crimes against people of color, religious minorities, and LGBTQIA+ communities. At the same time, it is unclear what it means for politicians and launderers of the extremist right when the rules of the game change. It seems that the far right, which has longed for the marketplace of ideas to turn into a free speech maximalist thunderdome, is going to be forced to test how the rest of the country feels about having its most vile and extreme views amplified as explicitly as possible. Overnight, it got an answer of sorts. Ye was once again indefinitely suspended from Twitter after posting a swastika inside a Star of David, the Raelian symbol. An incitement to violence, Musk said. It had been less than 12 weeks since he welcomed the rapper back from his previous ban. It only took less than a fortnight, 14 nights, for Musk, the South African racist, to reinstate a digital apartheid. Oh, the irony. Understand, in this context, that Herschel Walker is the new normal. Win or lose, all of the criticisms of Herschel Walker obscure a larger point. The Republicans have acclimated the American public to ghastly behavior from elected officials and candidates for high office. The result is lasting damage to our political system, no matter what happened in Georgia or in the 2024 races yet to come. Understand that they're using house niggers to make colored peoples look like the racists. That way, the whites stand back and laugh behind their hands like a bunch of Japanese giggling girls. It's all about once vices, now habits. You see, we have come to the end of the 2022 midterms with a final contest in Georgia. Now, by the time I'm speaking to you now, we already know that Herschel Walker never became a United States senator. I meant to say senator, but he is quite sinister. I always suspected he never would, but terrible things that seem improbable can still happen. Obviously, yards of columns have been written about Walker's palpable cinder block denseness. Yesterseptimania, last week, he seemed confused about whether he was running for the House or the Senate. And, as Jill Lawrence pointed out, the columnist, just into this weekend, supporting an allegedly abusive rake like Herschel Walker makes a mockery of Republicans who once extolled virtue and character as the most important qualities in a public servant. The larger problem, however, is that Walker's candidacy is a reminder of just how much we've acclimated ourselves to the presence of awful people in our public life. His very candidacy is the victory of open evil under blackface, so that the whites can feel good about it, point their fingers at the coloreds of the world and say, "All the niggas be like this." Although we can be heartened by the defeat of Christian nationalists and election deniers and other assorted weirdos, we should remember how, in a better time in our politics, these candidates would never have survived even a moment of public scrutiny or weathered their first scandal or stumble. And yet, here we are now. An entire political party shrugs off revelations that a man running on an anti-abortion platform, paid for an abortion, actually two, has unacknowledged children, and is also a violent creep. Not long ago, Walker would have been washed out of political contention as a matter of first principles. Think of how much our civic health has declined in general. Only 35 years ago, during the long-ago Camelot of the late 1980s, Gary Hart had to pull out of the Democratic primaries for getting caught with a pretty lady on a boat named Monkey Business. And the televangelist, Jimmy Swaggart, stood with tears streaming down his face because he'd been caught with a prostitute in a Louisiana motel. In 1995, Senator Bob Packwood, again more tears, resigned in the aftermath of revelations of sexual misconduct just before being expelled from the Senate. Granted, the only thing these men were all crying about was the fact that they got caught, but the Republicans were once an uptight and censorious party, something I rather liked about them, to be honest, and they are now a party where literally nothing is a disqualification for office. Pedophilia would be a plus. There being only one cardinal rule: do not lose. The will to power, the urge to defeat the enemy, the insistence that the libs must be owned. This resentment and spite fuels everything. And worst of all, we've gotten used to it. I'm not sure who said it first, but the Doobie Brothers said it again in the title of their 1974 album. What were once vices are now habits. There's a lot of blame to go around, but no one did more to pioneer the politics of disgust than Donald John Trump, who took the outrageous moments of his 12 presidential campaigns and turned them into virtues. Trump ran, and still runs, as something of a dare, a challenge to see if we're just a bunch of delicate scolds who get the vapors over things like veterans or foreign influence or nepotism. Are you really going to let the commies and immigrants from the shithole countries take over? He seems to ask at every turn. Just because of little nothing burgers like whether I'm keeping highly classified documents in the magazine rack next to my gold toilet? As usual, however, the real problem lies with the voters. The Republicans are getting the candidates they want. This is not about partisanship. It's about an unhinged, foul egalitarianism that demands that candidates for office be no better than the rest of us, and perhaps, yes, most certainly even demonstrably worse. How dare anyone run on virtue or character? Who do they think they are? This is a tragedy of insecurity, because what it really means is that the Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent voters don't think very much of themselves. At some point, some of them may realize what they have done, but by then it's too late. After you've pulled your penis out of your daughter's vagina and she's bleeding, you've taken her virginity, well, at that point, it's too late. The only thing worse than making a mistake is admitting it was a mistake and facing the humiliation of being a sucker, or in the incest example that I provided, a fucker. Other voters can help raise the bar by inflicting serial defeats on such candidates in the general elections and giving oxygen to arguments on the right that it's time to stop nominating, in the words of New Hampshire's Republican Governor Chris Sununu, crazy unelectable candidates. Perhaps from there, the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency can start fusing electability back to character, but that process will take a while. In the meantime, we should all refuse to normalize terrible and often scummy candidates. If Herschel Walker had been elected, it would have been a tragic day in the history of the Senate. But the fact that he ran at all and garnered millions of votes from perfectly normal American citizens, no less, is the larger tragedy. And the damage will last a lot longer than Herschel Walker's bizarre political career. All because Elon Musk, the man who wants to invert the First Amendment, and Tucker Carlson don't even understand the First Amendment. Friday night into this weekend, Matt Taibbi, an independent journalist, wrote a lengthy Twitter thread he called The Twitter Files. The thread purported to expose how Twitter made the decision to dramatically suppress discussion of the contents of a hard drive from Hunter Biden's laptop. But it inadvertently did something else entirely. It exposed the new Twitter owner Elon Musk's profound misunderstandings about the First Amendment. Taibbi's documents provided further evidence demonstrating what Twitter's critics, inclusive myself, have long argued, that the decision to suppress the information was both incoherent and inconsistent. Twitter suppressed the information based on its so-called hacked materials policy, but the application of that policy was hardly clear in this instance, especially given that the platform had, at the time, just permitted widespread sharing of the New York Times stories about Donald Trump's leaked tax information. I agree with the attorney and election analyst Jeffrey Blahar about Taibbi's thread. Writing in National Review after last week's release, Blahar said the thread contained few, if any, explosive revelations, for those who've followed the story closely. But don't tell that to Elon Musk. He seemed particularly outraged that one of Taibbi's tweets described how the Biden team asked Twitter to delete a series of tweets, including ones that contained nude pictures of Hunter Biden. Responding to a document where a Twitter employee indicated that Twitter had handled those posts, Elon Musk tweeted, If this isn't a violation of the Constitution's First Amendment, what is? He followed up moments later with a slightly longer statement. Twitter acting by itself to suppress free speech is not a First Amendment violation, but acting under orders from the government to suppress free speech with no judicial review is. And then, Friday night, into this last weekend, on Fox News, Tucker Carlson also picked up the claim about the First Amendment with characteristic breathless hyperbole. Carlson declared that the documents show a systemic violation of the First Amendment, the largest example of that in modern history. Let Douglas Dietrich tell it to you straight. Musk and Carlson are both profoundly wrong. The documents released so far show no such thing. In October of 2020, when the laptop story broke, Joe Biden was not president. The Democratic National Committee, which also asked for Twitter to review tweets, is not an arm of the United States government. It is a private political party. Twitter is not an arm of the United States government. It is a private company. This matters for a simple but profoundly important reason. The First Amendment regulates governmental conduct. It does not regulate private actors. The text of the amendment itself saith that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. That restraint on Congress has since been extended to apply to the United States government at all levels, local, state, and federal, all levels that I have worked at, as miscommunicated by our dear friend George Knight earlier when he said local, reserve, and federal. Maybe that's some British thing, but it's local, state, and federal this side of the Atlantic. Activists have tried to argue that large social media companies essentially function as our government, citing a line of cases that treat private parties as government actors when the private parties perform functions that are traditionally and exclusively governmental. Examples include running elections, private prisons, and so-called company towns. But, as the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals recently explained, hosting speech on a private platform is hardly an activity that only governmental entities have traditionally performed. Social media companies are not the goddamn government! This means the First Amendment protects Twitter. The Biden campaign team and the Democratic National Committee. The Twitter files released so far do not describe any violation of the First Amendment. Instead, they detail the exercise of First Amendment rights by independent private actors. One can certainly agree or disagree with the way in which they exercised those rights. Twitter's decision to delete pornographic pictures of Hunter Biden was entirely justified and appropriate. Its actions to suppress the New York Post story about Hunter's laptop were far less defensible. But they were Twitter's decisions to make, and no amount of misguided rhetoric can transform a Twitter story into a government scandal. The distinction is crucial. Twitter is but one participant in a marketplace of ideas. Twitter could not truly suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story. Instead, its censorship launched a national debate that's still not over. It fueled countless stories across the length and breadth of both mainstream and right-wing media. Arguably, Twitter's suppression gave the laptop story more attention than it otherwise would have received or ever deserved. But if the government were involved, the story would change dramatically. As powerful as Twitter is, it cannot match the reach and strength of the federal government. And if the government does coerce a private company into doing its bidding, then the First Amendment is implicated. But finding coercion is key. The government can ask private corporations to take action without implicating the First Amendment at all. In fact, Taibbi last week said that Twitter received and honored deletion requests from the Trump White House. But there is no evidence of any such coercion, at least thus far, in the Hunter Biden story. And unless and until there is, the story of Hunter Biden's laptop is the story of private individuals making decisions they were always entitled to make. It is not the story of a government run amok. What is such a story? Trump calling for suspending the Constitution, whilst the silence from Republicans be deafening. I mean, someone needs to check behind the desk in former President Donald Trump's office at Mar-a-Lago. I believe dear leader may have replaced his ergonomically designed executive office chair with a throne. In a post on his social network, Truth Social, Trump either ignorantly or purposefully misinterpreted a report about Twitter's moderation decisions during the 2020 campaign and wrote, "A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution." Under normal circumstances, which, let's be honest, haven't existed for a long time, a former president suggesting that we dismantle and discard the United States Constitution would be met with loud and immediate condemnation from everyone on the political spectrum. I mean, Trump is getting into old-school banana republic, totalitarian dictatorship territory here. Fidel Castro territory. And in the days since the post, there has been condemnation of Trump's statement, yes, but with few exceptions, only by Democrats. One of those exceptions is Republican Representative Liz Cheney, a prominent member of the committee investigating the U.S. Capitol insurrection on January 6, 2021. She tweeted, Donald Trump believes we should terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, to overturn the 2020 election. That was his view on 1/6, January 6th, and remains his view today. No honest person can now deny that Trump is an enemy of the Constitution. The only other Republican on the committee, Representative Adam Kinzinger, added, with the former president calling to throw aside the Constitution, not a single conservative can legitimately support him, and not a single supporter can be called a conservative, because a conservative would obviously want to conserve our culture, and in lack of any other culture, the American anti-culture, well, the Constitution is the closest they've got to a goddamn culture. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell also rebuked Trump's comment. Arizona Republicans, Lake and Ward, chose silence over country. I would not describe the Republicans representing Arizona in Congress or those at the top of the Arizona Republican Party as conservatives. I call them cultists, which is why you've heard no words of condemnation from people like Republican Representatives Andy Biggs and Paul Gosar, or state Russell collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Chair Kelly Ward. And certainly nothing from losing gubernatorial candidate, that is, Carrie Lake, who has been busy spending time in Mar-a-Lago playing Vanna White to Trump's Pat Sajak. Trump has tried, unsuccessfully, to backtrack on his comments, but without really backtracking, which is his way. There are only a couple of reasons for Republicans to remain silent on the topic of Trump calling for the destruction of our Constitution. Either they agree with him and feel comfortable with the idea of installing him as a monarch, or they are afraid to say publicly that they disagree with him, meaning he already has dictatorial power over them. What this means for Arizona, sadly, the state of my former sponsor Ben Estenius, is that their loyalty is not to the Constitution or to their constituents, but to Donald John Trump. Arizona, then, effectively has seceded from the Union, and military power should be deployed to beat it back into union. As Donald Trump is no lover of the Constitution. Donald Trump's call over the weekend for terminating our Constitution was, though appalling, also a long time coming. Trump's incoherent constitutional philosophy summed up: the Constitution provides a first option, but if for some reason Trump doesn't like it, Trump's happy to discard it. Trump, the once and aspirationally future president, Republican president no less, has long praised the Constitution and touted his own defense of it in heroic terms. But for just as long, he has shown a shallow understanding of that document, seldom extending much beyond a maximalist reading of the Second Amendment and a disjointed view of the First, and especially espoused a view of our Constitution as more of a source of advice than the ultimate authority in American government. Trump's view of our Constitution is much like his treatment of the flag he physically embraced while mouthing, "I love you, baby," at a conservative summit in 2020, a useful prop for florid praise, but ultimately a passive and lifeless one, easily moved aside. In a post over the weekend on his social media site, Truth Social, Trump yet again claimed falsely that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. He wrote, A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. On Monday, Trump partly reversed himself, posting, "The fake news is actually trying to convince the American people that I said I wanted to terminate the Constitution." Where could the press have gotten that notion other than by reading his words? Where Trump gets this idea of termination is anyone's guess, but he almost certainly didn't get it from reading the Constitution itself. Nor, given his other reading habits, does it seem likely he's been reading learned commentary at all. Throughout his political career, Trump has often couched his own policies in terms of the founding document. In 2020, he said, "You know, I believe in our Constitution, much more so than most people. As president, I have no higher duty than to defend the laws and the Constitution of the United States." You know, he added that last year. But he practically never talks about the Constitution on any deeper level. When he discusses it, he is almost always speaking about the Second Amendment. In 2016, his website's position page on the Constitution was dominated by discussions of gun rights. He also talks sometimes about the First Amendment right to religious liberty, but as I will help you see, this is always in the context of the rights of Christians. Then White House counsel Don McGahn said in 2017 that the Trump vision of the judiciary can be summed up in two words: originalism and textualism. But this seems to be more a summation of the view of McGahn and his fellow Federalist Society members, to whom Trump farmed out, well, they're the ones to whom Trump farmed out judge selection to. More their views than of Trump himself, who has offered few hints of any personal judicial philosophy at all. A regular line in his stump speeches for years was that he had appointed judges to interpret our Constitution as written. The closest he offered to an explicit endorsement of originalism came during a scripted 2019 speech honoring former Attorney General Edwin Meese III, in which he praised his unwavering advocacy for the legal principle that judges must adhere to the original meaning of the Constitution, setting aside their own personal and political views. Trump has also insisted that his opponents do not revere same document. In 2019, he said, "They want to demolish our Constitution, weaken our military, eliminate the values that built this magnificent country, like genocide and pollution." He didn't say that, but that's what he should have said, because it would have been true to the fact. But 48 hours, 2 days before inciting a riot at the Capitol building in 2021, Trump said progressives were bent on destroying our Constitution and overthrowing America's founding. The irony and hypocrisy of this claim is easy to see in light of last weekend's Truth Social post, but a call for the suspension of the Constitution is simply the natural and most explicit articulation of Trump's demonstrated view that the Constitution is more a set of dedicated guidelines than a binding rulebook. The first prominent example came during the 2016 Republican presidential primary. during which Trump called for a ban on Muslims entering these United States and suggested that they might have to carry a special ID card. Trump's vision of religious freedom extends only to certain faith traditions, apparently. In December of 2015, he smoothly pivoted from accusing the press of insufficient fealty to the Constitution. The mainstream media wants to surrender the Constitution! To making his own case for abandoning it under certain circumstances. We believe in the Constitution more than anybody, but we can't let people use and abuse our rights. We can't let people kill us. They want to kill us. They want to destroy us. We can't let it happen. We just can't let it happen. The following month, he was even more direct about the idea that certain imperatives could override it. The Constitution? There's nothing like it. But it doesn't necessarily give us the right to commit suicide as a country, okay? Once he was elected, Trump's sense of the Constitution, as essentially a suggestion only, grew. Presidents often develop new views about the expansiveness of their powers once elected, but Trump's articulation was shockingly blunt. In 2019, he told a conservative conference that one section of the Constitution offered him unlimited power. To quote his T, "Then I have an Article 2, where I have the right to do whatever I want as president. But I don't even talk about that." In fact, Article 2 simply lays out the role and duties of the executive branch. Had Trump actually read it, his interpretation would make no sense. Trump repeatedly ran into constitutional problems during his presidency, exemplified by his repeated defeats in court and his attempt to withhold congressionally appropriated money from Ukraine, which led to his first impeachment. But he rarely had occasion to discuss the actual Constitution in anything other than the vaguest of terms. Our Constitution was the product of centuries of tradition, wisdom, and experience, said he. When the arrival of the coronavirus forced him to wade into federalism issues, it didn't go well. In an April 2020 news conference, Trump was asked about state governments making their own decisions on lockdowns and masking. To quote his T, "I like to allow governors to make decisions without overruling them, because from a constitutional standpoint, that's the way it should be done. If I disagreed, I would overrule a governor, and I have that right to do it, but I'd rather have them, you can call it Federalist, you can call it the Constitution, but I call it the Constitution. I would rather have them make their decisions." This is Trump's incoherent constitutional philosophy summed up. The Constitution provides a first option, but if for some reason he's happy to discard it. That presaged his approach to the 2020 election. First, he tried constitutional remedies, the judicial system, to pursue his bogus claims of fraud. But once that failed, because the claims were all false, he moved on to calling for the Constitution to be set aside entirely. On January 6th, 2021, during a rally in Washington before the riot, Trump made a last-ditch effort to convince Vice President Mike Pence to assist in subverting the election. To quote his T, "Let's say you don't do it. Somebody says, Well, we have to obey the Constitution, and you are because you're protecting our country and you're protecting the Constitution. The revolutionary concept behind these United States is that this country and our Constitution are one and the same. For Trump, this country exists separate from and above the rule of law. Trump has also said that he alone can fix what's wrong with these United States. He claims to cherish the Constitution, but as usual, Trump holds fast to only one thing: his own interests. Now Trump's troubles weigh down Republicans eager to move on. But the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency can't quit Trump. Trump, wounded by midterm losses and ripening legal troubles, has become a weightier albatross around the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent neck. And because he simply will never step aside, he threatens to take the party with him. Mitch McConnell, as has been the case for the last 6 years, did not want to talk about Donald Trump last week. The Senate Republican leader has never been a fan of the former president, refusing to comment on various Trump tweets and bombastic statements. But the lackluster performance of Trump-backed Republican candidates in the midterms was not only an embarrassment to the Red Party, it also cost the Kentucky lawmaker the job of majority leader. Yester Septimania, McConnell could not shake off the man who has been an increasing irritant and distraction for Republicans, who would prefer to talk taxes, the border, and inflation. Trump had simply gone too far the previous weekend, dining with a man the Justice Department described as a white supremacist, Nick Fuentes, who has made brazenly Judeophobic comments, and with a rapper, Kanye West, who has been shunned for his own verbal attacks on the Jewish peoples. Addressing the Trump question, even before it was asked, McConnell told reporters, "Let me say that there is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism," his words, "or white supremacy. And anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected president of the United States." It was meant to get the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent elephant in the room out of the way, so McConnell and the Senate Republican leadership team could talk about issues they wanted to address, and Democratic priorities they wanted to thwart, which was the only issue they wanted to address. It didn't work. Trump, wounded by the losses of his endorsed candidates in the midterms and facing ripening legal troubles on several fronts, has become a weightier albatross round the collective Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent neck. And since the famously defiant Trump will never step aside, the former president may well take the rest of the Red Party down to the bottom with him. Despite the negative reactions to Trump's behavior and statements, "Why, I think he likes the conversation being about him," says Senator John Thune of South Dakota, the chamber's Republican whip. "There are things we want to do. There are things the Republican Party believes in and stands for, and positions it would like to articulate to the American people." And in response to a question about Trump's enduring influence in the party, Thune adds, "And so if you have people who are constantly creating distractions and taking the party off message and forcing people who answer questions like the ones you're asking, it's not a good sign." While Trump fights to stay in the political picture, Republicans are looking for ways to separate themselves, although they often avert a direct provocation of Donald Trump, the first GOPer, grand old party goer, to announce a run for president in 2024. Several major Republican donors have announced they won't back Trump in 2024, urging the party to find new leadership. The Republican National Committee has formed a new advisory council to inform the Republican Party's 2024 vision and beyond, especially by reaching out to blacks, Hispanics, Asian Americans, youth and suburban voters, all groups that favor Democrats in the midterms, meaning everybody but a white man. Although Trump made some inroads among black men and Hispanic voters, the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent candidates did better overall with Latino voters in the midterms than they have in the past. The gains are minimal. The inroads among Hispanic voters, for example, were largely in increasingly red Florida. In Nevada and Arizona, Hispanic voters provided the margin of victory for statewide Democratic candidates in those states. Republicans conducted a campaign autopsy after Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent nominee Mitt Romney's 2012 loss to President Barack Obama, and found that the party needed to reach out more to women, LGBTQIA plus people, and racial and ethnic minorities, whom the Census Bureau projects will make America a majority minority nation by 2044. Alan Abramovitz, a political science professor at Emory University in Atlanta, noted that the problem Trump creates for the party is that he won in 2016 by taking the exact opposite approach, appealing to aggrieved white and working class voters who felt they were being pushed aside in the new America. In a primary election, Trump and his endorsed candidates can do well, or so the experts say, as they did in the midterms, capturing the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent nominations in key states. But in general elections, Trump cultic candidates face bigger hurdles, alienating moderate Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent voters and making few inroads among Democrats. That is the perhaps fatal flaw of the candidacy of Herschel Walker, a Republican in that Tuesday runoff for the Senate seat, now held by Democrat Raphael Warnock. Trump had not been invited to campaign with Herschel Walker, a longtime friend of the former president, whom Trump promoted for the nomination. But it may be too late for Hersch Walker to stake his own ground, since he is so closely aligned with Donnie Trump and has provided erratic and meandering responses to questions about policy on the campaign trail. Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent Governor Brian Kemp stood up to Trump, refusing to help the former president overturn President Joe Biden's win in the Peach State in 2022. He was reelected easily. To quote as the aforecited Abramovitz, what we're seeing now in the runoff is that without Kemp at the top of the ticket, Walker is now on his own. When it comes to the 2024 presidential race, Trump will also be hard to marginalize, or so the experts say. Unlike Democratic primaries, where delegates are awarded proportionally awarded, Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent contests are winner-take-all. That means Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent challengers could divide up the anti-Trump vote, allowing the former president to get the nomination even without major or majority support of his party. A recent Quinnipiac poll, taken after Trump's 2024 presidential announcement, found that 57% of Americans think Trump's candidacy is a bad idea, with 34% believing it to be a good idea. But when it comes to Republicans, Trump does much better. 62% think a Trump 24 run is a good thing, and 27% think it's a bad idea, according to the poll. Potential Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent challengers have been under pressure to denounce Trump's visit with Fuentes, but they also must be cautious about alienating Trump's cult base. Trump's own vice president, Mike Pence, was most direct, saying Trump should apologize for the meeting and denounce the individuals making hateful comments. Trump's former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, meanwhile, denounced Judeophobia, which he defined as being opposed to Israel, and applied the term anti-Semitism instead. And he said in a tweet that, "We need more seriousness, less noise," but did not directly criticize the mob godfather Trump by name. On the Hill, the picture is complicated as well. While McConnell has grown increasingly bold in denouncing Trump's behavior, his House counterpart, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy of California, is in a political box. Having won a narrow majority in the midterms, McCarthy cannot afford to lose many Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent votes in his quest to be Speaker, and has been careful not to attack Trump directly. To the question of how the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency can separate itself from Trump and his problems, conservative writer Geoff Cabaservice, Vice President of Political Studies at the Niskanen Center, replies, "I don't know if they can, to be honest. The Tea Party was a movement, but the Trump movement is really more of a cult. And the leadership of it is not one I'm sure is available to any other aspiring cult leader. As long as Trump has 30 to 35% of the base, they cannot dislodge him." Princeton University history professores Julian Zelletier concludes that the only thing that will change the Republican Party is sequential losses, and that Republicans worried about Trump's baggage will be looking for someone who does Trumpism and appeals to enough Trump loyalists that they can replace him with an improved version rather than replacing what he stands for. But it won't be easy. The loyalty he commands is immense. They now have 2020 and 2022. That means Trump is more vulnerable than before, yet his hold remains strong. Mainstream Republicans want to move on, but they just can't quit Donald Trump. Now, one of the most important historical things to happen internationally has been some leaked emails. And this has to do with leaked documents revealing the revisionist Russian Empire's plan to invade the Empire of Japan. War with Japan is still the legal condition between the Russian and Japanese empires. Now, according to a newly leaked email from a whistleblower with Russia's FSB, the Federal Security Bureau, months before Vladimir Putin began his disastrous invasion of Ukraine, he was planning to attack the Empire of Japan. About that leaked email. Dated on March 17th. This email was sent to an exiled human rights activist, Vladimir Osechkin, from a Russian whistleblower dubbed Winds of Change, who has been writing regular dispatches to Osechkin since the war with Ukraine began. Now, per translations and analyses, Igor Shushko, the executive director of the Wind of Change research group, has been translating and analyzing the correspondence from Russian to English since the start of the war, and has been sharing the information with the American weekly online journal Newsweek. Very established, very reputable, been around forever, as long as Time magazine. See, Russia was preparing for Eastern War. In the email to Osechkin, The FSB whistleblower stated that Russia was quite seriously preparing for a localized military conflict with the Empire of Japan. Just how would a conflict like that remain localized? And then, why Ukraine? The whistleblower also mentioned the war in Ukraine and suggested that they were certain Russia would go to war, but that they weren't sure why Ukraine was chosen. Well, confrontation was high. In their March 17th email to Ovechkin, the FSB whistleblower wrote, "Confidence that the countries would enter the stage of acute confrontation and even war was high. But someone else will have to answer why Russia attacked Ukraine." Because the whistleblower continued, why Ukraine was chosen for war in the end? The scenario was not changed much. It is for others to answer. The specifics of the attack, well, Isabel Van Bruggen, the Newsweek journalist who broke the story, wrote about the specific details involved with Russia's proposed attack on the Empire of Japan. Japanese Nazis! There. The whistleblower detailed movements of electronic warfare helicopters targeting Japan, while Russia's propaganda machine was also initiated, with a huge push to label Japanese as Nazis and fascists. The rhetoric is eerily similar. While the verbiage may sound very similar to what Russia used as its justification to go to war with Ukraine, it is difficult to know whether or not Winds of Change is a legitimate FSB leaker or if their emails are part of the larger information war at play. But the emails are genuine. Christo Grozhev, an expert on Russia's Federal Security Service, has stated that he believes the emails from Winds of Change are from a genuine agent connected to the FSB, and 12 former FSB agents agree. Grozhev said he had shown the letter to 2 actual, current or former FSB contacts, and those agents had no doubt it was written by a colleague. But why attack Japan? All of this leads one to ask why. What advantage would the revanchist or revisionist Russian Empire gain from attacking the Empire of Japan? Well, the answer might have something to do with the two empires' dispute over the Kuril Islands. Those Kurilsk Islands in the Russian language. After the end of World War II, the new Japanese government never formally signed a peace treaty with the Soviet Union, largely because of their disputes over a group of islands that were being occupied by Soviet forces, which are still under Russian occupation today. So Ukraine swapped for Japan, because ultimately, the whistleblower wrote that the Russian leadership sort of swapped out the Empire of Japan for Ukraine. Either way, war was inevitable. The FSB whistleblower continued, but on the whole, war was inevitable for Russia due to the maniacal desire for war by the leadership. And now the bulk of the combat-ready units from that direction has been redeployed to Ukraine. So we shouldn't expect a Russian attack on the Empire of Japan anytime soon. Instead, we must place our attention on Russia's vindictive rage. Russia's war on Ukraine is going badly. The Russian army is in retreat, and the Kremlin is looking for help from Iran and North Korea. But we must not forget that the Russian military is mass murdering Ukrainian civilians as the price of Moscow's self-induced humiliation, and that the Russian Empire must pay a price for these atrocities. It's worse than war. Understand that much. Russian television talk shows are a hallucinatory experience, like a Philip K. Dick work, a kind of febrile nightmare shot on sets that look like a dark mashup of a manic game show, Fox News, and The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. But the creepy star chamber vibe and the vertigo-inducing camera work are perfectly suited to the deranged rantings of the hosts and guests. The Russian anchor, Vladimir Solovyov, is among the nastier pieces of work in this cadre. Nicknamed Putin's voice in Russia, he has called for the destruction of Kiev and revels in his Jambo Reese-like hope that nuclear war with the West is inevitable. And yet, even in the midst of this cuckoo's nest, there are some small chirps of concern. On the night of Deutschen Totensonntag, the German Sunday of the Dead, is dated the 20th of November, as Solovyev engaged in his usual smirking about Russia's infliction of death and misery in Ukraine, one of his guests said enough. The former Israeli diplomat, Yakov Kedmi, interjected. It's obscene. It's not constructive. It's criminal to bomb peaceful cities. These things shouldn't even be uttered. To wipe a city off the face of the earth is obscene. Solovyov tried to object, but Kedmi pressed on. There are 1,001 ways to fight without touching civilians. Kedmi is not some squishy peacenik who was pulled off Verskaya Street to be a designated talk show punching bag. He was born in Russia, emigrated to Israel, and returned several years ago as a supporter to the Putin regime on the Russian television. He said some nice things about that great statesman, Joseph Stalin, and he warned last spring that Russia could bomb the United Kingdom back to the Stone Age if the British didn't mind their own business with regard to Ukraine. Why were Solovyov and Kedmi having this conversation at all then? Because the Russian war in Ukraine is no longer a war, in the sense that most people would conceive of a military contest between two states over some discrete or tangible issue. It is not, in any sense, the kind of conflict that academic realists would understand as some kind of Russian exercise in power balancing against any external threat. Instead, Russia's invasion is now an ongoing open operation of mass murder. Julia Davis, a Daily Beast columnist who monitors the Russian media, has pondered upon why someone like Kedmi would have a change of heart. She thinks Kedmi, who lives in both Russia and Israel, feels that the winds are changing, that Putin is now seen by Russia's elites as a loser, and that the Russian cheerleaders for the invasion face an increasing chance of blowback in civilized countries for their country's conduct in the war. Davis takes it as a positive sign that Kedmi, and perhaps even Solovyov, who she believes is an opportunist acting the part of a cartoonish warmonger, might be worried enough about Russia losing to start moderating his position as a hedge against being too closely associated with Vladimir Putin. Russia, as Kedmi and others now seem to realize, has gone far beyond any of the rationalizations Putin deployed last winter about saving the Ukrainians from Nazis or any other such nonsense. The Russians are killing innocent civilians as imperial retaliation for their defiance. Putative military objectives have vanished. Moscow's goals have devolved into infuriated bloodletting. Each Russian retreat brings a rain of missiles against civilian targets, and the Kremlin isn't even bothering to make military arguments for these strikes against Ukrainian infrastructure and homes. Such bombings are civilian reprisals that are no different from the communist reprisals against the South Vietnamese and other occupied peoples for the resistance of partisans and militias. I myself conducted the in-depth research for any number of instructors teaching at many a United States military college, and I know these to be obvious war crimes. Russian strategists, if any actually exist, might claim that the goal is to demoralize the Ukrainians into abandoning their territory and their loyalty to their government and surrendering. But the laws of war do not permit terrorizing civilians into submission. And, in any case, the Russians have almost no hope of occupying much more than the slivers of annexed territories they hold now. Moscow's continued attacks, especially judging from the angry chest thumping from the Russian media, seem to have no other purpose but vengeance, and the intentional murder of civilians for the sake of solving the ego of the incompetent Russian military and placating their desperate commander-in-chief. This holiday season, many of us will seek peace and a reset heading into the new year by drawing closer to family, taking a break from work, and observing the rituals of our faith. We tend, during this time, to clear our mind of unpleasant things. But as Americans, citizens of the greatest democratic power on earth, we must not forget that the largest European conflict since World War II is continuing to burn away in Ukraine. A democratic nation is refusing to be conquered by a vengeful imperial power, and it is paying for it with the lives of innocent men, women, and children. As we celebrate the season, let us remember that the Russians have shown no intention of taking a holiday from mass murder. So what's the harm in talking to Russia? A lot, actually. Diplomacy is neither intrinsically moral nor always strategically wise. Give diplomacy a chance! This phrase gets repeated in almost every conflict, and the war in Ukraine is no exception. A chorus of commentators, experts, and former policymakers have pushed for a negotiated peace at every turn on the battlefield. After the successful defense of Kiev, once Russia withdrew to the east, during the summer of Russia's plotting progress in the Donbass, after Russia's rout in Kharkiv Oblast, and now, in the aftermath of Russia's retreat from Kherson. The better the Ukrainian military has done, the louder the calls for Ukraine to negotiate. And today, it's no longer just pundits pushing for a negotiated settlement. The U.S. House of Representatives Progressive Caucus, penned a letter to President Joe Biden calling for a diplomatic solution, only to retract it a short time later. Republican House Leader Kevin McCarthy has promised to scrutinize military aid to Ukraine and push for an end to the war, as the Russians are, of course, the ultimate sponsors of the Red Republican Party, whom they even take their colors from. Even Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Mark Milley has pushed for Ukraine to negotiate, although he subsequently made clear that the decision should be Kiev's alone. And why not negotiate? Isn't a diplomatic solution the best? Indeed, the only option for any kind of long-term settlement between Russia and Ukraine? And if so, what could possibly be the harm in exploring those options? Quite a lot, actually. Despite the way it is commonly portrayed, diplomacy is not intrinsically and always good, nor is it ever cost-free. In the Ukraine conflict, the problems with a push for diplomacy are especially apparent. The likely benefits of negotiations are minimal, and the prospective costs would be significant. First, the argument that most wars end with diplomacy, and so, therefore, will the war in Ukraine, is misleading at best. Some wars, such as the United States Civil War between the states, or the American Civil War between the states, and World War II, were fought to the bitter end, because they're still being fought today, in the case of the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. Others, like the American Revolutionary War of Independence, the Spanish-American War, World War I, or the First Gulf War, in which I myself participated, were won on the battlefield before the sides headed to the negotiating table. Well, World War I, by massive worldwide genocide through American biological weapons, which brought everyone to the negotiating table because no one was left alive to fight on the battlefield in significant numbers, or produce in the factories at home so the soldiers would have anything to fight with. Still others, like the Korean War, ended in an armistice, but only after the sides had fought to a standstill, and they're still legally at war today, as are mainland China and island China, the communists on the mainland and the island Chinese on Formosa's 100 Isles, as the Russians and Japanese are still at war. By contrast, attempts at a diplomatic settlement while the military situation remained fluid, as the United States tried during the Vietnam War, and more recently in Afghanistan, have ended in complete disaster. Even if most wars ultimately end in diplomatic settlements, that's not in lieu of victory. Understand that the Japanese won, which is why the Russians are pissed and want vengeance. Just as the Americans are pissed at the Japanese. Eternally. Jealous, envious, resentful. Pushing Ukraine to negotiate now sends a series of signals. None of them good. At this particular moment, diplomacy cannot end the war in Ukraine, simply because Russian and Ukrainian interests do not yet overlap. The Ukrainians, understandably, want their country back. They want reparations for the damage Russia has done and accountability for Russian war crimes. Russia, by contrast, has made it clear that it still intends to bend Ukraine to its will. It has officially annexed several regions in eastern and southern Ukraine, so withdrawing would now be tantamount, for them, to ceding parts of Russia itself. Russia's economy is in ruins, so it cannot pay reparations. And full accountability for Russian war crimes may lead to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and other top officials getting led to the dock. As much as Western observers might wish otherwise, such contrasts offer no viable diplomatic way forward right now. Nor is diplomacy likely to forestall future escalation. One of the more common refrains as to why these United States should give to diplomacy a chance is to avert Russia making good on its threats to use nuclear weapons. But what is causing Russia to threaten nuclear use in the first? Presumably, it is because Russia is losing on the battlefield per the war it started itself, and now lacks other options. Assuming that diplomatic solution is not a euphemism for Ukrainian capitulation, as its proponents insist, Russia's calculations about whether and how to escalate would not change. Russia would still be losing the war and looking for a way to reverse its fortunes. Diplomacy can moderate human suffering, but only on the margins. Throughout the conflict, Ukraine and Russia have negotiated prisoner swaps and a deal to allow grain exports. This kind of tactical diplomacy on a narrow issue was certainly welcome news for the captured troops and those parts of the world that depend on Ukrainian food exports. Much more than you would realize if you hadn't been listening to me. But it's not at all clear how to ramp up from these relatively small diplomatic victories. Russia, for example, will not abandon its attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure heading into the winter as it attempts to freeze Ukraine into submission, because that's one of the few tactics the Russian Empire has left. At the same time, more expansive diplomacy comes at cost. Pushing Ukraine to negotiate now sends a series of signals. None of them good. It signals to the Russians that they can simply wait out Ukraine's Western supporters, thereby protracting the conflict. It signals to the Ukrainians, not to mention other allies and partners around the world, that the United States might put up a good fight for a while, but will, in the end, abandon them. And it tells the American public that its leaders are not invested in seeing this war through, which in turn could increase domestic impatience with it. Starting negotiations prematurely carries other costs. As Biden remarked in June, every negotiation reflects the facts on the ground. Biden is right. Ukraine now is in a stronger negotiating position because it fought rather than talked. The question today is whether Ukraine will ultimately regain control over Donbas and Crimea, not Kharkiv and Kherson. This would not have been the case had anyone listened to the "give diplomacy a chance" crowd back in the spring or summer. So there'll be plenty of reasons to believe that Kiev will be in an even stronger bargaining position as time passes. The Ukrainians are coming off a string of successes, most recently retaking Kherson, so they have operational momentum. While Ukraine has suffered losses, Western military aid continues to flow in. Despite Russia's missile strikes on civilian infrastructure, Ukrainian morale remains strong. By contrast, Russia is on the back foot. Its military inventories have been decimated, and it is struggling to acquire alternative supplies. Its mobilization effort prompted as many Russian men to flee the country as were eventually mobilized to fight in Ukraine. Moreover, as the Institute for the Study of War has assessed, Russian mobilized servicemen have shown themselves to be inadequately trained, poorly equipped, and very reluctant to fight. By contrast, a negotiated settlement, even if it successfully freezes a conflict, comes with a host of moral, operational, and strategic risks. It leaves millions of Ukrainians to suffer under Russian occupation. It gives the Russian military a chance to rebuild, retrain, and restart the war at a later date. Above all, a pause gives time for the diverse international coalition supporting Ukraine to fracture, either on its own accord or because of Russian efforts to drive a wedge into the coalition. Eventually, there will come a time for negotiations. That will be when Russia admits it has lost and wants to end the war. Or it will come when Ukraine says that the restoration of its territory isn't worth the continued pain of the Russian bombardment. So far, neither scenario has come to pass. Indeed, the only softening of Russia's position was Putin's statement yesterday, last month, seemingly ruling out nuclear use, at least for the time being. Apart from that, the Kremlin seems intent on doubling down, even as its military continues to be slowly pushed out of Ukraine. That's hardly any invitation to negotiate. Might these arguments against the reflexive call for negotiations mean that war continues for months and possibly even years? Perhaps. But it's not yet clear that there is a viable diplomatic alternative. And even if there was, it must be Ukraine's choice whether to pursue it or not. Ukraine and its people, after all, are paying the price in blood. If these United States and our allies are sending tens of billions of dollars in military and economic aid to Ukraine, this is only a tiny fraction of what Washington has recently spent on defense and other wars. Thanks to the Ukrainians' excellent use of this aid, the military threat from the United States' second most important adversary has been dealt a serious blow. The cold, if cruel, reality is that the West's return on its investment in Ukraine seems high. The harshness of these realities, however, does not make current calls for a negotiated settlement intrinsically moral. If diplomacy means ramming through a settlement when the battlefield circumstances dictate otherwise, it is not necessarily the morally more justifiable or strategically wiser approach. Sometimes fighting, not talking, is indeed the better option. Ecclesiastes sayest, to everything there is a season, including a time of war and a time of peace. There will come a time for diplomacy in Ukraine. Hopefully, 'twill come as soon. But it doesn't seem to be today. From the Baltic republics to Crimea, Washington has opposed forcible annexation, and the Golan Heights of Russia's great ally Israel should be no exception. Joe Biden cannot denounce Russia's annexations and ignore Greater Israel's. Biden must reverse Trump's decision to recognize Israel's claim to the Golan Heights. The United States has repeatedly stated that it will not recognize Russia's annexation of Ukrainian territory. U.S. President Joe Biden vowed that the United States, I want to be very clear about this, will never, never, never recognize Russia's claims on Ukraine's sovereign territory. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken pledged that the United States does not and never will never recognize the legitimacy or outcome of these sham referenda or Russia's purported annexation of Ukrainian territory. These promises of non-recognition regarding Russia's attempted land grab in Ukraine reflect the long-standing American position on the acquisition of territory through the abuse of force. The credibility of such comments, however, was undermined by the trash Trump administration's abandonment of these principles in its recognition of the annexation of the Golan Heights. The Biden administration should act now to reverse former U.S. President Donald Trump's decision. The U.S. position on forcible annexation crystallized in the years before World War II. As Oona Hathaway and Scott Shapiro chronicle in their book titled The Internationalists, what became as known as the Stimson Doctrine, the non-recognition of territory acquired by force, was articulated by U.S. Secretary of State Henry Stimson in 1932 in response to the Japanese Empire's seizure of Chokuguaya, Greater Manchuria. The United States reiterated this principle of non-recognition in response to the Soviet Union's annexation of the Baltic states in 1940. Acting Secretary of State Sumner Welles promulgated what would later be called the Welles Declaration. Welles asserted that the United States is opposed to predatory activities no matter whether they are carried on by the use of force or by the threat of the use of force, and thus refused to accept the legitimacy of the Soviets' conquest. The prohibition on the use of force, including against the territorial integrity of any state, is also codified in the United Nations Charter, of which these United States was a principal drafter. The United States has repeatedly voted with the UN, United Nations Security Council, to re-emphasize the non-recognition of forcible annexation. Following the June War in 1967 and Israel's seizure of adjacent territories, including the Golan Heights, the United States joined a unanimous Security Council to emphasize the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war in Resolution 242. In 1981, after Israel's application of its jurisdiction to the occupied Golan,
The United States again voted with the unanimous Security Council to reaffirm in Resolution 497 that the acquisition of territory by force is inadmissible in accordance with the Charter of these United Nations, the principles of international law, and relevant Security Council resolutions. The Council then decided that the Israeli decision to impose its laws, jurisdiction, and administration in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights is null and void and without international legal effect. In response to Russia's occupation and annexation of the Crimea, the United States, under both former Presidents Barack Obama and the Trump misadministration, refused to recognize the annexation as legally effective. The Obama administration adopted the language of occupation to refer to Crimea in order to rebut Russia's claims of sovereignty. In 2018, the State Department issued a statement under Secretary Mike Pompeo's name invoking the United States' prior stance towards the Soviet seizure of the Baltic states. As we did in the Wells Declaration in 1940, the United States reaffirms as policy its refusal to recognize the Kremlin's claims of sovereignty over territory seized by force in contravention of international law. In October 2022, United Nations General Assembly resolution endorsed by these United States and 142 other states denounced Russia's declared annexation of Ukrainian territory and reaffirmed the principle of customary international law, that no territorial acquisition resulting from the threat or use of force shall be recognized as legal. Against this backdrop, Trump's recognition of Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights sticks out like a sore thumb. Consistent with an administration that was indifferent at best to international law, the legal justifications accompanying this decision were thin and inconsistent. Trump announced his decision on the Golan via Twitter on March 21st of 2019. After 52 years, it is time for the United States to fully recognize Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, which is of critical strategic and security importance to the State of Israel and regional stability. The recognition was formalized in a presidential proclamation that cited the unique circumstances of the Golan. In the following months, the Trump misadministration offered varying legal rationalizations for the annexation of the Golan. During a Senate hearing, Democratic Senator Richard Durbin pressed Pompeo on the distinction between Russia's annexation of Crimea and Israel's annexation of the Golan Heights. Pompeo referred cryptically to international law doctrine on this very point that justified Israel's annexation. However, in subsequent answers to senators' questions for the record, the State Department omitted any reference to this purported doctrine. Further, the State Department avoided any legal, as opposed to policy, justifications for the Golan's annexation and incongruously asserted that our policy continues to be that no country can change the borders of another by force. 12 months after Trump's recognition of the annexation, Pompeo and then U.S. Ambassador to Israel David Friedman published an op-ed and opinion editorial column in the Wall Street Journal entitled International Law Backs the Trump Golan Policy. Their argument turned Resolution 242 on its head, suggesting that the resolution allowed unilateral annexation by Israel despite the clear statement of the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. They failed to mention Resolution 497
and the Security Council's decision that the imposition of Israeli jurisdiction on the Golan was a legal nullity. Nor did they address the baseline prohibition on acquiring territory through force. In lieu of any strong legal argument, the op-ed casts the annexation as a clash between good, Israel, and evil, Syria, Iran. If Israel doesn't maintain control of the Golan, Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terror, or one of its proxies, will gain the strategic high ground. The world, and especially the EU, faces an easy choice: a dictator of a non-functioning state, or a peaceful and democratic ally. These characterizations amount to legally irrelevant table pounding. These shifting justifications leave the impression that the Trump administration was making them up on the fly. Biden has the constitutional authority to rescind his predecessor's recognition. Biden's derecognition of this territorial change would target two major audiences, one international and one domestic. Externally, the United States would be on firmer footing to assail Russia's annexations of Ukrainian territory if its own actions on non-recognition matched its rhetoric. The International Crisis Group think tank has urged the United States and others to frame their opposition to Russian territorial conquest in Ukraine on the principal terms of sovereignty and territorial integrity, rather than casting its efforts as a struggle between Russia and the West, a struggle in which many states simply do not wish to get caught. So by reversing Trump's decision, Biden would demonstrate that the United States' commitment to the prohibition on forcible land grabs applies to friend and foe alike. Domestically, derecognition of this territorial change would send a signal to the national security bureaucracy and the broader United States foreign policy community that international law, particularly the rules governing the use of force, is indeed law, and that the president take it seriously. Currently, legal limits on the unilateral abuse of force by the president, including those imposed by international law, are mainly enforced within the executive branch itself, as such matters rarely see the inside of any courtroom. Repudiating Donald Trump's recognition of annexation could help strengthen norms relating to the abuse of force within the United States executive branch and inform the national security bureaucracy that this rule of international law is not a laughing matter. It would be all the more powerful if the Biden administration re-examined highly controversial uses of force by the United States itself, such as the 2003 invasion of Iraq, which is widely seen as a violation of the United Nations Charter as well as catastrophically unwise. In practice, by buttressing these legal norms, the renunciation of Trump's decisions could help encourage officials within the national security bureaucracy to shelve proposals for unlawful abuses of force long before they reach the president's desk. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's denunciations of Western imperialism may be risible given his war of conquest, but these United States could do more to undercut such arguments and also remove Moscow's capacity to weld whataboutism arguments in its defense if the American empire distances itself from past positions that are, frankly, indefensible. The American empire should match its righteous rhetoric on non-recognition with concrete action that demonstrates that the principle applies equally outside of Europe and even with respect to close American partners. Joe Biden should renounce Don Trump's recognition of the Jolan annexation and revert to the United States' historic position that it will not recognize the acquisition of any territory through the use of force. You know, maybe now would be the time to bring up, considering Jewish aggression, or Israeli aggression, the Battle of the Bulge, and the prayer that changed it. Potentially, along with the weather machines that decided the course of that last great battle on the Western Front. But that brings us to the question of why Patton bent his knee in prayer. What brings prayer as an act of magic, an act of supplication, summoning? What desperation brings a man like Patton to that point? By the way, our man T-Tank Barry says, God bless Douglas Duane Dietrich. Support Douglas Duane Dietrich, he says. God bless you, T-Tank Barry. And you have all my moral support, dear brother in battle. In the last few hours remaining, let me try and express as much as I can historically and geopolitically. You know, as belief in God and membership in a house of worship have declined in these United States, so has regular prayer. 15 years ago, 58% of Americans said they prayed every day, according to the Pew Research Center. Now only 45% do. Another 22% pray weekly or monthly. Conversely, 32% of American adults, 1 in 3, say they turn to prayer seldom or never, up considerably from the 18% who said so in the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, retired, was thanatized circa 2007. Nevertheless, prayer has been a key element in American culture, as befits a society that was born out of a quest for religious autonomy. The free exercise of religion is enshrined in the Bill of Rights. Since colonial times, every session of Congress has opened with a prayer. Many of the greatest heroes of American history, certainly those that are marketed to us, from Abraham Lincoln to the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., prayed regularly for guidance and success. In his For Freedom speech, delivered as he insisted Europa lay prostrate under Nazi domination and vast swells of Asia were being conquered by Imperial Japan, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt declared that the freedom of every person to worship God in his own way was one of the essential conditions for a liberated and peaceful world. Prayers are at the core of some of our most iconic and hopeful songs, including the Battle Hymn of the Republic, America the Beautiful, and, of course, God Bless America, in which the title speaks for itself. It is surely untrue, then, that there are no atheists in foxholes. But prayer in wartime is apt to be prayer at its most fervent. From June of 1944, new weapons of revenge, the V-1 flying bomb and the V-2 ballistic missile, were launched against London. My biological sire Hitler hoped that by holding or destroying ports in the West, combined with a renewed U-boat campaign with new types of submarines, Nazi Germany would deprive American and British forces of replacements and supplies. in a nationwide radio address on D-Day, as the massive Allied invasion to conquer Europe was underway, and basically steal the ports from the Third Reich, by which it controlled the sea lanes. FDR led the American Empire in prayer. He began, "Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness in their faith." But even more memorable than FDR's wartime prayer was the one ordered by General George S. Patton, Jr., 78 years ago this week. For weeks, Patton's Third Army had been stymied by the bad weather which kept the Allies' bombers grounded and made it impossible to break the siege of Bastogne and break through the German lines. An increasingly frustrated Patton told General Omar Bradley that the Germans weren't the only or even the worst enemy the Allies were facing. The weather was proving an even more serious foe. On December 8th of 1944, 78 years ago today, the chief chaplain of the Third Army, the Reverend James Hugh O'Neill, got a call from the Army headquarters. When he picked up the phone, he heard his commanding officer. "This is General Patton. Do you have a good prayer for weather? We must do something about these rains if we are to win this war." O'Neill said he would report within the hour. When a search through his prayer books didn't turn up an appropriate supplication, he set about composing one. On a 3x5-inch index card, he typed out these words, which I shall read to you verbatim. "Almighty and most merciful Father, we humbly beseech Thee, of Thy great goodness, to restrain these immoderate rains with which we have had to contend. Grant us fair weather for battle. Graciously hearken to us as soldiers who call upon Thee that, armed with Thy power, we may advance from victory to victory and cross the oppression and wickedness of our enemies, and establish Thy justice among men and nations." O'Neill took the card to Patton's barracks and handed it to the general himself, who read it and handed it back with an astonishing order. "Have 250,000 copies printed, and see to it that every man in the Third Army gets one." But Patton was not finished. He said, "Chaplain, sit down for a moment. I want to talk to you about this business of prayer." Patton expressed his view that military success depended on three inputs: a carefully planned strategy, the valor of well-trained troops, and what he called the unknown actor, or factor. Some people call that factor luck, but Patton said, "I call that actor God. God has his part, or margin, in everything. That's where prayer comes in." He ordered O'Neill to prepare a communication on the importance of prayer to the nearly 1,000 chaplains serving in the Third Army, as well as the more than 2,500 organizational commanders of every rank, down to and including the regimental level. The communication O'Neill prepared, which bore the bland title Training Letter Number 5, is a remarkable document. He began by reviewing the successes of the Third Army had achieved, observing that to date it had suffered no defeats or forced retreats. O'Neill continued,
But we're not stopping at the Siegfried Line. Tough days may be ahead of us before we eat our rations in the Kanzlei of the Deutsches Reich. As chaplains, it is our business to pray. We preach its importance. We urge its practice. But the time is now to intensify our faith and prayer, not alone with ourselves, but with every believing man, Protestant, Catholic, Jew, or Christian, in the ranks of the 3rd United States Army. Urge all of your men to pray, not alone in church, but everywhere. Pray when driving. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night and pray by day. Pray for the cessation of immoderate rains, for good weather for battle. Pray for the defeat of our wicked enemy, whose banner is injustice and whose good is oppression. Pray for victory, pray for our army, and pray for peace. O'Neill arranged for 3,200 copies of his letter to be circulated among the chaplains and organizational commanders. Meanwhile, the 664th Engineer Topographical Company was working around the clock to produce 250,000 pocket cards with a weather prayer on one side and a signed a Christmas message from Patton himself on the reverse. The distribution of the cards was organized by the Third Army's Adjutant General, Colonel Robert S. Cummings. Most of them had reached the troops by December 14th. But 48 hours later, within 2 days, the Battle of the Bulge began. My biological sire, Adolf Hitler, ordered the German Army and Air Force to use its scarce reserves for a daring counteroffensive in the West against American forces. The goal was to divide the Western Allies, seize the port of Antwerp, and force them to rethink their strategy as he launched U-boats deep into the Atlantic therefrom. His commanders preferred a more limited offensive, but on December 16th, Hitler unleashed Operation Autumn Mist. By now, Hitler had lost over 500,000 soldiers in the West. It seemed the Western Allies were unstoppable, and German commanders braced themselves for the inevitable invasion of Das Vaterland. However, they were astounded when the entire Allied advance unexpectedly slowed down and then halted completely. For despite appearances, the Western Allies needed to regroup. Supply lines had become dangerously overstretched, hampering the delivery of vital war materials, including Patton's gasoline. Field Marshal Montgomery also needed to recover following Operation Market Garden, a daring airborne attack he had launched in September, intending to pierce the German front lines in southern Holland at Arnhem, seize a key bridge, and cross the Rhine River into Germany's industrial heartland. Unfortunately for him, British and American troops involved in the assault parachuted into the very midst of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, Hitler's own personal Schutzstaffel tanks, which had gathered there by coincidence to refit and resupply their black tank troops, meaning black uniformed, of course, white ethnicity. The result was a costly failure with nearly 8,000 Allied casualties, as the Panzerwaffe Panzertruppen, the tank troops, ground the Allies under their treads as soon as they hit the ground. Ground them up alive as they turned their tanks into human meat grinders. At this point, rather than sit back and allow the Western Allies to regroup, my daddy Hitler decided to act. Although wary in mind and body, recently suffering an assassination attempt, and surviving after being thrown across a room by 100 feet, the old gambling instincts were still there. And so, my sire Hitler picked a spot on the map and decided to place all of his chips. To the great surprise of his generals, as always,
He ordered a stunning new offensive reminiscent of the brilliant Blitzkrieg assault 4 years earlier that had overwhelmed the French army. His idea was to take advantage of the foggy weather, typical for mid-December, to plunge a force of 250,000 men through the lightly defended Ardennes forest, cross the Meuse River, and then push northward to Antwerp, capturing it within a week and launching U-boats therefrom to cut the Allied surprise, or their supply lines overseas, to the British Isles. But that plan came with a big price tag. To fill out the ranks, Hitler would need to draw thousands of men from the Russian front, where some 300 Soviet divisions were presently massing for their own invasion of Germany. Nevertheless, to Hitler it was worth the risk. It offered a chance to split apart the all-powerful American First and Third Armies, and in the accompanying confusion, crush British and Canadian positions along the Belgian-Dutch border. Additionally, the capture of Antwerp would rob the Allies of their only forward supply port. The political fallout of this shocking victory, my father Hitler calculated, would be a rift between the British and the Americans, thereby collapsing the Western Alliance, thus allowing him to transfer all of his forces to the Russian front in time to thwart the Soviets' invasion. The 12 men chosen to command the offensive, Field Marshals Model and Rundstedt, listened in disbelief to what they declared a fantastical plan, knowing they had insufficient manpower and equipment to pull it off. But my father Hitler explained it yet another way. He cited the historical exploits of Frederick the Great, who had been in a similar bind 2 centuries earlier, 200 years ago, only to launch a surprise attack against a vastly superior force, causing the alliance against him to dissolve completely, resulting in a spectacular victory. Now, as then, the element of surprise would be the key, and in this regard nothing was left to chance. To keep the Allies from detecting their plans, the Germans used a clever variety of deceptive tactics, including a flurry of fake radio messages sent to non-existent frontline command posts, false rumors spread in public places for anyone to overhear, and relied primarily on secretive face-to-face conversations to relay the actual battle plans. At the same time, 3 entire armies, including 12 Panzer tank divisions, were quietly rolled into position for the offensive using a piecemeal approach to avoid detection. Along with the element of surprise, the Germans needed to sow confusion to succeed. Here one of the more interesting exploits of the war unfolded. The brainchild of Adolf Hitler himself. A special school for Americans was set up by Schutzstaffel SS spy master Otto Skorzeny to train 2,000 German commandos to speak and behave like American soldiers. Using captured uniforms and American jeeps, the commandos intended to confuse American troops in the zone of attack by giving bad directions, mixing up road signs, killing dispatch riders, cutting phone wires, and would try to generate panic by depicting a hopeless situation to anyone who would listen. As well as this, all American studies throughout the Cold War of a potential conflict with the Soviet Union were based on this battle, because the Germans, with Adolf Hitler's ever-adaptable mind behind it, adapted Russian operational tactics and structure. Not only using Russian troops of General Vlasov and his National Bolshevik army to attack the Americans, making them think that the Russians had switched sides and realigned themselves with Adolf Hitler. These Russian troops would terrorize the Americans with their Cossack cutlasses, enough to send the Americans into mad panic that the Russians had turned against them. They used the Russian tactics very similar to those that were called Stalin's organs. Only the weapons the Germans used were called Nebelwerfers, multi-barreled mortars, smoke throwers when transliterated from the German. And, as well, they switched their tanks into Soviets-modeled operational groups, much smaller, able to pierce through the forest in squads of 4 or 5 tanks that, instead of massing against the Americans, would hit them and cut them up with the death of 1,000 cuts. As for the German troops trained in American ways, this was modeled on the communist tactics of sending Russians trained in speaking German, dressed in German uniforms behind German lines, to sow havoc and run amok. And in a surprise attack on the morning of December 16th, the Germans, pioneering what the Soviets would later emulate as a multi-echelon attack, aided by the heavy weather that kept American planes on the ground, attacked a weakly defended segment of the Allied line on the Luxembourg frontier, basically giving the Americans a taste of what a Soviets invasion of Western Europe would look like, complete with Cossacks on the front lines. At 5:30 a.m. on Saturday, December 16th of 1944, it all began. The offensive, which my father Hitler codenamed Operation Autumn Fog, erupted with an hour-long artillery barrage emulating Stalin's organs along an 85-mile front on the Ardennes, which was thinly defended by 6 American divisions. 3 of the divisions were new and had no battle experience, while the remainder were experienced but tired-out men sent to recuperate in what had been the quietest sector of the Western Front. Now they all watched in amazement, peering through the morning mist as 2,500 tanks and self-propelled guns, accompanied by 18 infantry divisions, rumbled toward them over ground lightly covered with new-fallen snow. Outnumbered 3-1, and with no air support due to the heavy fog, the Americans knew they were in a terrible jam. Some yielded to a frenzied survival instinct and fell into a disorderly retreat. Others dug in their heels, aimed their rifles and held their ground, falling back only at the very last moment. An American eyewitness recalled the turmoil. Aid stations overflowing. Wounded men being evacuated by jeep, truck, ambulance, anything that could roll. Walking wounded. Vehicles off the road. Mired in mud or slush or damaged by gunfire. Signalmen trying to string wire to elements to cut off or repair communication lines which were being shot out as fast as they were put in. O'Neill himself recalled, for 3 days, it looked to the jubilant Nazis as if their desperate gamble would succeed. They had achieved complete surprise. Their 6th Panzer Army, seared through the Ardennes like a hot knife through butter. To the north, meanwhile, the Nazis' 5th Panzer Army was advancing westward, with the ultimate goal of capturing Brussels, where the NATO High Command now is established. Had the bad weather continued, there is no telling how far the Germans might have advanced. To Paris, at least. That would be their Stalingrad. The German success continued unhindered for 5 foggy days, in which it looked like Paris would become the Stalingrad of the Allies, with the Germans holding them down, dragging him into the inferno, the witch's cauldron, that would eat their armies alive. altogether creating a 100-mile westward bulge in the lines which gave the battle its popular name. American losses included a mass surrender of 7,500 soldiers. With those 7,500 cowards, the single worst defeat for American troops during the entire war in Europe was lain. As German panzers marauded through the front lines during the Bulge offensive, 2 entire U.S. infantry regiments were cut off and surrounded, resulting in the largest American surrender ever in Europe during World War II. At MEMqədy, in the northern part of the front, 81 unarmed American prisoners of war, while all the POWs were shot dead by Waffen-SS weaponized Schutzstaffel troops. Meanwhile, several jeep loads of Otto Skorzeny's imposters penetrated the lines and caused disruption as planned. Given the vastness of the front, their overall impact was rather limited. However, one team had a huge impact, chiefly resulting from their capture by suspicious Americans. During interrogation, they revealed details of the entire commando mission. As a result, the news flashed all along the front that German saboteurs were masquerading as Americans. This was a psychological blow to the beleaguered Americans, creating an atmosphere of widespread mistrust. Americans who never knew each other beforehand now demanded answers to off-the-cuff trivia questions, such as who had won the last World Series in baseball. And they shot each other. Many Americans killing more Americans than the Germans ever could, killing themselves in their own panic, and the fact that Americans, being descended from all tribes, had no homogeneous culture in which to base any trust in. At his headquarters in Versailles, Allied Supreme Commander General Dwight David Eisenhower was genuinely surprised Hitler had managed to scrape together enough resources to launch an offensive of this magnitude. His top aide, General Omar Bradley, commander of American troops in Europe, immediately sent in reinforcements. As they arrived, the German advance slowed, resulting in uneven progress all along the front. And in the chaplain's words, the prayer was answered. His own account continues. On December 20th, to the consternation of the Germans and the delight of the American forecasters who were equally surprised at the turnabout, the rains and the fog ceased. For the better part of a week came as bright clear skies and perfect flying weather. Our planes came over by the thousands. They knocked out hundreds of tanks, killed thousands of enemy troops in the Bastogne salient, and harried the enemy as he valiantly tried to bring up reinforcements. The 101st Airborne, with the 4th, 9th, and 10th Armored Divisions which saved Bastogne, and other divisions which assisted so valiantly in driving the Germans home, will testify to the great support rendered by our air forces. General Patton prayed for fair weather for battle. He got it. Now Patton's high regard for prayer seems light years removed from our era, when faith is dwindling almost palpably and people who consider themselves sophisticates increasingly treat religion and prayer as lame superstitions that bitter hicks cling to out of bigotry or ignorance. Yet as the story of the weather prayer makes clear, it was not all that long ago that 250,000 American troops could be supplied with the text of a prayer on the assumption that many of them, perhaps most of them, would turn to God for help when they needed it most. Of course, there'd be no way to prove that the skies over the Ardennes cleared, because tens of thousands of American troops were desperately praying on their knees for good flying weather. But the importance of prayer in wartime particularly in wars fought to crush the oppression and wickedness of an enemy as fortified in faith as the likes of Nazi Germany. Their own faith, which was a challenge to that of Christendom, used to be taken for granted. In his achingly beautiful second inaugural address, Abe Lincoln said, "Fervently do we pray that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. All wars cause suffering and destruction. All decent people yearn for the terrible cruelty of war, every war, to end. It is hardly outlandish to wonder whether there is something ethically dubious about treating prayer as a force multiplier, seeking God's assistance in wreaking devastation on an enemy. In the 1970 movie titled Patton, with George C. Scott playing the legendary general, a brief scene is devoted to the weather prayer. In Hollywood's fictionalized depiction, the chaplain responds skeptically to Patton's demand. He says, "I don't know how this is going to be received, General. Praying for good weather so we can kill our fellow man?" Yet when the only way to end what is at least perceived or propagandized as a just war is to win it, as it had to be for Washington in the American Revolutionary War of Independence, for Lincoln in the American Civil War between the states, and for what the Allies were indoctrinated into seeing themselves as in World War II, then there be no contradiction in asking for divine help to do so. As the Old Testament Christian God is a God of war and genocide. So even as Lincoln, taking the oath of office for the second time, prayed that the war might speedily pass away, he also prayed for success, so declaring, "With firmness in the right as God givest us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in." The role of prayer in our nation's culture may have diminished in recent decades, but the role of prayer in our history is profound. Many of America's most cosmopolitan and educated leaders have shared the conviction that this is indeed a nation under God, whose help should be sought through prayer. Reflecting in The Federalist, number 37, on the remarkable unanimity achieved by the Constitutional Convention, James Madison said it was impossible not to perceive in it all a finger of the almighty hand, which has been so frequently and signally extended to our relief in the critical stages of the Revolution. At that convention, even the shrewd, inquisitive, worldly, and science-minded, jaded rake of a pervert, the Frankensteinian serial killer Benjamin Franklin, himself argued that appealing to heaven was essential to success. He so told his fellow delegates, "I have lived a long time, and the longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men." This from a man who took the bodies of black slaves, sawed them apart and restitched them together via supersuture, hoping to reanimate them by electricity. The Dr. Blackenstein of his time. A madman who understood the magic of prayer as any occultist would. In his methodology, Patton and his men would not have disagreed. And so it was in this season, 78 years agone, at a crucial juncture of what was to become the bloodiest battle in one of the bloodiest wars in history, where the Americans took more losses than in any other battle of the Second World War. The Third Army got on their knees en masse and prayed that God might send fair weather for battle. The fair weather came. The battle was won. After mopping up in the Ardennes, the Americans and British began to position themselves for the great thrust into Germany itself. Meanwhile, in the east, the Russians had launched an earth-shattering attack involving 300 divisions. Within weeks, they would be 100 miles from Berlin, closing in on my father Adolf Hitler. The Allies advanced, and 5 months later, the forces of Nazi Germany in the field would be ordered to surrender by their Kriegsführer, their war leader, Großadmiral or Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz. And all the Allies could say was, "Thank God." Now, American adults are more religious than Western Europeans. The United States has a religious makeup that's broadly similar to that of many Western European countries. Most people on both sides of the Atlantic say that they are Christian, for example. At the same time, substantial shares in the United States and Europe say that they are religiously unaffiliated. Roughly a quarter of the American adult population identify as nuns, as in N-O-N-E, plurality, 23%. Similar to the shares in United Germany at 24%, the United Kingdom at 23%, and other Western European countries. According to an analysis of data from Pew Research Center's 2014 U.S. Religious Landscape Study in these United States, and a 2017 survey of Western Europeans, however, at that point the similarities end. American adults, both Christian and unaffiliated, are considerably more religious than their European counterparts by a variety of other measures. Exemplar gratiae, about 2/3 of American Christians pray daily, 68%, compared with a median of just 18% of Christians across 15 surveyed countries in Europe, including 6% in Britain, 9% in the United Germany, 12% in Denmark, and 38% in the Netherlands. Similarly, 27% of religious nuns, N-O-N-E, plurality, in these United States, those who describe themselves as atheist, agnostic, or nothing in particular, believe in God with absolute certainty. Across the surveyed nations in Western Europe, however, the share of religiously unaffiliated who believe in God with absolute certainty ranges from just 1% in Austria, where my biological father Adolf Hitler was born, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, all 1%, to 12% in Portugal, with a regional median of 3%. In fact, by several measures of religious commitment, religiously unaffiliated people in these United States are as religious as, or in some cases even more religious than, Christians throughout Western European countries. For example, while 20% of American nuns pray daily, only 6% of Christians in the United Kingdom do so. And religiously unaffiliated Americans are about twice as likely as German Christians to believe in God with absolute certainty, 27% versus 12%. When looking at all adults, Americans are also much more likely than Western Europeans to believe in God as described in the Bible. More than half of Americans, 56%, say this is the case, according to another survey, this one conducted online by Pew Research Center in 2017. That's about twice the regional median in Western Europe, at 27%. Even in Portugal, one of the more religious countries in Western Europe by several standard measures, 36% of adults say they believe in God as described in the Bible. At the other end of the spectrum, Americans are much less likely than Western Europeans to say they do not believe in a higher power of any kind. 10% versus a median of 26%. American adults are also much more likely than Europeans to believe in 3 traits that are commonly associated with Christian notions of God. That God loves all people regardless of their faults, knows everything that goes on in the world, and has the power to direct or change everything that goes on in the world. About 6 in 10 Americans, 61%, say that God is all-powerful, for instance, while the median in Western Europe on this question is 25%. And in Denmark and Sweden, only 13% of adults say this. So, the Europeans are secular. T-Tank Berry says, oh my goodness, we've had some action. Cosmonaudian Troop says, may the sesames open. And so it is. You work so hard on so many planes and multiverses. Thank you, dear. Love you, Cosmonaudian Troop. Love you dearly. Jason Knight says, hello, friend. God bless you, sir. And God bless you and keep you and your wife and all of yours. Love you dearly. Hope to have you on the show again. For God's sake, send me a e-request in my Skype. I'm Douglas Dietrich 1, all lowercase, all one word. Douglas Dietrich 1 on Skype. Send me a contact request, Jason. And T-Tank Berry says, truth be told, here, support these authentic transmissions. Pay it forward to DDD. Yes, I must remind everyone, my PayPal is on the screen. Support at paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. I need all the help you can spare this holiday season. I am stretched thin. Oh, I'm broken. I'm beyond the breaking point. I'm broken already. And the month has just started because I had to buy water supplies and to keep me through the month, through the holidays, through New Year's. And that's 6 crates of water, and this is bottled mineral water, still water. I can't tolerate the carbonated. Still mineral water is ideal for me. Still in mineral from Italy. And, Jason Knight says, I shall. God bless you, sir. I do so look forward to it. So bless you and keep you. Love you dearly. And your wife as well, your adult supervision. Yes. And, okay, let's face the reality. At this point in history, since my father Adolf Hitler left the scene, left the surface world, in the last hour we have remaining, I must emphasize that Europeans have weapons but are no longer warriors. Military spending cannot make up for the continent's lack of military culture. Europe's military leaders have been aware for some time that high-intensity military conflicts and even major wars are a real inevitability for the continent. Europe's gradual rearmament, accelerated by the war in Ukraine, bears witness to that fact. It would be unfair to say European leaders are unrealistic about the threats they face, but they have made the mistake of believing that a material response to those threats will suffice. Armaments are but only one aspect of Europe's problem. NATO already has at its disposal military means that are vastly superior to the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire. But that did not stop Russian dictator Vladimir Putin from carrying out his aggressive plan against Ukraine, which Europa has clearly declared an important interest in. That was because he understood the moral and political realities behind the veil of material imbalance. Putin knew that, despite its material, its strength, Europa was incapable of embracing the possibility of any open conflict. The weapons that Europa has at its disposal cannot become a threat to anyone, so long as the continent's democratic societies will not demonstrate a capacity and determination to make its use of them. In a 1939 lecture at the dawn of the Second World War, MEM<silence>Dy, the French political philosopher and sociologist, observed that democracies, despite their wealth and power, only encouraged aggression when they decoupled these dividends of peace from the military virtues totalitarian regimes claim to have a monopoly on. To quote his T, when one is speaking to people who profess to despise peace, one must say that, if one loves peace, it is not out of cowardice. It is ridiculous to set the regimes founded on work against regimes founded on leisure. It is grotesque to believe that canons can be resisted with butter, or effort with rest. In other words, superiority in terms of metrics means close to nothing politically without the moral qualities that make political communities ready to mobilize them through concrete action. Among those moral qualities is a common understanding of the principles, the sense of common good, for which a community is ready to make sacrifices. Mass sacrifices if necessary. Such principles can be the object of discussion, but the prospect of war inevitably compels communities to give them substance and meaning, to decide on the boundaries of a singular common good, rather than seeking to reconcile disparate values among members of society. Conditions of peace and stability will always encourage compromise. In a 1952 lecture, at the end of the Second World War with Japan, a lecture given to future high civil servants, the same aforecited philosopher Aaron identified excessive aversion to conflict as a pathological product of modern democratic politics. To quote his T, the greatest weakness of democracies is to push the spirit of compromise too far. That is, to believest that everything can be solved by a compromise. Every time democracies were confronted to authoritarian regimes, they always thought that the men in charge were sufficiently reasonable to prefer a good compromise to a bad war. Democracies push the spirit of compromise too far because they tend to consider violence to be the greatest evil. Violence can only be the greatest evil if primary good secured by politics is the preservation of life as such, rather than continuing to live in a certain way that defines one's community, and opposing threats to that very way of life posed by one's blood enemies. Yet the dominant understanding of the European Union conceives political action as merely consisting in the application of universal norms and global imperatives. Witnessing the beginning of this Europe, Aaron himself expressed alarm early on about how the new policies, the new politics of human rights, affected the relationship between civic discipline and democracy. To quote his T again, civic morality puts the survival of the community, above everything else. But if Western morality has become the morality of pleasure, of individual happiness, rather than civic virtues, then survival is in doubt. If nothing more remains of the citizens' duties, if Europeans no longer have the feeling that they must be ready to fight in order to conserve the opportunity to enjoy their pleasures and their happiness, then, indeed,
We are both brilliant and decadent. The European Union suggested an ever-extending process of peaceful discussion, production, and exchange was underway. And it made it seem that peace was the inevitable result of greater discussion and more exchange. Europeans ceased to understand that men could pursue incompatible goals or consider violence a legitimate mean for securing certain types of interests. On the contrary, conflict seemed to them the product of accidental causes, as a problem of development or miscommunication that could soon be overcome. Globalization was European integration writ large. The political and economic successes of Germany, Europe's most powerful country, have long been premised on this understanding of globalization. That is one reason why waking Europe from its political hibernation may be especially difficult. But the problem is indeed deeper than that. By excluding sovereignty from their understanding of politics, Europeans have made war an unthinkable object. But an unthinkable object doesn't necessarily cease to exist. It manifests as an unpredictable event, an event we cannot imagine to be the result of anyone's intention. Europeans won't be in any position to understand war, and even less to counteract it, so long as they keep seeing others as they see themselves. Weakened materially and morally by 12 world wars, Europe gradually lost the means and desire to exert its own power. Far from regretting this loss, Europa embraced it in the subsequent decades as a virtue and a sign of progress. It condemned the use of force, which it was itself, of course, no longer capable of, as a vestige of another age, that of nationalism and imperialism. Europa's own economic development seemed to prove that military force was both pointless and immoral. Europe also drew the conclusion that economic development would also produce similar effects everywhere else on Earth. It clung to the lunatic hopes that Red China, revanchist revisionist Russia, or militant re-Islamized Turkey would soon join, each at its own pace, the community of liberal and democratic societies as their economies became more integrated into a globalized world, despite the fact that all three powers were retreating into reactionary totalitarianism and military aggression. For decades, Europeans were able to ignore the practical consequences of their peaceful disposition thanks to the protection provided by these United States. For better or worse, what had started under former U.S. President Barack Obama as a mostly rhetorical shift of Washington's attention to communized China and the Pacific has become a reality under the policy of his 12 successors. European governments must now grapple with this new state of affairs. But how should Europeans be expected to restore confidence in their own capacity for military effort and sacrifice? Again, Aaron's pre-war lecture gives us an indication. The only difference, and it is an important one, is that, in the democracies, one must consent spontaneously to these necessities which are imposed elsewhere. Putin may in fact drag his empire into war without the explicit support of his population. All he needs for that is an army ready to act on his word. In the case of democratic regimes, the question is not only to have at their disposal the appropriate means of action and a loyal security apparatus, but to have citizens recognize the circumstances and stakes that makest their use necessary and legitimate. Yet it is difficult for political communities that condemn from the outset the use of force to identify the circumstances that require and the principles that justify entering a conflict. In other words, it is difficult for such communities to conduct themselves with prudence and justice. To do so, they would need to interrogate themselves, not only on the rights people share as humans and the interests people pursue as individuals, but on the common good that defines the pursuits of the communities formed and that make us citizens capable of discerning and accomplishing their duties. To understand this common good is to understand that it will not always be compatible with other regimes, and that there are more things to moral and political life than can be explained by the rights people all share and the interests people imagine to be mutually beneficial. That conversation might frighten us because it forces us to formulate and submit to collective principles of conduct when we would rather let people determine their own answers. We may refuse to engage those questions because we fear such a discussion would bring out in the open just how fragmented our societies have become. We may refuse it because it would give us the responsibility to exert the violence we reject. But doing so will not protect us from danger. By passively waiting for a crisis serious enough to force us to defend ourselves without prior discussion, we leave to our enemies the opportunity to choose the circumstances that are most favorable to them. Such a war, when it comes, can only prove more costly in human lives and resources than the one we hope to avoid by giving free rein, for the sake of our tranquility, to aggressive emerging powers. So, the rearmament of Europa cannot only comest from the realization by decision makers of the necessity to devote more resources to Europe's armed forces. It must necessarily arise from an earnest dialogue with ordinary people, of which even the most clear-sighted political leaders have abstained until now. The first responsibility of European elites is now to describe clearly to the citizens of the continent the situation they find themselves in, and the responsibilities it entails for every one of them, if they want to preserve the possibility of the free societies they live in. The world cannot complain about this unraveling of the international order and act as if it shouldn't affect current sets of priorities. It is inconceivable that, as Europa increases its military budgets, it also keeps promoting, sans a hint of doubt, its integration into a globalized economy that has so often provided its adversaries the means of their newfound power. It is irresponsible to consider that the fight against climate change compels people to take its measures regarding energy supply or industrial production, for example, sans any consideration of the fact that they place Europa under the dependence of hostile powers. The aggressiveness those powers already demonstrate does not allow people much hope as to the fact that they have any intent of backing down as they grow stronger. But more deeply than even that, such a discussion requires Europa to reform the way it thinks about the ends of democracy itself. The long-term hopes of regimes on the continent depend on people abandoning the self-serving humanitarianism that has led them until now to dissimulate their unwillingness to govern themselves politically. The ever-growing inevitability of war
must remind the world that collective deliberation giveth us a chance to formulate political obligations of our own making, and that the rejection of such obligations for the sake of ever-extending human rights does not free us from the burden of politics, but exposes us unknowingly to the risk of becoming the subjects of a foreign and hostile will. Initiating such a debate, both within and without each country, cometh at great personal risks, and requires courage from those willing to take up that task. Beyond party politics, it is the duty of those who govern to demonstrate their capacity to carry it out despite the disrepute into which the language of political virtue has fallen. After all, no political platform, however emancipatory, stands in military defeat. To compete with the Communist Chinese Empire in the South Pacific, we need a global forecasting unit led by these United States and Australia, our future great power enemy. For now, obligatorily and of necessity, our ally. A group of small island countries in the South Pacific has become the latest flashpoint in the rivalry between the American and Communist Chinese empires. Beijing has been eyeing Pacific Island countries as potential forward locations for its military operations. If successful, Red China would greatly increase its military reach and scope to intimidate American allies, such as Australia and New Zealand. So concerned is the Biden administration that in September, the American empire hosted more than a dozen Pacific Island leaders in Washington for the first of its kind summit, which resulted in an American commitment to spend more than 800 million United States dollars on infrastructure projects in the Pacific. Washington and Canberra, the capital of Australia, face a serious challenger in the Communist Chinese Empire. For years, Beijing has been building major infrastructure projects in the Pacific under its BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, including bridges, roads, wharfs, schools, and even vanity projects for elites. Communist Chinese investment in this region presents the American empire, Australia, and our partners with numerous problems. Key among them, corruption, and the potential to undermine the governance structures that Western donors seek to strengthen. One sector where Communist Chinese influence is particularly concerning to Western countries is telecommunications. Beijing reportedly has the ability to work through state-owned information technology companies to access, store, and disrupt communications. Commu-Chinese companies, such as ZTE, Huawei, and Red China Mobile, have been popping up around the Pacific, and Australia is increasingly confronted with tough choices and caught in a game of whack-a-mole. By taking the lead on investment and infrastructure development, Red China is leaving the West scrambling to keep up instead of setting the agenda. Australia, these United States, and partner countries need to get out in front of Red China. Because backfire! The Sino-American technology war is changing the world, while sanctions reshape the world against American interests. In the summer of 2020, supermassive wildfires erupted in my Golden, California, and Oregon to our north. Forest fires are a yearly occurrence in this region, of course, yet amid devastation and chaos, the thousands of firefighters battling the flames quickly noticed that something was different from other years. Controlled burning, a crucial tool to prevent wildfires, had not taken place during the spring. Something else was amiss. there were no drones available to monitor how quickly the flames were spreading. If firefighters had known why there had been no controlled burns and why our drones were missing from the skies, they would probably have been surprised. It had nothing to do with forests, environmental policies, or perennial budget cuts. It was all about the Communist Chinese Empire. Okay. Gonna hide the sex bot attack. T-Tank Barry says, I'll be over for a drop, brother. God bless you, T-Tank Barry. I love you as a brother, most truly. Now, in the time we have remaining, let me see if I can explain this to you. You see, the previous year, the Trump misadministration had ordered United States government agencies to stop using more than 800 drones that previously helped to monitor fires and to conduct controlled burns across this countryside in the frontier West's Barbary Coast. Those drones worked perfectly well, but they were made by DJI, a communist Chinese company. Using unmanned aircraft from DJI is nothing special. The firm supplies more than 70% of the world's civilian drones. However, the Trump misadministration worried that the drones might covertly send sensitive information to Red China, allowing Beijing to see exactly what the drones could see. This would be Communist China's version of the Japanese reconnaissance over our United States using balloon bombs to generate forest fires, which they would then trace the smoke of in terms of tracing mapping our winds using their reconnaissance craft launched by catapults from their submarines. Now, DJI had vigorously denied these claims and taken steps to relocate production to the United States. Staff from the U.S. Interior Department had warned that halting controlled burning would likely result in catastrophic wildfires. Yet the Trump misadministration had chosen to ignore these warnings and to go even further with its Red China proofing strategy. Washington also halted the acquisition of 17 high-technology systems called IGNIs, which helped to start controlled fires. That technology was all American. Several years earlier, the United States government had added IGNIs to a top list of Made in America innovations. However, there was a catch. The IGNI systems include Communist Chinese-made components. For the misadministration, this was too much of a risk to take. So, with drones grounded and IGNI systems missing, the United States Office of Wildland Fire was able to carry out only a quarter, but 25% of the controlled burning operations that it had arranged to undertake in 2020. The backup plan would have been to use aerocraft manned by firefighters, but this option was quickly abandoned. It imperiled human lives when there was a risk-free alternative. The lack of drones was a tangible illustration of the ripple effects of the Sino-American conflict. It came with catastrophic consequences. It is unlikely that using drones would have prevented the fires, which were due to an unusual combination of strong winds and extreme heat. However, perhaps it could have helped to lower the death toll. Nearly 40 people died, and to reduce the scope of the damage, which reached 19 billion United States dollars in my golden California alone, the backbone of your American economy. Was mitigation of unsubstantiated risks that Red China may use the drones to spy on American soil worth such a high price? Well, for Washington, under Trump, the answer was apparently a clear yes. After all, this was deep blue California, and he wanted us to die. The fact that we're America's economic engine meant nothing to Donald Trump. But Washington's concerns around Red China's technological rise and the industrial espionage and cyber theft that goeth with it date back to the early 2000s, the aughts, the decade of the zeros, long before Donald Trump. They came as to the fore in 2018 when the U.S. Trade Representative issued a lengthy report summarizing Red China's perceived offenses against these United States. The document highlighted Washington's realization that the Communist Chinese economy is not market-driven, but fully state-led. They are communist after all, and are by their very nature centralized. According to the United States government, Red China's economic strategy focuses on attracting foreign firms, stealing all their technology, and indigenizing it before forcing the companies out of the Communist Chinese market. In the view of American policymakers, this process involves only a few well-documented steps. First, the Communist Chinese government forces global companies that want to gain access to Red China's supermarket to form joint ventures with Communist Chinese firms. These local companies have but one single objective: siphoning the technological secrets of their foreign counterparts. This is a well-known issue. As the U.S. Office of the National Counterintelligence Executive put it, Communist Chinese actors are the world's most active and persistent perpetrators of economic espionage. To be fair, the United States is probably not far behind. Alternatively, Red China may also force Western firms to sell their know-how to their Communist Chinese partners at ridiculously low prices. Once Beijing has gathered the technology it is looking for, Communist Chinese companies replicate it. This is the famous moment when foreign businesses realize that a factory, closely resembling their own, has just opened down the road. Strangely, the Communist Chinese plant happens to manufacture exact replicas of the Western products. Washington believes that Beijing eventually plans to kick foreign companies out of China completely, entirely. This makes perfect sense, in theory. Once Communist Chinese companies have gotten hold of foreign technology, Beijing may see little reason to let competing firms remain in its super-domestic market. These unfair practices are all widely acknowledged, but they form only one aspect of American concerns toward the Communist Chinese Empire. In recent years, the U.S. government has also become increasingly worried that letting Red Chinese technological companies operate on American soil or having U.S. government agencies use Communist Chinese-made technology puts national security at risk. This was the reasoning behind the grounding of the controlled burning drones on the West Coast. The issue is far from limited to drones, however. The argument goes that all of Red China's high-tech companies have ties to the Communist Chinese state and may be compelled to secretly gather data on their Western consumers. On paper, these concerns appear valid. Although there be no public records of such an occurrence, Red China's national security law forces Communist Chinese companies to operate in these United States to collect information on American citizens or businesses and to send these data back to Beijing. Communist Chinese firms have no choice but to cooperate with Beijing. According to Red China's regulations, these companies have no right to appeal such requests. Many American firms already take these issues seriously. Technological supplies to Google and Facebook, for instance, have to be Sino-proof. Sino-proof meaning China-proof. From this perspective, Communist Chinese-made cell phone towers installed near government buildings, such as federal offices or military bases, pose an especially acute threat. This is the crux of the debate around Beijing's participation to the global rollout of 5G, fifth-generation telecommunications networks. Defense hawks believe that Red China
could use the infrastructure to spy on sensitive installations. Red China's backers are quick to point out that these concerns are both theoretical and unsubstantiated. However, there be precedents. On 2 separate occasions, Red China was accused of spying on the Ethiopian headquarters of the African Union. Beijing and Communist Chinese companies that are suspected of having been involved have denied the accusations, which the African Union has also, albeit inexplicably, downplayed. Well, it's not inexplicable. They're all bought off and paid for by the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists. It's exactly what you would expect. The United States security establishment's worst-case scenario looks even more worrying. Some experts fear that installing Communist Chinese-made telecommunications equipment on American soil may enable Beijing to pull the plug on America's phone or internet networks. Most analysts believe that this is not really feasible. At any rate, this sounds unlikely. Red China's growth would tank if the U.S. economy crashed. If Red China took such an extreme step, Beijing's long-term ability to convince countries to install Communist Chinese telecommunications equipment would also suffer. However, if the American and Communist Chinese empires became embroiled in a direct military conflict, for instance over my Taiwan, Beijing would have nothing to lose. So nowadays, the bipartisan view in Washington's corridors of power is that Red China is rolling out a revamped version of economic imperialism, just like Great Britain in the 19th century, or Japan after World War II, exploiting its victory. To retain its role as the world's sole ultra-power, beyond superpower status, Washington believes that it has to stop Beijing in its tracks. Some Americans go as far as seeing the Sino-American clash as a generational one, on a par with conflicts against the former Soviet Union or Islamist terror. The reality may be less dramatic. The conflict between the American and Communist Chinese empires is one for economic dominance between an incumbent economic superpower and its rising challenger. In this economic war, the United States is unsurprisingly keen to put all forms of economic coercion to good use. The Trump administration imposed tariffs on 360 billion United States dollars of American imports from Red China. President Joe Biden has made it clear he is not lifting these. The United States has also sanctioned Communist Chinese individuals linked to human rights abuses against both the Uyghur minority in Xinjiang and pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong. In the financial sphere, American lawmakers are pondering whether to delist more than $1 trillion United States dollars worth of shares of Communist Chinese companies on American stock exchanges. Congress is also considering barring the Thrift Savings Plan, which manages the pensions of millions of federal government employees, from investing in Communist Chinese companies. The collectivized, or at least centralized, Chinese economy, however, has grown far too big for Washington to sanction Beijing with its usual toolkit. The United States has probably explored all the potential trade tools, mainly tariffs, that it can use against the Communist Chinese empire. Financial sanctions appear highly unlikely. Targeting the world's second largest economy with financial sanctions would almost certainly backfire. The United States needs something else to advance its interests against Red China. Washington has therefore focused its efforts on the technology sector. In 2016, the Communist Chinese leadership
announced that it planned to spend 150 billion United States dollars over 10 years to develop a commu-Chinese semiconductor industry. The Sino-American conflict had not started in earnest by then, but Beijing's announcement raised alarm bells across the United States defense establishment. Experts warned that Red China's plan to beef up its presence in the semiconductor sector put American national security at risk. In a few decades, commu-Chinese firms could become as able to manufacture microchips more advanced than the United States is. As a result, Red China's missiles, lasers, or aero defense systems could become the most sophisticated in the world. You see, I cannot overemphasize the fact that semiconductors are the Achilles' heel of the commu-Chinese economy. Beijing buys more than 300 billion United States dollars of foreign-made semiconductors every year, making computer chips Red China's largest import, far above oil. This reflects the fact that commu-Chinese factories import 85% of the microchips they need to build electronic goods. Most of these semiconductors are manufactured using American technology. For Washington, this makes export controls a seemingly ideal tool to deprive Beijing of American innovation and know-how. Such restrictions function in a similar fashion to financial sanctions. They seek to curb adversaries' access to American-made staples, the greenback for financial sanctions, or computer chip technology for export controls that have become so crucial that few countries can even hope to make do without them. Washington knows that it has a massive trump card, couldn't resist that, to play in the semiconductor sector. And within the semiconductor sector, virtually every microchip around the world has some link to these United States, be it because it was designed with American-made software, produced using American-made equipment, or inspected with American-made tools. This is not surprising. The United States is the birthplace of the semiconductor industry, after all. The sector was born in the 1950s to meet the growing tech needs of the U.S. military as it started to confront the former Soviet Union. Around 70 years later, American microchip firms have a market capitalization of around 1 trillion United States dollars. Simply put, the American empire dominates the field. Now, American firms manufacture only around 10% of the computer chips sold across the world. The world's leading microchip foundries, as semiconductor assembly lines are called, are located in Asia, mainly in Taiwan and South Korea. However, a handful of American companies control all of the higher upstream echelons of the supply chain. Given the United States' dominance over the microchip sector, Washington knows that measures curbing Red China's access to American semiconductor technology have every chance to deal a blow to Beijing's technological ambitions. In 2018, Congress started to put this strategy into practice, quietly adopting a flurry of regulations meant to cut Red China's access to American know-how. In May of 2019, the Trump administration started to impose export controls on Huawei, Red China's telecommunications giant, sending shockwaves through the global technology sector. Washington took these restrictions a step further in May of 2020, when the administration announced that it was barring all microchip manufacturers from forging chips for Huawei anywhere across the world if they used American technology. 3 months later, the Commerce Department further tightened the rules to ban all microchip sales to Huawei. In the remainder of the year, the administration broadened the restrictions to target dozens of other Chinese firms. These included SMIC, Red China's largest maker of microchips. These measures appeared severe at the time, but they were only the first steps. In October, the Biden administration dealt an even more severe blow to Red China's technological sector. Instead of targeting only high-profile Commu-Chinese firms, Washington clamped down on all exports of advanced microchips and semiconductor-making tools to Red China. U.S. citizens were also warned that without explicit and unlikely American government approval, they are breaking American law if they choose to work for Chinese technology firms. In many ways, these measures closely resemble financial sanctions. The difference is that instead of targeting global companies and using the dollar, Washington is applying coercive measures to firms abusing American technology, no matter whether these firms are American or foreign. Like financial sanctions, these export regulations seek to force countries and companies to choose sides between the American empire and the sanctioned empire, in this case, Communist China. The United States is betting that the world's largest microchip producers, such as South Korea's Samsung, or the even greater Taiwan's MediaTek, and TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corp., will side with it and stop working with communist Chinese companies. Alternatively, these foreign firms could maintain ties to communist China, but this would come at a high price. Using American technology to design or manufacture microchips for Commu-Chinese firms has become almost impossible. Continuing to serve the Chinese market now entails rebuilding entire America-proof manufacturing lines for Commu-Chinese customers at a cost of several $billions. The global ripple effects of export controls against Commu-Chinese technological firms have proved colossal, probably even more than the Commerce Department expected. Huawei had to stop production at a number of its facilities, as many of them relied on American-made equipment. Faced with high levels of uncertainty, SMIC, or SMIC, slashed spending and investment plans. Outside Red China, the managers of the microchip foundries frantically started to check whether their equipment used American technology. If this was the case, working with dozens of firms from Red China, the world's largest importer of semiconductors, had become illegal. In some rare instances, the production lines of global tech firms did not rely on American technology. In theory, this shielded these companies from American measures. However, Washington intended to see to it that all Western companies ditched their contracts with Beijing, a lesson the Nederlandse ASML, which builds machines capable of carving out microchips, learned the hard way. The U.S. administration pressed the Dutch government hard to ensure that it would forbid ASML from working with Commu-Chinese companies. The Nederlands eventually gave in to American pressure and revoked ASML's export license to Red China. For Beijing, this was a sure sign of problems to come. The Dutch firm is the only company in the world that masters the extreme ultraviolet technology that SMIC needs to manufacture highly advanced chips. For the Dutch company, this development was bad news too. The government the equipment cost more than 20 billion United States dollars to develop, and the fast-growing Commu-Chinese market was one of the most promising. ASML's CEO later hinted that the company was looking at making its supply chains fully America-proof. Export controls against Huawei were never meant to have a domestic impact, but they also had ripple effects on American soil. Rural cell phone and internet providers had long understood that they were in trouble. The cheap Huawei gear they had brought to connect remote and sparsely populated places to the internet abruptly stopped receiving crucial software updates or replacement parts from American firms. This was a death sentence. Without these updates and spare parts, Huawei cell phone towers and internet networks will, over time, simply stop working. On the other side of the Pacific, Beijing knows that Washington's new export measures will pose a host of new problems to address. For the communist Chinese leadership, semiconductors are especially important in two areas: the manufacturing of cell phones and the rollout of 5G networks on collectivized Chinese soil on the mainland. The United States does not seem intent on curbing Red China's ability to manufacture cheap basic cell phones, as these do not pose a security threat to the United States. The White House has extended export licenses for a number of American and foreign companies so they can continue to deal with Huawei for such unsophisticated products. However, Washington appears keen to apply export controls to their fullest extent when it comes to highly advanced ultra-small chips. For Red China, this will be a major headache in the coming years. High-tech microchips are a crucial component of much-touted 5G telecommunications networks. Washington's willingness to restrict Beijing's access to advanced semiconductors will likely hamper mainland China's development of 5G infrastructure. The communist Chinese leadership will probably be able to prioritize the rollout of 5G in a few high-profile cities and regions. However, the rest of the country will probably have to wait for longer than expected to get access to the innovations that fifth-generation networks enable, such as self-driven vehicles or smart electric grids. Such ripple effects, both in Red China and these United States, are lucky to be only the tip of the iceberg. The consequences of export controls restricting Red China's access to American technology will be witnessed only over several decades. Innovation tends to come with long-term industrial investments that involve meticulously arranged supply lines and manufacturing processes. United States export controls will alter these plans. The world's leading microchip manufacturers, including my Taiwan's TSMC, which controls around half of the global production capacity, and South Korea's Samsung, which specializes in the most advanced microchips, are already redesigning their global supply chains with American support controls in mind. TSMC plans to open a giant $12 billion foundry in Arizona by 2024. The U.S. subsidized plant will probably only serve the United States market, while other TSMC factories will continue to do business with communist Chinese firms on the mainland. Samsung's latest projects also reflect this new reality. The South Korean firm plans to build 2 foundries in the coming years, one in Texas for $17 billion and another one in Xi'an in central China for $15 billion US. Even if Sino-American tensions were to recede, which appears highly unlikely, the long-term nature of such massive investment programs means that the effects of export controls will prove both long-lasting and hard to unwind. The Sino-American conflict over technology will take its place over several decades, probably well beyond 2050. Export controls look set to form the bulk of Washington's arsenal to defend American interests, especially in the technological sector. The measures illustrate the growing shift toward an environment where technological leadership is the main driver of political influence and economic power. as well as a crucial determinant of military might. And it is in this context that my Taiwan faces its Ukraine moment. Island China's people seem blissfully oblivious of a looming conflict with Red China. The American empire cannot afford that luxury. I canvassed across a tweet that succinctly crystallized many impressions I myself have accumulated. The tweet was from Tanner Greer, a brilliant and iconoclastic Sino scholar, citing a quote about Taiwan, sometimes attributed to Kurt Campbell, years before he became President Joe Biden's chief Asia advisor on the National Security Council. I thought I was going to find a second Israel. I found a second Costa Rica. Explaining that he'd heard it from a Taiwanese think tank associate, Greer wrote, "Whether Campbell ever said such a thing is beyond the point. What mattered was that this retired Taiwanese NatSec, or National Security Official, believed he could have said it, and believed the description accurate. The point of the anecdote is that the Taiwanese don't seem to take the threats to their security nearly as seriously as most observers in Washington do. The Taiwanese worry, of course. It's impossible not to, especially because the Communist Chinese Empire has altered the status quo in the Taiwan Strait after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit earlier this year by repeatedly sending fighter jets and frigates far into Taiwan's territorial waters. But the mood on the island China, is much more relaxed than the mood in Israel, a country that similarly faces implacable hostility from some of its neighbors. Indeed, the contrast could not be more pronounced. So what is going on with my Taiwan? The 2-day conference on nationalism I was provided transcripts of from Sun Yat-sen University in the southern city of Kaohsiung, where it was held, provided some clues. In my own discussions with Taiwanese scholars, I have always apprehended that Taiwanese identity is still in flux. This is not to suggest that my Taiwan's identity has not diverged significantly from Red China's. My Taiwan was long a Chinese backwater with a distinct frontier culture before it was ceded by the Qing dynasty to the Japanese Empire circa 1895. Half a century of Japanese colonialism left its civilizing mark of modernization, as did the subsequent brutal and only semi-successful resonification policies of China's nationalist leader, Chiang Kai-shek. The advent of democracy in Taiwan circa 1996, and its entrenchment ever since, has only deepened the differences with the mainland. But the differences are not so cut and dried. Spend some time talking with Taiwanese business leaders or policy specialists in the more prosperous north, and Taiwanese identity takes on other valences. Almost no one fully identifies with mainland China, but people believe they understand mainlanders well, certainly better than the panicked West does. There is no way that Red China's dictator Xi Jinping would order an invasion. That's what many visitors are repeatedly assured. Such a maneuver would not only be fratricidal, it would be counterproductive, destroying a vital hub in global supply chains that would otherwise fall into Red China's lap should peaceful unification happen. One defense expert that went on record even ruefully floated the idea that my Taiwan is a buffer state likely to be drawn into a tragic spiral of escalating tensions between Red China and these United States as they compete for regional hegemony. He was not quite blaming us Americans for the war that many in Washington know is inevitable, but only just not. Young people have markedly ambivalent attitudes as well. One researcher at the conference discussed preliminary survey data suggesting that the TikTok generation is developing some cultural affinity for Red China, especially through a renewed commitment to Mandarin,
Chinese dialect. Although it is our island's official tongue, Putonghua, the national language, it competes with several minority languages. Taiwan remains a net exporter of pop culture to the mainland, but influence is never a one-way street. Dexter Filkins' recent essay on Taiwan in The New Yorker magazine includes a profile of Taiwanese university students who started a popular satire show on YouTube poking fun at Red China. As one of them told him, "We don't feel connected to China, but there is no way that we can say that we are not related to China, because many people's ancestors